the gifted young master. However, the voice that resonated in his mind moments ago was strikingly vivid and clear, as if someone were whispering directly into his ear. 3 whole years. Why does this peculiar voice intermittently echo in my mind? Lin Chen lamented with a wry smile. What is the ancient bronze coffin? Why has it entombed him? The questions that had plagued him for 3 years remained unanswered. Shaking his head, Lin Chen dressed himself and stepped into the courtyard, taking a gentle breath. With his hands forming a specific gesture, he struck forward. This was a unique technique of the Lin family known as the spirit refining palm. It bore no lethal force but could clarify one's mind, invigorate the spirit, and enhance the absorption rate of spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Chen's figure flickered, unleashing a flurry of palm shadows, the movement flowing like water, imbued with an intangible grace. This technique, rarely mastered to its fullest within the Lin family, had been perfected by him. After a brief moment, having completed the exercise, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, as the energy entered his body, it seemed that an invisible barrier existed, repelling most of it, allowing only a scant trickle to merge into the chi mass within his dantiya. My aptitude for martial arts is commendable, yet my cultivation speed pales in comparison to others. Lin Chen sighed, contemplating whether he was destined to be merely a generation's martial arts master. Just then, a series of resonant bronze bell chimes reverberated through the air, ancient and lingering in the Lin family. The daily morning training commenced in the realm of the Holy Spirit. Countless sects, ancient clans, and dynasties abound. The Zhejiang dynasty stands as one of the two great empires, encompassing vast territories and numerous formidable warriors. Among its domain, there exist 8 royal cities, with the least prominent being Night Tide City. Despite its lowly rank, other cities and various factions generally refrain from encroaching upon it. For the Lin family, the foremost clan of Night Tide City was once one of the most powerful families within the Zhejiang dynasty, wielding immense influence and housing many strong practitioners. Though the Lin family has since fallen from its former glory and no longer holds the power it once did, its foundation remains remarkably profound. At this very moment, within the Lin family's martial arts training ground, numerous disciples are diligently honing their skills, creating a lively atmosphere. Young master, upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, a youth clad in white, exuding an aura of icy chill, approached with a beaming smile. Lin Han, your mastery of the ice energy has indeed progressed, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, observing the newcomer. Your cultivation has reached the 8th level of the innate realm. Should you fully realize your ice energy, none among the young disciples of our Lin family would stand a chance. Ain't you? Lin Han shook his head, responding, Young master, if your cultivation speed were as swift as mine, I would surely pale in comparison to you. Lin Han's words were not mere flattery. Lin Chen's martial arts talent is regarded as unparalleled not only within the Lin family, but throughout the Zhejiang dynasty. For a century, no one had achieved the supreme martial skill, the Heavenly Fire Seal, which Lin Chen obtained merely a year ago, astonishing countless onlookers. Regrettably, Lin Chen's progress has been exceedingly slow after 6 arduous years. Even with the aid of various elixirs, he has barely managed to advance to the 5th level of the innate realm, the gathering chi stage. Like other disciples of the Lin family, even those who commenced their cultivation later than Lin Chen have surpassed him in skill. With such a pace of cultivation, it is uncertain when he will reach the realm of divine law. The innate realm is divided into 10 levels, and after surpassing the 5th level, each subsequent level becomes increasingly challenging to ascend. Beyond this lies the divine law realm, where only those who enter it can be deemed to have truly embarked on the path of cultivation without entering the divine law. No matter how formidable one's martial talent, one remains merely immortal. Lin Han felt he had misspoken and hastily added, Young master, the family head is currently traversing the continent. He will surely discover a solution to your physical ailment. Let's hope for that, Lin Chen replied, shaking his head. The family head, Lin Songxing, had previously employed numerous methods on Lin Chen's condition, all without effect, including several ancient elixirs that in Lin Chen's heart. Any lingering hope had long since dissipated. Forget this matter, Lin Han said, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, his tone imbued with mystery. Are you aware that a distinguished guest has arrived at our Lin family today? Indeed, it is Lu Tongtian, the foremost true disciple of the Hunyuan sect, who visited 3 years ago. This time, it seems he has come because of the rumored appearance of a mysterious treasure near Night Tide City. The Hunyuan sect is one of the top powers in the Sacred Spirit continent, alongside the Sword Immortal sect and the Taiqing sect, renowned for its multitude of strong practitioners and prodigies. Even the Zijing dynasty pales in comparison. Is it really him? Lin Chen's expression froze. 3 years prior, Lu Tongtian had bestowed significant benefits upon the Lin family, granting him an opportunity to access the Tian Xie Seal's inheritance platform. However, the circulation of the celestial fire met with failure, and he did not obtain the celestial fire sealed. He comes and goes as he pleases. It is of no concern to us. Now, let us focus on honing our martial skills, Lin Chen remarked, shaking his head as he stepped forward. Young master, what do you think of my Fury of the Bull technique? Young master, could you advise me on how to improve my sand wave step? Young master, might you elucidate the intricacies of the Shun Ben technique? While I possess an intimate understanding of the essence of the second and third seals, one must attain the innate 8th level of the transformation stage to even begin to wield Th. Lin Chen's gaze flickered as his hands swiftly formed a complex seal. Transparent, vital energy emanated from his palms, radiating outward in successive waves. Soon after, a scorching wind surged forth in all directions, and a circle of azure flames erupted, within which was inscribed a hasty character for fire, evoking an overwhelming sensation of heat. This azure flame was no ordinary fire, it was a profound flame. Even a piece of profound iron would be instantaneously liquefied upon contact, showcasing its formidable power. The surrounding young disciples marveled in astonishment at this spectacle. Typically, only those who have reached the innate 8th level of the transformation stage can condense various martial techniques into a tangible form. Yet, Lin Chen, still at the innate 5th level, was capable of such feats that it is truly regrettable that our young master possesses such exceptional talent in martial arts. Yet his physique. Many disciples lamented. Chapter 2. The first transmission, the realm of primordial existence, is divided into 10 distinct levels, each possessing its own unique profundities. The 5th level of primordial existence, known as the Qi gathering realm, allows one to gather a sphere of true Qi within the Dantian, resulting in the outward manifestation of this energy. It represents the first significant threshold of the primordial realm. The intensity of true Qi at the 5th level is akin to the strength of 5 colossal elephants, capable of shattering boulders with bare hands. After casting the first seal of the heavenly fire imprint, Lin Chen found that the 5 elephant strength could not be sustained for long, and the fiery circle dissipated into black smoke in the air. His entire being was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating the immense burden he bore. Alas, he had remained in the 5th level of Qi gathering for 6 months. Yet he could not break through to the 6th level, the body-tempering realm. Lin Chen pondered to himself, in a month's time, the Lin family will hold a crucial martial arts tournament for the youth. This event is of utmost significance to the Lin family, and even Lin Songxing, who has been away seeking solutions for my constitution, will return to personally oversee the family affairs. In his quest to uncover his own identity, Lin Chen had been diligently practicing. Just as Lin Chen was in the midst of recovering his true Qi, a voice from Lin Han reached him. Young master, the elder has summoned you to the council hall to attend to Lu Tongtian. He has urgent matters to discuss. Lin Chen pressed his palms together, halting his actions, and furrowed his brow as he inquired, what does my father wish to discuss with me? Elder, may I ask what this pertains to? The elder, Lin Zhan, possessed an unfathomable strength, making Lin Chen feel as insignificant as an ant before a great mountain, evoking a natural sense of reverence. Lin Zhan was indeed a formidable being of the divine law realm. Lin Zhan lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Lin Chen before speaking in a tone laden with gravity. Young Master Lin, I trust that Honor has informed you about the arrival of the foremost disciple of the Huanshan sect at our Lin family, has he not? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, a vague suspicion stirring within him. Lin Zhan closed his eyes, as if seeking to gather his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lin Han, standing behind him, quietly exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Chen. Observing this, a sardonic smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he replied, "Elder, I assure you, I will not relinquish the Tian Xie seal to the disciples of the Huanshan sect. This is integral to the legacy of our Lin family. It cannot be handed over so casually." Lin Chen's refusal was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He alone understood that once the Tian Xie seal, a supreme martial technique, was given away, it would no longer belong to him. Currently, he had mastered only the first 3 of the 11 seals. "Nephew Lin, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Tan Tian has promised that should you surrender the Tian Xie seal, a vast fortune would be yours." Lin Zhan opened his eyes, his gaze profound. Lin Shun retorted coldly, "Elder, no matter the number of prodigious treasures or spiritual stones offered in exchange, my answer remains a firm no." With that, Lin Shun turned to leave, his mind resolutely set against further discussion with the elder. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed from outside the assembly hall, and a stern young man clad in black emerged. Instantly, the temperature within the hall plummeted, a layer of white frost blanketing the expansive floor, and the biting wind howled, as if heralding the onset of early winter. Lin Shun felt an invisible chill enveloping his entire being, as if a layer of white frost had settled upon him, freezing his vital energy and penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. In that fleeting moment of transformation, he promptly summoned a concealed wisp of white flame from within the core of his dantian, which swiftly dispelled the frost that clung to his body, restoring his vitality to its normal state. In stark contrast, Lin Han and Lin Zhan remained oblivious to any anomalies. It was evident that the cold, stoic youth in black was deliberately testing him. This youth, known as Lu Tongtian, was the foremost disciple of the Huitian sect. The Tian Xie seal indeed lived up to its name. Its might could withstand a mere fraction of the chilling essence of my Tian Bing Han Xian. A flicker of admiration surfaced on Lu Tongtian's austere visage, yet beneath the surface of his gaze lay a deeper yearning. Lu Tongtian sought my Tian Xie seal. Such a desire was utterly unattainable. While I might entertain negotiations regarding other matters, this was non-negotiable. Lin Chen's entire being tensed as he fixed his gaze on Lu Tongtian. His vigilance heightened to its utmost extent. The aura exuded by Lu Tongtian resembled an unyielding glacier, towering majestically over a relentless river of ice, with an unfathomable depth of cultivation. Moreover, despite being merely 2 years Lin Chen's senior, Lu Tongtian was already a formidable figure at the divine law realm, fully deserving of his title as the foremost disciple. Observing Lin Chen's wariness, Lu Tongtian emotionlessly raised a finger, indicating 100 million top-tier spirit stones. He then raised a second finger, signifying a royal-grade cleansing elixir, followed by a third finger, proposing the establishment of an everlasting alliance of mutual benefit with the Lin family. Bound by life and death, a contract could be forged. The entire assembly hall appeared to be frozen in time, enveloped in an eerie silence where even the softest sounds of breath and the rapid beating of hearts were vividly audible. Beside him, Lin Zhan and Lin Han's eyes were filled with profound astonishment, their expressions reflecting the shock induced by Lu Tongtian's extravagant display of power. Even Lin Zhan, the esteemed elder of the Lin family, found his breath quickening involuntarily, wishing he could immediately take Lin Chen's place and accept Lu Tongtian's terms. Spirit stones are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. 100 million supreme spirit stones equate to the total income of Yechao City over 3 years, or 5 years of the Lin family's earnings. Such wealth is truly astonishing. The royal-grade cleansing elixir is exceedingly rare, imbued with the essence of kingship, capable of purifying marrow and refining bones, valued at approximately 50 million supreme spirit stones. The most crucial aspect, however, lies in the formation of a contractual alliance. Once such an alliance is established, the parties involved are bound to support one another, confront adversaries together, and share martial techniques. For the currently declining Lin family, this is akin to a stroke of fortune. Even Lin Chun, who had steadfastly resolved not to sell his convictions, felt a slight tremor of doubt. Nevertheless, his inherently poor physique rendered martial arts a matter of life and death for him. Lin Chen ultimately reaffirmed his resolve, shaking his head. Upon witnessing Lin Chen's refusal, Lin Zhan erupted in fury, pointing an accusing finger at him as he scolded, "Lin Chun, how can you reject such a tremendous opportunity? Are you no longer a member of the Lin family?" "Father." Lin Han, standing behind, quickly grasped the agitated Lin Zhan's arm, his tone solemn. Regardless of what decision Brother Lin Shan makes, we should not voice our opinions. The martial technique of the Heavenly Fire Seal belongs to him. He alone possesses the right to decide. Lin Shan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Zhan, his expression cold and indifferent. Individuals like Lin Zhan were solely driven by self-interest, unable to fathom the immense significance that a supreme martial technique held for Lin Shan. Yet, amidst his aloofness, a warm current flowed through his heart as he cast a grateful glance at Lin Han. In the entire Lin family, it seemed that only Lin Han was willing to advocate on his behalf. Is it still insufficient? Lu Tongtian regarded Lin Shan, his brow furrowing. If you have any additional requests, feel free to voice them, as long as they remain within my capacity to fulfill. The affluence was staggering. Lin Shan could only be astounded in his heart. The wealth of the Hunyuan sect, one of the three great Taoist sects, was indeed extraordinary. The riches of a first true disciple were already so substantial. What astronomical figures must the masters and elders possess? However, Lin Shan shook his head resolutely and replied, I will not trade away the Tian Xie seal. If you wish to learn it, I would be willing to teach you. Lu Tongtian's willingness to offer such great wealth in exchange for the Tian Xie seal indicated its genuine importance to him. Thus, Lin Shan did not mind imparting the first 3 seals without charge, hoping to forge a connection. Oh, you wish to teach me? It seems you have only mastered the simplest 3 seals. Lu Tongtian's expression turned cold, laced with derision. With your physique, practicing the Tian Xie seal would yield little benefit. Even given 10 years, you would not attain the divine realm. Why not exchange it now for sufficient rewards? The issue of his physique had always been a sore spot for Lin Shan. Yet, despite his inferior constitution, he harbored the heart of a warrior and an unwavering resolve to become strong. No matter how arduous the journey, he would never concede defeat. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shan's countenance turned utterly frigid, his voice imbued with an icy indifference. Lu Tongtian, the Heavenly Fire Seal, do not even think about it. Even if it were the first 3 seals, I would not allow your interference. Oh, is that so? Lu Tongtian responded, unfazed, a smile creeping across his face. Then let me see who can hinder me in my quest for the Heavenly Fire Seal. With that declaration, a thick layer of frost enveloped the great hall at an imperceptible speed, swiftly blanketing the entirety of the space. The hall transformed into a veritable palace of ice, with frigid winds slicing through the air like daggers. A terrifying pressure bore down upon Lin Shan, as if an unending chain of icebergs rested heavily upon his shoulders. He felt the air leave his lungs, plunging into a frigid abyss, the oppressive force causing his skin to crack and his bones to emit ominous creaks. Even the blood seeping from his body froze into shards of ice. His legs trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if they might buckle at any moment. This astonishing upheaval arrived with astonishing abruptness. Under the weight of such harrowing pressure, he was on the verge of breaking down. Yet the resilient spirit within him clung fiercely to hope. Chapter 3, Fiery Wrath, The Descent of the Array, Part 1. With a cough, Lin Shan expelled a mouthful of blood, which immediately crystallized into icy fragments upon striking the frozen ground. It felt as though an invisible giant hand constricted around his entire being, rendering him immobile and engulfed in a bone-chilling agony. In that moment, an immense divine consciousness descended upon Lin Shan, laying bare the secrets of his being under Lu Tongtian's probing gaze. Evidently, Lu Tongtian intended to utilize his divine consciousness to uncover the hidden Heavenly Fire Seal martial technique concealed within Lin Shan. The formidable nature of divine consciousness at the divine law realm is truly terrifying. Under its scrutiny, nothing remains undiscovered, devoid of any semblance of secrecy. Particularly for Lin Shan, who is merely at the innate realm, he stands utterly powerless against Lu Tongtian's divine perception. In an instant, Lu Tongtian advanced with great strides, appearing before Lin Shan, towering over him as he inquired, "Where is the Heavenly Fire Seal that you possess?" Lin Shan, however, slowly turned his head, his face contorted with anger as he addressed Lin Zhan, "Elder, you observe an outsider, suppressing the young master of the Lin family, and remain indifferent?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan chuckled and shook his head, standing firm without budging. "Young master, this is merely a friendly spar between your esteemed self and my nephew, Tongtian. As the young master of the Lin family, one must face challenges head-on, unafraid of adversity." With that, Lin Zhan closed his eyes in meditation, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to him. In that moment, Lin Chen experienced an epiphany, his heart sinking with a profound chill. It seemed that Elder Lin Zhan had long since accepted Lu Tongtian's bribes, resorting to coercion when the martial technique could not be found. It was even conceivable that the entire Council of Elders had been corrupted by Lu Tongtian's influence. Otherwise, with the divine consciousness of the divine law realm, it would be impossible for them to remain oblivious to such a scene. At this juncture, Lin Chen felt a wave of revulsion towards the Lin family. He could hardly fathom that these elders were such treacherous individuals, betraying their own kin. Had Lin Songxing not departed, witnessing this scene would have likely incited a confrontation, leading to Lu Tongtian's suppression. Lin Chen bitterly smiled, his heart heavy with disillusionment. In the face of self-interest, the bonds of familial bloodline had become mere absurdities. Even amidst the overwhelming terror and physical torment, nothing could compare to the despondency within Lin Chen's heart. However, the sole source of warmth for him lay in the presence of his father and his brother, Lin Han. Within the Lin family, at that moment, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The dreadful pressure enveloping Lin Chen suddenly dissipated. A hand, seemingly from nowhere, pressed against Lin Chen's dantian, unleashing a terrifying force that drew forth all the vital energy within him, causing it to spill outward. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment and horror. It was then that Lu Tongtian's right hand made contact with Lin Chen's immobile dantian, and immediately, intricate runes began to emerge across Lin Chen's abdomen, forming a peculiar formation. Lu Tongtian's icy grip seemed to plunge directly into the vital energy within Lin Chen's dantian. Lin Chen, I have afforded you the respect due to the young master of the Lin family, yet I find you utterly lacking in understanding, Lu Tongtian remarked coldly. As the power in his right hand surged once more, the suction becoming even more formidable. A chilling heat emanated from Lu Tongtian's palm, causing the ice within the grand hall to begin melting away. Gradually, Lu Tongtian withdrew his hand from the dantian, forcibly drawing a flickering white flame into his palm with an invisible force. This trembling white flame contained an array of intricate and profound symbols, which represented the entirety of the celestial fire seal's techniques. As the supreme martial art of the Lin family, the celestial fire seal undoubtedly held its own mysteries. When Lin Chen received the legacy, all the techniques transformed into a flickering flame, residing within the chi sphere of his dantian. Even a formidable being of the divine law realm could merely discern the robustness of the chi within him, yet could not penetrate the entirety of the chi sphere. However, Lin Chen never anticipated that Lu Tongtian would be aware of this matter. Thud. Without the protective warmth of the heavenly fire seal, Lin Chen could not withstand the chilling aura of the council hall, compounded by the prior oppressive force that had severely injured him, causing him to crumple to the ground, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. This was merely 1% of Lu Tongtian's power. How could you know that the martial arts are within my dantian? Lin Chen's eyes widened, fixating on Lu Tongtian, who scrutinized the white flame. Lu Tongtian cast a condescending glance at Lin Chen and continued to examine the flame, asserting that there was nothing in this world he did not know. Impossible. The Lin family's ancient texts and the continental records contain no such accounts. Those who have acquired this technique have kept the secret buried deep within their hearts. Lin Chen roared hoarsely, his eyes turning crimson like a ferocious beast. The loss of the heavenly fire seal felt as though a dagger had plunged deeply into his soul. At that moment, a figure approached from behind Lin Chen, looking down upon the half-kneeling man, calmly stating, Lin Chen, it was I who informed Brother Tongtian. The familiar figure, with a familiar voice, was none other than Lin Chen's closest brother, Lin Han. Lin Chen's eyes widened once more, and he found himself ensnared in disbelief. Lin Han, why is it you? Why did you tell him? Once, a year ago, when Lin Chen obtained the heavenly fire seal, Lin Han had curiously inquired about it. In order to prevent his closest brother from doubting their friendship, Lin Chen did not hesitate to divulge everything to Lin Han. Little did he expect that the very person who would strip him of the heavenly fire seal would be his dearest brother. To Lin Chen, martial arts were akin to life itself, especially the heavenly fire seal. When he first received its legacy, he endured unimaginable agony. Lin Chen, you are utterly oblivious to the situation. As an outsider, what gives you the right to become the young master of the Lin family? I am of direct lineage, possessing the highest talents. Why should Lin Songxing allow you to assume such a position? Lin Han's previously calm demeanor suddenly morphed into one of ferocity. his eyes brimming with resentment and fury as they fixed upon Lin Chun. I must inform you. A year ago, when you acquired the martial technique of the Heavenly Fire Seal, I had already forged an agreement with young Master Tongtian. For all these years of closeness, I knew you would never part with the Heavenly Fire Seal. Lin Han's menacing expression once again settled into a chilling calm, yet the malice in his eyes remained undiminished. I have plotted for this day for 3 years. How foolish of me to consider you a brother. The position of young master will not be granted to you by father. Lin Chun stood there, numb, gazing into the depths of Lin Han's malignant eyes, feeling as if his heart had turned to ash. He was led astray by my persuasion to seek forbidden techniques in a terrifying realm of the Holy Spirit continent to remedy your peculiar constitution. With good fortune, he may survive. With ill fortune, death awaits him. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan, seated nearby, opened his eyes, a cold smile curling upon his lips. In the impending family competition a month hence, should you fail to secure the first position, the Lin family will abandon you, and the title of the young master shall fall upon honor. A conspiracy. A colossal conspiracy. It felt as though a thunderbolt had struck Lin Chun, leaving him momentarily dazed. His father, who had selflessly cherished him for 6 years, was trapped in a realm of terror, with his life hanging in the balance. To his astonishment, Lin Zhan and Lin Han had orchestrated such a grand scheme merely to vie for the position of young master. At this moment, Lin Chun was consumed by unrestrained fury, a tempest of rage surging within him. Betrayed by his brothers, he lamented his misfortune. However, he would not permit anyone to scheme against or harm his beloved kin. You shall all perish. With eyes ablaze, Lin Chun unleashed a primal roar, reverberating like a long-dormant ancient beast awakening in wrath. In that instant, the murderous intent within him reached its zenith. His indomitable spirit surged to unprecedented heights, yearning for strength to safeguard his loved ones and eradicate all adversaries. Yet, as Lin Chen's primal roar echoed, Lin Zhan and Lin Han exchanged scornful glances, their expressions rife with derision as they regarded the furious Lin Chun with contempt. In their eyes, despite Lin Chen's prodigious martial talent, his cultivation was woefully inadequate. Did he truly believe he could bring about their demise? Such thoughts were but the fantasies of a madman, a fool's errand. However, unbeknownst to them, a fleeting vision of an ancient bronze coffin flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 4. Wrath Unleashed, Celestial Formation Descends. Part 2. Do you think you can? With your utter insignificance, even given a decade, you could never surpass my prowess. Lu Tongtian cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chun, and without hesitation, he consumed the white flames before Lin Chen's very eyes. In Lu Tongtian's perception, Lin Chun was merely an insect that could be effortlessly exterminated with a mere gesture. However, Lin Chun, consumed by indignation, suddenly transformed. His expression turned icy and his eyes glinted with cold resolve. Lu Tongtian, 1 year. In 1 year's time, I shall compel you to regurgitate the Heaven Fire Seal, leaving you with no means to live or die. Although his voice lacked the furious roar of before, it resonated with unwavering strength. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chun forced his trembling heart to regain its composure. The more chaotic his emotions became, the more delighted his adversary appeared. Once he achieved calmness, Lin Chen's demeanor shifted once again. His killing intent was concealed within, his mind clear and focused, akin to a supreme assassin lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Lu Tongtian, taken aback by Lin Chen's transformation, soon wore a playful smile. A year is far too brief. Let us extend it to 10. Defeating me in a single year? Such a notion is laughable. Though I bear grievous injuries and my cultivation is sealed, I remain a genius of the divine law realm. What is Lin Chen? Merely an insect. The words of an insect, though resonant, merely amuse me further. Lin Chen, do not bring humiliation upon yourself. Given a decade, you shall still find yourself unable to contend with me. From his elevated position, Lu Han regarded Lin Chun with utter contempt. In a month's time, you will thoroughly lose the esteemed title of the Lin family's young master. At that point, I shall reduce you to a mere slave, subjected to endless torment. However, upon hearing those words, Lin Chen's gaze remained icy and filled with murderous intent. Completely unmoved by the utterances of Lin Han and Lu Tongtian, I speak, and I act upon my words. Lin Chun sneered coldly, forcing himself to stand upright. In a month's time, during the clan competition, I shall cast you into the depths of despair. Both you and your father shall face retribution. Seeking death, Lin Han exclaimed, his body ablaze with fury as he struck out towards Lin Chun with a palm, the force roaring forth like thunder. Imbued with the full power of the innate 8th level, capable of taking Lin Chen's life in an instant. Honor, do not act impulsively. A hand, as strong as iron pincers, grasped Lin Han's wrists firmly, an enigmatic and mysterious force rendering his might utterly void. It was none other than Lin Zhan who intervened. Do not forget your father's esteemed position, Lin Zhan admonished, his expression stern. Lu Tongtian added coldly, it is absolutely forbidden to harm Lin Chun at this moment. His words quelled Lin Han's rage, though his eyes still brimmed with unquenchable fury. Lin Chun observed this scene with an impassive gaze. Lin Zhan shot a disdainful glance at Lin Chun before turning to soar towards several powerful and enigmatic forbidden grounds of the Lin clan. Within the vast council hall, an oppressive chill lingered, crystalline ice encasing the space, leaving only Lin Chun and Lin Han. Young Master Lin Chun, how does it feel now? Lin Han's anger remained unabated, a mocking smile gracing his lips. To think you could defeat me in a month's time. With your kind of uselessness, you ought to save your breath. As the words faded, Lin Han's figure abruptly shifted, his palm striking Lin Chen's dantian with swift precision. An intensely frigid true qi immediately surged into the depths of Lin Chen's dantian, solidifying into a chilling, crystalline blade that danced menacingly, reaping the true qi within. With a sickening thud, Lin Chen spat out another mouthful of blood, a wave of excruciating pain emanating from his dantian, contorting his once icy visage into a tight grimace. The sheer ruthlessness of Lin Han's actions was evident as he implanted a chilling force within Lin Chen's very core. Ha ha ha, consider this my final gift to you, Lin Han exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he reveled in his triumph, now referring to himself as young master. I, Lin Chun, shall make certain that my words become reality. Lin Chen vowed, his voice laced with unwavering resolve. Enduring the torment, he fixed his frigid gaze upon Lin Han's departing form, his steps faltering as he limped away. Within the opulent confines of the young master's courtyard, Lin Chun, battling the throbbing agony, sat upright upon a spirit-gathering array, his hands ceaselessly weaving intricate seals, drawing the essence of the surrounding world into his being. Yet, a layer of delicate frost clung to his brows, lips, and face, an aura of glacial cold enveloping him, as if he were nestled amidst a frozen wasteland. The potency of Lin Han's frigid energy had amplified, surpassing its previous intensity. It appears he has reaped considerable rewards from Tong Lu Tong, Lin Chun mused inwardly. Within the depths of his dantian, Lin Chen observed his true qi, now encircling a crystalline dagger of pure frost. Under the suppression of true energy, the frost blade continued to stir restlessly, slicing through layers of true energy like an untamed stallion. The first seal, the Xuanhua seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hands swiftly formed seals, producing a sharp sound that pierced the air. The true energy enveloping the frost blade ignited entirely, shaping into a circle of true energy, within which a character for fire perpetually burned, subduing the frost blade beneath its fiery embrace. It was only under this flame that the frost blade managed to stabilize, albeit barely. Should a powerful being witness this scene, they would likely be startled into a leap of fright. Condensing into a seal within the dantian was a sight both unprecedented and unheard of. Although the technique of the heavenly fire seal had been seized, Lin Chun had long mastered the essence of the first 3 seals. Employing the Xuanhua seal to suppress his internal injuries was the best course of action. The frost upon his face gradually melted away, and his vitality began to recover. Lin Chun lifted his gaze towards the vast sky, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent akin to raging flames. To the flowing sky, you have stolen my martial skills. 1 year hence, I shall surely defeat you. Lin Han and Lin Zhan, with hearts as treacherous as wolves, not only betrayed the Lin family by colluding with the flowing sky, but also framed my father. I will ensure that you both suffer a fate worse than death. His chilling voice resonated like an echo from the depths of the underworld. Lin Chen stared blankly at the azure sky until the pain and strain in his eyes became unbearable, prompting him to slowly close them, his heart twisted in anguish. In a month, the Lin family's grand tournament would unfold. Should he fail to vanquish Lin Han at that time, he would lose everything. Yet, in his current state, burdened by an unusual physique, his cultivation speed was agonizingly slow. A full 6 months had elapsed, and he had yet to even graze the barrier of the 6th layer of innate power, let alone cultivate to the 8th layer within a month to defeat Lin Han. Yet, a dark resolve settled within him. He must eliminate them. Lin Chen's fists were clenched tightly, his mind swirling with frenzied thoughts. However, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, despair enveloped him completely. Each fleeting idea extinguished one after another. Within the entire Lin family, not a single elder stood in his defense. The enigmatic supreme elders remained indifferent to the affairs of the clan. Suddenly, his heart raced violently, and Lin Chen's eyes widened in horror. In the boundless azure sky, a streak of black luminescence, akin to a meteor, descended towards him. Before Lin Chen could react, the seemingly distant radiance struck his chest with tremendous force. An overwhelming impact surged through him, propelling his entire being into the air. Just as pain coursed through him, Lin Chen felt a mysterious and immense energy flowing through his chest, converging towards his dantian. Instantly, the ice-cold dagger, suppressed by the fiery aura of true energy, became enveloped in this colossal power. The blade quaked violently, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered into pure true energy, merging into Lin Chen's energy circle. Had Lin Han's hidden injuries truly been so effortlessly eradicated? A disbelieving thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind as he hastily rose from the ground, tearing open his chest. Upon the protruding abdominal muscles, countless black lines coalesce into an enigmatic black circular formation, deep and profound. At the center of this dark array lies inscribed an ancient character in black. How did this formation descend from the heavens? Lin Chen swallowed hard, utterly astonished. It was this very formation that had seemingly alleviated his concealed injuries. The sacred vein body. At last, he had discovered the sacred vein body. Just as Lin Chen was engulfed in shock, an ancient consciousness resonated within his mind, imbued with immense excitement and joy. Chapter 5. The sacred vein body. Who is speaking? The sudden emergence of this aged voice startled Lin Chen profoundly. He glanced around the courtyard, finding it utterly deserted. Could it be that this descending formation was communicating? Such an occurrence was unprecedented, with no records in ancient texts, only powerful artifacts. Having attained the status of Tao devices and achieved spiritual consciousness, could convey words. The notion of a formation speaking was simply too astonishing. Young friend, channel your true energy into this devouring celestial diagram. The aged voice transmitted intermittently, frail as if it might vanish at any moment. The devouring celestial diagram? Lin Chen, regaining his composure, hesitated for a moment before directing his true energy toward the formation known as the devouring celestial diagram. The hidden injuries within him had been shattered by this mysterious diagram. He considered it a small favor returned. As he attempted to infuse true energy into the devouring celestial diagram, it felt as if his essence was sinking into an ocean, disappearing without a trace. A chilling force emanated from the devouring celestial map, and in an instant, the quintessence of the 5 elements within him was diminished to less than half of its original strength. Despite this, the enigmatic devouring celestial map bestowed upon Lin Chen an aura of profound mystery. The infusion of his elemental energy scarcely stirred a ripple in its depths. This map evoked an even greater sense of enigma within him. Young friend, this is indeed a formation known as the devouring celestial map. Specks of white light seeped from the map, gradually coalescing before Lin Chen into the figure of an elderly man with flowing white hair. His countenance adorned with a gentle smile. Who are you? Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at the venerable figure, utterly taken aback. Within the formation, there existed a person? Young friend, you may call me Blood Elder, the old man chuckled softly. This devouring celestial map was once the core formation of a celestial artifact called the Sky Devouring Tower. I am the spirit of that tower. Yet due to a series of unforeseen events, I became fused with this formation, resulting in my current extraordinary existence. The mere presence of a Tao artifact could send ripples throughout the entire sacred spirit continent. How much more so for a celestial artifact? Blood Elder seemed to perceive Lin Chen's astonishment and chuckled wryly, saying, Young friend, there is no need for such alarm. The current devouring celestial map is merely a fractured formation, its power inferior even to that of a spiritual artifact. Lin Chen suddenly comprehended. If a core formation of a celestial artifact were to manifest, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. Moreover, how could a celestial artifact surface so easily? Then, why have you summoned me? Lin Chen regarded Blood Elder with a wary gaze. A mysterious formation of unknown origin compelled him to dedicate all his thoughts to vigilance. Blood Elder, undeterred by Lin Chen's evident wariness, spoke slowly. During your cultivation, your progress was undoubtedly excruciatingly slow, and no amount of elixirs seemed to yield any results. How do you know? Lin Chen exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Blood Elder. The issue of his physique was known only to members of the Lin family. Because your constitution is among the most formidable in existence, the sacred vein body, Blood Elder replied with a light laugh. The sacred vein body is an ancient lineage that emerged from primordial chaos, once fully cultivated. It possesses the power to sweep through all adversaries and ascend to the ranks of the most formidable beings. The sacred vein body? I believe you are mistaken, Lin Chun retorted, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. If it were truly so terrifying, would I be cultivating at such a sluggish pace? The true terror of the sacred vein body only manifests upon reaching the divine law realm. Blood Elder's expression turned grave. In the innate realm, the sacred vein body is indeed the most challenging to cultivate. The first sacred vein master, upon achieving the pinnacle of his constitution, established a lineage of cultivation techniques to address this very issue. Lin Chen remained silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. My previous master was also a sacred vein body, possessing the sacred vein cultivation techniques, Blood Elder continued, his face imbued with an inscrutable significance. If you desire to grow stronger, you must study this lineage of techniques. Otherwise, your transition from the innate realm to the divine law realm will consume decades of your life. This revelation caused Lin Chen's expression to subtly alter. To become powerful? Those words struck a chord deep within him. What he currently lacked most was the strength to defeat Lin Han. A year later, he must vanquish the celestial flow. Yet, his two adversaries are extraordinarily formidable, true geniuses. With his current pace of cultivation, how can he possibly compare himself to others? The thought of his wronged father ignites an uncontrollable fury within Lin Chun. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, his breath quickens, yet he remains vigilant, gazing intently at the Blood Elder. Is it truly in your possession? Indeed, it is in my hands, the Blood Elder replied solemnly. Before my master perished, he entrusted this legacy to me, tasking me with finding the next vessel of the sacred vein. You are that vessel, and this inheritance rightfully belongs to you. However, you must first agree to 3 conditions. What are these 3 conditions? Lin Chen inquired swiftly. If the Blood Elder's words hold truth, then he may indeed break free from his cultivation predicament. The Blood Elder raised a finger slowly, stating, First, you must restore the devouring celestial map. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. These 3 conditions seemed as daunting as climbing the heavens. After a prolonged silence, recalling the events that transpired in the council hall, he finally spoke. I can only say that if I possess the strength, I shall exert myself fully to fulfill them. Excellent, excellent. The Blood Elder's face lit up with joy, unperturbed by Lin Chen's tentative agreement. He chuckled. Had my master possessed your meticulous mindset back then, he likely would not have faced such an ambush. I shall now impart the cultivation technique to you. With that, the Blood Elder ceased his words, and his ethereal form dissipated like smoke, merging into the devouring celestial map. Meanwhile, a mysterious force surged into Lin Chen's mind, overwhelming him with a vast torrent of information. I am the former vessel of the sacred vein, the blood demon sovereign. I devoured demonic arts, consuming all things. The extensive teachings conveyed an extraordinarily enigmatic technique. Lin Chen's consciousness soon immersed itself in this grand method, gradually grasping its intricacies. The ethereal Blood Elder observed Lin Chen lost in contemplation, letting out a deep sigh. To comprehend the devouring demonic art, it will likely take several days at the very least. My master, your blood vendetta may soon find hope. Yet Lin Chen, absorbed in the profundities of the technique, remained oblivious to the murmurs of the Blood Elder. At this moment, Lin Chen devoted several hours to understanding this magnificent art, managing to retain its essence. This inherited technique, the devouring demonic art, commenced with the formation of a devouring diagram within the Dantian, designed to absorb all forms of energy and matter, transforming them into his own true qi. This included the absorption of spirit stones, demon cores, medicinal pills, and more, encompassing a myriad of substances. After grasping this art, Lin Chen's suspicions regarding the sacred vein body were completely alleviated. The devouring demonic art could only be cultivated by one possessing the sacred vein. Closing his eyes, he focused his qi in the dantian and began to operate the technique step by step. His blood gradually simmered, swirling rapidly. Drops of translucent blood began to converge within the dantian. Moments later, a transparent blood orb suspended in the dantian, brimming with mysterious energy. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a tiny black character for devour within the translucent orb. As the blood sphere solidified, Lin Shan immediately began to weave intricate hand seals with both hands, from which mysterious black light flickered incessantly. A thunderous sound resonated from his dantian. Surrounding the transparent blood sphere were 1,000 azure particles, intricately connecting to form enigmatic circular patterns. This configuration bore a striking resemblance to the devouring celestial diagram inscribed on his lower abdomen. The devouring diagram had coalesced. Excellent. The devouring diagram has materialized. Lin Shan exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The path of devouring was about to commence. What? Has the devouring diagram materialized so swiftly? The astonished voice of Blood Elder echoed. Even the once unparalleled Blood Elder could not maintain his composure upon witnessing this scene. His previous master had taken a full 7 days to solidify the devouring diagram. Lin Shan smiled faintly, unfazed. His terrifying martial arts aptitude had already been validated when he obtained the Heavenly Fire Seal. He had acquired the Supreme Clan suppressing martial technique, a treasure that had eluded others for a millennium. Even the foremost disciple of the Hunyuan sect, Lu Tontian, had been unable to obtain it, resorting instead to schemes of theft. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful! Blood Elder exclaimed with delight, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Lin Shan had bestowed upon him. Previously, Lin Shan's cultivation speed had been exceedingly slow due to his physical constitution. Now, having acquired the devouring demon technique, the gates to his formidable prowess had swung wide open. In Chapter 6, titled The Master Commands the Hound, one could observe a formation manifesting at the center of his palm, inscribed with the character for devour, identical to the devouring celestial diagram on his lower abdomen. With a swift motion, he pressed his palm against the spirit stone, and an extraordinary force emanated from the center of his hand. At that moment, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were drawn into this peculiar attraction, their spiritual energy being fervently absorbed. The thick torrents of spiritual essence surged relentlessly toward Lin Shan, gathering without pause. The power escalated from 5 to 10, ultimately reaching 12. The rate of absorption gradually slowed as the 100,000 high-grade spirit stones vanished entirely. This absorption allowed Lin Shan to increase his power by 7 levels, equivalent to having cultivated an entire true chi sphere anew. The remarkable effect brought an undeniable excitement to Lin Shan's countenance. If he were to absorb 100 million top-tier spirit stones, he could potentially ascend into the realm of innate 10, solidifying his life essence into a true chi dan. At that point, he would dominate the younger generation of the Lin family. However, possessing 100 million top-tier spirit stones was an impossibility for Lin Shan. At present, he found himself in dire need of wealth and resources. To grow stronger, he required an abundant supply of spirit stones. How could he possibly procure them? Lin Shan pondered deeply, realizing that the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones he had just consumed represented his entire savings. Just then, a sharp, piercing voice broke his thoughts. Lin Shan, young Master Lin Han requests your presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan instinctively furrowed his brow. What could Lin Han want with him? Moments later, a cold smirk crept across his face as he observed the figure standing before him, a disciple at the 6th level of the innate body refinement realm. The disciple, named Lin Lai, usually maintained a close relationship with Lin Han. To put it bluntly, he was akin to Lin Han's loyal dog. Oh, Lin Lai, what did Lin Han summon me for? Lin Shan inquired with a nonchalant expression. A fleeting look of derision crossed Lin Lai's face as he adopted a condescending demeanor. Young Master Lin Han commanded you to come. Why do you have so much to say? Under normal circumstances, Lin Lai would curry favor with Lin Shan like a sycophant. Yet, in this instance, his attitude suggested that Lin Han was exerting pressure on Lu Tontian, a fact Lin Lai was well aware of. It was likely that Lin Lai's claim of Lin Han's summons was mere pretense, an opportunity for him to vent his frustrations. As thoughts raced through his mind, a pained expression surfaced on Lin Shan's face. Lin Lai, I must decline. My dantian has sustained severe injury, and I can only muster the strength of a single elephant. I need time to recuperate. The anguish etched on Lin Shan's face was strikingly realistic, his imitation remarkably natural. Observing this, Lin Lai's arrogance intensified. That won't do. You cannot defy young Master Lin Han's orders. After all, who is the true master here? Lin Shen shouted in fury, seemingly embarrassed and enraged. Humph, master. You are nothing but a pretender. In a month, it will be young Master Lin Han's day of ascension. I advise you to tread carefully. Lin Lai reveled in Lin Chen's predicament, striding forward and seizing Lin Shen by the collar. In that moment, Lin Lai felt a surge of triumph, relishing the irony of having the once untouchable master now firmly within his grasp, forced to submit to his threats. What a refreshing affair this is. However, he had yet to revel in that exhilaration when an immense force surged from his abdomen, akin to a giant delivering a thunderous blow to his midsection. The terrifying might sent his inferior-grade spirit vessel curling up like a shrimp. His visage contorted in pain and disbelief. At that moment, Lin Shen swiftly formed the seals with his hands, conjuring the Xuanhua seal. A scorching wind arose, the oppressive heat causing breathlessness, as if his entire being were on the verge of melting away. A fiery circle ignited gradually, inscribed with a more fearsome azure character. Lin Lai, who was about to unleash a furious roar, was rendered paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the blazing ring mere inches from him, his soul nearly escaping his body. Utterly unwilling to resist. The potency of the Xuanhua seal was well known throughout the Lin family. Slaying those of a higher rank was hardly a challenge. How are you unharmed? Lin Lai stammered, his body trembling, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Humph, how can a mere wisp of icy true energy hope to affect me? Lin Shen retorted coldly. Lin Lai, it seems your audacity has soared to new heights, daring to disregard the authority of your young master. At that moment, Lin Lai was tormented by despair. Lin Han had clearly informed him that he had left a hidden injury within Lin Shen, rendering his true energy insufficient to even muster the strength of an elephant. This misconception had emboldened Lin Lai to bully Lin Han. Otherwise, he would never have dared to provoke Lin Shen. Why, young master, I was wrong. Lin Lai's visage was contorted in anguish as he pleaded, please, do not kill me. The saying goes, a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Yet neither Lin Han nor Lin Lai could have anticipated that Lin Shen had acquired the celestial devouring map. Spare your life? That is indeed possible, Lin Shen replied coolly. But you must surrender all your spirit stones to me. Very well, I shall comply. Upon hearing that his life would be spared, Lin Lai felt a surge of relief despite the pain of parting with his possessions, promptly handing over his Qinquan bag to Lin Shen. As Lin Shen's consciousness delved into the bag, he was astonished to discover a staggering sum of 60,000 medium-grade spirit stones amassed within. Even Lin Shen, taken aback by such a revelation, did not expect the seemingly insignificant Lin Lai to possess such wealth. It was evident that Lin Lai had not refrained from exploiting others. Excellent. You demonstrate wisdom, Lin Shen remarked with a light chuckle, his eyes betraying an icy indifference. With a swift gesture, he unleashed the Xuanhua seal, sending it crashing down upon Lin Lai. The flames blazed fiercely as Lin Lai's screams echoed, filled with despair. Young master, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, young master Lin Han will not let you go. I only acted on the orders given. Originally, the force of 12,000 elephants surged to 15,000. The amount of true qi absorbed had diminished slightly once more. The efficacy of the devouring map would wane with each subsequent absorption of spiritual energy, necessitating an increasing quantity of spirit stones. In this instance, Lin Shen found himself impoverished once again, devoid of any wealth. At this rate, without a substantial influx of spirit stones to support his rapid ascent, his aspirations would remain but a distant dream. Lin Shen, I suggest you venture into the Black Witch Mountains to hunt ferocious beasts and absorb their demon cores. As Lin Shen found himself in a state of distress, the voice of Blood Elder resonated nearby. The devouring celestial map had now merged with Lin Shen, and as the spirit of the map, Blood Elder could naturally communicate with him at will. Absorb demon cores? Lin Shen's eyes brightened suddenly. The Black Witch Mountain Range, situated near Night Tide City, was home to countless demon beasts and fraught with peril. Lin Shen had previously ventured into the Black Witch Mountain Range to hunt these beasts, albeit with several elders covertly accompanying him for protection. This underscores the immense dangers lurking within the mountain range. Very well, I shall proceed to the Black Witch Mountain Range. Lin Shen's voice grew calm. He understood that he was currently isolated within the Lin family and could not procure a substantial amount of spirit stones for cultivation. Furthermore, hunting demon beasts in the Black Witch Mountain Range would also serve as a trial of life and death, thereby enhancing his practical combat abilities. Chapter 7. The Black Witch Mountain Range. Lin Chen successfully exited the Lin family estate. After spending a day traveling, he finally arrived at the continuous expanse of the Black Witch Mountain Range. As night fell, towering trees rose majestically, surrounded by an inky darkness that seemed to consume all light, as if invisible black holes were devouring the surroundings. The Black Witch Mountain Range is notorious for its darkness. It is said that as night descends, countless phantoms roam within these mountains. Lin Chen concealed himself among the trees, suppressing his breath and vital energy, rendering himself virtually undetectable. Blood Elder, could you use your spiritual sense to help me scout for the demon beasts in this area? Lin Chen pressed his form against a large tree, his eyes keenly surveying the environment around him. Blood Lao smiled and said, "Stand still here. A primordial 6th-tier azure serpent is approaching." The 6th-tier azure serpent, you say? Let me first allow you to experience the taste of the Xuanhua seal. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk as he grasped a pitch-black dagger, concealing his murderous intent while his eyes meticulously scanned the surroundings. The sound of rustling, a swift movement echoed as the azure serpent glided with astonishing speed, almost as if it were fleeing. Moments later, a gigantic serpent adorned with azure scales came into Lin Chen's view, its scales rhythmically contracting and expanding, etching fine lines into the ground. However, to Lin Chen, this azure serpent appeared to be desperately fleeing, twisting fervently as it advanced, initially poised for a surprise attack. Lin Chen suddenly halted, opting instead to observe the situation in concealment. Whoosh! From the shadowy depths where the azure serpent had escaped, a piercing sound suddenly rang out, and two pitch-black chains shot forth from the thicket. As if endowed with a will of their own, they intertwined to form an iron loop, aiming to ensnare the fleeing azure serpent. The iron loop formed by the two chains was alarmingly swift, quickly catching up to the fleeing serpent, tightly ensnaring its head and piercing through its scales. It had no time to struggle. The robust chains yanked the fleeing azure serpent violently backward, dragging the entire massive creature into the inky depths of the forest. This azure serpent, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly pulled away. Chains. Could they belong to the spectral soul wolves of the Black Witch Mountains? Lin Chen's heart raced at the sight of this scene. The spectral soul wolf, a renowned beast of the Black Witch Mountain, possesses an innate cultivation level of at least the 7th stage. Lin Chen could easily vanquish a 6th-stage beast without a hint of doubt. However, he felt uncertain against one of the 7th stage. A 6th-stage beast of the body refinement realm possesses a physique as resilient as a low-grade spiritual artifact, while a 7th-stage beast of the body transformation realm boasts bones as hard as iron yet as supple as cotton, akin to a high-grade spiritual artifact. Fortune favors the bold, and as long as I remain concealed, the spectral soul wolf will not detect my presence. Lin Chen quickly gathered his thoughts, becoming as elusive as a phantom, leaping silently between the trees. A crunching sound echoed from ahead, the unmistakable noise of bones being crushed, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Following this scent, Lin Chen soon discovered the whereabouts of the spectral soul wolf. Before him stood a colossal wolf, its fur a deep, inky black, with two horns atop its head that resembled red-hot iron, filled with dark chains. This giant wolf was currently feasting on the flesh of a fallen azure serpent, the once formidable scales rendered utterly ineffective beneath the creature's vicious fangs. Indeed, it was a 7th-stage spectral soul wolf. Now, I shall see how long it can withstand the flames of my mystic fire. Lin Chen's blood surged with fervor, igniting a profound battle intent within him. He stealthily positioned himself behind the spectral soul wolf, rapidly mobilizing the true energy of his 15-elephant strength. Mystic Fire Seal. He executed the hand seal with such swiftness that only fleeting shadows remained. The true energy within him surged forth in a torrent, unleashed by the hand seal. A fiery circle, spanning a full 3 meters in width, materialized out of thin air, with a verdant flame character at its center, burning steadily and emanating an intense and searing heat. As the mystic fire seal was established, it suddenly descended upon the hellish soul wolf, which was devouring the flesh of the azure serpent. During this brief interlude, Lin Chen executed the maneuver in a matter of mere breaths, as fluidly as flowing water. The hellish soul wolf, immersed in its delectable feast, was unable to react in time, letting out a low growl while enveloping itself in a transparent aura of true qi. Boom, boom, boom. The massive fire circle bore down heavily upon the wolf's protective aura, as the verdant flame character ignited fiercely upon its surface. Even the true Qi shield could not withstand the searing heat of the mystic fire. Lin Chun formed another hand seal, causing the verdant flame character to unleash an even more ferocious blaze, melting a substantial hole into the protective barrier. The might of the mystic fire was not something that mere true Qi could resist. Lin Chun leaped down from the tree, continuously forming hand seals. After breaching the protective barrier, the mystic fire seal surged forward with unstoppable force, engulfing the entire hellish soul wolf in flames, igniting a violent conflagration. Roar! The hellish soul wolf howled in a blend of fury and fear as crimson iron chains erupted from its iron horns, thrashing wildly and unleashing a torrent of fierce, transparent, true Qi. The blazing circle of fire was battered, its flames fracturing under the tremendous power unleashed. Yet, the mystic fire seal, Lin Chun shouted with conviction, forming another hand seal as the remnants of his true Qi erupted forth. Once more, a colossal fire circle took shape, descending forcefully upon the hellish soul wolf. In this moment, Lin Chun, possessing the power of 15 manifestations, was fully capable of controlling 2 rounds of the mystic fire seal. Boom! The fiery ring enveloped the entire form of the spectral soul wolf, transforming into a vibrant azure flame that completely shrouded the creature, igniting in a fierce blaze. The spectral soul wolf writhed in anguish, yet to no avail, as an extraordinary aroma of meat emanated from its being. The 2 rounds of profound fire seals bore down, rendering even the high-grade spirit weapon body of the wolf unable to withstand the onslaught. The profound fire possessed the capability to incinerate even the mystical black iron used in crafting royal artifacts. Now was the moment for a decisive strike. Suddenly, the previously silent blood elder bellowed. Lin Chun moved swiftly, brandishing the pitch-black dagger in his hand, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, the dagger's tip gleaming with a transparent murderous intent. With a resounding thud, Lin Chun's strike landed upon the wolf's head, akin to piercing through a block of black iron, meeting immense resistance and sparking a flurry of sparks. The defensive capabilities of a high-grade spirit weapon were not so easily breached. The already severely burned spectral soul wolf let out a haunting cry as Lin Chun's powerful blow struck it once more, leaving it limp and devoid of breath. A primordial beast of the 7th tier met its tragic end beneath Lin Chun's blade. Open! Lin Chun roared, as the azure flames danced along the dagger's tip, plunging fiercely into the wolf's skull. This time, empowered by the profound fire, Lin Chun was finally able to gradually carve open the wolf's head, extracting a gleaming black demon core from within. This core was rich with potent true energy. Devour! Lin Chun pressed his palm against the demon core, and the arcane image of the devouring sky diagram immediately manifested in his palm. With a swift motion, it was done, as if solidifying into a tangible form. The true energy transformed into colossal manifestations, rushing towards Lin Chun with fervor. Within this innate 7th-level demon core lay no fewer than 20 of these immense entities, all of which Lin Chun absorbed one by one. The demon core of the nether soul wolf shattered into fragments, while the 20 colossal figures of true energy converged into the devouring diagram, igniting a faint glow from 10,000 azure particles, all consumed in the process. Simultaneously, a rich essence of true energy surged back into Lin Chun's energy sphere, enhancing it by the strength equivalent to 5 more giants. Now, Lin Chun possessed the power of 20 colossal figures, a staggering 4-fold increase compared to an ordinary innate 5th-level practitioner. Excellent. At this pace, I estimate that within a month, I shall elevate the concentration of true energy to the strength of 1,000 giants. Lin Chun's demeanor remained cold as he prepared for a relentless spree of consumption and slaughter. With that, he melded once more into the shadows of the dark forest. Like a specter. Chapter 8. Lin Madness 5 days later, at the mid-slope of the Black Witch Mountains, beneath towering trees. A pungent smell of blood hung heavily in the air, droplets of crimson falling to the ground. Looking up, one could see 4 massive demon beasts suspended from the lofty branches, their bodies marred by a myriad of jagged wounds. A figure, drenched in the aura of bloodshed, concealed itself within the towering tree, unseen and untraceable. This figure was Lin Chun, who, after 5 days of relentless killing and devouring numerous demon cores, had heightened the concentration of true energy within him to the equivalent of 27 colossal figures. A commanding roar echoed through the woods, sending the ordinary spirit birds scattering in terror into the sky. Lin Chen's body immediately tensed, for the trap he had set was designed to lure the attention of the bloodthirsty demon beasts. The commanding roar that resonated through the air clearly indicated that a demon beast had fallen into his snare. Moments later, a magnificent and vividly striped tiger leaped forth from the underbrush, a faint king character etched upon its brow, its sharp, gleaming fangs extending the length of a hand. This tiger, known as the striped Fang tiger, possessed a cultivation level of innate sixfold and was evidently of royal lineage, as denoted by the mark upon its forehead. Tracking the scent of blood, the striped Fang tiger swiftly locked onto the corpse of the demon beast that hung from the towering tree, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intent. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the tiger propelled itself skyward, its maw agape as it aimed to tear into the suspended remains. Just then, a colossal fiery seal, ablaze with swirling dark flames, descended from above, crashing down upon the soaring striped Fang tiger with an overwhelming force. The tiger had no time to react. The fiery circle struck its massive form, the azure flames instantly enveloping the beast in a fierce conflagration. In a mere instant, this innate sixfold striped Fang tiger was vanquished with a single strike. Lin Chun then descended, and with a swift motion, he struck the tiger's head, extracting a pale yellow demon core from within. After consuming the demon core, the concentration of true energy within him surged, equating to the strength of 3 colossal elephants. His internal energy had reached an impressive 30-fold the strength of an elephant, comparable to the innate 6-fold stage of body refinement. The relentless slaughter over the past 5 days had indeed left him feeling somewhat fatigued in both body and spirit. Lin Chen cast aside the lifeless body of the colossal tiger and spoke in a calm tone. At this moment, his features were chiseled and resolute, exuding a faint aura of sanguine energy. His seemingly dull eyes, lacking in luster, possessed a sharpness akin to that of an eagle. You should take a moment to rest. I will soon utilize my spiritual sense to ascertain if any beasts are approaching, Blood Elder said, stroking his beard, his face a mask of satisfaction. Over the past 5 days, witnessing Lin Chen's relentless slaughter and devouring, Blood Elder was convinced that, with Lin Chen's indomitable spirit, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to greatness. Moreover, Lin Chen's martial prowess was profoundly astonishing to Blood Elder. Lin Chen shook his head, declining Blood Elder's suggestion. I am on the verge of advancing to the 6th layer of the innate realm, and I must expedite my cultivation. He had lingered at the 5th layer for a full 6 months. Now, with the absorption of demonic energy, he had elevated the concentration of his true qi to the level of the 6th layer of body tempering. He merely needed to surmount a single hurdle to breach the barrier of the 5th layer. Is someone there? Lin Chen exclaimed, startled. The Black Witch Mountain range was notorious for its rampant beasts, and visitors were rare. To encounter another person now was unexpected. However, Lin Chen's reflexes were sharp. He immediately stifled the flow of true qi within him and leaped onto a densely foliaged tree, concealing himself quietly. The sound of soft, rustling footsteps approached, barely audible. Had it not been for the tremendous strength of 30 elephants coursing through his body at that moment, he might not have detected it at all. Suddenly, a robust figure sprang forth from the underbrush, a man with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, a flicker of menace dancing across his face. Clad in the garb of a core disciple of the Lin family, Lin Kuang. In an instant, a name flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and his expression grew solemn. Lin Kuang was one of the more gifted disciples of the Lin family, boasting a cultivation level that had reached the 7th stage of the innate realm. Furthermore, Lin Kuang had mastered an exceptionally domineering palm technique, rarely encountering rivals of the same level. However, why would Lin Lai stray from diligent cultivation within the Lin family to venture into the Black Witch Mountains? It is well known that even with a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the innate realm, one could hardly stir significant waves in the treacherous Black Witch Mountains. Lin Chun himself relied on the spiritual awareness of the Blood Elder within the Swallowing Heaven array to navigate through perilous predicaments. Lin Kuang murmured, suddenly lifting his head to gaze upward. For corpses of demonic beasts dangled in the air, continuously dripping blood. A chill crossed Lin Kuang's face. Astonishingly, there were 4 corpses of demonic beasts at the 5th stage of the innate realm, alongside one at the 6th stage. This clearly appeared to be a trap designed to lure demonic beasts. Who could be responsible for such a ploy? Concealed beneath a great tree, Lin Chun, upon hearing Lin Kuang's voice, couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. the seemingly brutish man possessed such meticulous insight. Just then, as Lin Chun was astonished, the branch beneath his feet began to crack under the weight of his physique, producing a faint shattering sound. Yet, even this slight cracking noise was sufficient to alert a master at the 7th stage of the innate realm. Who goes there? Lin Kuang whirled around, his face filled with menace, and raised his hand to strike at Lin Chun with a palm attack. The chilling palm energy surged forth, though not overwhelmingly powerful. It was enough to reveal Lin Chun's position. In a series of quick movements, Lin Chun leaped down from the tree, narrowly evading the incoming palm strike. He was aware that his exposure was inevitable and had no intention of concealing himself any longer. Lin Chun Shu raised his eyebrows, gazing at Lin Kuang with a cool demeanor, stating, "As your young master, I possess the right to question you." Huh, absurd. Lin Kuang let out a boisterous laugh, looking down from his elevated position as he stepped forward, declaring, "With your capabilities, you dare to call yourself my young master? Our Lin family would never accept a waste like you as our leader. What a farce. I, Lin Kuang, am a being of innate 7th level, one of the many prodigies of the Lin family. Now, the entire Lin family is aware that Lin Chun's prominence has waned. What is there for me to fear? Moreover, Lin Chun is merely a prodigy in martial arts talent, possessing a mere innate 5th level cultivation. I ask you, what brings you here?" However, Lin Chun remained unfazed by Lin Kuang's words, his expression stern as he advanced step by step towards Lin Kuang. "What? Still flaunting your authority as the young master?" Lin Kuang arrogantly surveyed Lin Chun, and upon noticing his advance, a mocking smile crept upon his face. "Do you truly wish to engage in battle with me?" Lin Chun halted his steps and suddenly uttered softly, "You deserve to die." His voice, though low, was clear enough for Lin Kuang to hear. What did you just say? Repeat that." Lin Kuang was taken aback, incredulous that Lin Chun would dare utter such a phrase. He couldn't help but question whether he had misheard. A confrontation between someone of innate 5th level and another of innate 7th level was a foregone conclusion. Lin Chun's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he slowly reiterated, "I said, you deserve to die?" "What?" Lin Kuang listened intently this time, his expression shifting dramatically as he bellowed. "Lin Chun, addressing you as young master is a gesture of respect. To think you would be so ungrateful. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the family head today. How dare a mere 5th level innate practitioner provoke me? Such audacity deserves nothing less than death." With a swift motion, Lin Kuang lunged forward like a cannonball, launching himself towards Lin Chun, his hand raised to unleash a powerful strike, embodying the strength of 100 colossal elephants, shattering stone in its wake. Lin Chun, feeling the gravity of the situation, tensed up as he fixed his gaze on Lin Kuang, swiftly forming a seal with his hands. After all, Lin Kuang was a formidable presence at the 7th level of innate power, and his palm techniques were unrivaled among peers. How absurd. To dare retaliate against me. I will show you the true disparity in strength. As Lin Chun formed the seal, Lin Kuang's face twisted into a sneer. Although he recognized that Lin Chun was summoning the famed Xuanhua seal, he felt no fear, confident in his innate 7th level prowess. Dominating palm, Lin Kuang's hand shot forward, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes towards Lin Chun, exuding an overwhelming aura of superiority, invincible among the masses. With his set of dominating palm techniques, he was utterly unmatched. Die? Lin Kuang's face contorted into a sinister grin, envisioning Lin Chun rendered utterly helpless beneath his dominating palm. However, Lin Chun's eyes suddenly glinted with a cold determination as he shouted, "Xuanhua seal." A torrent of searing flames erupted from the air, brimming with intense power. The strength of 15 colossal elephants fueled the Xuanhua seal's blaze, the azure flames burning with fierce intensity. With a decisive push of his palm, the Xuanhua seal surged towards Lin Kuang. What? 6th level innate? Lin Kuang's expression suddenly shifted, his countenance darkening. What if you are at the 6th level of innate power? You shall still meet your demise. His figure moved incessantly as he unleashed the dominant palm technique towards the mystic fire seal. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce energy from the dominant palm caused the entire mystic fire seal to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the immense strength of 100 elephants. Witnessing this scene, Lin Kuang's scorn only intensified. What of the mystic fire seal? I will shatter it completely. The force of 100 elephants surged forth relentlessly, each palm strike growing more ferocious, threatening to obliterate the fiery circle of the mystic fire seal at any moment. However, Amidst Lin Kuang's taunts, an unexpected wave of searing heat emanated from behind the palm strikes. The mystic fire seal surged once more, crashing down upon Lin Kuang, transforming into a blazing inferno that enveloped him entirely. The anguished screams echoed from within the flames, a heart-wrenching cacophony. Even the formidable body of a high-grade spirit artifact could not withstand the searing temperature of the mystic fire. Lin Shen stood before the wailing figure engulfed in flames, his face slightly pale. Having invoked the mystic fire seal twice was already his limit. Were it not for Lin Kuang's arrogance and overconfidence, he would likely have to exert much greater effort to contend with him. Chapter 9. The Pure Yuan Spirit Pool. Lin Kuang, a being of the 7th level of innate power, felt his life force rapidly dwindling under the onslaught of the mystic fire. The cries of agony echoed repeatedly, growing weaker with each passing moment. Seizing the moment, Lin Shen promptly halted the Inferno's assault. The azure flames receded, revealing a tragic silhouette, bereft of his former arrogance. Lin Kuang was now a charred effigy, his features unrecognizable, his body exuding thick plumes of smoke and the acrid stench of burning flesh. With a sickening thud, he collapsed to his knees, a litany of agonized moans escaping his lips. Lin Kuang, Lin Shen stated impassively, I offer you one final opportunity. What is the purpose of your presence in the Black Witch Mountains? Lin Shen, Lin Kuang croaked, his voice laced with venom and a palpable dread, his bloodshot eyes struggling to focus. You will meet a most ignominious end. Is that so? Lin Shen retorted with a chilling smile. You have courted your own demise. Do not lay the blame at my feet. With those words, Lin Shen's hands began to weave a complex series of seals. A palpable heat rising in the air, the unmistakable harbinger of the Xian fire seal. No. Spare me, Lin Kuang cried, recoiling in terror at the sight of Lin Shen's gestures. What do you wish to know? I shall divulge all. It is wise of you to recognize the situation, Lin Shen said, halting his incantations. Should you attempt to conceal even the slightest detail, I shall allow you to once more savor the exquisite torment of the Xian fire. Lin Kuang shuddered at the pronouncement, a wave of terror washing over him. In his mind, Lin Shen had become synonymous with the very essence of evil. He was consumed by regret, lamenting his underestimation of the once feeble Lin Shen, who had now ascended to such formidable power in so brief a span. His strength had grown to rival that of 30 giant elephants. Swallowing hard, Lin Kuang feigned composure. We were dispatched by young Master Lin Han, he confessed, to retrieve the pure essence spirit pool from a location within the Black Witch Mountains. Lin Han is also here. Lin Shen furrowed his brow slightly and pressed. What is the pure Yuan spirit pool? Why does Lin Han seek it? I do not know. I have never heard of the pure Yuan spirit pool. Lin Kuang replied in fear. Young Master Lin Han merely asked us to accompany him. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Do you still wish to deceive me? And no, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Lin Kuang trembled at the murderous intent in Lin Shen's gaze and hurriedly explained. You will not give up until the bitter end. Lin Shen scoffed, his hands forming the seal once more. Lin Shen, he should not be lying to you. At that moment, the voice of Blood Elder resonated, tinged with mild astonishment. I never expected that the Black Witch Mountain Range harbors such a treasure as the pure Yuan spirit pool. Lin Shen ceased his gestures, casting a cold glance at Lin Kuang on the ground, and communicated telepathically, Blood Elder, what exactly is the pure Yuan spirit pool? Why does Lin Han covet it? The pure Yuan spirit pool is a rare and extraordinary treasure, rich in profound pure Yuan spiritual energy. Blood Elder stroked his beard and explained. When the essence within the pure Yuan spirit pool reaches a certain level, it can condense into a pure Yuan spirit pearl. A pure Yuan spirit pearl? Indeed. The pure Yuan spirit pearl contains enough pure Yuan spiritual energy to elevate a practitioner from the 9th level of the innate realm to the 10th. Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It can allow one to ascend from the 9th to the 10th level of the innate realm? Only upon reaching the 10th level of the innate realm can one truly comprehend the essence of power. The transition from the 9th to the 10th level is a formidable hurdle for any cultivator, requiring an immense amount of energy. In the pure Yuan spirit pearl, how immense must the contained spiritual energy be? Blood Elder chuckled softly and remarked, Lin Shen, the emergence of the pure Yuan spirit pool presents a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? Lin Shen appeared perplexed. If Lin Han were to obtain this pure Yuan spirit pearl, would his cultivation not advance further? How then could he triumph in the forthcoming family competition? Within the pure Yuan spirit pearl lies an enormous reservoir of energy, sufficient to significantly augment your vital essence. Blood Elder continued with a smile. Moreover, it could even facilitate a transformation of the devouring diagram within your dantian. What? The devouring diagram can undergo a transformation? Lin Shun was struck with astonishment. On the continent, the notion of transformative martial arts was virtually unheard of. Indeed, each time you absorb spiritual energy, you initially possess the strength of 20 colossal elephants, yet you acquire only the power of 5. The remainder of your vital essence melds into the devouring diagram. A sudden epiphany illuminated Lin Chen's mind, and after a moment of contemplation, everything fell into place. I must acquire the pure Yuan spirit pearl. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly, a fierce determination etched on his face. I shall ensure that Lin Han pays in blood for his transgressions. With that, his gaze fixed ominously upon Lin Kuang. He demanded, Lin Kuang, reveal Lin Han's whereabouts. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. The murderous intent in his tone was unmistakable, causing Lin Kuang to tremble uncontrollably, stammering, I will tell you. I will tell you. It is in a marsh 5 miles to the north of here. Excellent. You may rest assured. Lin Chen nodded and swiftly turned to head north with relentless ferocity. Severely burned and disfigured, Lin Kuang trembled as he rose from his spot, casting a venomous gaze towards the northern forest. With a tone brimming with malice, he vowed, Lin Shun, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. As his words echoed into the air, Lin Kuang's eyes abruptly contracted, for a blade of true energy, entwined with his own essence, pierced through his heart. The other disciples nodded in agreement, acknowledging the perilous nature of the Black Witch Mountain range. Humph, a pitiful creature. Lin Han remarked coldly. Let us wait a while. A fierce battle awaits us shortly. Observing this, a disciple with a sharp visage interjected, Young Master Lin Han, there is no need for such fervor. After all, the Lin family shall inevitably reign supreme. Another disciple, displaying a sycophantic demeanor, added, Indeed, young Master Lin Han, Lin Shun, despite his bluster, has already fled from the Lin family in fear. Precisely, young Master Lin Han. What right does Lin Shun have to be our family head? He is nothing but a worthless wretch. Lin Han's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he surveyed the gathered crowd, dismissing Lin Shun with disdain. He is merely an insignificant insect, unworthy of further mention. Assist me diligently, and I shall reward you handsomely. The 5 disciples bore expressions of unrestrained joy, showering him with flattery in abundance. Meanwhile, not far away, atop a towering ancient tree, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Lin Han, revel in your arrogance while you can. The day of our clan's competition shall mark your downfall. Not far off, Lin Han seemed to sense something awry, his brow furrowing slightly as he shifted his body, intent on turning to investigate. As Lin Chun beheld this scene, a shiver coursed through his body. His murderous aura, previously uncontrollable, had unexpectedly been perceived with such acuity by Lin Han. It is worth noting that Lin Han, now a master of the innate 8th level, was not someone Lin Chen could contend with. Should his presence be revealed, how could he possibly seize the pure Yuan spirit pearl? However, at that moment, a chilling roar echoed from the depths of the swamp, scattering the birds in flight and instilling a sense of dread. Lin Han's expression turned grave as he commanded, We must venture in together. Not far away, Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief upon witnessing this, and he began to stealthily navigate between the trees. Chapter 10. The Three-Winged Lion King. The entire swamp was suffused with an ancient aura of peril. Like a phantom, Lin Chen trailed behind Lin Han and the others, weaving through the ancient trees undetected. Lin Chen, exercise caution. A formidable presence lurks deep within that swamp, came the warning voice of Blood Elder. Typically, such treasures as the pure Yuan spirit pool are guarded by ferocious beasts, awaiting the moment the pure Yuan spirit pearl takes form. Lin Chen nodded, his vigilance intensifying. The thoughtful furrow in Lin Han's brow had been a harbinger of danger. Moments later, Lin Han and his companions reached the edge of the swamp, where towering ancient trees loomed overhead, revealing a vast stone cave before them. Before the ancient cave, there lay a pool as green as jade, shimmering with a cerulean aura. The surface of the pool was enveloped in a mist that seemed almost tangible, emanating an immensely potent energy that was continually brewing within. The pure Yuan spirit pool. Upon witnessing this verdant pool, Lin Han's eyes gleamed with intense greed. However, he halted 10 paces away. his gaze filled with a sense of impending danger directed towards the ancient stone cavern. Be cautious, everyone. We must unleash our full strength without reservation. Lin Han spoke in a low voice to the disciples behind him, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The 5 talented disciples, each possessing the innate strength of the 7th layer, nodded in unison, clearly sensing the palpable threat. Not far away, amidst the dense foliage of an ancient tree, Lin Shen squinted and murmured, "Is this the pure Yuan spirit pool? The immense power contained within it must be akin to that of 1,000 colossal beasts. No wonder Lin Han values it so highly. I absolutely cannot allow Lin Han to seize this pure Yuan spirit pool. Otherwise, with his innate 8th layer cultivation, should he advance further, he would be completely beyond my reach." Lin Han cast a cold stare at the pitch-black cave entrance. Suddenly, he raised his left hand, a chill emanating from his palm, coalescing into a shimmering ice blade. Once formed, he swiftly hurled the ice blade toward the cave. The icy dagger sliced through the air with a swift brilliance, piercing into the cave entrance. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from within the cave, and immediately, a fierce gust of wind erupted from the dark, tranquil opening. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated from within the cave, causing the entrance to tremble as if 1,000 warhorses were thundering across a battlefield. The 5 brilliant disciples were struck with fear, their faces paling at the overwhelming aura surging forth from the cavern. Gradually, the sound of galloping faded, revealing a majestic figure emerging from the cave's mouth, a ferocious lion. Adorned with 3 pairs of golden wings, bared its bloody maw at Lin Han and his companions. The lion's roar seemed to serve as a warning to them, exuding an intensity that surpassed even that of an innate 8th level being. Lin Shun felt the weight of the pressure, his expression shifting slightly. The ferocity of this beast exceeded all his expectations. This was the 3-winged Lion King, possessing the cultivation of an innate 9th level creature. Lin Shun, exercise caution, Blood Elder urged gravely. The 3 pairs of Lion King wings on its back are its most lethal weapons, capable of contending with innate 10th level beasts. The realization struck Lin Shun like a bolt of lightning. The 3-winged Lion King was indeed an innate 9th level entity, and it could leverage its wings to rival innate 10th level opponents. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he marveled at Lin Han's audacity. How could they dare provoke a beast of such formidable strength? Did Lin Han intend to confront this Lion King, equivalent to an innate 10th level being, with just the 5 of them? "Young master, should we retreat?" stammered the pale-faced youth with a sharp, monkey-like visage, trembling in fear at the sight of the 3-winged Lion King outside the cave. This was an innate 9th level creature, capable of tearing them all apart. The other 4 young disciples wore expressions of paleness and terror. The prowess of the 3-winged Lion King was utterly terrifying. Lin Han emanated a formidable aura of killing intent and coldly declared, "What? Do you wish to flee now? I have come prepared." The 5 talented disciples of the Lin family remained silent, their faces ashen. "Consume this blood dragon pill, and it will elevate your strength by a level sufficient to confront the 3-winged Lion King." Lin Han smirked icily as he tossed 5 blood-red, round pills into the air, each landing in the hands of the 5 disciples. Instantly, their faces brightened with joy, and without hesitation, they swallowed the blood dragon pill. "Blood fiend pill?" Elder Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "I never imagined Lin Han could be so cruel as to compel them to ingest the blood fiend pill." Lin Shen, puzzled, looked at the roaring 3-winged Lion King at the cave entrance and asked, "What is the blood fiend pill?" Elder Shui shook his head and replied, "The blood fiend pill is an exceedingly malevolent concoction. It enables the consumer's vital energy to coalesce into a blood fiend pearl, which possesses immense power, sufficient to injure the 3-winged Lion King." "What?" Lin Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Han's ruthlessness in deceiving several of the Lin family's most gifted disciples merely to concoct a blood fiend pearl to combat the 3-winged Lion King. Roaring continuously, the 3-winged Lion King exuded a fierce aura, yet it seemed to be waiting for something, remaining steadfast at the cave entrance. Before the entrance, the pure Yuan spirit pool shimmered with an increasingly brilliant light, and a robust aura was rapidly coalescing, indicating that the pure Yuan pearl was on the verge of solidification. Alas, how painful! My vital energy is ablaze. "Oh, save me, young master." The 5 talented disciples, after consuming the blood evil pill, were enveloped in a sinister crimson light, their faces contorting in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Shen observed the five with a sinister smile, remaining utterly unmoved. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds erupted from the abdomens of the five, each bursting open to reveal a gaping wound, from which a blood-red pearl tumbled forth. Within this crimson orb resided an oppressive malevolence. Humph, mere waste, what use are you? Lin Han cackled wildly, seizing the five blood-evil pearls in his grasp, and without hesitation, unleashed a chaotic barrage of ice spikes that pierced through the corpses of the five. Such ruthlessness! Lin Shen's eyes widened in shock at the scene, the murderous intent within him crystallizing further. Lin Han gazed greedily at the pure Yuan spirit pool, then suddenly turned to the three-winged Lion King, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. Without warning, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the beast. A colossal fist, forged from ice and snow, surged forth with a fierce wind, hurtling towards the three-winged Lion King with tremendous force. Roar! Faced with this icy fist, the three-winged Lion King erupted in a furious roar, its massive form leaping into the air as its three pairs of golden wings unfurled, unleashing beams of golden light to counter the approaching icy blow. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of explosions resounded relentlessly as the fierce winds shattered the colossal stones into fragments, creating a spectacle of awe and terror. Lin Han and the three-winged Lion King finally engaged in combat. Concealed atop an ancient tree, Lin Shen observed the fierce clash between the two, his entire being taut with anticipation. Clearly, he intended to seize the pure Yuan spirit pearl amidst their mutual destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions continued unabated, as Lin Han unleashed a terrifying blizzard, struggling to withstand the full might of the three-winged Lion King. However, faced with the Lion King's formidable attacks, Lin Han sustained significant injuries, his vitality waning steadily. In the shadows, Lin Shen remained utterly focused on the battle, poised to deliver a fatal blow the moment Lin Han acquired the pure Yuan spirit pearl. At this moment, the pure Yuan spirit pool began to tremble violently, waves of potent spiritual energy converging as if a great maw lurked beneath, consuming all the water within the pool. A brilliant azure radiance erupted forth, coalescing into a spherical orb imbued with an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy, shimmering with enchanting brilliance at the bottom of the altar. The pure Yuan spirit pearl had formed. Upon its manifestation, the three-winged Lion King grew increasingly ferocious, the three sets of wings behind him thrashing wildly, unleashing torrents of terrifying true energy that illuminated the surroundings, shattering the very earth. The onslaught was so brutal that Lin Han found himself utterly incapable of resistance. His form flickered as he moved. A fierce expression etched upon his face. With a sweeping motion of his hand, five blood-red pearls soared into the air, hurtling towards the three-winged Lion King. Explosion! Five blood-fiend pearls, at this moment, transformed into a surge of crimson light, manifesting an overwhelming energy reminiscent of 1,000 mighty elephants erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, 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 boom. The three-winged Lion King let out an enraged roar amidst the explosion of the five blood-fiend pearls, causing the entire pool platform to tremble under the force. Even the entrance of the stone cave was shattered by the aftershocks of the blast. Seizing this pivotal moment, Lin Han propelled himself towards the pure Yuan pool, intent on grasping the pure Yuan spirit pearl amidst the chaos of the blood fiend pearl's detonation. Suddenly, an unforeseen calamity struck. A fierce, blazing seal descended from the heavens, aimed menacingly at Lin Han. Chapter 11. The Power of a Fist. Who goes there? Lin Han bellowed. Sensing the lethal intent lurking behind him, he swiftly turned, unleashing a fist that sent forth a barrage of icy shards, hurtling towards the threat. Boom, boom, boom. With a single strike, the entire mystic fire seal quivered in the air, on the verge of collapse. Lin Chun leapt from the ancient tree. Seizing the opportunity as Lin Han executed his punch, his palm began to form a seal, and a scorching wind began to disperse around him. The mystic fire seal? You are Lin Shen. Lin Han observed Lin Shen emerging from the ancient tree with a cold glare, his eyes glinting with icy light. Lin Shen, I advise you to depart at once. Otherwise, I shall end your life here. What audacity, Lin Han. Today marks your day of reckoning. Lin Shen sneered, his murderous intent surging forth as the formation of his seal accelerated. Humph. Lin Han wore a grim expression, letting out a cold huff as his figure suddenly surged forward, transforming into an icy arm that swiftly grasped the pure Yuan spirit pearl. Observing this scene, Lin Shen could not help but inwardly scoff. Lin Han was truly incorrigible. Even in the face of imminent death, he still sought to seize the pure Yuan spirit pearl. The Xianhua seal unleashed devastation. At this moment, Lin Chun had fully formed his hand seal, and a blazing fire circle roared violently in the air. The combined might of 30 colossal elephants surged forth, amplifying the terror of the Xianhua seal, as if it could melt spiritual artifacts into molten metal. This Xianhua seal was Lin Chen's ultimate killing move. Lin Han had already exhausted too much true energy in his battle against the three-winged Lion King, rendering him incapable of withstanding Lin Chen's most formidable strike. Lin Chen, you court death. As the Xianhua seal thundered towards him, Lin Han's arm crystallized into a blade of ice, emanating an aura of frigidness as he swung it towards the Xianhua seal. A futile effort to halt a moving train. Lin Chen coldly smirked, his mind guiding the Xianhua seal to meet Lin Han's icy blade. Boom! The ice blade collided with the Xianhua seal, erupting in a tremendous explosion of energy, reverberating loudly. Yet, at this moment, Lin Han seemed to be at the end of his tether. His innate 8th-level strength was utterly ineffective, and he was forced to retreat under the impact of the Xianhua seal. Wielding the ice blade, Lin Han roared with a twisted expression, Lin Chun, I spared your life last time. Never did I expect you to take advantage of my vulnerability. Unfazed by his words, Lin Chen summoned all his true energy, declaring, Lin Han, you deserve your fate. You not only betrayed me, but also committed heinous acts against our fellow disciples, framing my father in the process. 100 deaths would not suffice as retribution. Every time I reflect upon the fact that my father, in his quest to find a remedy for my affliction, was ensnared by Lin Zhan's treachery and remains trapped in a terrifying forbidden zone, my inner fury knows no bounds. At this moment, the terrifying explosive energy emanating from the three-winged Lion King finally subsided. The colossal lion was drenched in blood, its aura radiating an overwhelming ferocity, evidently ignited by Lin Han's actions, which provoked the Lion King's wrath. Hurry and eliminate Lin Han, otherwise, none of us shall escape. Blood urged anxiously, for the three-winged Lion King could contend with beings of the 10th tier of innate strength, and even Lin Han would find it impossible to withstand the beast's might. Lin Chun felt a subtle chill in his heart as he commanded the Xianhua seal to launch an even more ferocious assault against Lin Han. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who was being forced back repeatedly under the onslaught of the Xianhua seal, wore a strange smile. Lin Chun, as a creature no more significant than an ant. You are forever unworthy of being the young master of the Lin family. Did you truly believe that your stealthy following went unnoticed? Today, I shall show you. This worthless fool, what true talent looks like. As these chilling words escaped his lips, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged within who had previously felt in control of the situation. The fact that Lin Han could still smile in the face of the Xianhua seal's assault hinted at the possibility that he still possessed hidden strength. This thought caused Lin Chen's heart to sink involuntarily. Lin Han wore a chilling and enigmatic smile, and suddenly an overwhelming aura surged from him, deep and resonant, as though the strength of 1,000 colossal elephants had coalesced within. Lin Chun, sensing impending danger, quickly sought to flee. Concealing his true cultivation level, he was at the 9th level of the innate realm. Blood Elder, trapped within the devouring diagram, felt the shift and immediately bellowed a warning. What? Lin Han had actually reached the 9th level of the innate realm? In just a few short days, he had achieved such remarkable progress? Lin Chen was taken aback, clearly struggling to fully comprehend Blood Elder's revelation. Nevertheless, his response was swift, without hesitation. He retracted the Xian fire seal and gathered his energy in preparation for a frantic escape. Do you truly believe you can elude me? A figure transformed into a shadow of ice, appearing before Lin Chen with a sinister grin. Lin Chen's body trembled. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no chance to escape. The ground behind him rumbled ominously, and the furious roar of a beast reverberated through the forest, signaling the enraged three-winged Lion King charging towards Lin Chen. Fool! You shall forever remain a fool. Prepare to embrace your impending demise. Lin Han's smile was icy as he suddenly thrust his fist forward, aiming a punch at Lin Chen. From his fist emanated an endless cascade of icy brilliance, resembling countless snowflakes layered upon one another, each distinctly taking the form of this icy radiance sent a chill even through Lin Chen, who had cultivated the heavenly fire seal. A terrifying aura emanated from the fist. Heavenly Ice Fist. Lin Han, with a malevolent expression, unleashed a devastating blow, unleashing a torrent of ice crystal snowflakes from between his fingers. Every snowflake, resembling an ice cube, possesses a terrifying power akin to that of 100 elephants. Xianbing? Lin Shen immediately gathered his true energy, preparing to withstand Lin Han's formidable strike. This icy radiance reminded him of the Xianbing, an entity on par with the Xuanhua seal. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shen comprehended that Lin Han had likely cultivated the cold ice technique and acquired the supreme martial skill, the heavenly ice-cold Xian force. Useless fool. Relish the wrath of the three-winged Lion King. Lin Han cackled maniacally as he unleashed a punch infused with boundless icy snowflakes, crashing into Lin Chen's braced arms. Boom. A force as colossal as a mountain surged forth, and Lin Chen felt as though he were being battered by countless boulders. His form was sent hurtling backward, his entire being encased in ice, resembling a frozen sculpture. The might of that single punch had nearly extinguished Lin Chen's vitality. Meanwhile, the three-winged Lion King surged forward behind Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's trajectory collided with the approaching Lion King. A shocking scene unfolded. The three-winged Lion King, struck by the rebounding Lin Chen, appeared to suffer an equally terrifying impact. Its massive body propelled away like a cannonball. The heavenly ice fist not only left Lin Chen on the brink of death, but also sent the three-winged Lion King flying alongside him. What a terrifying force! Both Lin Chen and the three-winged Lion King, propelled by this dreadful power, crashed into the cavern, and within moments, the cavern reverberated with the sound of a tremendous collision. Lin Han, clutching the pure Yuan spirit pearl, wore a disdainful expression upon his pallid face. Uselessness is indeed synonymous with failure. With a single strike, the might of this blow upon the three-winged Lion King was insufficient to slay you. Await your awakening, and you shall be gradually torn apart by the Lion King. The moment Lin Chen unexpectedly exuded an aura of murderous intent, Lin Han sensed the presence of a stalker. He promptly devised a cunning scheme. His current cultivation was yet inadequate to vanquish the three-winged Lion King, hence he vented the Lion King's fury, sparked by the theft of the pure Yuan spirit pearl, upon the one who followed him. However, to Lin Han's slight astonishment, the individual tailing him turned out to be Lin Chen, who had long since vanished from the Lin family. Chapter 12. The seven-star constellation struck by Lin Han's punch. Lin Chen fell into a state of complete entrapment, his entire essence frozen by the terrifying Xianbing. Boom, boom, boom. Both Lin Chen and the immense form of the three-winged Lion King collided forcefully against the stone wall, instantly creating a vast pit within the cavern. The man and beast were both ensnared within the depths of the cave. As the echoes of their explosive clash dissipated, the cavern once again submerged into a realm of darkness and silence. Within the icy confines, a surge of bloodlight ignited upon Lin Chen's chest, where the devouring celestial map lay. The ethereal figure of an ancient elder ascended from the formation. As soon as the blood elder manifested, he pointed a finger at the Xianbing encasing Lin Chen and exclaimed, "Lin Chen, awaken swiftly." A torrent of bloodlight erupted from his fingertip, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. Gradually, the Xianbing surrounding him began to dissolve in this radiant glow. The blood elder's spectral form, while channeling this bloodlight, became almost translucent, poised to vanish at any moment. The current devouring celestial diagram is no longer the supreme formation it once was. It is now marred and incomplete. Blood Elder, in his efforts to awaken Lin Chen, has expended nearly all the remaining power within the devouring celestial diagram. Lin Chen instinctively groaned, slowly lifting his heavy eyelids. The pain coursing through his body made him draw a sharp breath. At this moment, the devouring diagram within his dantian had become dim and lifeless, with 10,000 azure particles lying still as if they were inert. The vital energy of 30 colossal elephants had been completely extinguished, leaving him utterly depleted. His body was covered in numerous wounds, the blood having congealed. "Kid, you must flee this place swiftly. The three-winged Lion King is far from dead." Blood Elder, appearing frail, gazed at the newly awakened Lin Chen and urged him. Lin Chen shook his throbbing head, and, upon noticing Blood Elder's weakened state, his expression changed dramatically. "Blood Elder, what has happened to you?" He immediately recalled that it was Blood Elder's power that had roused him from his frozen state. Seeing Lin Chen's anxious demeanor, Blood Elder managed a comforting smile. "I am fine, merely a bit overexerted." After speaking, Blood Elder's form weakly twisted and transformed into a wisp of white smoke that drifted into the devouring celestial diagram. Lin Chen's face darkened as he attempted to connect with the devouring celestial diagram through his thoughts. but there was no response. It seemed that Blood Elder had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a loud, heavy breathing sound emanated from behind Lin Chun. His expression shifted as he turned to look. The three-winged Lion King stood there, panting heavily, its golden eyelids trembling as if it were on the verge of awakening at any moment. Hurry and go. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and he immediately stumbled into the dark cave. In his prime, he would have had no chance against the severely injured three-winged Lion King. The cave was enveloped in an inky darkness, punctuated only by the sound of dripping water, unfathomable and leading to an unknown destination. A pervasive scent of blood filled the air, as if many demonic beasts had met their demise here, contributing to the thick, iron-laden atmosphere. To his astonishment, Lin Han's strength had actually reached the 9th level of the innate meridian realm. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he navigated the stone cavern in the dark. With a single punch, Lin Han had sent both him and the three-winged Lion King flying. And he had also mastered the celestial ice-cold profound energy, making him far more formidable than an ordinary 9th level innate. In just a few days, Lin Han's power had surged at an alarming rate. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the pure Yuan Spirit Pearl, he was poised to enter the 10th level of the innate Breaking Dan realm, potentially becoming the foremost individual beneath the realm of divine law. With Lin Chen currently at the 5th level of innate, how could he possibly contend with Lin Han? In about 20 days, the Lin family's clan competition would take place, and whether he could retain his position as the young master would hinge on that moment of triumph or failure. Yet, the explosive rise in Lin Han's strength weighed heavily on Lin Chun, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure. Suddenly, as Lin Chun pondered his predicament, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from the depths of the cave, compelling him to halt his advance. Such a rich and potent spiritual energy. Lin Chen wore an expression of astonishment as he extended his left hand towards the front, causing torrents of energy, as robust as water pipes, to surge into his body. The once dry Dantian was once again nourished by the essence of true qi. He took a deep breath, suppressing the joy swelling within him, and began to advance slowly into the depths of the stone cavern. At this moment, he was not yet able to rise and recover from his injuries. After all, the three-winged Lion King was a formidable beast capable of contending with innate-level practitioners of the 10th rank, possessing an exceptionally resilient physical defense. It would awaken in just a moment. The very space around him was saturated with such dense spiritual energy. What terrifying level of energy awaited him within the stone cavern? With sufficient spiritual energy, Lin Chun was undoubtedly confident that his strength would surge dramatically in a short span of time. Gradually, he lost track of how long he had been walking, when a few scattered points of light emerged from the depths of the cavern, as if indicating an exit at the end of this stone passage. Upon reaching this point, the surrounding energy was overwhelmingly potent, even more so than that of the pure Yuan Spirit Pool. Reflecting on how the three-winged Lion King had steadfastly guarded the cave entrance against Lin Han and his companions' provocations, it was reasonable to surmise that treasures of greater worth than those found in the pure Yuan Spirit Pool lay within the cavern. It is known that the spiritual essence contained within the pure Yuan Spirit Pearl is sufficient to elevate a practitioner from the 9th to the 10th rank of innate level. What kind of treasures could possibly exist within this stone cavern that surpassed even the pure Yuan Spirit Pearl? Lin Chen fought to steady his racing heart as he gradually made his way toward the source of illumination. Upon reaching the cavern's base, everything opened up before him, resembling broad daylight. Lin Chun was immediately taken aback by the spectacle that lay before his eyes. At the bottom of the stone cave, a remarkably flat expanse stretched across a square of several meters. 7 stone pools lay dry, revealing a peculiar, darkened stone at the base. Above these 7 pools floated a perfectly round pure Yuan Spirit Pearl, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. 7 pure Yuan Spirit Pearls floated above the stone pools, seemingly interconnected by an extraordinarily unique formation, resembling a celestial alignment of 7 stars. With a gulp, Lin Chen swallowed hard as he gazed upon the interconnected pure Yuan Spirit Pearls, forcing himself to attain a state of calm. 7 pure Yuan Spirit Pearls. What an immense and terrifying reservoir of spiritual energy they must possess. It is known that even a single pure Yuan Spirit Pearl harbors the strength equivalent to that of 1,000 true Qi giants, sufficient to transcend a realm. Just imagine the power contained within 7. Regaining his composure, Lin Chun leapt toward the center of the arrangement of the 7 stone pools. With a swift motion, he reached for one of the pure Yuan Spirit Pearls. Upon grasping the pearl, a jolt of energy surged through him. The pure, overwhelming spiritual essence enveloped him in unparalleled comfort. Without hesitation, he propelled himself toward the remaining 6 pure Yuan spirit pearls. Ecstatic upon acquiring all 7, Lin Xin felt a glimmer of hope in his quest to vanquish Lin Han. Concealing his elation, he sat cross-legged, cradling 1 pure Yuan spirit pearl in his hands, and immediately began to cultivate. A formidable suction emanated from within Lin Xun, drawing forth waves of true qi giants from the pure Yuan spirit pearl, which flowed into his dantian. The strength of 10 colossal elephants, 20 colossal elephants, 30 colossal elephants, 40 colossal elephants. The once barren and desolate dantian now burgeoned with vitality, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Xun had absorbed the formidable essence of a staggering 80 true qi elephants, his entire being brimming with indomitable power. The dim and lifeless devouring diagram within his dantian fervently absorbed the true qi from the pure Yuan spirit pearl as 10,000 azure particles quivered and expanded incessantly. To Lin Xin's astonishment, the devouring diagram suddenly unleashed a terrifying force of attraction that made the very earth tremble. 1,000 true qi elephants were forcibly drawn from the pure Yuan spirit pearl, surging into Lin Xin's dantian under the relentless pull of the devouring diagram. Consequently, the entire pure Yuan spirit pearl became utterly depleted. With a thunderous roar, Lin Xin's strength surged to an astonishing 100 true qi elephants. It felt as if he had undergone a profound baptism, his body invigorated and teeming with spiritual resonance. A single drop of his essence was sufficient to shatter any mundane blade. He had broken through to the 6th stage of the innate body refinement realm. However, before Lin Xun could revel in his triumph, the devouring diagram within him underwent a monumental transformation. The original 10,000 azure particles had now escalated to a remarkable 1 million, shimmering like a constellation and radiating captivating brilliance. The devouring diagram had evolved for the first time. Previously, through the sage council of Blood Elder, Lin Xun had learned that the devouring diagram cultivated through the devouring magic would continue to evolve alongside the absorbed true qi. The higher the evolution, the greater the baseline for energy absorption, enabling it to assimilate even more advanced forms of energy. Moreover, when the devouring diagram undergoes its 2nd evolution, transforming into the devouring furnace, it can serve as one's own innate treasure for vanquishing foes. The evolution of the devouring diagram filled Lin Xun with elation, undoubtedly presenting him with an additional lifeline. Should he successfully advance to the devouring furnace, Lin Xun's destructive prowess would become even more formidable. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, reverberating throughout the cavern. A colossal, rage-filled figure materialized at the base of the stone chamber, an overwhelming aura of malice sweeping through, causing the pebbles on the cave floor to tremble faintly. Chapter 13. The arrival of the bronze ancient coffin. This is dire. Lin Xun's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately propelled himself toward the bottom of the cavern. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the 3-winged Lion King had awakened. Although he had just absorbed the strength of 100 mighty elephants, equivalent to the innate 7th level, he was still far from being a match for the 3-winged Lion King. Roar! The beastly eyes of the 3-winged Lion King scanned the 7 empty stone pools, his fury intensifying. As the king of beasts, the 3-winged Lion King was now utterly enraged. The 3 pairs of wings behind him surged violently, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as his massive form lunged toward Lin Xun, gigantic claws raking through the air with lethal intent. In his furious state, the 3-winged Lion King's attacks were even more bloodthirsty. Mystic Fire Seal. Lin Xun swiftly formed a hand gesture, igniting a blazing fire seal that erupted with intensity. The power of the first Mystic Fire Seal, fueled by the essence of 100 true qi elephants, was terrifyingly immense. However, in a fit of rage, the 3-winged Lion King struck the Xuanhua Seal with a powerful paw. An ethereal lion, formed from pure energy, erupted from his claws, ferociously tearing at the seal. Under the assault of the lion's might, the fire seal trembled and was unable to withstand such fierce power, shattering repeatedly. What terrifying strength! Witnessing the 3-winged Lion King shred the Xuanhua Seal with a single swipe sent Lin Xun's heart racing, compelling him to flee with great haste. Engaging the 3-winged Lion King head-on was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Roar! The 3-winged Lion King let out an enraged roar behind Lin Xun, leaping into the air as the trio of lion wings began to beat vigorously, unleashing waves of golden energy. A palpable sense of danger surged behind Lin Shun. His entire being tensed, acutely aware of the Lion King's lethal intent, with no means of evasion. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal with his hands, the second seal, the spear of fiery flames. As he executed the seal, all of his energy was drawn forth from his dantian, converging into the symbols in his hands. With a sudden motion, he pulled apart his hands, igniting a blaze of blue flames that spiraled upward like ethereal serpents, coalescing into a spear of fiery wrath. Burning fiercely and capable of piercing through anything, this was the second seal of the Heavenly Fire Seal's first 3 seals. A technique Lin Shun could only just manage to wield with the strength of his 100-headed energy elephant. As the waves of golden energy surged toward him, piercing through the sandstorm with tremendous force, Lin Shun swiftly turned, thrusting the over-meter-long spear of fiery flames towards the oncoming barrage. The intense heat surged forth, flames roiling, consuming everything in their path. As the spear of the burning fire pierced through the myriad strands of golden light, it instantaneously erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, transforming into a surging sea of azure flames that engulfed all the golden radiance within, incinerating it with fervent intensity. This cerulean flame was a manifestation of the blazing fire, a force surpassing even the profound fire, embodying the essence of an all-consuming inferno. Even the formidable 3-winged Lion King would hesitate momentarily amidst the explosive conflagration. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light was consumed in the inferno, resonating with thunderous detonations, while the blue flames cascaded around like a torrential rain of fire, reducing the very stones of the ground to mere ashes. Lin Shun was caught in the aftermath of this explosion, tumbling to the ground, his visage smeared with soot and dust. In invoking the second seal, he found his internal energy nearly depleted. That heart-wrenching strike could barely stave off the lethal assault of the 3-winged Lion King. At that moment, a beastly roar reverberated once more. A colossal beast, swirling with energy, surged forth from the fiery abyss, descending with an imposing presence. The beast's shadow roared forth from the flames, its immense form plummeting towards Lin Shun. Alarm surged within him. He instinctively tensed and attempted to evade, but a searing pain radiated from his arm, immobilizing him with an overwhelming force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed repeatedly. In that instant, the massive body of the 3-winged Lion King descended upon Lin Shun, its colossal paws brutally pinning his arms down. It was as if 2 massive iron spikes had driven him into the crevices of the stone, rendering him utterly motionless. Roar! The 3-winged Lion King let out a furious roar, its massive jaws gaping wide as an overwhelming aura surged forth, within which the spectral visage of a lion's head flickered ominously. A lethal strike. The 3-winged Lion King unleashed its fatal blow upon Lin Shun. Lin Shun's eyes narrowed to pinpricks as he beheld the increasingly distinct lion's head materializing from the beast's maw, a chilling sense of impending doom enveloping him. At that moment, Lin Shun was utterly exhausted, unable to evade the oncoming lion's projectile. Had he not attained the body refinement stage, possessing the formidable resilience of a low-grade spirit artifact, he might have been utterly crushed by the Lion King's massive force. What to do now? A cold dread gripped Lin Shun's heart. His vendetta remained unfulfilled, and he could not accept such a fate. But in that instant, roar! Before Lin Shun could contemplate further, the 3-winged Lion King lowered its head with ferocity, unleashing a lion's head that seemed almost lifelike from its mouth, bellowing with ferocious intent as it hurtled toward Lin Shun. The lion's projectile. Boom! In an instant, the projectile struck Lin Shun's head with a terrifying explosion. The 3-winged Lion King evaded the shockwave of the blast, its colossal form leaping aside, still glaring menacingly at Lin Shun. At that moment, Lin Shun found himself engulfed in the explosion of the lion's projectile, his hands shattered, driven into the ground. The 3-winged Lion King let out a few low growls, preparing to turn away, when suddenly, the entire space trembled slightly. A surge of primordial energy erupted violently. As an ancient bronze coffin hovered above Lin Shun's form, its surface adorned with intricate engravings of ancient deities and demons. Below this bronze coffin, Lin Shun's eyes widened in astonishment, staring vacantly at the artifact before him. The coffin floated silently in front of Lin Shun, motionless, as if devoid of any presence. Suddenly, the fearsome Lion King, with blood-red eyes, lunged forward, its claws outstretched, unleashing a terrifying force aimed at the bronze coffin. The voice of the ethereal and timeless fallen heaven's hand echoed through the air as the coffin's door abruptly shifted, revealing a void within. This opening unveiled an endless abyss, suggesting that the bronze coffin served as a vessel for this dark chasm. A pitch-black hand suddenly emerged from the depths of the void, reaching out to fiercely grasp the advancing three-winged Lion King. As the dark hand clutched, the entire space warped under its grasp, and the Lion King's form erupted into an immense cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 14. Fallen Heaven's Hand. The mysterious voice that had haunted Lin Shun for 3 long years had finally manifested in the form of this bronze coffin. Could it be that this very coffin would become his final resting place? Lin Shun collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by an icy chill, feeling an unseen net binding him in place. Riddles. An abundance of enigmas. Just as Lin Shun succumbed to this shock and confusion, a sudden tremor coursed through him, and a warm current began to emanate from his brow, flowing ceaselessly throughout his entire being. Lin Shun opened his eyes in astonishment. As his mind stirred, he immediately sensed the presence of the ancient bronze coffin at his brow. This enigmatic artifact, suspended quietly, emanated a mystical aura, with its divine patterns flickering in shades of azure, timeless and immovable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun directed his consciousness towards the bronze coffin nestled within his brow, seeking to evoke some response. In that moment, the ancient text of the Xianshang Jun Tianjing surged forth. The bronze coffin quivered intensely, and a myriad of archaic characters materialized across its surface. A torrent of profound scriptures flooded into Lin Shun's mind. Mysterious azure characters, embodying countless arcane principles, flowed ceaselessly from the coffin, coalescing into a diminutive azure figure that darted into Lin Shun's dantian. This azure figure sat cross-legged within his dantian, its features indistinct, enshrouded by an infinity of runes. Overwhelmed by an excruciating pain, Lin Shun clutched his head and cried out in torment. His skull felt as if it might split open, inundated with an immense and profound martial art. It was as though he were engulfed in the flames of purgatory, as the mysterious martial texts transformed into profound treatises, assimilating into his very being. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Shun knelt upon the ground, disheveled, murmuring with eyes clouded. The first chapter, The Hand of Suppression. The vast and formidable martial text that surged from the bronze coffin unmistakably narrated the first chapter of an arcane technique, the Hand of Suppression, an exceptionally formidable martial art. Lin Shun suddenly recalled the moment when the three-winged Lion King ferociously launched an assault on the ancient bronze coffin. From within the coffin emerged a colossal, wielding the formidable technique known as the Hand of Futu, which distorted the very fabric of space itself. Could it be that the Hand of Futu, which had infiltrated the ancient coffin, was the martial skill executed by that enigmatic black hand? The mere thought sent Lin Shun's breath into disarray. To possess the power to compress space with a single hand was nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps even the later imprints of the heavenly fire seal could not compare. Seated on the ground, Lin Shun took a deep breath and pondered, what exactly is this ancient bronze coffin? How could it have saved me and imparted martial techniques? The veracity of the mysterious voice's claims remained an enigma. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Letting out a sigh, he mused. Since I currently lack the strength to unravel this mystery, it would be wiser to focus on mastering this terrifying martial skill to enhance my power. Once my abilities reach a formidable level, all confusion will dissipate. With that resolve, Lin Shun settled into a meditative position, turning his gaze inward to his dantian. Within it floated a transparent orb surrounded by a staggering 1 million azure particles. At the center of this mesmerizing scene sat a mysterious azure figure, embodying the entirety of the Hand of Futu's martial skill. It was akin to the previous heavenly fire seal, which manifested as a quivering white flame. Yet, the Hand of Futu was even more formidable, having taken on a humanoid form. After contemplating this for a moment, Lin Shun retrieved a pure Yuan spirit pearl, beginning the process of restoring his true energy. This time, Lin Shun did not commence his devouring. He merely restored the entirety of the power of the 100 beasts within him. After replenishing his true energy, Lin Shun, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the depths of the stone cavern. At this moment, the cave had returned to its dim and tranquil state. Yet Lin Shun could distinctly perceive tendrils of black smoke rising from the ground, surrounded by numerous pits and splattered blood. The Hand of Fateful Day? Lin Shun's eyes burned with intensity as he focused on the stone wall before him, the true energy in his dantian surging wildly into the azure figurine. With a fierce grip, he thrust forward towards the stone wall, his true energy entwined, manifesting the Hand of Fateful Day. His right hand descended like an instrument of divine power, encountering no resistance as it effortlessly struck the stone wall, causing a resounding explosion that shattered layers of rock, revealing a gaping black pit towering over 3 men in height, debris cascading to the ground. Hiss! Gazing at the pitch-black pit, Lin Shan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The sheer might of a seemingly casual strike was astonishing. However, the true energy within him had been entirely expended, the consumption surpassing that of the fiery spear by no small measure. Such terrifying power required a substantial reserve of true energy to sustain. Awakening from his astonishment, Lin Shan glanced at the remnants of his dantian, a bitter smile appearing on his face. While the hand of Fateful Day possessed immense strength, its consumption was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Since the ancient bronze coffin posed no threat to him at present, he resolved to take this opportunity to bolster his strength in due time. Even if it sought to harm him, it would likely fail. With a firm resolution, Lin Shan embraced the martial technique of the hand of Fateful Day with tranquility and clarity. It is important to note that this martial technique is merely the first chapter of the profound sovereign's heavenly scripture. If the subsequent chapters, the second, third, and so forth, are even more formidable, one can only imagine the depths of their terror. After contemplating this, Lin Shan's figure vanished within the stone cave. 20 days later, he ascended to the 7th level of the innate realm. Lin Shan sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the 2 pure yuan spirit pearls floating before him. Suddenly, he activated the devouring diagram within him. At that moment, Lin Shan's countenance was resolute, imbued with a hint of weariness wrought from bloodshed. Throughout these 20 days, he had continuously teetered on the brink of death, mastering the hand of Futu with unparalleled finesse, which allowed him to embark upon his ascent to the 7th level of the innate realm. With a deep inhale, a powerful suction erupted, causing the 2 pure yuan spirit pearls to tremble in the air. Waves of true qi, resembling a torrent of beasts, surged toward Lin Shan's mouth relentlessly. The multitude of particles suspended in the air vibrated, radiating a luminous glow. Continuous streams of true qi were consumed and transformed into Lin Shan's own energy. 150, 200, 300. The conglomerate of true qi surged to an extraordinary 400. With a mighty shout, Lin Shan's energy coursed through his limbs and bones. The relentless flow of true qi inundated his body, initiating a gradual refinement process. Lin Shan expanded, towering as if he were 3 men in stature, his muscles bulging. Subsequently, he began to contract like a deflating balloon, his muscles tightening, harboring an astonishing force. He had indeed reached the 7th level of the innate realm, possessing the ability to refine his body. However, Lin Shan's capabilities extend far beyond this. He once again cast forth a pure yuan spirit pearl, bellowing, innate 8th level. With a deep inhalation, an unceasing torrent of true energy surged forth. The might of the true energy giants within him swelled to a staggering force of 800. The million particle patterns shimmered with increasing brilliance, indicating that once Lin Shan absorbed a substantial amount of true energy, he would complete the metamorphosis of the devouring furnace. Breaking through to the innate 8th level was effortlessly within his grasp. Over the past 20 days, he had honed his transformation martial skills to an extraordinary level. As Lin Shan slowly opened his eyes, he flicked his fingers, and a stream of true energy erupted from his fingertips, akin to a piercing arrow that penetrated and shattered a towering tree. Indeed, the power of the innate 8th level transformation was immense. With a gentle sigh, he collected the remaining 3 pure yuan spirit pearls, which still contained several hundred true energy giants. At that moment, he possessed 6 pure yuan spirit pearls, 3 of which had expended half of their pure energy. Calculating the time, the month-long agreement was evidently drawing near. The grand family competition of the Lin clan was about to commence. After a month of arduous cultivation, coupled with Lin Han's betrayal and schemes, Lin Shan's inner killing intent had expanded infinitely. Had it not been for the sudden tremor of the ancient bronze, Lin Shan might have become a mere specter beneath the cannon fire of the 3-winged Lion King. Given Lin Han's innate talent, he would have likely already broken through to the innate 10th level with the aid of the pure yuan spirit pearls. Yet, at this moment, Lin Shan bore a formidable force of 800 giants within him, surpassing the innate 9th level by 300. Though slightly inferior to the innate peak of the 10th level, the combination of the heavenly fire seal and the hand of Futu is sufficient to bridge. Lin Shan took a deep breath, his murderous intent surging, as he immersed himself within the depths of the forest. All grievances would be settled on the day of the youth competition. Chapter 15. Qin grew at the base of the Black Witch mountain range. A winding path stretched endlessly toward the north. Amidst the dense woods, a figure darted through the trees, silent and swift, like a galloping demon tiger, its shadow flickering. Lin Shun glided past towering trees, his keen hawk-like eyes rapidly absorbing the surroundings, vigilant and alert. Before long, a broad official road materialized before him, leading to Nighttide City. Just as Lin Shun was about to step onto the thoroughfare, the distant sound of thundering hooves echoed, clouds of dust rising from the far end of the road. His expression shifted, and Lin Shun quickly concealed his presence, leaping into the thick foliage to observe the approaching figures. 5 robust horses came into view, their blood-red forms exuding immense power. These were indeed a type of mounted demon beast known as blood horses, valued beyond the means of ordinary families. Clearly, these 5 individuals hailed from a prominent sect. Leading the group was a young man with a proud smile, wielding a firearm and radiating a terrifying aura of true energy. His cultivation at the formidable 9th level of the innate realm. Behind him, 3 disciples, each armed with blades, possessed strength at the 8th level of innate cultivation. However, what captured Lin Shun's attention was not these 4 disciples, but rather the young woman in blue attire standing among them. The young girl clad in azure attire wore a veil of delicate white, her soft figure exuding an ethereal grace. Her alabaster wrists, kissed by the sun's rays, glimmered with a captivating blush. With slender fingers, she tenderly grasped the reins of a blood-red steed. The eyes of this enigmatic maiden shimmered like rippling water, her cerulean irises radiating a gentle luminosity that instinctively beckoned one to offer her protection. Despite being merely at the 7th level of innate, within her form resided a pulsating energy that left even Lin Shun feeling a twinge of trepidation. Who, indeed, were these 5 individuals? Lin Shun pondered, noting that the ages of the 4 disciples appeared to be merely 17 or 18, yet they had attained such formidable levels of prowess, indicative of profound resources and remarkable talent. Although puzzled, Lin Shun concealed his presence within the thicket, confident that their cultivation was insufficient to detect his whereabouts. The 5 blood steeds galloped along the official road, approaching the very forest where Lin Shun lay hidden. Suddenly, the blue-clad maiden halted her mount, sensing an intruder. Her voice, though frail, resonated clearly in the ears of her companions. Halt! Someone is concealed here. The proud young leader's demeanor shifted, his countenance darkening as he seized the reins of the blood steed and brandished his spear, proclaiming, "Who dares to hide in this place? Show yourself at once, or do not blame my spear for its ruthlessness." The other 3 disciples, equally vigilant, drew their blades, their expressions stern. A gentle breeze stirred the foliage, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, concealed within the dense forest, felt a jolt of alarm as the azure-clad maiden's words pierced the air. Had they truly discovered his presence? How could one with merely the cultivation of the innate 7th level discern his whereabouts? Speak up quickly, or I might spare you only a fleeting breath. The tone was haughty, laced with profound disdain. However, Lin Shun remained unfazed, entirely indifferent to the other's demeanor. With his current prowess, eliminating this youth would be effortlessly within his grasp. "Everyone, I am but a solitary cultivator, merely honing my skills in the Black Witch mountain range," Lin Shun remarked, shrugging nonchalantly while concealing his aura, offering a polite fist salute with a smile. Upon witnessing this gesture, the other 3 disciples' expressions softened slightly, sheathing their weapons. Devoid of any imposing arrogance, Lin Shun's reigned in aura undoubtedly signified a benevolent omen. Moreover, he was clad in garments of animal hide, emanating a faint scent of blood, likely a testament to his recent encounters with ferocious beasts. Such pretense. With your cultivation level, you claim to be traversing the Black Witch mountain range? Speak. Who dispatched the assassin? The leading youth, Wei Han, smirked derisively at Lin Shun's words, then brandished his spear, his vital energy surging, as if ready to strike Lin Shun down at the slightest provocation. Lin Shun gazed calmly at the spear aimed menacingly at him, unperturbed, and instead cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic girl in blue who concealed her face. Among this ensemble, only she stirred a flicker of unease within him. The 3 youthful disciples behind Wei Han exchanged glances, revealing faint smiles tinged with bitterness, their words caught in their throats. Lin Shun took all this in, surmising that this individual before him typically exuded such an arrogant demeanor, lacking any genuine popularity among his peers. "Wei Han, must you still clutch your spear?" The girl in the blue attire, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority, addressed him. Sir, he is an assassin. Wei Han, feeling a sense of reluctance, lowered his spear. Lin Shen, witnessing this scene, felt a slight tremor in his heart. It seemed that the girl in the blue attire held considerable sway within this group. Yet, what powers did these individuals possess? Guided by her blood steed, the masked girl approached Lin Shen, winking her water-like blue eyes at him, and softly inquired, Brother Lin Shen, I, Qing Ro, have a request to make. Might you be inclined to grant it? The title Brother Lin Shen stirred something within him, and he smiled as he replied. For the sake of being called Brother Lin Shen, should I be able to assist Qing Ro, I shall certainly do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Han's expression turned icy. He crossed his spear and coldly admonished, Impudent. Do you think someone of your lowly status can utter the name of the young lady? Lin Shen's gaze hardened, yet he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Qing Ro interjected softly, Wei Han, I do not wish to repeat myself. Wei Han trembled slightly, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly lowered his weapon, though his countenance still radiated hostility towards Lin Shen, as if they were sworn enemies. The three disciples behind them exchanged glances, casting Lin Shen a look of helplessness. Little did they know that Wei Han was one of Qing Ro's admirers in their sect. Only those close to her or the continent's young talents were permitted to invoke her name. What puzzled them was how a mere wandering cultivator like Lin Shen had earned such an honor from the young lady. Moreover, she affectionately referred to him as Brother Lin Shen, a privilege even Wei Han could not claim. Qing Ro cast an apologetic glance at Lin Shen and gently remarked, Brother Lin Shen, please do not take offense at Wei Han's words. No harm done. Lin Shen waved his hand dismissively, harboring little interest in someone as arrogantly bold as Wei Han. Brother Lin Shen, Qing Ro continued, her voice soft. The matter I wish to entrust to you is to guide us to the Lin family in Night Tide City. She looked at Lin Shen, her tone imbued with sincerity. We hail from the Taiqing sect, and we have come at the invitation of the Lin family. Taiqing sect. Lin Shen was taken aback, glancing at the four individuals, astonished to discover they were from such a prestigious sect. In the sacred spirit continent, the Taiqing sect, Sword Immortal sect, and Hunyuan sect stood as three formidable factions, each with an immense legacy, rivaling the two great empires of the Zijing and Dongfang. Furthermore, the Taiqing sect was the sworn adversary of the Hunyuan sect, with Lu Tong being the foremost disciple of the latter. To find that Qing Ro was indeed from the Taiqing sect was unexpected, and Lin Shen smiled, saying, Leave the guiding to me then. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At that moment, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, interrupted. So you are Lin Shen? I see you wish for us to escort you out of the Black Witch Mountain range. Wei Han scoffed, brandishing his spear. We have no need for your guidance. You are on your own. Chapter 16. The Lin family's ambush. Upon hearing Wei Han's words, Lin Shen merely smiled faintly, making no further movement. Wei Han, you would do well to silence yourself. The gentle voice carried a hint of coldness. Wei Han's repeated provocations towards Lin Shen not only disregarded her words but also challenged her authority. Mississippi. Wei Han cast a fierce glare at Lin Shen. Noticing the flicker of anger in Qing Ro's eyes, he chose to remain silent and darkly retreated to the side. Qing Ro offered Lin Shen an apologetic smile. Brother Lin Shen, I beg your pardon. Now, I would trouble you to lead us. Not at all. Lin Shen replied without hesitation, returning a smile to Qing Ro before turning to take the lead, his figure darting gracefully along the path. With his vital energy enveloping his feet, Lin Shen moved as if weightless, gliding effortlessly along the ground, while the 5 blood steeds behind him matched his pace seamlessly. A long spear materialized in the air, swirling with surging vital energy, its tip transforming into the fierce visage of tigers and lions, thrusting towards the silver wolf. With a thunderous roar, the impact struck true, piercing the silver wolf and unleashing a torrential spray of blood as it collapsed with a mournful whimper. Lin Shen shrugged, standing aside with an impassive expression as he observed the scene unfold. An innate 8th-tier silver wolf, Wei Han, mounted upon his bloodsteed, swept his spear in a decisive arc, the dripping tip narrowly grazing Lin Shen's nose. Lin Shen, in the future, should you encounter such matters, do step aside and avoid obstructing my path. Otherwise, Wei Han's sinister smile conveyed a warning that needed no further elaboration. The entire Black Witch Mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, and Lin Shen and his companions had embarked from its central region. After several hours of travel, they finally beheld the end of the Black Witch Mountain range. After several hours of fervent running, Lin Shan had only slightly depleted his true energy. During his sprint, he simultaneously activated the devouring diagram, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resulting in minimal exhaustion. However, this spectacle appeared quite astonishing to the members of the Tai Ching sect. Lin Shan, your true energy is remarkably robust, Qing Ro remarked, gracefully dismounting and approaching him. I must express my gratitude for your assistance along this journey. Not at all, Lin Shan replied with a gentle smile. I happen to be heading to Yeqiao City as well, to witness the Lin family's grand ceremony. Oh, Qing Ro's azure eyes sparkled with interest, shimmering like water, exuding a sense of self-pity. The Lin family ceremony this time pertains to the rightful heir of the family, and it is quite grand. It would indeed be a pity to miss it. At that moment, Wei Han approached on horseback, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon Lin Shan. Lin Shan, do you truly believe your status grants you entry into the Lin family? Lin Shan regarded Wei Han with a calm demeanor, choosing not to respond. As the esteemed young master of the Lin family, despite his fall from grace, it was hardly conceivable that he could be barred from his own home. Qing Ro's gaze turned icy, poised to reprimand Wei Han, when suddenly her expression shifted. Be on guard, someone is approaching. Wei Han brandished his spear, a mocking grin on his face. I am quite eager to see who dares to come. The other 3 disciples of the Tai Ching sect drew their formidable blades, standing vigilant. Lin Shan cast a surprised glance at Qing Ro. He too had sensed an approaching presence but was unable to discern it due to the distance. He was taken aback by Qing Ro's acute perception. The enigma surrounding her, perhaps, was known to the Blood Elder. Lin Shan let out a faint sigh within his heart. The last time the Blood Elder had aided him in escaping a calamity, he had succumbed into a deep slumber, leaving Lin Shan uncertain as to when he would awaken. It seemed that Qing Ro sensed Lin Shan's confusion. She playfully blinked and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. In the face of danger, why was she beside me instead of with Wei Han? Lin Shan cast a gentle smile toward Qing Ro. From the very beginning, her demeanor toward him had seemed peculiarly intimate, more so than what one would typically expect. Could it be that she had discerned his concealed cultivation? Qing Ro chuckled lightly and said, because Brother Lin Shan gives me a sense of safety. A dark line crossed Lin Shan's mind. Safety? Where did he derive such a sense of security? He forced an awkward smile and turned his gaze ahead along the road. Wei Han, mounted upon his blood steed, watched with fiery eyes as Qing Ro displayed her affection toward Lin Shan, his anger boiling to the point of wishing to tear Lin Shan apart. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose along the path, heralding the arrival of a horse and rider. A young man with a pitch-black complexion, exuding an aura of menace, sat astride a colossal wolf. His eyes, sharp and venomous, scanned the crowd. This youth possessed the cultivation of the 7th level of innate talent. However, the giant wolf beneath him radiated an overwhelming presence akin to that of the 9th level of innate talent. Lin Shan recognized this wolf. It was a flame wolf, a rare species akin to the 3-winged lion king, capable of contending with innate beasts of the 10th level. Furthermore, Lin Shan felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from this young man. Behind the youth stood 10 disciples clad in black, all possessing the formidable cultivation of the 8th level of innate strength. This formidable group approached with a menacing air, clearly targeting Lin Shan. Upon seeing the incoming individuals, Wei Han swiftly brandished his spear, exuding an air of arrogance as he demanded, "Who goes there?" His countenance darkened with fury as he recognized the attire of the Lin family disciples, his rage intensifying. "How audacious of you, Lin family, to issue an invitation and yet attempt to drive us away. Do you wish for death?" Just as Wei Han was about to take action, Qing Ro stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, "Wait." Wei Han halted abruptly, turning to her with a face full of ire. "Miss, the Lin family is utterly brazen, disregarding us entirely. I shall slay them." Ignoring Wei Han's outburst, Qing Ro directed her gaze towards the aggressive Lin family disciples and inquired, "Have you come at the behest of the Lin family patriarch?" The dark-skinned youth displayed a lascivious grin as he surveyed Qing Ro's delicate form, licking his lips as he proclaimed, "You must be the esteemed young lady of Tai Ching sect? Let me be frank. The esteemed Lin Han has forged a cooperative agreement with our master. As for the Tai Ching sect, we shall entertain no one but the young lady herself." Unable to contain himself, Wei Han's aura erupted, radiating a murderous intent. Qing Ro's azure eyes turned icy, and the faces of the 3 disciples behind her shifted, their own formidable presence surging forth. The Tai Ching sect and the Huitian sect had always been in a state of bitter rivalry, And now, this audacious dark-skinned youth dared to confront the Taiching sect openly. How could they not be incensed? Even Qing Rou, with her typically gentle disposition, exuded an air of chilling resolve. The atmosphere grew tense, and a palpable aura of hostility began to permeate the air, as if a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a languid and mocking voice pierced through the tension. Lin Han? What is he really? Chapter 17. Is Lin Han attempting to overturn the heavens? This nonchalant voice seemed like a needle, pricking the hearts of all present. In unison, every gaze converged upon Lin Shan. Shock, anger, disdain, all manner of expressions coalesced upon him. The first to react was Qing Rou, her watery eyes widening in surprise as she stepped forward and softly urged, "Brother Lin Shan, please refrain from speaking recklessly. I will handle this matter myself." Beside her, Wei Han's eyes flashed with a fleeting darkness before he regarded Lin Shan with an air of amusement and remarked, "Lin Shan, could it be that you do not even know who Lin Han is?" The three disciples of the Taiching sect behind him, brandishing their blades, echoed, "Lin Shan, do not utter such words here." Indeed, Lin Han was the son of Lin Zhan, the esteemed elder of the Lin family, wielding immense power. "Lin Shan, we will assist you in holding them off. Take the opportunity to escape," they urged. Hearing their concerned words warmed Lin Shan's heart slightly, prompting him to shrug and smile. "Everyone, there is no need to worry about me. I am fine." Wei Han scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Lin Shan, understand your place. Do not provoke enemies for us, otherwise, you shall be the first to perish." With another scoff, Wei Han directed his gaze towards the astonished disciples of the Lin family in the distance, brandishing his blood-red steed. His spear pointed menacingly as he bellowed, "What nonsense is this about a young master? Whoever obstructs the path of the Taiching sect shall meet their doom." The young man with a charred complexion finally reacted, repeatedly exclaiming good. His face had turned ashen from the words uttered by Lin Shan and Wei Han. With a surge of murderous intent, he bellowed sharply, "How dare you insult the young master? Kill them. Spare no one except for the girl in blue." "Humph. A bunch of useless fools, come at me." Wei Han, looking down with disdain at the 10 menacing black-robed disciples approaching, raised his spear and, without even brandishing it, unleashed 10 fierce palm strikes that soared towards them. He faced 10 opponents without even feeling the need to wield his weapon. Form the formation, kill. The young man with the charred complexion, witnessing Wei Han's actions, darkened in expression and immediately issued his command. The 10 black-clad disciples wielding knives swiftly altered their formation, 5 of them grouping together to form a circular array. An overwhelming aura erupted from the 5, as though at that moment, their true energy fused into one. With the formation established, the 5 innate 8th level disciples emitted an aura comparable to that of innate 9th level practitioners. Lin Shan observed the scene with narrowed eyes, for he had never heard of such a formation among the Lin family. Where did Lin Han procure these well-trained disciples? Trivial skills. Wei Han scoffed, guiding his blood steed towards the 10 disciples forming the array. "You protect the young lady well. I shall return shortly." The 3 disciples of the Taiching sect exchanged glances before ultimately gripping their cold blades and standing resolutely beside Qing Rou. Breaking wave slash. 5 disciples clad in black, forming a formidable formation, observed as Wei Han charged forth with unstoppable momentum. Their vital energy surged simultaneously, unleashing a colossal blade of swirling seawater that cleaved through the air, extinguishing the waves. The remaining 5 disciples executed identical maneuvers, as 2 immense wave-splitting strikes hurtled towards Wei Han. Allow you to witness the prowess of the foremost expert of the outer sect. Wei Han licked his lips, feeling the long spear in his grasp begin to quiver, his vital energy surging. With a swift thrust, the spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from its lair, tearing through the air, emanating an overwhelming aura. An ethereal character signifying king flickered upon the spear. Overlord's thrust. The spear of the Overlord pierces through the heavens. The 3 devastating attacks finally collided, with the 2 wave-splitting strikes disintegrating layer by layer, rendered utterly ineffective beneath Wei Han's thrust. No wonder Wei Han exuded such arrogance. His strength was indeed formidable. Lin Shan mused as he beheld the scene. Wei Han thrust forth his spear, exuding an imposing presence, and laughed maniacally, a mere flock of chickens and dogs. Is this all the strength of the Lin family? With a vigorous twirl of the spear, a terrifying force erupted, instantly shattering the 2 wave-splitting strikes. The 10 black-clad disciples were sent reeling backward by Wei Han's ferocious blow. At that moment, a youth with a charred face, seized the opportunity, urging his wolf flame beast into the air. The fiery-headed creature bared its teeth at Wei Han, roaring as torrents of flames erupted from its maw. A sphere of azure mystic fire coalesced within the wolf flame beast's mouth, infused with the might of 100 elephants, surging towards Wei Han, mounted upon his blood steed. Wei Han let out a cold snort and quickly took a step back, disdainfully remarking, "What prowess could a mere beast of the 9th level of innate talent possess?" With a fierce shake of his spear, he executed the Overlord strike once more, thrusting it forward with renewed ferocity. As Wei Han unleashed the Overlord spear, a sneer immediately appeared on the face of the young man with charred skin. A wave of ominous premonition surged within Wei Han's heart. Boom, boom. The terrifying force erupted, causing Wei Han to stagger backward, his form unsteady. Subsequently, the wolf flame bomb detonated at the spear's tip, erupting into a thick blaze that rushed toward Wei Han. Alarmed, Wei Han's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily steadied himself. The searing and tumultuous primal fire surged forth, compelling him to abandon his spear and retreat rapidly. The strength of this wolf flame beast far exceeded Wei Han's expectations. This was no ordinary creature. It belonged to the royal lineage of its kind. Such nonsense. The first disciple of the outer gate of Taiching's sect. After I finish with you, all of you shall accompany him to the grave. The venomous voice pierced the air as the wolf flame beast lunged at Wei Han from its elevated position, flames coalescing once more in its maw, preparing another wolf flame bomb. Oh no! Quick! We must save our senior brother. The 3 disciples of Taiching's sect watched in horror as the scene unfolded, their expressions shifting dramatically as they drew their long swords and charged forward. However, 10 disciples clad in black formed a formation, seizing the opportunity to block and eliminate the 3 Taiching sect disciples. At this moment, Wei Han felt a chill enveloping him, a wave of deathly terror crashing over him. He never anticipated that the small beast he had so derided could potentially lead to his demise. Stop! As Qing Ro witnessed this scene, her eyes turned icy cold. Unable to contain herself any longer, she raised her hand, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. At that moment, a hand blocked her. "No need for you to intervene," Lin Shun said with a calm smile, a wave of sanguine energy beginning to emanate from his body. "Lin Shun, you." Qing Ro trembled, gazing at Lin Shun, whose body released a bloody aura, as if she had come to an understanding. The young man with charred skin sat astride the wolf flame beast, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha! Let's see who can save you. A bunch of useless fools. All of you shall perish." The searing flames coalesced in his mouth, a wolf flame bullet gradually expanding in Wei Han's horrified gaze. The wolf flame bullet shot forth, exuding a murderous intent. This royal wolf flame beast was formidable enough to contend with someone at the pinnacle of innate strength, and coupled with Wei Han's arrogance and disdain, his defeat came swiftly. It was over. The 3 disciples of the Taiching sect, covered in wounds, watched this scene, their hearts plummeting as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Indeed, they were finished. With Wei Han's death, the Lin family posed no further threat to them. However, at that moment, a wave of terrifying heat suddenly surged forth, enveloping them as if they were in a volcano. A spear of blue flame seemed to slice through space, piercing fiercely toward the wolf flame beast that had just unleashed the wolf flame bullet. Following this, a faint voice resonated. "To kill a friend from afar before this young master, does Lin Han intend to turn the Lin family upside down?" In the eyes of the charred-skinned youth, Lin Qin stood before Qing Ro, his demeanor composed, the sanguine aura around him rendering him as formidable as a harbinger of death. Chapter 18. A scene of dread. The blue, ethereal spear of flame pierced through the air like a razor-sharp sword. The wolf flame beast sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the azure fire spear, letting out a series of whimpers before hastily retreating. Boom! The blue spear of fire effortlessly pierced through the oncoming wolf flame bomb, exploding it into a cascade of mysterious fire rain. The terrifying intensity of heat also forced Wei Han's form to tumble backward, overwhelmed. The spear transformed into a sea of flames. With the youth aboard, the wolf flame beast swiftly fled, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Gradually, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the sound of rustling leaves. The youth, his face charred black, gazed in horror at the smiling Lin Chun, as if he had encountered a frightful demon, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. This. Wei Han stood frozen in place, muttering to himself. The individual known as Lin Chun, a mere wandering cultivator, possessed such formidable strength capable of shattering the wolf flame bomb with a single blow? It was worth noting that his own bawang piercing had not matched this level of power. In that moment, it felt as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, an inexpressible anguish gripping his heart. Initially, he had underestimated Lin Shun, even preparing to confront him. Little did he expect Lin Shun to be a concealed, terrifying master. Such horrific prowess, to obliterate the wolf flame bomb with a single strike. He had always been a hidden gem. The three disciples of the Taiching sect stood frozen, utterly bewildered, as if they were oblivious to the ongoing conflict. No wonder Lin Shun dares to proclaim that the esteemed young master of the Lin family is inconsequential. It appears he possesses the strength to retreat unscathed. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Qing Ro's eyes, evidently astonished by Lin Shun's prowess. At this moment, Lin Shun's cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the innate realm. Yet it was sufficient to repel the wolf flame beast. Unfazed by the peculiar gazes directed at him, Lin Shun stepped forward and calmly stated, Taiching sect is a guest of the Lin family. Since when did Lin Han acquire such authority? You. The young man with scorched skin glared darkly, resentment bubbling in his eyes. Without a trace of fear, he coldly retorted, You dare to provoke young Master Lin Han. You must be seeking death. Oh, you lack the qualification to dictate my demise. Lin Shun replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Wei Han approached with a grim expression, wielding a long spear. Lin Shun, I owe you my life for your timely rescue. However, now is not the time to antagonize the Lin family. This would be detrimental to us. Do not forget, you are merely a loose cultivator. Qing Ro, having regained her composure, softly added, Brother Lin Shun, Wei Han speaks true. Opposing the Lin family in Night Tide City is unwise. We should leave this place for now. Lin Shun sighed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. In his view, Night Tide City was the safest haven. Just then, a chilling voice laced with malice echoed, Want to leave? All of you shall perish. As the words fell, a fierce gust of wind surged, and the young man with scorched skin rode his wolf flame beast towards Lin Shun, flames erupting from the beast's maw. You are courting death. Lin Shun's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and unleashed a fiery seal towards his opponent, the azure flames howling forth. At present, Lin Shun could execute the flame seal in a mere breath, releasing it with the mere thought. What? The flame seal? The youth with a charred face exclaimed, his voice piercing and filled with panic. The wolf flame beast expelled fiery arrows from its maw, hurtling towards the flame seal. Yet, Lin Shun merely raised his left hand and cast another blazing flame seal, his hands forming intricate gestures as a spear of swirling blue flames materialized in his grasp. Play with fire, and I shall burn you alive. The flame seal struck the wolf flame beast's gaping mouth, and the beast opened its jaws wide, ravenously devouring the entire seal. This wolf flame beast was born from the absorption of azure flames, naturally capable of consuming them. However, Lin Shun had evidently anticipated this moment, releasing the fire spear, which plunged forcefully into the beast's mouth. The fire was far more potent than the azure flames, and as the wolf flame beast consumed it, its fate was sealed, only to meet a catastrophic demise. Roaring in fury, the wolf flame beast began to thrash wildly, its body flailing in chaos. The charred-faced youth, seated atop it, turned pale with fear and leapt off the beast. Boom, boom, boom. Violent blue flames erupted from the beast's fur, culminating in a complete explosion. Blood and flesh were reduced to ash by the blue flames, erasing the wolf flame beast entirely from existence. Such a bloodthirsty method of killing sent a shiver through Wei Han's heart, and as he gazed upon Lin Shun, the arrogance in his eyes was replaced with palpable trepidation. It is worth noting that Lin Shun had spent nearly a month in the Black Witch Mountains, where he had dispatched no fewer than 1,000 beasts. After slaying the wolf flame beast, Lin Shun appeared unfazed, sauntering towards the charred-faced youth. The demise of the wolf flame beast sent a tremor of dread through the assassination team dispatched by the Lin family. With every step Lin Shun took toward them, they instinctively retreated. The violent scene of the beast's death had left them with a haunting taste of mortality. 3 disciples of the Taiching sect stared in bewilderment at the unfolding spectacle. Had they truly emerged victorious? What is your name? Tell me. What transaction did Lin Han and Lu Tongtian reach? Lin Shun inquired coldly, looking down upon the prostrate, charred youth. This youth struck Lin Shun as vaguely, though he could not immediately place him. Lin Shun, young master, please, don't kill me. The charred youth stammered, struggling to articulate his words. I am Lin Lai. I was merely following orders to complete a task. I know nothing. Please spare me. Lin Lai? Lin Chun exclaimed in surprise, suddenly realizing the identity of the charred youth. He had not anticipated that it was indeed Lin Lai. During Lin Han's betrayal, Lin Lai had sought to humiliate Lin Chun while he was injured, but instead, Lin Chun had used the Xian fire seal to eliminate him. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the Xian fire seal had not incinerated him completely. Lin Lai possesses an astonishing resilience. Lin Chun, as a familiar acquaintance, squinted his eyes and smiled. I hope that you will conceal nothing from me. Otherwise, your voice will elongate, imbued with a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Lai trembled uncontrollably in his eyes. Lin Chen's smile was as terrifying as that of a devil. Tell me, what transaction did Lin Han reach with Lu Tantian? Lin Chen rose, coldly gazing at him. Lin Lai bowed his head, fearfully exclaiming, I do not know. I truly do not know. In Lin Chen's hand, a blade of true energy coalesced, its power flickering ominously. Truly do not know? Lin Lai's body quaked as he suddenly jolted upright, declaring, Lin Han betrayed the entire Lin family. What? Lin Lai was unexpectedly treacherous, drawing Lin Chen into conversation only to seize the opportunity to strike. This revelation exceeded Lin Chen's comprehension. The Lin Lai of the past was merely arrogant. Oh no. Wei Han's expression changed drastically, unable to suppress a cry. The thrust came with astonishing swiftness, exploiting the fleeting moment of Lin Chen's astonishment, rendering him incapable of releasing his true energy. Should this dagger pierce him, it would spell certain death for Lin Chen. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and every heart raced in trepidation. Lin Lai, exultant, watched Lin Chen's astonishment as the dagger drew ever closer. Revenge was at hand. Lin Lai's heart soared with exhilaration. It was Lin Chun who had marred his visage. Had he not slain several disciples to use their true energy as a catalyst, he might have faced the complete ruin of his meridians. At long last, the vengeance he had yearned for day and night for a month was about to be realized. However, just as Lin Lai's eyes gleamed with excitement, Lin Chen offered a faint smile and swiftly extended his right hand, reaching for Lin Lai. This action occurred in the blink of an eye, appearing to onlookers as if it were an unconscious gesture. It's over. This thought flashed through everyone's minds as their eyes collectively dimmed, especially those of the three disciples from the Taiching sect, whose hearts sank into the depths of despair. The dazzling display Lin Chun had exhibited earlier suggested that he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure if he could enter a major sect. Alas, idiot! Lin Lai sneered inwardly as he watched Lin Chen reach out, his dagger slicing through the air with even greater speed, as if he could already envision Lin Chen's demise. Lin Lai's eyes suddenly widened, and before he could utter a word, his figure came to an abrupt and bizarre halt. The bones within his body audibly cracked and popped. Bang! With a single hand, Lin Lai's body seemed to be subjected to immense pressure, causing him to explode directly into a cloud of blood mist. His flesh and bones were all crushed into powder by this invisible force. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground as the blood mist dissipated. At this moment, the entire scene was filled with utter shock. Chapter 19. Returning to the Lin family. What kind of move was that? Wei Han swallowed hard, his gaze filled with terror. To crush a person into blood mist with a single hand. What a terrifying technique. It was likely that no one below the divine law realm could withstand such a horrifying move. One must remember that Lin Chun was only at the 8th level of the congenital realm. So powerful. The three Taiching disciples were all deeply impressed, their admiration for Lin Chun reaching its peak. As Qing Ro gazed at Lin Chun, her eyes resembled a tranquil pool of azure water, seemingly unfazed by the sudden surge of his formidable strength. After crushing Lin Lai with a single hand, Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the 10-dazed disciples clad in black and spoke indifferently. Tell me, are you all disciples of the Lin family? A captain-level disciple stepped forward, mustering false bravado, and declared, So you are Lin Chen? Our identities hold utmost significance within the Lin family. If you wish to preserve your life, I advise you to step aside immediately. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Taiching sect disciples grew increasingly grave. Even Wei Han felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, the vicinity of Yichao City remained firmly under the influence of the Lin family. Lin Chun was merely a minor rogue cultivator. Slaying their leader constituted a heinous crime. Did he truly intend to eliminate them all? This notion weighed heavily on the hearts of the Taiching sect members. Suddenly, Lin Chen chuckled, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the group of black-clad disciples. It seemed he could not afford to let these 10 disciples escape. The technique known as breaking the wave slash was not recorded in the martial arts pavilion of the Lin family. Thus, it was evident that these black-clad disciples were dispatched by another faction. Lin Shen paused, a realization dawning upon him. Lin Zhan? Could it be that Lin Zhan was plotting a rebellion? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed, "Betray the Grand Elder, and you shall perish." The captain-level black-clad disciple immediately unleashed a lethal strike towards the traitorous disciple. The disciple clad in black who had leaked secrets let out a piercing scream as his head was severed by a captain-level disciple, the scene drenched in blood. Lin Shun observed this gruesome spectacle with a cold smile, forming a hand seal as a spear of blue flame shot forth, piercing directly towards the... With a hiss, the captain was utterly defenseless. The shockwave of his protective energy was swiftly breached. With a cry of anguish, the blue flame spear plunged through his chest. A thunderous explosion followed as the spear of blazing fire detonated, transforming the blue flames into a sea of fire that engulfed the remaining 8 young disciples. All of them caught within its fierce embrace, igniting in a violent blaze. Heart-rending screams echoed from the inferno, yet they remained powerless against the overwhelming might of the flames. In mere moments, all life was extinguished. When the blue flames finally subsided, only a heap of blackened remnants remained. It was far too gruesome. I felt nauseous. After a brief interlude, we finally reached the end of the Black Witch Mountain range. Ahead lay a vast black city, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, with a steady stream of merchants and cultivators making their way within. Nighttide City had finally come into view. "Brother Lin Chen, it seems we must part ways here." Qing Ro spoke softly. "Why?" Lin Chen replied, astonished, casting a glance at her. "Aren't you heading to the Lin family?" At that moment, Wei Han approached, gripping his long spear, and spoke steadily. "We were ambushed earlier. This matter must be reported to the sect, so we cannot proceed to Nighttide City for the time being." At this moment, Wei Han's tone was devoid of any traces of mockery or derision, suggesting he had come to comprehend the vast chasm that lay between him and Lin Chen. "So it was." Lin Chen mused, then declared, "As for the recent ambush by the Lin family, I shall certainly provide you with an explanation." "You will provide us with an explanation?" Wei Han exclaimed in astonishment, almost incredulous, as if to say, "What right do you have to offer them an explanation?" Yet, recalling how Lin Shun had put aside past grievances to rescue him, the words he intended to utter were abruptly swallowed. Lin Chen merely smiled, refraining from elaborating further. "Wei Han, have you forgotten the name of Lin Chen?" Qing Ro suddenly interjected softly. "Lin Chen, Lin Chen," Wei Han murmured, and then, as if struck by a revelation, he gasped, "You are the prodigious young master of the Lin family?" Lin Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Wei Han's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen was indeed the scion of the Lin family. Initially, he had mocked Lin Chen for not even being able to enter the Lin family's gates. "Let bygones be bygones. I have not taken it to heart," Lin Chen stated calmly. Wei Han was taken aback, then emphatically nodded in agreement. While Wei Han was proud, he had not yet descended to the level of being deceitful or treacherous. Just as Lin Chen was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask Qing Ro, "How did you first discover my whereabouts?" Given that Qing Ro's strength was merely at the 7th level of the innate realm, even with the mysterious power she harbored within, it did not provide a plausible reason for locating Lin Chen, unless she was accompanied by a master of the divine law, akin to a blood elder. Qing Ru gazed at Lin Chen, her aquamarine eyes exuding a pristine clarity, emanating waves of compassion that rendered her seemingly fragile, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. What exquisite eyes! Lin Chen marveled inwardly. Despite Qing Ru being veiled, one could easily surmise the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath. "Perhaps this is a manifestation of my innate talent," Qing Ru softly remarked, playfully winking at Lin Chen before turning to depart, leaving behind a striking yet delicate silhouette. However, Lin Chen found himself ensnared in astonishment by her words. Talent. What could possess such formidable prowess in this world? Yet, considering that this enigmatic, masked maiden was none other than the young lady of the Taiqing sect, such extraordinary gifts were hardly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head as he observed the retreating figures of the Taiqing sect members, then turned his stride towards the direction of Yeqiao City. The girl, known as Qing Ru, the mysterious maiden clad in blue, imparted an oddly intriguing sensation within him. Perhaps it was her overwhelming kindness that captivated him. Yichao City, one of the 8 royal cities under the auspices of the Zijing dynasty, was now bustling with cultivators, a continuous flow of individuals, among whom were formidable beings at the divine law realm. This commotion was incited by a singular event. The grandest youth competition hosted by the Lin family was imminent. The expansive Lin residence had erected a perimeter of vigilance, with numerous young disciples forming protective squads, patrolling the vicinity. Many noble lords and ladies, invitations in hand, entered the Lin estate. During this gathering of the clan's youth for the martial arts competition, even titanic entities such as the Hentian sect and the Ta Ching sect were invited, leading to a convergence of numerous factions. It is highly probable that representatives from the other 2 prominent families of the Zijing dynasty, as well as members of the Dongfang dynasty and the Sword Immortal sect, will also make an appearance. Invitation. A disciple at the 6th stage of innate cultivation, brandishing a weapon, obstructed Lin Chen's path, with a subtle smile gracing his face. Lin Chen gazed at the grand entrance not far from him and replied, "I do not possess an invitation." A derisive snicker rang out from the side as a portly nobleman regarded Lin Chen with contempt, producing a gilt invitation. Some individuals, lacking in strength, still wished to pose as significant figures. Truly chaotic, the rotund noble muttered to himself as he strode past the guards, basking in the envious glances of others. At that moment, Lin Chen presented an eccentric figure, draped in tiger skin, his hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding a faint aura of blood. He appeared as though he had emerged from the depths of a secluded forest. No wonder the corpulent noble looked down upon Lin Chen so disdainfully. Currently, entry into the Lin family premises without an invitation was reserved solely for those who had attained the divine law realm. Even Lin Chen, with his 8th stage of innate cultivation, would be mercilessly barred from entry. Please step aside if you lack an invitation. Lin Hua, the disciple at the 6th stage of innate cultivation, seemingly oblivious, addressed Lin Chen in an unyielding manner. Lin Hua, have you truly failed to recognize Brother Lin Chen? Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. What? The disciple, referred to as Lin Hua, appeared utterly stunned, only to suddenly recall something. Enlightenment dawning upon him as he gazed at Lin Chen with newfound reverence. The forest fire was also one of the disciples whom Lin Chen often guided in the cultivation of martial arts. Could it be that this is the renowned martial arts prodigy, the young master Lin Chen? The rotund noble swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Lin Chen's retreating figure, ultimately retreating from the Lin family and swiftly blending into the crowd. Not long ago, the incident involving Lin Chen presenting the heavenly fire seal had already circulated within the Lin family. Chapter 20. You are Lin Chen? At this moment, within the assembly hall of the Lin family, Lin Zhan occupied the seat of the family head, his gaze occasionally flickering towards the throne, revealing a fervent intensity. Behind Lin Zhan stood Lin Han, whose aura had once again surged. His body seemed as frigid as ice, with immense true energy continuously circulating within him. The true energy contained within the pure Yuan spirit pearl had been entirely absorbed by Lin Han. Opposite Lin Zhan sat an elderly man and a middle-aged brute. The elder's aura was restrained, his eyes filled with cunning and treachery, adorned with a golden embroidered character representing the Li family upon his chest. The elder's presence was no less formidable than Lin Zhan's, clearly indicating that he too was a master of the divine law realm. The middle-aged man radiated a mysterious power, his thick brows accentuating a pair of expressive eyes, yet his countenance was marked by an air of arrogance. The golden character of king was embroidered upon his ornate robe, signifying that he too was a master of the divine law realm. The characters Lian King represented the Li family and the Wang family, both colossal entities within the Zijing dynasty. 2 of the 3 prominent families. The identities of these 2 individuals are on par with Lin Zhan, being esteemed elders from the Li and Wang families. At this moment, the 3 esteemed elders have converged, evidently conspiring about something. Lin Zhan, why have you summoned us here? The clan competition has yet to commence, Li Yuanlong remarked, his dark eyes scanning Lin Zhan. The middle-aged man, Wang Zheng, scoffed coldly, adding, "We 3 families have already reached an agreement. Do you intend to go back on your word?" A fleeting flicker of hostility crossed Lin Zhan's eyes, yet a smile graced his face as he replied, "Naturally. The matters we agreed upon still hold. However, I have come to inform you of something." Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong exchanged glances. Lin Zhan's invitation for discussion could not possibly pertain to any significant issue. Their expressions grew solemn as they awaited his elaboration. Unable to contain himself, Lin Han scoffed disdainfully, saying, with my peak cultivation at the 10th level of innate mastery, defeating him would be effortless. Upon hearing this, both Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong's eyes gleamed with interest. He is merely at the 6th level of innate cultivation? Such weakness poses no threat whatsoever. Wang Zheng relaxed, a derisive smile forming on his lips. Lin Zhan. Young Master Lin Han speaks the truth. What is Lin Shan even worth? Li Yuanlong nodded in agreement. Indeed. With young Master Lin Han's cultivation at the pinnacle of the 10th level, wielding the heavenly, ice-cold, profound energy, eliminating Lin Shan would be a mere flick of the wrist. Lin Zhan's expression softened as well. His apprehension towards Lin Shan primarily stemmed from his fear of Lin Shan's father, Lin Songqing. If that man had not been led into that terrifying forbidden zone, he would likely not have dared to contemplate betrayal. As it stands, as long as Lin Songqing does not return, the Lin family will belong to me, Lin Zhan. Lin Han, standing beside him, laughed maniacally, assuring his father, do not worry, this clan competition will surely proceed without a hitch. We have the Hengtian sect as our ally. Congratulations, Master Lin. Li Yuanlong greeted with a sinister expression. Wang Zheng, brimming with pride, boisterously declared, that Lin Xun is nothing but a coward. Lin Han was the first to react, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. Who in the Lin family dares to kick down the door of the discussion hall? Do they seek death? The three elders of Lin Zhan were equally furious. Their hearts ablaze with rage, yet they maintained their composure, their faces dark with suppressed fury. At that moment, a soft voice broke the tension. Lin Zhan. Are you discussing my esteemed presence with your guests? Shadows flickered, and Lin Xun, drenched in a chilling aura, gazed calmly at the increasingly horrified crowd, undaunted. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. The so-called cowardly young master had actually kicked the door open? The so-called cowardly young master was staring defiantly at everyone. Why, you're Lin Shan. Lin Shan narrowed his eyes, regarding the vicious Lin Han with a glint of coldness, stating, I must thank you, Lin Han, for facilitating my further advancement in cultivation. Lin Han staggered back, his lips twitching uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Xun exuded an aura that had reached the 8th level of innate strength, having risen from the 6th level since their last encounter. In just 20 fleeting days, Lin Xun swiftly ascended 2 ranks, undoubtedly due to some extraordinary encounter. If Lin Han were aware that at the bottom of that cave lay 7 pure primordial spirit pearls, he might very well have died from shock. Are you Lin Xun? Li Yuanlong inquired, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. And who might you be? Lin Xun turned his head, casting a glance at Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng. Sensing the mysterious and formidable aura emanating from them, he felt a slight tremor within. Through their names, he surmised their identities. Wang Zheng strode forth, brimming with arrogance, and scoffed. Humph, Lin Xun, do you lack basic etiquette? In the presence of us, the esteemed elders, shouldn't you hasten to extend your greetings? Extend my greetings? Lin Xun suddenly smiled, responding, esteemed elders, my status is equal to yours, if not superior. Upon seeing me, should you not address me as young master? Seeking death, Li Yuanlong could no longer contain himself. His aura erupted violently as he struck down towards Lin Xun with a palm. Stop! Lin Zhan intervened with lightning speed, grasping Li Yuanlong's arm mid-strike. With a grim tone, he warned Lin Xun, these two are the esteemed elders of the Li and Wang families. Mind your tone. What do you intend to do, Lin Xun? Lin Han glared at Lin Xun, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Nothing much, merely extending a cordial greeting to prevent you two from being traitorous. Lin Xun replied with a faint smile, offering a slight bow to Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng. On behalf of the Lin family, I welcome the arrival of the 2 esteemed elders. With that, Lin Xun turned and departed, clearly showing no intention of offering any further hospitality. Humph. Li Yuanlong and Wang Zheng exchanged glances, their expressions dark as they coldly snorted at Lin Xun's retreating figure. Lin Han, watching Lin Xun vanish from sight, clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, Father, Lin Xun is too arrogant. I must slay him. Lin Zhan sat in his chair, his countenance grim, and after a long pause, he finally nodded vehemently. This son must be eliminated. Chapter 21. The Way of the Sword. Upon exiting the grand hall of discussions, Lin Xun exhaled deeply, his gaze growing serious. Lin Han's cultivation had once again transcended to a new level, reaching the pinnacle of the innate 10th layer. With the breakthrough into the Dan-breaking realm, coupled with the heavenly ice-cold profound energy, Lin Chen's chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. After all, the Dan-breaking realm represented a qualitative leap within the innate 10th layer. As the term suggests, breaking the Dan entails shattering the Dantian and reshaping the essence of the Dan. Once the essence is forged, it would be 3 to 4 times more formidable than a mere true Qi mass. With only 3 days remaining until the family's youth competition, Lin Chen shook his head and began making his way to the Lin family guest quarters to ascertain which forces had arrived. The guest quarters of the Lin family were vast, filled with individuals of notable status, numbering over 100, a testament to the family's considerable influence. The quarters were divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Those residing in the Heaven tier were representatives of the 3 major sects and 2 great empires. Even the Li and Wang families could only secure accommodations in the Earth tier quarters. Once again, a disdainful voice echoed, "Our Li family, alongside the Wang and Lin families, has secretly allied with the elders. What can a mere Lin Chen, insignificant as he is, stir up?" Standing outside the courtyard, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered with an ominous aura. After a soft chuckle, he proceeded towards the Tian Xie courtyard. Currently, within the entirety of the Lin family, not a single individual from other clans harbored any hope for him. The battle between a 10th level innate and an 8th level innate bore no suspense. Victory was assured. Yet, why should Lin Chen concern himself with the opinions of others? The Tian Xie courtyard, unlike the others, exuded an extraordinary tranquility rather than a cacophony of noise. With a serious expression, Lin Chen gazed into the courtyard, where countless sword lights flickered and extinguished, permeating the air with a profound sword intent. Such formidable prowess! The brilliance of the sword indicated a master of the divine method realm. Lin Chen's heart grew heavy as he stealthily approached the courtyard illuminated by the flashing sword lights. Within this Tian Xie courtyard stood a young man dressed in white, his visage as sharp as if he were chiseled from stone. His eyes sparkled with sword light, and he bore an ancient longsword while wielding a branch, performing intricate movements within the courtyard. The branch danced like a blade, slicing through the air, weaving a web of sword energy. With a heart devoid of intent, the sword's radiance became ethereal. The white-clad youth murmured softly, his figure resembling a phantom, as the branch, imbued with an almost sentient quality, enveloped itself in sword brilliance. With a stroke of the branch, the unseen sword energy erupted like a tempest, churning the ground beneath into a chaotic tapestry of fissures and grooves. Lin Chen crouched atop the courtyard wall, astonished as he observed the young man in white performing his swordplay. The mastery of the young man's swordsmanship had reached a pinnacle, transcending into an ethereal realm where each stroke of the sword seemed to dissolve into the air. Alas, Lin Chen gazed at the white-clad swordsman, and after a prolonged moment, he let out a soft sigh. Alas, what? The expressionless young man suddenly retracted the gleaming sword light, wielding a branch that transformed into a beam of sword light, pressing it ominously against Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen offered a faint smile as he approached the heavenly room. It was likely that his presence had already been revealed to the young man's senses. Moreover, he had no intention of concealing himself, merely observing the white-clad youth's display of sword intent. Should he fail to? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than an invisible aura of murderous sword intent enveloped Lin Chen. This aura alone caused every fiber of his being to tense instinctively. Such terrifying cultivation. Lin Chen felt a shiver run through him. For this level of skill mirrored the sensation he had once experienced with Lu Tongtian. The sword is the path. Wielding it through emptiness will forever prevent one from comprehending the true essence of the sword way. Lin Chen smiled gently and remarked, "Only by wholeheartedly dancing with the sword can one manifest the true sword intent of the heart, a sword intent that belongs solely to you." Upon hearing this, the young man's countenance suddenly darkened, and wielding the branch, he charged forth with violent intent. "Impudent! What do you understand?" The branch morphed into a swift, untraceable beam of sword light, striking directly and lethally at Lin Chen. In that instant, every hair on Lin Chen's body stood on end. For this beam of sword light instilled a profound sense of impending death. The opponent was clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Yet, Lin Chen's demeanor remained utterly unchanged. The surging light of the sword abruptly ceased, halting at the center of Lin Chen's brow, mere skin away. The young man clad in white suddenly discarded the branch, a faint smile gracing his resolute visage. "If I am not mistaken, you are the one renowned as the most gifted martial arts prodigy, the heir of the Lin family. Lin Chen, am I correct?" "Wise indeed, sword brother." Lin Chen clasped his fists in a greeting, inquiring about the esteemed name of this sword master. "Call me Jin Wudao." The latter replied with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile illuminating his features. "Throughout the entire continent, my master has stated that there are only 2 individuals capable of discerning the flaws within my heartless sword technique." 2 individuals? Lin Chen's interest was piqued. His martial talent was innate, bordering on the extraordinary. Could it be that there exists another with such formidable martial prowess in this land? One is you. Jian Wudao raised 2 fingers. The other is Qing Ro of the Taiqing sect. Qing Ro? Lin Chen's face was a canvas of astonishment as he beheld Jian Wudao. The one who could perceive Jian Wudao's sword flaws was none other than that enigmatic girl in blue. "Qing Ro? Do you know her?" Jian Wudao cast a glance at Lin Chun and replied, "Qing Ro is the young master of the Taiqing sect, her identity shrouded in mystery, even to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Chun experienced an epiphany. He had not anticipated the immense stature of Qing Ro's identity. However, he found himself perplexed as to why the young master of the Taiqing sect possessed merely a cultivation level of the 7th stage of innate talent. Jian Wudao approached Lin Chun, a gentle smile adorning his countenance. "Lin Chun, I am aware of the purpose of your visit. Just from your earlier expression of heartfelt swordplay, I shall lend you my support in this upcoming clan event." Lin Chun gazed at Jian Wudao, nodding earnestly. "Brother Wudao, I shall undoubtedly repay this favor in the future." Lin Chen's arrival at the Tian Xie Academy was primarily to gather allies to bolster his own position, and Jian Wudao was undoubtedly the most suitable choice, being a member of the Sword Immortal sect. Moreover, Lin Chen could discern, through Jian Wudao's swordplay, the essence of his swordsmanship. A promise is to be upheld. Establishing a commitment with a man who lives by the sword could not be more fortuitous. After discussing martial techniques with Jian Wudao for a while, Lin Chen departed alone. Dressed in white, Jian Wudao stood within the courtyard, casting his gaze toward the distant Ziyuan, murmuring softly, "Is the head of the Lin family truly so simple? What a group of ignorant souls." Chapter 22. The Grand Clan Ceremony. 3 days passed in a blur. On this day, the entirety of Yicheo City was engulfed in a fervor. The Lin family's Grand Clan ceremony commenced at this moment. Outside the Lin residence, the streets were teeming with throngs of low-ranking cultivators and lesser nobles. Have you heard? This clan ceremony competition seems to pertain to the next heir of the Lin family. Isn't it obvious? Just look at the multitude of powerful factions that have arrived. Who do you think will emerge as the champion this time? Perhaps that genius of the Lin family, Lin Chun. Nonsense. Rumor has it that Lin Han has already attained the 10th level of innate cultivation. How could Lin Chun possibly compare? The streets of Yicheo City buzzed with the cacophony of whispered discussions among the lower-ranking cultivators, all fervently speculating on the champion of this grand ceremony. After all, the victor would be the one to ascend as the next head of the Lin family. The position of Lin Chun as the young master is merely a title bestowed upon him due to his father's status as the clan leader, devoid of any substantial authority. At this moment, within the Lin family's martial arena, the stands are brimming with a throng of spectators, all distinguished nobles or disciples from prominent sections. The cacophony of noise reverberates throughout the arena, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The deafening cheers ignite a fervor within everyone present. "Kill, kill, kill. Young Master Lin Han shall seize victory. Let's go. Begin the fight already. Lin Han will prevail. Lin Han will prevail. Lin Chen, that coward, must be vanquished." Hundreds of youthful disciples of the Lin family stand in perfect formation beneath the arena. Lin Chun and Lin Han occupy the foremost position among these disciples. Lin Han turns his head, a sinister expression etched upon his face as he glares at Lin Chun and coldly remarks, "Lin Chun, this time there will be nowhere for you to flee." Lin Chun responds with a nonchalant smile, not even glancing at Lin Han, and mutters to himself, "Did I just hear a pig talking?" A chorus of laughter erupts from the 100 young disciples, yet they stifle their mirth, their faces flushed with suppressed amusement. Mindful of Lin Han's imposing presence, Lin Han falters momentarily, his anger simmering within him as he grits his teeth, plotting to humiliate Lin Chen in the forthcoming competition. As the atmosphere intensifies, the clan ceremony is about to commence. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy sweeps through the air as a middle-aged man descends onto the colossal martial stage. Clad in Imperial robes, he bears the grand character for night emblazoned upon his back. This undeniably affirms the identity of the middle-aged man, the Lord of Night Tide City, King Yichao. The Lin family indeed wields considerable power, as even King Yichao has come to preside in person. Everyone, please be silent. The tone of King Yi Chao was authoritative as he raised his palm, calming the surroundings with a gentle gesture. His voice, though not loud, resonated with remarkable clarity in the ears of every individual present. The prowess of King Yi Chao is that of a formidable figure in the realm of divine laws. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, paying respect to this lord, yet the excitement and exhilaration were unmistakably etched on every face. Such ancestral ceremonies are seldom witnessed. Excellent. First, I extend a warm welcome to all present at the grand ancestral competition of the Lin family in Nighttide City. With a faint smile, King Yi Chao declared, "Now, let us invite the esteemed guests of the Lin family to enter. Elder Lin Zhan from the Lin family, Jin Wudao, the true disciple of the Sword Immortal sect. Elder Wang Zheng from the Wang family, Elder Li Yuanlong from the Li family." The crowd erupted once more upon hearing these names. On the highest viewing platform of the arena, in the VIP section, Lin Zhan, Jin Wudao, Wang Zheng, and Li Yuanlong each took their designated seats. Lin Shen looked up and caught Jin Wudao's faint smile and nod in his direction. However, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, alongside Lin Zhan, cast sinister and ruthless expressions upon seeing Lin Shen, their murderous intent unabashedly radiating forth. At this moment, their thoughts were singularly focused on the swift elimination of Lin Shen. Next, we welcome the esteemed elder of the Lin family, Lin Xingyi, to preside over this grand ceremony. King Yi Chao utilized his magical powers to amplify his voice throughout the arena. The elder? In an instant, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the arena. Such exalted beings are rarely glimpsed by ordinary mortals. Just as King Yi Chao's words faded into the air, an overwhelming aura emanated from the depths of the Lin family, and a figure swiftly soared towards the martial platform. Within mere breaths, they alighted upon the stage. An elderly man, clad in a blue robe, bore an air of formidable authority, his countenance etched with an intimidating gravitas that compelled all to avert their gaze. Yet, within this venerable figure resided an unfathomable and terrifying power that could not be overlooked. He was a personage far mightier than Lin Zhan, Jin Wudao, or even Lu Tontian. This was none other than the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi, a rare sight in a century. For the sake of this familial grand ceremony, Lin Xingyi had emerged from seclusion to preside over the proceedings, particularly since the current family head, Lin Zongxing, remained trapped in the ancient Forbidden Land. Upon Lin Xingyi's arrival, Yi Chao wisely withdrew, and the grand event was poised to commence. The atmosphere of the martial platform ascended to new heights with Lin Xingyi's presence. The crowd erupted into ecstatic shouts, roars, and howls, their primal bloodlust ignited by the resounding ambience. Observing the tumultuous scene, Lin Xingyi bellowed, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Lin family ceremony. Now, I ask for silence, so I may properly announce the rules of this gathering." His voice reverberated like thunder, scattering chaos in all directions. Under the force of his thundering proclamation, all fell silent, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they gazed upon Lin Xingyi. Even Lin Shen felt a shiver run through him. The immense power contained within that sound wave was sufficient to slay a being of the 6th level of innate strength. "Excellent." Lin Xing nodded slightly, surveying the crowd, and declared, "Now, I shall announce the rules. This competition of the Lin clan will adopt a free-for-all format. All disciples who have attained a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of the innate realm are eligible to participate. The last two standing will engage in a final championship match." As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar erupted throughout the venue. "What? A free-for-all? How utterly unfair!" scoffed one voice. You know nothing. This free-for-all is precisely the best way to test a disciple's wisdom and martial prowess." "Test, you say? Lin Han is already basking in glory within the Lin clan. Is there any need for a contest?" Another retorted. "Lin Han is bound to win without a doubt." In the VIP section, the three elders, Lin Zhan, Wang Zheng, and Li Yuanlong, exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying their satisfaction. It was evident that they were already aware of this free-for-all, perhaps even orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Lin Zhan, your boy is destined to triumph this time." Li Yuanlong chuckled ominously. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement, derisively pointing at Lin Shen. That good-for-nothing Lin Shen, merely at the 8th stage of the innate realm, is so arrogant. This time, he'll wish he were never born. Lin Zhan cast a glance at the meditative Jin Wudao, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Indeed, a free-for-all. This time, I shall ensure that Lin Han rightfully becomes the young master." The three elders could not suppress their triumphant laughter. At that moment, Jian Wudao slowly opened his eyes and remarked coolly, "Are you three bickering here, thinking you can compete with me?" Instantly, the three elders fell silent. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, as a palpable sense of wariness flickered in their gazes towards Jian Wudao. After opening his mouth, Jian Wudao closed his eyes once more, as if everything around him was of no concern. Lin Shun was momentarily stunned by the chaotic battle, as he had not anticipated such a method of combat. Beside him, Lin Han could not contain his laughter, disdainfully pointing at Lin Shun and declaring, "Lin Shun, you could never be my match. Just admit defeat." Lin Shun glanced at him, but uttered no words. He quickly understood the advantages and disadvantages in this situation. With Lin Han's innate cultivation, no one dared to provoke him. However, the scenario would be different if it involved Lin Shun. Within the Lin family, there were numerous individuals at the innate 8th level. Lin Xing stood on the martial arts platform and bellowed once more, "The champion of this competition shall become the next heir of the Lin family, entrusted with the family's treasured artifacts. Now, in the name of the Grand Elder, I hereby declare the clan competition officially commenced." With a thunderous roar, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. The clan competition had finally begun. Chapter 23. The Great Melee. Lin Han will undoubtedly take the championship. I wager 100 top-grade spirit stones. I bet 1 top-grade spirit stone on Lin Shin for the win. I wager 10,000 on Lin Han. Kill, kill, kill. Bring me that airship. In the audience, it appeared as though they were engaged in a betting frenzy, with Lin Shin's odds set at 10-1, the highest payout available, while Lin Han's odds stood at a mere 1-1. In the eyes of the spectators, Lin Shun was destined for defeat. Disciples above the innate 7th level, please step onto the platform. Lin Xing commanded the disciples below. Instantly, over 100 youthful disciples retreated, nearly 1/3 of their number, yet more than 100 remained, each possessing innate strength of the 7th level or higher. These young disciples ascended the grand martial stage, filling half of it with their considerable presence. Lin Shin selected a corner, striving to evade the gaze of the multitude and conceal his form. However, a pair of sinister eyes remained fixated upon him. Lin Han, though focused on Lin Shun, harbored no intention of striking just yet. It was wiser to conserve strength for the moment. As the competition commenced, Lin Xing declared with a booming voice and soared above the martial stage, presiding over the battle from a lofty vantage point. "Kill, kill, kill. Those who impede my path shall perish. Clear away." With the onset of the contest, a cacophony of battle cries erupted upon the stage as groups of youthful disciples, seemingly blinded by rage, unleashed torrents of true energy and executed various martial techniques. Explosions reverberated continuously, and disciples fell amidst the chaos, casualties mounting. Yet, each fallen disciple was swiftly rescued by Lin Xing, averting fatalities in the tumultuous melee. Lin Shun darted gracefully through the throngs, skillfully avoiding any collisions. Suddenly, a ferocious gust of wind surged from behind him, accompanied by a colossal fist, brimming with murderous intent. Lin Shun smirked, gathering strength beneath him, and propelled himself backward. Before Lin Shun stood a towering brute, an innate 8th-level warrior, whose face was etched with greedy anticipation. "You must be Lin Shun, correct? By slaying you, I shall amass greater spiritual stones. It depends on whether you possess the capability." Lin Shun smiled faintly, moving among the numerous disciples like a fish gliding through a vast river, seeking death. The fierce-looking man's countenance darkened with rage as he swung his fists toward Lin Shun, as if intending to shatter the earth itself. Earth-shattering punch. Perish. Lin Shun remained expressionless, his left hand plunging forward, summoning a blazing fire seal that soared into the sky. The azure mysterious flames formed a fiery emblem, burning fiercely, generating a scorching wind that forced the surrounding disciples to retreat. "What of the mysterious fire seal? I shall shatter it nonetheless." The fierce man bellowed with a savage roar, his fists enveloped in a layer of true energy, resembling beastly gauntlets, as he pounded relentlessly upon the fire seal. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering punch struck the mysterious fire, causing the flames to tremble as though they might extinguish at any moment. The fierce man's crazed laughter intensified as he relentlessly battered the fire seal. "The mysterious fire seal is nothing but this, ha. Soon I shall claim 200,000 spirit stones." Some disciples, witnessing the frenzied assault on the fire seal, swallowed hard, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Unbeknownst to them, an incredibly scorching wind suddenly swept across the entire arena, as a massive azure fire seal descended heavily upon the fierce man. Lin Shen dropped from the sky, exasperatedly addressing the fierce man. "Do you think I am worth merely 200,000 top-tier spirit stones? You." The fierce man paused, his expression momentarily stunned, before shooting Lin Shen an infuriated glare, once again channeling his strength to shatter the mysterious fire seal into mere flickering flames. As he was about to launch an assault on Lin Shen, an overwhelming heat descended from the heavens, and two colossal fiery seals came crashing down upon the sinister warrior. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the arena, as a figure engulfed in azure flames staggered about, the agonizing cries instilling fear into the hearts of the avaricious disciples present. Suddenly, a mysterious force manifested from the sky, extinguishing the fiery aura surrounding the sinister warrior, who was promptly whisked away from the arena by this enigmatic power. It was none other than the esteemed elder Lin Xing, showcasing the terrifying might of his divine prowess. Lin Shen gazed upward at Lin Xing, his eyes narrowing instinctively. Following the sinister warrior's dismal defeat, Lin Shen encountered little resistance from the other disciples. Observing the pitiful state of the fallen warrior, several disciples could not suppress their urge to retreat. The chaos of battle resumed, and Lin Shen once again triumphed over a number of young disciples who had sold their souls for wealth, leveraging the brilliance of his fiery essence. What vexed Lin Shen immensely was Lin Han, who stood at one side of the arena, fixated on him with a murderous glare, while none dared approach him. The oppressive aura of the innate 10th level of the Breaking Dan realm was indeed formidable, causing many disciples to hesitate in challenging him. In the audience area, among the distinguished guests, Lin Zhan observed the unfolding events on the arena with a grim expression. Lin Shen moved effortlessly, vanquishing all who crossed his path, encountering minimal obstacles. Even a disciple at the innate 9th level was easily toppled by 10 strikes of Lin Shen's fiery seals. This boy could not be allowed to remain. His presence here was bound to become a latent threat. Lin Zhan contemplated inwardly, acknowledging the terrifying rise of Lin Shen. Merely a month prior, Lin Shen was but a practitioner at the 6th level of innate strength. In such a brief span, he had astonishingly managed to slay experts at the 9th level. In stark contrast to Lin Zhan, Li Yuanlong's expression remained ominous, his piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Shen's agile figure. Through mental communication, he conveyed, "This young man is quite clever. Amidst this chaotic battle, he has sustained minimal harm. Should we dispatch the secret forces?" Wang Zheng scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "I believe Lin Shen is merely resorting to opportunism. Deploying the secret forces now could very well cost him his life." Li Yuanlong replied, his tone foreboding, "These secret forces were orchestrated by your Wang family. Do not let this elder down." Upon receiving Lin Zhan's affirmative response via mental signals, Wang Zheng's gaze shifted towards the arena, eyeing Lin Shen's form with a sinister smile. "Now, let this elder teach you, you presumptuous young fool." Amidst the turmoil, Lin Shen stood out remarkably. As the Xuanhua seal manifested, disciples were thrown into disarray, some too fearful to approach him. Meanwhile, Lin Han stood aloof, a cold smirk adorning his face, enjoying a sense of comfort far removed from Lin Shen's plight. He resolved to deliver a fiery spear strike upon Lin Han, ensuring he would not remain so untroubled. Lin Shen's mind raced with calculations, his keen eyes locking onto Lin Han. At that moment, a sudden surge of 7 formidable auras emanated from the chaotic throng of disciples. The entire audience erupted in a wave of astonishment, a cacophony of exclamations filling the air. What on earth are those 7 individuals? Could they possibly be made of gold? The palpable aura emanating from them coalesced into a terrifying presence, surpassing even the 9th level of innate mastery. This spelled trouble for Lin Shen and Lin Han. Lin Shen, momentarily taken aback, turned his gaze toward the tumultuous crowd. Amidst the chaos, he spotted 7 towering figures, each embodying the 8th level of innate mastery, their skin glistening like burnished gold, radiating a blinding golden light. Impervious to both fire and water, these 7 golden bronze figures stood in distinct positions, intricately forming a profound formation, their combined innate energies merging into an indomitable defensive bastion. The golden 7 bronze men? Lin Shen could not help but utter, as an overwhelming sense of lethal intent locked onto his being. Indeed, they were the golden 7 bronze men. In this 24th chapter, the battle against the golden 7 bronze men commenced. 7 practitioners of the 8th level of innate mastery were already comparable to a master of the 9th level. Lin Shen's mind raced with calculations. With the enigmatic formation of the golden 7 bronze men, their power equaled that of 3, perhaps even 4. The golden 7 bronze men had once been mentioned in the annals of the extraordinary. This so-called golden bronze was a substance known in the mundane world, impervious to swords and unaffected by fire. A master of body refinement had devised a cultivation technique strikingly similar to this golden bronze, aptly naming it the golden bronze body refinement technique. The 7 golden bronze figures, resplendent in their lustrous hue, evidently embody the mastery of the golden bronze body refinement technique to a formidable degree. With their cultivation reaching the 7th level, they possess a hardness comparable to that of high-grade spiritual artifacts, coupled with the unique properties of golden bronze. These 7 figures are capable of rivaling the defensive power of low-grade royal artifacts. I had never heard of these 7 golden bronze figures within the Lin family. Their origins remain a mystery. Lin Chun was engulfed in confusion, pondering why these 7 individuals had fixated their gaze upon him. Together, these 7 bronze figures represent a formidable challenge, and Lin Chun was naturally reluctant to expend excessive true energy to confront them. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. He looked up to see the seemingly friendly smiles of 3 elder statesmen in the audience. A realization dawned upon him, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. It was no wonder that the other party had meticulously orchestrated this chaotic skirmish. It was to unleash the potential of the 7 golden bronze figures. Kill! The 7 figures bellowed in unison, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent as they struck simultaneously. A golden sword of true energy materialized out of thin air, descending heavily towards Lin Chun. The surrounding disciples, caught in the turmoil, were compelled by the might of the 7 bronze figures to retreat to the periphery, clearing the combat arena. Floating atop the arena, Lin Xing furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the composed Lin Chun. Kill! The golden sword surged forth with a thunderous roar, shattering all in its path. Lin Chun, with an unperturbed expression, swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning 3 rounds of profound fire seals that coalesced in his grasp. Layer upon layer, the seals surged forth to meet the golden sword with a thunderous clash. The intricate martial technique, layered upon itself, caused all present to collectively draw a sharp breath. What formidable martial talent must this require? Even Lin Han could not help but feel his pupils constrict slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The convergence of the 3 seals amplified the potency of the Xuanhua seal, causing the golden longsword to explode in successive layers. As the sword shattered, the 7 golden bronze figures, undeterred, bellowed in unison, their bodies radiating a golden glow. They positioned themselves meticulously within the formation, encircling Lin Chen and launching a thunderous assault. The Xuanhua seal. The 3 golden bronze figures swung their golden fists with immense force towards Lin Chun. Raising his hand, Lin Chun directed the searing flames of the 3 Xuanhua seals towards the trio. Boom, boom, boom. The Xuanhua seals collided with the golden bronze figures, producing a resounding clang akin to metal clashing. They merely scorched the bronze bodies to a slight red hue, inflicting minimal damage. This is untenable. I must escape their encirclement. Observing the limited damage inflicted by the Xuanhua seals, Lin Chen's mind raced as he prepared to slip through a gap and flee. However, the other 4 golden bronze figures sealed off all directions, swinging their colossal golden fists in a relentless pursuit towards Lin Chun. Faced with the assault from all sides, Lin Chen found himself with no recourse but to unleash 4 rounds of Xuanhua seals in defense. The battle's dynamics began to shift subtly. The 7 golden bronze figures, employing an intricate formation, ensnared Lin Chun, their formidable physiques absorbing the brilliance of the Xuanhua seals. They attacked in alternating waves, rendering Lin Chun unable to form the incantation necessary to unleash the spear of burning fire, as his internal energy was rapidly depleting. Everyone could see that Lin Chun was clearly at a disadvantage. In the audience, Jin Wudao opened his eyes, observing with a calm demeanor as Lin Chen found himself besieged by 7 golden bronze figures employing an intricate formation. Li Yuanlong emanated a chilling aura, remarking, Wang Zheng. These golden bronze figures are indeed a remarkable creation. Lin Zhan also displayed a hint of delight, exclaiming, the power of these 7 golden bronze figures is certainly comparable to that of an ordinary innate level expert at the 10th stage. Upon hearing the approval of the 2 elders, Wang Zheng looked down at the arena with a smug expression, convinced that with Lin Chen's cultivation, the golden bronze figures would undoubtedly be able to eliminate him. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of golden bronze fists reverberated with immense energy, striking at Lin Chen from all directions. Waves of mysterious fire seals swiftly solidified, countering the relentless onslaught of lethal attacks. At this moment, although Lin Chen's internal energy had reached an impressive count of 800 giant elephants, akin to that of an innate level expert at the 9th stage, the exertion had already depleted 200 of his energy reserves. This cannot continue. Observing the dire situation, Lin Chen remained composed, methodically analyzing the circumstances. Yet, the formation employed by the 7 golden bronze figures was exceedingly profound, encompassing the 4 corners and coalescing into unity, rendering it impossible to decipher from its spatial configuration. Thunderous fists. The 3 golden bronze figures swiftly retreated, aligning with the formation as all 7 roared in unison, their golden-hued visages contorting into menacing expressions. This time, they unleashed the full force of their internal energy, striking as one. The 7 golden iron fists erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds, as if thunder itself was detonating within each fist, surging toward Lin Chen from all directions. This lethal assault was utterly insurmountable. The noble spectators watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. Lin Han, who had remained passive until now, wore a cold smile. In his eyes, Lin Chen was destined to be vanquished beneath the thunderous punches. Yet, as the 7 lightning fists bore down upon him, a wild fervor ignited on Lin Chen's face. With a swift gesture, he summoned the spear of blazing fire. The hand seal was completed in an instant, and his internal energy surged forth like a torrential flood, manifesting as a spear of blue, otherworldly flames that blazed ferociously in his right hand. He charged forward, spear in hand, targeting a golden bronze figure, while his left hand simultaneously raised, unleashing a relentless barrage of mysterious fire seals. The thunderous fists closed in with lethal intent. Boom, boom, boom. The immense explosions rocked the arena, sending ripples of energy coursing through the air. The blue flames of the spear of blazing fire coalesced into a seething inferno, creating a fiery ocean that seemed capable of... Even Lin Chen found himself engulfed in this torrential blaze. Such a violent and awe-inspiring confrontation sent the entire audience into a frenzy. Who, amidst this sea of fire and energy, would emerge alive? Elder Lin Xing, a figure of great authority, merely cast a fleeting glance at the inferno, furrowing his brow without invoking any divine power. Was it possible that death had not yet claimed its victim? Wang Zheng, sensing the unfolding drama, was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a commanding shout pierced through the roaring flames. A figure emerged from the heart of the blaze. It was none other than Lin Chen, alive and resolute. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair tousled and his garments rent by powerful forces. After leaping from the sea of flames, his piercing gaze fixated on the inferno, his eyes aflame with the spirit of battle. Suddenly, 7 figures sprang forth from the fiery abyss, igniting a fervor among the audience once more. The 7 golden bronze figures were engulfed in a scorching crimson hue, as if they had been thoroughly roasted. Each disciple bore expressions of slight agony and ferocity. Remarkably, they had not perished. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had always trusted in the might of the flames. Yet he was astonished by the defensive capabilities of the royal artifact, which managed to withstand his inferno. It seemed imperative for him to cultivate body refinement techniques in the future to enhance his physical resilience. Kill them, he commanded. With a powerful punch, he shattered the enemy. The 7 golden bronze figures were suffused with an overwhelming intent to kill. They suddenly surged forward, aligning themselves in a row, extending their right hands to press against the back of the foremost bronze figure. A series of formations coalesced, channeling a torrent of true energy into the leading golden bronze figure. Deadly strike, golden fist. They roared in unison, stamping their feet upon the combat stage, causing the hard, dark stone to crack and split open. The collective essence of the 7, each at the innate 8th level, intertwined within the formation. The aura of the foremost bronze figure rapidly surged, reaching an astonishing degree of innate 9th level true energy. Lin Chen's pupils constricted as his right hand suddenly extended. Within his dantian, an immense force equivalent to 100 colossal true chi elephants surged into the seated azure figure. Die, the leading golden bronze figure, with a fierce expression, launched a punch towards Lin Chen. The air resonated with a terrifying sound, reminiscent of countless arrows descending. A violent gust of wind erupted, coalescing into a massive true chi fist in midair, glimmering like a colossal golden punch forged from pure gold. The overwhelming intent to kill emanating from the golden fist left many spectators and disciples pale. Such a formidable strike could easily annihilate a master at the 10th level of the innate realm. Who could withstand it? It's over. Lin Xing sighed. His vast spiritual consciousness locked onto Lin Chen, ready to intervene at any moment. Humph. Lin Han sneered, finally making his move. A chill of ice and snow rapidly spread beneath his feet, and several disciples who had been shocked by Lin Chen's earlier display quietly lost their qualification for the competition. The outcome seemed sealed. Yet, amidst the myriad of sighs and gazes, Lin Chen faced the annihilating golden fist, a cold smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. The true chi within his dantian surged forth once more, with an additional 200 true chi elephants pouring into the azure figure. This azure figure represented the complete essence of the mysterious bronze ancient coffin that had helped Lin Chen condense the heavenly hand of suppression within his brow. The more true chi infused into it, the more terrifying the power of the heavenly hand became. Chapter 25, Life and Death Decision. The enormous golden heavy fist, imbued with the force of a thunderous tempest, thundered towards Lin Chen, poised to crush everything in its path. Amidst a multitude of astonished gazes, Lin Chen extended his right hand, decisively grasping towards the colossal golden fist of true energy. A torrent of immense energy surged into the azure figure, as a formidable force coalesced within his hand, transforming the moisture in the air into steam resembling an elephant. Lin Xingyi gasped in astonishment, observing Lin Chen's figure propel forward like a cannonball, reaching towards the outstretched golden fist. Although the energy fluctuations were intangible, they were nonetheless perceptible to Lin Xingyi's keen senses. Shatter. Lin Chen's face was set in grim determination as his right hand descended violently upon the incoming golden fist. A terrifying gale erupted from his hand, resembling a miniature tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The successive detonations echoed as if countless boulders were plummeting from the heavens to the earth, creating a deafening cacophony that resonated endlessly. The enormous golden fist, towering as high as a man, found itself stymied beneath the crushing force of Lin Chen's grip, unable to advance further. Moreover, the layers of golden true energy were consistently disintegrating into spiritual energy beneath Lin Chen's hand. What? This shocking spectacle rendered the leader of the Golden Seven Bronze Men utterly speechless. What manner of creature was this? To crush an attack powerful enough to annihilate someone at the 10th level of innate ability with mere hands? The three elders seated in the VIP area exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they observed the unfolding scene. Only Jian Wudao, with an air of calmness, nodded slightly. Allow me to demonstrate to you the essence of true power. Lin Chen's hair fluttered wildly, reminiscent of a legendary warrior. The fabric on his left hand was shattered by the force of his energy. Once more, he summoned the colossal essence of 200 true chi elephants, which surged relentlessly into the azure figure. Instantly, the muscles in Lin Chen's right hand swelled dramatically, as an invisible force brewed within, growing ever more formidable. With a resounding explosion, his right hand descended with tremendous force, distorting the entire gold, which was ultimately crushed to dust amidst a thunderous blast. A collective gasp echoed from the audience, astonished by Lin Chen's display of power. Yet, the battle was far from over. After obliterating the golden giant fist, Lin Chen propelled himself forward, his right hand aimed decisively at the leading golden bronze figure. In the eyes of the terrified giant, an intangible force pressed in from all sides, seemingly intent on pulverizing its regal defensive form. Stop! Lin Han, who had been mercilessly eliminating contestants, sensed Lin Chen's move, and a sinister expression emerged on his face. A chilling frost enveloped his left hand as he shot forward, launching a powerful punch toward Lin Chen. Countless shards of ice erupted from Lin Han's fist, as if to reduce Lin Chen to mere frost fragments. Humph! Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully, embodying the essence of a reaper. With a swift motion, he formed a seal with his left hand and cast forth a blue fire spear. Damn it! Lin Han's expression turned icy as he beheld the blazing spear hurtling toward him. He struck it with a punch, unleashing a torrent of mysterious ice. Confining Lin Chen with the 7 golden bronze men would have unequivocally guaranteed his championship. However, The formidable martial skills displayed by Lin Chen stirred a hint of apprehension within Lin Han. Lin Chen's right hand lashed out ferociously towards the leading golden bronze man. His hair billowing, descend from the stage. Rumble. With the grasp of the subduing heaven hand, the entire golden bronze man erupted, molten blood flowing, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Swoosh. A terrifying surge of mana descended, and Lin Xing swiftly teleported the golden bronze man, whose defenses had been breached, off the stage. After the leader of the golden bronze men was crushed by Lin Chen's subduing heaven hand, a golden jade scroll fell out. With swift action, Lin Chen seized the golden jade scroll, feeling its substantial weight. As Lin Chen had surmised, this golden jade scroll contained the golden bronze body tempering art. Having witnessed the formidable defensive capabilities of this body tempering art, Lin Chen was deeply moved. Enhancing the power of his physical body was also a method to augment his strength. Wang Zheng, the elder of the Wang family on the platform, watched as Lin Chen took the golden jade scroll, his lips twitching incessantly, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. He had expended a great deal of spirit stones to acquire this golden bronze body tempering art. None of the 7 bronze men had mastered the golden bronze body tempering art to its peak, demonstrating the art's formidable nature. But Lin Chen remained unfazed. With the leader of the golden bronze men removed from the stage, the 7-man formation was finally disrupted once more. Their power could no longer be combined. They were merely 6 and 8th level experts with Wang grade defenses. Lin Chen swiftly secured the golden jade slip, his eyes turning icy as he formed a hand seal once more. A spear of azure flames ignited fiercely, hurtling towards the 6 assembled figures. An overwhelming sense of incineration emanated from the fiery spear, enveloping the scene in a tempest of flames. The 6 golden copper figures, witnessing the oncoming spear, hastily unleashed their martial techniques in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Boom! The spear exploded, the blue flames engulfing the 6 golden copper figures, subjecting them to intense searing. Whoosh! 6 silhouettes, charred and glowing red, darted from the arena, signaling the defeat of the golden copper warriors. After vanquishing the remaining foes, Lin Chen turned coldly to face Lin Han, who had extinguished the spear of burning fire. An invisible aura of lethal intent permeated the air between them. The remaining disciples on the competition stage, unable to withstand the palpable pressure from the two, promptly forfeited and retreated. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of them remained on the platform. Lin Chen, you have finally reached this point, Lin Han declared, a sinister expression growing on his face. In this final showdown, I shall make you regret it for a lifetime. Lin Chen exhaled a deep breath, a faint smile gracing his lips as he enunciated, do you possess the endurance for this? You seek death. Lin Han could no longer restrain his fury, as thousands of true energy giants churned within his dantian, propelling him towards Lin Chen with ferocity. Yet, Lin Chen regarded Lin Han with a look of disdain, showing no intention of evading the impending strike. The victor was clearly Lin Chen against Lin Han. Thus commenced the final showdown. A resounding cheer erupted across the arena. Haha, the finals have finally begun. In the end, who shall emerge victorious? Undoubtedly, it will be Lin Chen. Did you not witness the formidable display he just showcased? Nonsense. Lin Han is a genuine innate 10th realm practitioner, possessing the essence of Dan Yuan. Lin Chen stands no chance of triumph. In the audience, Elder Lin Zhan clenched his fist, veins protruding from his forehead. An invisible aura of menace bore down upon Lin Chen, as Lin Zhan's inner fury seethed. Lin Chen, I did not foresee your blatant disregard for the gravity of this situation. I could easily dispose of your father, and you are no exception. Within the machinations of Lin Zhan and the 3 elders, their intention was clear, to elevate Lin Han as the champion while extinguishing Lin Chen in the first round. Lin Chen's unexpected ascent has surpassed Lin Zhan's anticipations, instilling within him a sense of trepidation. Lin Xing observed the silent exchange of lethal intent between the 2, and calmly announced, as we proceed to the final match, no lethal force is to be employed, nor may one incapacitate the opponent's dantian. Any violation will be deemed a forfeiture. Lin Han smirked derisively, stepping forward. Lin Chen, I strongly advise you to concede in this ultimate showdown. Oh. Lin Chen suddenly smiled faintly, a palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Channeling his true energy, he bellowed with fervor, Lin Han, do you dare engage me in a life-or-death duel? No holds barred. He repeated this thunderous challenge thrice, his voice echoing like thunder, resonating in the hearts of all present. In that moment, Lin Chen resembled a vengeful Azura, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, gazing down upon Lin Han. Now is the time to settle everything. Chapter 26. The Dan Yuan, the Sealing of Fire and Ice Sword, the Life and Death Duel. The phrase life and death duel, regardless of life or death, struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of stunned shock. A single question arose in the minds of all. Has Lin Chen lost his sanity? A practitioner at the 8th level of innate facing off against one at the 10th level who has condensed their Dan Yuan. The disparity in power was several times greater, rendering this a duel of entirely different realms. After a moment of astonishment, a cold smirk gradually surfaced on Lin Han's lips. Is that so? A life and death duel it shall be. I have no objections. Bathed in a sense of bloodlust, Lin Chen turned to Lin Xing and inquired, Elder, do you deem this life and death duel permissible? Lin Xing's expression turned grave as he observed the invisible, menacing aura emanating from the standoff between the two. After a lengthy pause, he nodded. Since both of you consent, then let the life and death duel commence. Lin Xing had heard of Lin Chen's past exploits, including how the supreme martial arts of the Lin family was seized by Lu Tian and the subsequent oppression from the Grand Elder, Lin Zhan. It was hardly surprising that Lin Chen harbored such intense murderous intent toward Lin Han. However, Lin Xing did not intend to intervene in their grievances, for Lin Chen was not the true heir. Nevertheless, had Lin Xing been aware that the head of the family had orchestrated the entrapment of the Lin Zhan father and son within the ancient forbidden grounds of the continent, the entire elder council of the Lin family would likely have been engulfed in fury. Thus, the final championship match, the life and death duel, commenced. With a mighty shout, Lin Xing soared into the sky, initiating the ultimate contest for supremacy. Lin Chen, I know not from whence you draw your courage. Lin Han licked his lips, acknowledging the hatred directed at him, yet he was taken aback by the extent of the madness displayed by his opponent. As he spoke, a chilling wind began to swirl around him, causing the temperature to plummet sharply. The celestial ice-cold profound force commenced its manifestation. Lin Chen wore a cold smirk, raising his hand to unleash 3 layers of profound fire seals, propelling himself towards Lin Han with ferocious speed, intent on subduing him. The blazing profound fire surged, rapidly elevating the frigid atmosphere around them, while an aura of impending doom intensified. Merely a trifling skill, Lin Han retorted coldly, as his right arm transformed into a shimmering hand of ice, launching a powerful punch toward Lin Chen amidst the howling cold winds. The Celestial Ice Fist. The icy hand unleashed tremendous force, sending a torrent of ice shards hurtling toward Lin Chen's profound fire seals. This was reminiscent of the last encounter when Lin Han had frozen Lin Chen with a single blow. The 3-layered profound fire seals descended heavily, colliding with Lin Han's Celestial Ice Fist, producing a series of terrifying explosions. Profound fire and profound ice surged and roiled between the two, creating an illusion of a realm caught between ice and fire. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of profound fire seals erupted relentlessly, while countless shards of profound ice scattered in the air, accompanied by the deafening roars of explosions. The two combatants engaged in a frenzied exchange, transforming the arena into a battleground either engulfed in flames or encased in frost. The vital energies surged and dissipated, with dozens, even hundreds, of their energies rapidly depleting. Nevertheless, despite the intensity of their battle, it appeared that they were evenly matched. Lin Chen, utilizing his comprehension of the celestial fire seals, remarkably withstood the onslaught of Lin Han, who had mastered the celestial ice-cold profound force. The flame spear. Lin Chen swiftly retreated, wielding a spear engulfed in an ethereal blue flame, aimed fiercely at Lin Han's heart. His internal energy had dwindled, leaving only 200 remnants of true energy. Let you experience the might of the celestial ice-cold profound force. Lin Han's forehead bulged with veins as he unleashed the second form, the Ice Lion's Fury. With a mighty roar, Lin Han opened his mouth wide, emitting a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion king, resonating with overwhelming power. A phantom ice lion, formidable and majestic, materialized from his roar, its eyes glimmering with intensity. The ice lion surged forth, exhaling like a piercing arrow towards Lin Chen's flame spear. The celestial ice-cold profound force and the celestial fire seal, said to be derived from an enigmatic cultivation technique, manifested as 2 supreme martial arts, each containing 12 seals and 12 forms, equally matched in might. Yet, as a practitioner of the innate 10th level, Lin Han unleashed a formidable force exceeding 100 remnants of true energy. The ice lion roared forth, transforming into a spectral form, freezing the very water droplets in the air around it. Boom! The flame spear pierced directly into the massive icy maw of the ice lion, erupting into waves of blue flames, as if attempting to melt the entire creature. However, the potency of the flame spear paled in comparison to that of the ice lion. As the ice lion diminished in size by half, the might of the flame spear dissipated entirely. The ice lion, undeterred, charged once more towards Lin Shun with a fierce roar. Facing the towering Frost Lion King, Lin Shun exhibited not a trace of panic upon his visage. Instead, he charged toward the formidable beast with unwavering resolve, his right hand descending with great force. Falling sky. With a thunderous roar, an invisible wave of energy surged forth, crushing the Frost Lion King's head in successive layers beneath Lin Chen's grip. The entire form of the Frost Lion King, rushing at him with ferocity, came to an abrupt halt. With a sudden exertion of strength, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air as Lin Shun leapt onto the back of the Frost Lion King. Surveying Lin Han from his elevated position, "What of your celestial ice profound energy?" Lin Shun proclaimed, embodying the essence of a reaper. Lin Han experienced the taste of the third seal. With swift and precise movements, he formed seals with his hands, summoning waves of golden flames that danced between his fingers, channeling all his inner energy into this formidable force. As he completed the seal, the atmosphere around him morphed into a hellish landscape. The moisture in the air twisted grotesquely, and the ground's mystic stones began to liquefy into stone water. This extraordinary phenomenon alerted all onlookers to the terrifying fluctuations emanating from Lin Chen's hands, their expressions shifting dramatically. Lin Han's face paled as he howled in response, the Frost Lion King once again roaring forth to attack. "Unstoppable," Lin Chen remarked with a cold smirk. Shaking his head, with renewed vigor, he manipulated his hands once more, the golden flames within his palms growing increasingly ferocious. With a flick of his fingers, a strand of golden fire erupted from his hand seal, tracing a brilliant arc as it collided with the Frost Lion King. The ensuing explosion was cataclysmic. A strand of golden flame collided with the Ice Lion King, instantly unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that caused the entire Ice Lion King to dissolve into nothingness beneath that golden blaze. Hiss! Countless gasps of astonishment echoed as gazes turned towards the quivering golden flame in Lin Chen's grasp, their eyes rife with trepidation. Merely a flicker of flame had obliterated the formidable Ice Lion King. What tremendous power this was! In the audience, Lin Zhan abruptly rose, his expression darkening like an approaching storm. This is the golden earth fire. It is said that within the continent's core lies a flame that consumes all in existence. The golden flame in Lin Chen's palm is indeed that very earth fire. Harnessing the power of the heavenly fire seal, he has summoned the fabled earth fire, capable of incinerating all things, far surpassing the terror of mere flames. Lin Chen's forehead began to glisten with fine beads of sweat, summoning the earth fire. Combined with his formidable martial talent, was an endeavor of immense strain. The third seal, the earth fire seal, Lin Chen roared fiercely, and the fire seal in his hand suddenly crystallized, transforming into a palm-sized golden lotus that flickered gently in his grasp. Within that diminutive golden lotus lay an explosive force of unimaginable magnitude. Go! Lin Chen flicked his wrist, casting the earth fire seal towards Lin Han. A violent surge of heat began to oscillate violently across the dueling platform, the scorching temperatures rendering it akin to a furnace. As the earth fire seal was unleashed, Lin Chen's internal energy was entirely expended. Damn! Lin Han's face turned ashen as he beheld the approaching earth fire seal, his form beginning to sway as he sought to evade its wrath. Even he dared not confront the might of the third seal of the heavenly fire seal. Yet, no matter how fervently Lin Han ran, the earth fire seal persistently trailed behind him, evading his every attempt to escape. With a mighty punch, he unleashed the ice fist, the wrath of the ice lion. Immediately, Lin Han executed the first two moves, an overwhelming surge of true energy erupting from within him. A formidable Ice Lion King, accompanied by a torrent of surging dark ice shards, roared furiously as it charged towards the palm-sized earth fire seal. However, what left Lin Han even more astounded was the fact that these two formidable techniques, as they approached the earth fire seal, inexplicably dissolved into nothingness, unable to mount even the slightest resistance. Lin Han realized that the might of the earth fire was beyond the feeble defense of mere dark ice. Standing atop a mound of ice, Lin Chun observed this spectacle with an expression of detached indifference. Lin Chun, you have forced my hand. Lin Han, his hands unfurling, his visage contorted with rage as he proclaimed, Heavenly Ice Dan Yuan, seal the fire element ice sword. Boom. The obsidian stone beneath Lin Han's feet began to fracture as he pressed his hands against his abdomen, initiating a gradual yet powerful motion. A dazzling radiance of ice materialized in his grasp, followed by the eruption of a chilling tempest from his position. With a crackle, a mysterious longsword, shimmering with true energy, emerged, its blade flawless, adorned with enigmatic runes. The hilt was encircled by 4 chains, beneath which lay a pitch-black character for fire. An aura of regal dominance emanated continuously from the sword. The entire blade was composed of heavenly ice. As this sword was drawn, the temperature of the arena plummeted once more, settling into a steady state. It was unmistakably the emblem of the innate tenfold breaking Dan realm, the Dan Yuan. Dan Yuan refers to the process of utilizing techniques or weapons, combining one's essence blood with a mass of true qi through relentless refinement and amalgamation, thereby forming a distinct manifestation of true qi. In other words, this ice sword represents Lin Han's true qi mass. Chapter 27, Shattering Terror. What an astonishing fluctuation. Is this what Dan Yuan truly is? Lin Chun inhaled sharply, astounded by the formidable and concentrated true qi radiating from the sword held by Lin Han, exuding an aura of kingship. With the sword in hand, Lin Han unleashed a wave of potent energy, directing the blade towards the earth fire seal. My Dan Yuan is the fusion of a mid-grade royal weapon, the sealing fire sword. Now, witness the might of its flame-sealing power. A mid-grade royal weapon. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. He was not well versed in the potency of magical artifacts, for he currently possessed not even a single spiritual tool. However, the formidable strength of the Golden 7 Copper Man had reached the level of a low-grade royal weapon, sufficient to withstand the force of his profound fire seal. Thus, how immense would the power of Lin Han's mid-grade royal sealing fire ice sword, now transformed into Dan Yuan, truly be? In the audience, Lin Zhan, who had stood up in a tense state, finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing Lin Han summon his Dan Yuan, settling back down with an expression of cold determination. Beside him, Wang Zhong, observing Lin Zhan's demeanor, immediately transmitted a reassuring thought. Rest assured, with Dan Yuan invoked, Lin Chun is destined for defeat. Lin Zhan nodded, his tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxing, his palms slick with perspiration. Kill. The earth fire seal slowly approached Lin Han, gripping the sword with one hand. An icy true qi emanated from the blade's tip, and the 4 chains on the hilt gleamed with a radiant luster. Seal fire. Lin Han suddenly unleashed a sword strike, and the chilling light of the blade shot forth, transforming in mid-air into 4 chains of icy vapor, entwined together to form an enigmatic pattern that ensnared the earth fire seal, imprisoning it in the void. The chains crackled as the earth fire seal burned fiercely within their grasp, emitting the sound of scorching, yet it could not dissolve the icy bindings. What? Lin Chen's pupils contracted sharply. How could these 4 chains of icy vapor withstand even the earth fire seal's flames? At that moment, Lin Han began to chuckle coldly, saying, Lin Chun, the sealing fire element ice sword is a mid-grade divine weapon specifically designed to counter flames. These 4 chains are the sealing fire great seal. Even the earth fire seal shall be confined. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Lin Chun felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The power of a mid-grade divine weapon exceeded his expectations. Decapitating slash. Lin Han suddenly unleashed his swordsmanship. Countless shards of ice swirling around the blade like a tempest in a snowstorm. He surged forth, aiming a fierce strike at the imprisoned earth fire seal. As roars akin to a lion's erupted from the sealing fire element ice sword, unleashing torrents of icy brilliance from the blade. This strike was undeniably imbued with the first 2 forms of the heavenly ice-cold profound technique, magnifying its might. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword's aura collided, the earth fire seal erupted entirely, and a golden flame lotus began to swell violently, transforming into a surging tide of golden fire. The golden earth fire surged forth, radiating an unbearable heat that deterred any gaze, as if one were plunged into the very core of the continent. Lin Han's figure was thoroughly assailed by the explosive force of the earth fire imprint. In a realm of ice and snow, he faced the terrifying flames without a trace of fear, continuing to wield the sealing fire element ice sword. The radiance of the 4 chains on the sword's hilt grew increasingly brilliant. With each swing of the blade, flurries of snowflakes emanated from the sealing fire element ice sword, cascading towards the inferno, reminiscent of a winter wonderland. Astonishingly, these swirling snowflakes seemed to counter the earth fire, extinguishing the surging golden flames and dissolving them into nothingness. After invoking this formidable technique, the brilliance of the sealing fire element ice sword dimmed slightly. This was indeed the third form of the heavenly ice-cold profound skill. Ice and snow. Lin Han could only rely on his Dan Yuan's power to unleash this strike. The essence of ice and snow lay in summoning the primordial heavenly ice to seal the flames. Heavenly ice and earth fire have always existed in opposition. Lin Shun, I shall show you true power. Lin Han's face contorted with ferocity as he danced amidst the flames, wielding the sealing god element ice sword. While boundless primordial heavenly ice transformed into snowflakes, cascading from the sword. Boom. The clash between heavenly ice and earth fire erupted with violent explosions, gradually diminishing the ferocity of the flames. Lin Shun, witnessing Lin Han extinguishing the earth fire bit by bit, felt a slight shock within, as the might of the Dan Yuan far exceeded his expectations. In this moment, as Lin Han wielded his Dan Yuan, he was likely comparable to 2 innate experts of the 10th realm. The situation in the arena has once again grown intricate. Lin Han, wielding the Dan Yuan, is certainly not someone Lin Shun can contend with in his current state of depleted true energy. Jian Wudao observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head gently. Lin Shun had already expended a significant amount of true energy dealing with the golden 7 copper men. I thought young Master Jian had backed Lin Han for a lucrative gain. With an expressionless face, Jian Wudao turned away, not sparing a glance at Li Yuanlong. On the martial arts platform, the ice lion raged. Large flakes of snow cascaded down, extinguishing the golden flames in their path. Lin Han surged forward. His frost fire yuan ice sword began to emit a thunderous resonance. Countless shards of celestial ice snow coalesced at the sword's tip, transforming into a frost lion king that roared as it plunged into the last remnants of the earthly fire. Boom, boom, boom. The frost lion king, forged from celestial ice, possessed immense power, bellowing as it clashed with the final vestiges of the golden earthly fire, both dissipating into nothingness. The third seal of the heavenly fire seal was entirely obliterated by Lin Han using Dan Yuan. Within Lin Shun, the devouring diagram quietly activated, continuously absorbing the true energy of the surrounding environment. His true energy had restored to the equivalent of 30 true energy giants. Yet this was merely a drop in the bucket, wholly insufficient. His sharp gaze fixated on Lin Han, who held the long sword. An invisible aura of killing intent swept forth, exerting immense pressure that caused Lin Shen's entire being to tense up. Lin Shun, I admire your ability to reach this point. Lin Han pointed his sword at Lin Shun, a cold smirk curling at his lips. At this moment, wisps of steam-like vapor began to rise from the Dan Yuan artifact, as his formidable true energy erupted in its entirety. How many true Qi giants of innate tenfold strength exist? According to Lin Shen's calculation, Lin Han's total amount of true Qi likely equates to a staggering 3,000 true Qi giants. In this moment, he channels the power of 1,500 true Qi giants into a single strike, potent enough to obliterate a modest earthly peak. The cold wind begins to rise like a tempest. Lin Han's hair billows wildly, an aura of malevolence radiating from him as he bellows. However, this time shall mark the end of your life. You have succumbed to your own folly. With a swift motion, a blade of light bursts forth. As the primordial ice merges with the true Qi, transforming into a colossal ice blade that cleaves towards Lin Shun. The ice blade carves a massive chasm across the arena, its grandeur overwhelming. This strike hurtles forward with terrifying, glacial brilliance, seemingly intent on cleaving Lin Shun in twain. The previously unperturbed Jian Wudao's expression shifts, and he rises abruptly, the ancient sword at his back beginning to hum ominously, as if poised to unsheathe at any moment. Nearby, Lin Zhan squints and chuckles. Young Master Jian, do mind the rules. Jian Wudao casts a cold glance at Lin Zhan, his brow furrowing deeply, yet he ultimately resumes his seat. In the wake of this onslaught, how will Lin Shen survive? A singular thought of despair flickers through the minds of all present. Even Lin Xing, observing from above, cannot suppress a sigh. Lin Shen's brilliance surpasses his expectations, stirring a flicker of admiration within him. At this moment, Lin Shen's dantian holds a mere 30 true Qi giants. How can he possibly withstand such a fearsome attack? Lin Shun, the heir of the Lin family shall be none other than me, Lin Han. Lin Han raised the dim and lifeless artifact of the Dan Yuan, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement as he erupted into wild laughter. How many schemes had he orchestrated? How many lives had he extinguished? How many times had he betrayed? All these efforts had culminated in the path to the throne of the family head. Lin Shun must perish, as long as he drew breath. Both Lin Han and Lin Zhan could find no peace. The life and death duel proposed by Lin Shin was precisely what Lin Han desired. Thus, without hesitation, Lin Han unleashed his most formidable strike, aiming to eliminate Lin Shun in one fell swoop. However, just as the colossal ice blade sliced through the air towards Lin Shun with a tearing velocity, a cold smile crept across Lin Shen's face. An unexpected change occurred. It was as if a whirlpool had opened around Lin Shun as its epicenter. A multitude of primal giants, formed of true energy, surged rapidly into Lin Shen's being, hundreds, even thousands of them. Within his dantian, the unceasing influx of true energy giants was entirely directed into the azure figure within. Over 1,000 true energy giants flowed into the azure figure, and finally, the ancient and unyielding essence of martial arts stirred slightly within its hazy azure hands. In that moment of subtle movement, Lin Shun abruptly extended his right hand, gazing at the tearing ice blade, and with a powerful grip, he struck forth. The hand of Futu. Boom, boom, boom. An immense pressure radiated from all directions as the colossal ice blade, under the might of Lin Shen's hand, produced a thunderous explosion yet could not surpass the mere inch before Lin Shen's palm. The sound of explosions echoed continuously as countless streams of energy emanated forth. The primal giants of true energy relentlessly poured into the azure figure, the terrifying force of oppression growing ever more ferocious. The hand of the fateful day is a rather unique martial skill, transforming one's hand into a conduit of surrounding pressure. The more vital energy infused, the greater the pressure that can be wielded. Attaining the level akin to an ancient bronze coffin allows one to distort the very fabric of space with a mere touch, reducing it to fragments. The term fateful day implies a dominion that extends even to the heavens themselves. In this moment, Lin Shun resembled a deity of war, single-handedly receiving the entire cold blade, veins on his face bulging as a surge of bloodthirst erupted within him. Unleash! Lin Shun roared, his right hand descending with ferocity, fingers curling into a fist. The immense cold blade, under the horrific pressure that suddenly descended, began to bend before it violently shattered. Boom! The explosion of the cold blade echoed through the arena, reverberating like thunder as countless shards dispersed into the air. Emerging slowly from the mist of vapor, Lin Shun appeared expressionless, his left hand gripping a bizarre, flaming spear. Lin Han stood in stunned silence, utterly overwhelmed by the enormity of Lin Shen's power. How? Is this possible? How could he be so formidable? The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, in a hidden corner, a transparent orb rolled across the competition stage before disintegrating into dust due to the loss of spiritual energy. The Pure Yuan Spirit Pearl. Chapter 28. Elder Lin. Mind the rules. The arena was engulfed in a stillness akin to death. The man at the 8th level of innate mastery continued to astound them in wave after wave of shock. Lin Shun, brandishing the azure fire spear, slowly advanced towards Lin Han, who was slumped on the ground, the murderous intent on his face intensifying. For a brief moment, Lin Shin stood 1 meter away from Lin Han, his spear raised as he coolly declared, "Life and death are decided, irrespective of fate." The oppressive aura of lethal intent enveloped Lin Han, sending a chill coursing through his body, and a glimmer of fear finally emerged in his gaze. Lin Han propped himself up, wielding the Dan Yuan longsword, and mustered his courage to confront Lin Shin. Lin Shin, do not presume that thwarting my fatal strike will lead to your victory. The defense of a mid-grade royal weapon is beyond your capability to breach. The dimly glowing mid-grade royal weapon, the sealing fire element ice sword, was Lin Han's last bastion of hope. The terrifying cold blade from earlier had unleashed all 1,500 of his vital essence giants contained within the Dan Yuan. Shall we see? Lin Shin's lips curled into a playful smile, his expression suddenly sharpening as he took a decisive step forward, hurling the blue, ethereal fire spear with force. Simultaneously, Lin Shin surged toward Lin Han, his right hand reaching out fiercely. The previous Pure Yuan Spirit Pearl had required him to expend 1,200 vital essence giants to execute the heavenly hand. leaving him with 800 vital essence giants to replenish his internal energy. As Lin Han beheld the flaming spear hurtling toward him, his pupils constricted sharply, and he raised the sealing fire element ice sword horizontally in front of himself. Boom! The spear detonated, and Lin Han was jolted by the explosive force. Gritting his teeth as his body staggered backward, his blood and energy surging tumultuously. Yet, the defensive power of the mid-grade royal weapon proved formidable, absorbing the entirety of the blow. However, before Lin Han could savor this moment of relief, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, rendering him icy with dread. Almost instinctively, he raised his arm, positioning the Dan Yuan artifact to defend against the impending threat. Boom! With a terrifying force, Lin Chen's right hand grasped firmly at the Dan Yuan artifact, channeling a staggering 500 true energy giants within him. The pressure surrounding him, under Lin Chen's control, intensified, becoming immense and fearsome. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated from the Fenghui Yuanbing sword, the entire mid-grade royal weapon bending under the overwhelming strain, as if it would shatter at any moment. As the Dan Yuan was harmed, Lin Han began to scream in a frenzy, the agonizing pain tearing through his entire being. The Dan Yuan represents the entirety of one's cultivation. Once shattered, one's prowess would be obliterated alongside it. Yet, what tormented Lin Han the most was that this mid-grade royal sword was forged through the connection of spirit to the Dan Yuan, making it an extension of his very essence. Beside him, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong bore expressions as dark as charcoal, seemingly on the brink of turning into embers. Now, the fate of the battle was truly sealed. Explode! Lin Chen bellowed, unleashing another surge of 100 true energy giants. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as a mid-grade royal weapon was crushed to fragments beneath Lin Chen's grip. Lin Han emitted a muffled groan, his energy extinguished, collapsing to the ground. With the destruction of his Dan Yuan, Lin Han was rendered as good as a cripple. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen's previously calm demeanor flickered with a surge of joy, for he had sensed a stirring from the devouring celestial map upon his abdomen. Had the Blood Elder finally awakened after over 20 days of recuperation? A wave of consciousness emanated from the devouring celestial map. Young one, swiftly seize the essence of the kingly artifact that has been shattered and merge it into the devouring celestial diagram. The frail, ancient voice resonated within Lin Chen's mind. The essence of the kingly artifact? Filled with elation, Lin Chen complied with the Blood Elder's command and turned his gaze towards the explosion. Indeed, at the moment the fire-sealing ice sword was shattered by the Dan Yuan artifact, a remnant of golden particle energy lingered. This golden energy coalesced into a vaguely defined long sword, resembling the fire-sealing ice sword in its general form. Is this the essence of the king? Suppressing his curiosity, Lin Chen suddenly reached out and grasped the essence of the fire-sealing ice sword. This essence felt intangible in his hands, devoid of any weight. Instead, it was drawn into him by a force akin to a black hole, penetrating his skin. The devouring celestial diagram was already in motion, preparing to absorb the essence of the mid-grade kingly artifact. Young one, I shall soon enter seclusion. Next time, the devouring celestial diagram will ascend to the level of a low-grade kingly artifact and unleash a modicum of its power. The Blood Elder exclaimed with delight. He had not anticipated such an opportunity upon his recent awakening. Let me tell you, this essence of the king can only be possessed by a kingly artifact imbued with a hint of sentience. The more essence you gather, the greater the power the devouring celestial diagram will wield. So it is. Lin Chen realized with clarity that the essence of the king was merely the manifestation of sentience formed by the kingly artifact. After collecting the essence, Lin Chen felt a subtle anticipation for the devouring celestial diagram to evolve into a low-grade kingly artifact. The devouring celestial diagram, intrinsically linked to the core formation of the heavenly tower, yearns for the restoration of its former glory. Should it reclaim its past magnificence? Even Lin Zhan would appear as insignificant as an ant before its grandeur. At this moment, countless onlookers held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Lin Han fell to his knees. Terror etched upon his face. Lin Chen, please spare my life. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. I can divulge the location where your father is imprisoned. It was not I who wronged you, but my father. With desperation, he began to prostrate himself on the ground. Weeping, I bow before you. Please, do not hold my transgressions against me. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards my father. He is the true culprit. Upon hearing Lin Han's lamentations, the spectators around him displayed expressions of disdain. Even Lin Zhan's body stiffened in response. Yet, before he could utter a word, Lin Han let out a piercing scream. A sickening crack echoed as Lin Chen forcefully crushed Lin Han's hand beneath his foot, his demeanor as frigid as the depths of winter. Lin Han, do you comprehend the reason behind your impending demise? Lin Chen inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. In a state of agony and terror, Lin Han hastily lifted his gaze and implored, Why? Why? Is it because I betrayed you? I can change. I can amend anything. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon Lin Han, slowly shaking his head. You cannot change. Moreover, my intent to end your life is not born from your betrayal. Your treachery merely unveiled your true nature. Lin Han's expression became rigid in an instant. Lin Chen's voice transformed into one of wrathful fury, akin to a vengeful deity. However, conspiring against my father is the gravest error you and Lin Zhan have ever committed. No harm shall befall my kin. In Lin Han's eyes, filled with terror, the blue flame spear surged directly towards his forehead, a lethal strike aimed to end his life. Stop this at once. A thunderous roar erupted from the audience, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of dread that bore down upon Lin Chen. Lin Zhan, resembling an enraged deity, soared towards Lin Chen with alarming speed, his formidable presence enveloping the entire arena. Caught in the terrifying weight of the divine pressure, Lin Chen's body became rigid, the spear's approach excruciatingly slow. Father, save me, please. Lin Han cried out desperately from the ground, his voice a haunting blend of despair and fear. Lin Chen observed the intensifying malice in Lin Han's gaze. Having betrayed his father to preserve his own life, he now sought his father's aid. Lin Zhan's heart ached at the sight of his son. Yet he felt a tempest of rage coursing through him. Under Jian Wudao's mocking gaze, he was compelled to intervene, determined to prevent Lin Chen from taking his son's life, lest all his efforts be rendered futile. Just then, a cold, authoritative voice rang out. Lin Zhan, do you wish to die? In an instant, a figure materialized before Lin Zhan, revealing the stern and imposing presence of the Supreme Elder, Lin Xingyi. In that moment, the inferno of Lin Zhan's fury seemed to freeze, leaving him chilled to the bone. Lin Zhan, your son and Lin Chen have mutually agreed to this life-and-death duel. Lin Xingyi scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Should you dare to interfere with the integrity of this contest, I shall ensure your removal from the position of Grand Elder. This Supreme Elder, seldom seen, was truly incensed this time. In the grand ceremony of the Lin family's illustrious lineage, how could you, Lin Zhan, dare to contravene the established rules under the gaze of countless spectators? This is nothing short of the Lin family striking a blow to its own reputation, an utter disgrace. Lin Zhan, shaken by the domineering presence of Lin Xingyi, turned pale as the oppressive force directed towards Lin Chen dissipated entirely. Suddenly, the spear of blazing fire pierced through Lin Han's brow. In that instant, the wailing countenance abruptly ceased. Boom! The blue fire spear penetrated, transforming into flames that engulfed Lin Han's lifeless body, consuming it with fervent intensity. Lin Chen gazed serenely at the inferno of azure flames and softly uttered, In your next life, remember, personal grievances are merely personal grievances. The family remains innocent. Having shared years of camaraderie with Lin Han, the betrayal for the sake of gain left Lin Chen feeling frigid. However, upon discovering that his closest friend was scheming against his father alongside him, Lin Chen was truly engulfed in fury. No one shall dare to threaten his beloved kin, otherwise death awaits. As the flames blazed, Lin Chen, under the scrutiny of thousands, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Father, I have not squandered the position of heir. I have not disappointed you. You need not worry about my constitution. I, Lin Chen, am steadily evolving into a formidable force. The Lin family competition has officially concluded. At that moment, Lin Xingyi descended from above, a subtle smile adorning his face as he stood beside Lin Chen and proclaimed, Now, in my capacity as the elder of the Supreme Council, I announce that Lin Chen is the heir apparent of our Lin family. At this declaration, the entire assembly rose in unison, erupting in fervent applause and cheers. This 16-year-old youth had attained the highest honor. Even the esteemed disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, Jian Wudao, could not help but raise his brows and cast an appreciative glance at Lin Chen. However, amidst the multitude of gazes, a surge of divine consciousness infiltrated Lin Zhan's mind, causing him to tremble violently, his countenance pale as death, gradually morphing into a frenzied and ferocious expression. As the words echoed, just when the grand competition was nearing its conclusion, an angry roar akin to thunder reverberated across the sky. Lin Chen, You have slain my son. I shall demand your life in return. Lin Zhan's face twisted with madness as he raised his hand, summoning a massive, tangible palm that surged menacingly towards Lin Shan. A tempest of fierce winds swirling beneath its weight. This colossal hand possessed the power to reduce the vast arena to mere rubble. The thunderous strike hurtled directly towards Lin Shan, a certain death in its wake. Even Elder Lin Xingyi, who stood upon the stage, found himself enveloped within this overwhelming force. Lin Zhan's sudden action left everyone in stunned disbelief, as if he had lost his sanity. Even Lin Xingyi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. With an anger that seemed to strip him of rational thought, Lin Zhan's enormous palm descended, and Lin Shan immediately sensed an unprecedented and terrifying crisis. Every hair on his body standing on end. The might of this hand transcended the measure of mere true energy, embodying an unfathomable arcane power. Even with the aid of the hand of Futu, evading this strike was utterly impossible. In essence, beneath this palm, his demise appeared inevitable. Lin Shan's fists were tightly clenched, and as he beheld the ferocious hand descending upon him, his heart raced to his throat, and cold sweat adorned his forehead. At that moment, he had no choice but to gamble, betting on the enigmatic bronze coffin nestled within his brow to rescue him in this perilous hour. Lin Shan surmised that he was merely a vessel for the ancient coffin and could not perish yet. Thus it was imperative for the coffin to ensure his. To Lin Shan, this mysterious bronze coffin represented an unknown destiny, one that might either save or condemn him. He lacked certainty in this regard. With the terrifying might of the Xianshang Jun Tianjing at play, Lin Shan yearned to master this arcane technique and bolster his strength. Hence, he wagered that he was of significance to the bronze coffin, believing he could not die, thereby granting himself the time to enhance his power. Yet, Lin Shan overlooked a crucial detail. Beside him, the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted with an awe-inspiring aura, rivaling that of the formidable Lu Tong Tian from days past. Lin Xingyi's face was etched with fury as he took a powerful stride forward, raising his hand to unleash a punch into the air. Lightning crackled, and a thunderous roar immediately ensued, causing the massive hand that loomed over them to disintegrate under the force of his strike. A resounding explosion reverberated through the atmosphere, and an invisible wave of energy spread outward, sending people reeling. After shattering that assault, Lin Xingyi hovered in the sky and bellowed at the frenzied Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan, should you dare to harm Lin Shan again, I shall strip you of your position as Grand Elder. Beside him, Lin Shan exhaled a sigh of relief, loosening his grip and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The reckless endeavor of wagering one's very life is indeed a burden beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to bear. Regaining his composure, Lin Shan cast a glance at the esteemed elder hovering in the air, unable to suppress a nod of acknowledgement. Lin Xingyi, after all, exhibited no favoritism. It appeared that he remained loyal to the Lin family. Following the devastating blow dealt by Lin Xingyi, Lin Zhan's ferocious demeanor slightly, yet he could not restrain himself from coldly declaring, "Elder, stand aside. I shall surely eliminate this wretched brat, Lin Shan." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyi felt a flicker of anger stir within him. In the presence of thousands, Lin Zhan openly defied the authority of the esteemed elder, leaving Lin Xingyi's dignity in tatters. At that moment, a radiant beam of sword light descended as Jian Wudao floated above Lin Shan, addressing Lin Zhan with an air of indifference. "Elder Lin Zhan, should you persist in violating the rules and seek to harm Lin Shan, I shall ensure your blood stains the Lin family." As he spoke, the ancient sword behind Jian Wudao began to tremble with a resounding clang, an invisible aura of menace enveloping the air. The corners of Lin Xingyi's mouth twitched. Was his esteemed elder status being overlooked once more? Lin Zhan's countenance darkened with fury, yet he dared not voice his wrath. Jian Wudao's identity as the true disciple of the Sword Immortal sect, with a master who served as the sect's vice leader, far surpassed the status of Lin Zhan as the elder. Moreover, his cultivation level did not match that of Jian Wudao. Just then, a mocking voice pierced the tension. "Young Master Jian truly has an affinity for meddling." From the spectators' platform, Li Yuanlong of the Li family and Wang Zheng of the Wang family soared into the air, positioning themselves behind Lin Zhan, with sinister smiles adorning their faces. Wang Zheng stepped forward, clasping his fists towards Lin Xingyi and Jian Wudao. With a tone laced with disdain, he pointed at Lin Shan and declared, "Elder Lin, young Master Jian, this Lin Shan has engaged in a deadly duel with his fellow disciples and has indeed slain a fellow genius. How can such a person be deemed worthy of inheriting the Lin family legacy? If Lin Chen ascends to the position of heir, I, Wang Zheng, shall certainly represent the Wang family in severing ties with the Lin clan. There was an unwavering certainty in Wang Zheng's words, devoid of any room for negotiation, causing Lin Xingyi's brow to furrow. Li Yuanlong, standing nearby, chimed in with a mocking tone. Indeed, to slaughter a fellow genius as Lin Chen has done. Should he become the heir, would he not extinguish all his fellow talents? What then would sustain the Lin family? If Lin Chen is made heir, I, Li, shall also resolutely refuse any association with the Lin family. Lin Xingyi's frown deepened. The remarks from Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong made the situation increasingly precarious. It was crucial to note that both Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong held esteemed positions as elders within the two prominent families of the Zijing dynasty, wielding significant influence. Amidst the rising tension, Lin Zhan, who had been seething with rage, regained a semblance of composure and spoke in a chilling tone. Elder, Lin Chen has slain my beloved son. This matter is utterly intolerable. Lin Xingyi cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent, his thoughts evidently caught in deliberation. The intervention of the Wang and Li families had caught him off guard. Should these two clans persist in their stance, Lin Xingyi would find himself powerless to counter. Once more, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable silence. What course of action was to be taken? Were they truly to execute Lin Chen before the watchful eyes of all? If he were truly to be killed, the reputation of the Lin family would plummet even further. Lin Xingyi would never allow such a thing to occur. However, Lin Zhan would not swallow his indignation without ensuring Lin Chen remained unharmed. Lin Chen cast a cold glance at the three individuals, then shifted his gaze to the esteemed elder, unable to suppress a slight shake of his head. In his heart, he found himself devoid of respect for this elder. Li Yuanlong immediately responded with a sinister smile. Of course, we shall cripple Lin Chen's dantian, rendering him a mere shell of a man. With a sharp sound, Jian Wudao's finger tensed, producing a clang reminiscent of steel clashing, as sword energy shot forth from his fingertip. He then calmly inquired, does elderly wish to experience the essence of the Wuxin sword classic? Li Yuanlong instinctively recoiled, offering an awkward smile and refraining from further comment. The matter of Lin Chen's slaying of Lin Han was entirely justifiable. In a life-and-death duel, one bore no responsibility for the demise of the opponent. Lin Xingyi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, yet considering Lin Han's status and talent, the young master Lin Chen must still face appropriate consequences. Wouldn't that be so? Upon hearing Lin Xingyi's words, the three elders exchanged glances, each catching a fleeting glimpse of delight in the other's eyes. When confronted with the interests of the Wang and Li families, Lin Xingyi could not help but lean towards Lin Zhan's position, illustrating the interplay of power and profit, where notions of fairness are mere illusions. As Lin Chen absorbed Lin Xingyi's decision, a chill swept through him, accompanied by a faint, cold smile. It was indeed as he suspected, power crushes all. The situation had shifted dramatically. Under the formidable demands of the three elders, Lin Chen, the champion of the grand tournament, was destined to endure further torment. Jian Wudao furrowed his brow, poised to draw his sword, when he heard Lin Chen's calm voice. I have no objections. Lin Chen took a bold step forward, standing before the three men, pointing at Lin Zhan, and exclaimed, I, Lin Chen, have slain Lin Han, causing great loss to the Lin family and depriving you of your beloved son. Here, I willingly accept the blow infused with 1% of your strength. Without a trace of resentment, Lin Chen's thunderous declaration harnessed the might of 30 colossal forces, resonating with a booming sound that echoed. Everyone heard him clearly and instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, unable to suppress their discussions. What? Lin Chen intends to withstand a strike of 1% of Elder Lin's strength? How can this be? The Lin family is being exceedingly unjust. Humph, what do you understand? Lin Chen possesses the demeanor of a leader. Such an action is indeed commendable. Accepting 1% of the strength is truly a display of great wisdom and audacity. It seems the Lin family is on the brink of resurgence. In Lin Chen's proclamation, he had clearly divulged the entire context of the affair. After all, Lin Han was a remarkable prodigy of the Lin family, as the young master. His act of killing his own talented kin would undoubtedly chill the hearts of the uninformed disciples. Nevertheless, Lin Chen understood that, at present, the three elders were openly targeting him. Even with Jian Wudao's support, the Lin family would still lean towards their side. He stood alone, his power weak, and his own strength was merely at the innate 8th level, not that of the divine law realm. Chapter 30. Shock and awe. Lin Zhan and the others stared at Lin Chun in astonishment, while Wang Jing couldn't help but check his ears, wondering if he had misheard. The venerable elder Lin Xingyi also cast a surprised glance at Lin Chun. Jian Wudao was the first to react, stepping forward and calmly stating, Lin Chun, there is no need for bravado. My words are undoubtedly binding. Beside him, Li Yuanlong wore a mocking grin, taunting Lin Chun. Do not presume that your victory over Lin Han grants you the audacity to boast. Beneath the realm of divine laws, all innate realms are but mere ants. Indeed. Both Jian Wudao and Li Yuanlong merely perceived Lin Chen's superficial arrogance. The fervent cheers from the surrounding spectators were enough to reveal Lin Chen's true intent. He sought to leverage the momentum of the thousands present to support the Wang family and Lin Zhan. What of your elaborate schemes? Just as Lin Zhan was about to refuse, insisting on the necessity of foregoing his dantian, a mysterious thought surged into his mind once again. A silent, cold smile began to form at the corners of his lips, filled with murderous intent as he declared, Very well, then let it be as you wish. Receive 1% of my power in a single strike. Lin Chen responded with a faint smile, his expression devoid of fear. Lin Xingyi took a decisive step, regarding Lin Chun with a furrowed brow and a grave tone. Lin Chun, do not let camaraderie cloud your judgment. The power of the divine law realm is not something you, in the innate realm, can withstand. Reflect carefully. Lin Xingyi was aware of the inequity in his judgment and thus considered granting Lin Chen a second chance. However, Lin Chen met Lin Xingyi's gaze, his eyes as indifferent as dust, and shook his head resolutely. No need. This will suffice. Lin Xingyi hesitated, his somber expression lingering, before sweeping his long robe and commanding, Very well, everyone step back. In this contest, I shall personally oversee the proceedings. Should Lin Zhan exert more than 1% of his strength, this matter shall be concluded. Very well. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth, nodding slightly, and floated to the opposite end of the arena, his gaze menacingly fixed on Lin Chun. Li Yuanlong, Wang Zheng, and others cast scornful looks at Lin Chun as they soared beyond the bounds of the arena. Observing Lin Chen's stubborn and fervent silhouette, Jian Wudao refrained from further comment, merely letting out a soft sigh as he stood outside the field. Lin Zhan, come forth. Lin Chen calmly addressed Lin Zhan, stating, I shall demonstrate to you the power capable of defeating your son. Seeking death. At the mention of Lin Han, Lin Zhan's expression began to contort, and he roared, Insignificant insect, let me show you the terror of the divine law realm. Boom. Lin Zhan unleashed his formidable energy, his body emanating a mysterious aura. With a gesture, he summoned forth a tempest of fierce winds that began to swirl chaotically around him. Even at a mere 1% of his power, the resulting display was terrifying. Unfazed, Lin Chun regarded the overwhelming force emanating from Lin Zhan, then suddenly raised his palm with a vigorous flourish. 5 orbs, shimmering with a cerulean glow, levitated gracefully in the air, dazzling to behold. Lin Chen summoned all of his pure Yuan spirit orbs in one decisive act. The devouring diagram within him commenced its frenzied operation, and the 5 pure Yuan spirit orbs began to release a multitude of pure energy giants, forming a colossal vortex of true energy that surged into Lin Chen's being. This astonishing spectacle of energy absorption instantly captivated the attention of all present. Look, what is that? Such pure energy. To his astonishment, 5 pure primordial spirit beads lay before him. What was he attempting? Did he truly intend to refine all 5 at once? Such an endeavor seemed tantamount to courting death. The noblemen and aristocrats in the audience exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by Lin Chen's audacious act. Even Jian Wudao, who stood outside the arena, could not help but furrow his brow in disbelief. Was Lin Chen truly mad to absorb such a colossal quantity of true energy? Wang Zheng wore a look of utter astonishment, only to break into a cold smirk. A full 10,000 true energy giants. Such an effort will surely overwhelm you. Even at the pinnacle of the innate 10th level, one cannot harness energy exceeding that count. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained unfazed by the external reactions. He was about to embark on an incredibly reckless endeavor, one he had prepared for long before arriving at the Lin family. Aware of his own vulnerabilities against the divine realm, he resolved to retain a hidden trump card. He began to absorb all 10,000 true energy giants into his dantian, funneling them into the indistinct, azure figure before him. The azure figure resembled an endless abyss, remaining shrouded in obscurity despite the surging influx of true energy. Yet, as he continued to inject 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 giants, The azure figure gradually began to stir, its hands moving slowly. A faint glimmer of azure light enveloping its form. "Give me more ferocity," Lin Shun roared within, as the devouring diagram trembled violently, seemingly on while countless true energy giants continued to be consumed. Such extraordinary phenomena captivated Lin Zhan, yet his countenance was beset with a murderous intent. "Lin Shun, perish." Annihilation finger. Lin Zhan erupted with a tempestuous aura, akin to a colossus among mortals, as he pointed decisively at Lin Shun. In an instant, the tempestuous skies shifted, and a terrifying pressure descended, shattering the entire arena's shinstones. A pitch-black finger, imbued with the essence of annihilation, surged forth as if emerging from the depths of hell. Accompanied by a resounding roar, it lunged towards Lin Shun. The moment this finger manifested, Jian Wudao's expression shifted slightly, the embryonic form of a divine seed. Not only did Jian Wudao's demeanor alter, but even Lin Xingyi's countenance darkened. An overwhelming might surged forth, reminiscent of a cataclysmic beast tide, trampling toward Lin Shun. The dark finger exuded an unrestrained ferocity, as if bent on obliterating all in its path. At this juncture, Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes finally opened, and the tumultuous energy of 1,000 true qi elephants surged into his dantian. With a resonating hum, 10,000 true qi elephants flooded in, causing the indistinct azure figure to quiver. Its arms completed a full cycle before resting before his abdomen once more. A buzzing sound emanated from Lin Chen's being, akin to steel clashing in fierce combat. A noble aura suddenly erupted from within him. Hand of the Fated. In response to the oncoming annihilation finger, Lin Chen's right hand shot forth, reaching across the void and grasping downward with a decisive motion. A spectral arm of ethereal gas materialized upon his arm. This gaseous appendage, wholly insubstantial and indistinct in form, harbored an incomparably noble will that inspired submission. What could this be? As Lin Xing gazed at the ethereal arm on Lin Chen's right limb, his pupils constricted sharply. Among all those present, he was the only one who sensed the presence of this spectral appendage. With a swift motion, he grasped downwards, his fingers splayed wide, unleashing an intangible pressure that immediately surged towards Lin Shun, pressing against the annihilating finger technique. It was as if the very fabric of space had been infused with the weight of a small mountain, rendering it exceedingly heavy. Gradually, his fingers drew closer, and a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from the annihilating finger as layers of dark energy dissipated. The onslaught of force began to decelerate the invisible pressure that bore down upon it. What? Lin Zhan's expression shifted slightly as he witnessed this scene. Yet, what followed left him even more astounded. Explode. Lin Chen's hair billowed wildly, his eyes a crimson hue, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon emperor, brimming with madness. His fingers converged frantically, circles of vital energy detonating around him. Each patch of skin tore open, droplets of blood seeping through the gaps between his fingers. The unseen energy surrounding him began to morph into a weight surpassing that of mountains, pressing towards the annihilating. It felt as if the entirety of space conspired to repudiate his existence, crushing him from all sides, intent on obliterating him entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blast, like an invisible tempest of energy, swept across the arena, shattering and collapsing the very ground beneath it in layers. The entire realm of the disintegration finger disintegrated into nothingness amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. Lin Chen staggered, his hair disheveled, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, his internal vital energy was nearly depleted, leaving him exceedingly fragile under the immense burden imposed by the heavenly hand. Even a being at the 6th level of innate strength could easily end his life. Yet, his eyes glimmered with the ferocity of a wolf. Lin Chen steadied himself and addressed the dazed Lin Zhan, who appeared lost in thought. Lin Zhan, shall we let this matter pass? How could this be? How could this be? Lin Zhan murmured, seemingly entranced, still engulfed by the overwhelming shock. Though it was merely 1% of the power of this divine ability, it was sufficient to leave everyone in awe. The distinction between magical energy and vital energy is profound. The former, when harnessed, is referred to as divine prowess, while the latter can only be classified as martial skills. The essence of divine prowess and martial skills is fundamentally the same. Yet only through the use of magical energy can the profundity of martial arts be fully realized. However, Lin Chen had indeed displayed a reckless act, countering a divine ability with martial skills. Such martial arts were truly formidable. Jian Wudao, awakening from his shock, wore an expression of grave concern. The unfolding events had evidently surpassed his expectations. Elders Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong exchanged glances, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with astonishment. What manner of extraordinary being is Lin Shen? At this moment, even Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, who were displeased with Lin Shen for obstructing their pursuit of profit, find themselves at a loss for words. Among them, Lin Xingyi possesses the best psychological fortitude and steps forward to declare. Lin Shun has withstood Elder Lin Zhan's 1% strike of spiritual power. The matter of slaying Lin Han stands without dispute. A wave of astonishment ripples through the entire arena. This young master, Lin Shun, is destined to astonish not only the entirety of Yeqiao City, but perhaps the entire Zijing dynasty. What an extraordinary feat. Impossible, impossible. Lin Zhan mutters to himself. Even a mere 1% of his power should not be withstood by someone in the 8th level of innate mastery. The shock he experiences from Lin Shen's resistance is overwhelming. In that moment, Lin Shen can hardly suppress his rising fury, wishing to see Lin Zhan fall by his hand. Yet, his current strength remains woefully inadequate. He still requires an abundance of spiritual energy to consume. Lin Shen, congratulations. Jian Wudao approaches with a faint smile. It seems that your Lin family has a promising future ahead. Likewise, Brother Jin's assistance will be forever etched in my heart. Lin Shen responds with a respectful bow. To have withstood 1% of Lin Zhan's spiritual strike was indeed a staggering feat. That single finger strike had the capacity to obliterate more than 10 experts at the 10th level of innate mastery. Had it not been for Lin Shen relying on 5 pure Yuan spirit pearls to invoke a modicum of the power of Futu, he would have been unable to withstand it. However, without the immense support of the pure Yuan spirit pearls, Lin Shen's current cultivation level would likely fall short against a 10th level Dan Yuan expert. Beside him, Lin Xing cast a gaze filled with complex emotions at Lin Shen, ultimately unable to suppress a sigh. Had he perhaps made an erroneous decision? Nevertheless, Lin Xing shook his head, preparing to depart, when suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. An immense and terrifying pressure engulfed the entire arena. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated across the skies above the competition ground. Lin Shen, relinquish your martial arts techniques, or face death. Chapter 31. The plunder renewed. The horrifying pressure descended like an iron curtain, enveloping the entire arena. A heavy force of oppression surged forth abruptly. Li Yuanlong, Wang Zheng, and Lin Zhan all exhibited expressions of stark alarm. Even Lin Xing and Jian Wudao found their countenances drastically altered under this. The once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence, stifled by the thunderous command. All eyes turned toward the void above, questioning who had unleashed such a mighty roar. Lin Shen, already frail, felt his left leg bend involuntarily under the immense pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and the relief that had briefly graced his features was replaced by a renewed tension. Who was targeting him? What formidable being had arrived? Lin Xing soared into the sky, his aura resonating powerfully as he clasped his fists toward the heavens, declaring, I am Lin Xingyi, the elder of the Lin clan. Why not descend and reveal yourself? With a clang, the sound of clashing swords emanated from Jian Wudao's body, as an intangible sword energy erupted from him, dissipating the oppressive force surrounding Lin Shen. The true self has finally made an appearance. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed into the heavens, as a figure radiating an aura of dominance materialized before the multitude. Cloaked in black, with a stern countenance, his eyes revealed a disdain for mere mortals. He resembled an endless glacier, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This was none other than the foremost disciple of the Huntian sect, Lutong Tian. Lutong Tian. Jian Wudao's expression turned grave, unable to suppress his astonishment. Lin Xingyi, the esteemed elder, quickly comprehended the identity of the visitor and remarked, Ah, so it is the nephew of Tong Tian. May I inquire about your purpose in visiting the Lin family? Lutong Tian's status was unmatched by Jian Wudao or Li Yuanlong. In the Huntian sect, he was the unequivocal heir apparent to the next generation's leadership, a figure of great prestige. Moreover, Lutong Tian's aura was inscrutable even to Lin Xingyi, surpassing his own prowess. What level of cultivation did this individual possess? Lin Shen, trembling and unsteady on his feet, glared at Lutong Tian with eyes filled with murderous intent. For Lin Shen alone sensed the presence of a supreme flame emanating from Lutong Tian, the heavenly fire seal, which had been usurped by Lutong Tian after his fists clenched tightly, shaking violently, as his bones creaked ominously. The desire for vengeance against Lutong Tian swelled within Lin Shen, for martial arts were akin to a second life to him. Lutong Tian had taken the essence of another existence. How could he not be enraged? Oh, it is Jian Wudao. Lutong Tian's expression remained icy as he pointed at Lin Shen standing behind Jian Wudao, coldly declaring, "You will promptly let me take Lin Shen." What? Jian Wudao's expression shifted dramatically as the ancient sword behind him began to resonate with a sharp clang. To his astonishment, Lu Tongtian's words seemed to command him. Although Jian Wudao could not discern the depths of Lu Tongtian's cultivation, his proud spirit could hardly tolerate being ordered about by another. Humph! Lu Tongtian scoffed coldly. His demeanor icy. The heartless sword classic allows one to entrust their intentions elsewhere. Jian Wudao, do not forget that the Rain Emperor still resides within the Huitian Gate. Jian Wudao trembled, his face a tapestry of complex emotions, and the ancient sword behind him ceased its trembling. The heartless sword classic he practiced was designed to completely entrust one's will to another, thereby achieving a state of non-attachment. The Rain Emperor, spoken of by Lu Tongtian, was the very individual to whom Jian Wudao had entrusted his heart. Casting a complicated glance at Lin Shen behind him, Jian Wudao stepped aside, his voice low and resolute. "Lu Tongtian, should you dare to harm Lin Shen, I will undoubtedly intervene. Rest assured." Lu Tongtian nodded coldly, then turned his gaze to the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi, stating, "Esteemed elder, I will take charge of Lin Shen. The Huitian Gate shall establish a permanent alliance with the Lin family." What? Lin Xingyi stared at Lu Tongtian in shock, instinctively asking, "Is this true?" Lu Tongtian, hands clasped behind his back, declared with pride, "It is within my power to forge an alliance with the Lin family." Lin Xingyi's expression grew increasingly complex. Lu Tongtian's arrival was clearly a response to the formidable martial technique Lin Shen had just unleashed. He recognized the terror that technique embodied. Yet, the Lin family was in dire need of a powerful ally, and even though Lin Xingyi perceived the immense potential harbored within Lin Shen, he could not resist the overwhelming allure of such a significant advantage. Moreover, the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Tongtian was inscrutable even to Lin Xingyi. Lin Shen stood alone on the martial arts platform, his gaze coldly fixed on the conflicted supreme elder Lin Xingyi, a profound sense of disappointment swelling within him. He discerned a trace of the subtlety behind the unfeeling sword cannon of Jian Wudao. The enigmatic Rain Monarch was undoubtedly a member of the Mingtian. Jian Wudao's actions were, after all, born of necessity. However, Lin Xingyi, as the esteemed supreme elder of the Lin family, represented the will of the clan. To forsake even the heir of his own family for the sake of a mere alliance was a bitter pill for Lin Shen to swallow. Lin Xingyi eventually acquiesced with a solemn nod, addressing Lu Tongtian with a respectful clasp of his hands. "Nephew Tongtian, I entrust Lin Shen to you for the time being. But he is the Lin family's heir. His life must not be taken." A cold smile crept across Lu Tongtian's face, his eyes glinting with derision. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shen's expression grew even more indifferent as he cast a frigid glance at Jian Wudao. Lin Xingyi turned back, his demeanor grave, and spoke to Lin Shen. "Lin Shen, as the heir of the Lin family, you must consider the future of our clan. Transfer the martial technique you just demonstrated to nephew Tongtian in exchange for the Lin family's strength." "Huh?" Lin Shen scoffed, his face a mask of scorn as he regarded Lin Xingyi, slowly retorting, "What right do you have to speak to me? A clan member who exists solely for profit. A family devoid of true lineage is destined to fade into the dust of history. You." Lin Xingyi's expression darkened with fury and with a heavy scowl. He flung his sleeves and departed the martial arena. Although Lin Xing was wholly concerned for the Lin family, such conduct is undeniably disgraceful. In an instant, only two individuals remained in the arena. Lin Shen, isolated amidst a multitude of spectators, exerted tremendous pressure upon Lu Tongtian. "Hand over that martial technique, Lin Shen." Lu Tongtian advanced a step, towering over him, and threatened, "Otherwise, I shall make you experience the dual torment of ice and fire." "What a farce!" Lin Shen suddenly bellowed, his laughter resonating skyward. "My martial technique is a result of my innate talent. By what right do you claim it? Do you presume that the Lin family is devoid of capable individuals?" His laughter echoed through the arena, clearly audible to all. The gathered nobility immediately grasped the unfolding situation, their expressions shifting as they began to murmur among themselves. "What? The foremost disciple of the Huitian sect dares to seize the martial technique of the Lin family heir? So it is. The move just executed by the Lin family heir absorbed a full 1% of the power from the realm of divine laws. Shameless, utterly shameless." Who would have thought that a disciple of the Tian sect could be so brazen? To pilfer martial techniques on the Lin family's territory. Even the Tian sect should not possess such audacity. Derisive laughter and accusations resounded from all directions. The collective discourse of thousands was such that even Lin Xing, a revered elder, could not suppress the pallor of his face. The louder the outcry grew, the greater the damage inflicted upon the Lin family. Lin Xing, fully aware of this, recognized that he currently lacked the strength to confront Lu Tongtian. Lu Tongtian's prowess was not something that could be compared to that of Lin Zhan, even at the first level of divine law. Thus, Lin Xing disseminated the matter of Lu Tongtian attempting to seize his martial arts through laughter, rendering Lu Tongtian the target of public scorn. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, how could Lu Tongtian dare to usurp the martial arts? With a cold countenance, Lu Tongtian, amidst the collective disdain, suddenly erupted in fury. Kneel. A terrifying pressure, akin to thunder, emanated from Lu Tongtian, enveloping Lin Xing entirely. It felt as though countless mountains were descending from the heavens, intent on suppressing Lin Xing. Thud. His left leg, unable to withstand the immense pressure, collapsed heavily to the ground, the sound of bones shattering resonating clearly. Lin Xing's face was resolute, his killing intent intensifying with each passing moment. His body trembling as he bore the relentless waves of pressure from Lu Tongtian. Power. Power. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xing yearned desperately to enhance his strength. Relying on others would never lead to greatness. Only one's own prowess could safeguard oneself and one's kin. This astonishing turn of events left the onlookers utterly astonished. At that moment, Lu Tongtian suddenly spread his arms wide, his voice resonating like thunder, as if 1,000 or 10,000 colossal elephants were charging forth. Everyone silence, he commanded. Otherwise, you shall all perish. With hair standing on end and a face full of murderous intent, an illusory and enigmatic pattern materialized behind him. This ethereal and mysterious image blazed with boundless illusory flames and ice, reminiscent of an ancient purgatory. The overwhelming aura of slaughter and immense pressure engulfed the entire arena, rendering the crowd utterly silent. Under Lu Tongtian's overwhelming murderous intent, they could only swallow hard in awe, their lips sealed in fear. Chapter 32. The Imperial Edict of the Ta-Ching Gate, Lu Tongtian. Do not presume that your status as the foremost disciple of the Tian Gate grants you the license to impose your will. From the viewing platform. A noble of the innate 10th level could no longer contain his fury, erupting in rage and pointing an accusing finger at Lu Tongtian, exclaiming, "If you possess the courage, then annihilate us all. Indeed, your arrogance knows no bounds. My father is the cousin of the Zijing Emperor. Let us see how you deal with me." Another noble of equal standing echoed his sentiments, his face a mask of indignation. Lu Tongtian's remarks had incited the ire of the tens of thousands gathered. Those who had come to witness the martial exhibition at the Lin family arena were certainly not of humble lineage. Furthermore, this was the Zijing dynasty, not the confines of the Tian Gate. The uprising of these thousands represented a terrifying force. Your imperial cousin? You shall meet the same fate. Lu Tongtian hovered in midair, his expression icy, his gaze locking onto the several innate 10th level nobles. With a swift motion, a massive, ethereal blue spear of flame coalesced in Lu, extending several dozen meters in length, the flames almost tangible. It was none other than the second seal of the heavenly fire imprint, the spear of blazing fire. Kill. The spear of blazing fire was hurled forth, transforming into a streak of fiery brilliance as it collided with the nobleman. Boom, boom, boom. The spear of blazing fire erupted, engulfing over a dozen innate 10th level nobles in a sea of mystical blue flames, their desperate struggles to resist proving utterly futile. He has actually manifested the embryonic form of the 5th realm of divine law. In contrast to the noble scions who trembled with fear, Jian Wudao gazed in awe at the ethereal depiction of fire and water that lay behind Lu Tongtian. This mesmerizing illustration, a manifestation of the 5th tier of the divine law realm, represented the martial arts' divine image. However, it had yet to fully coalesce, requiring immense dedication to solidify. Not only Jian Wudao, but also Elder Lin Xingyi and others were profoundly moved by Lu Tongtian's formidable prowess. The pinnacle of the 4th tier of the divine law realm was a level that even the esteemed elders of the Lin family had not attained. At this moment, Lu Tongtian stood as the most powerful figure within the Lin family, an unstoppable force of demonic might. Amidst this overwhelming pressure, Lin Xing felt his skin tearing further, blood cascading down and staining him crimson. Yet, his right leg remained steadfast, like an unyielding rock, refusing to bow. He would not submit. He would not kneel. Though he appeared as fragile as paper, vulnerable to the smallest spark, his obstinate willpower clung desperately to life. Silence enveloped the arena. None stepped forth to support Lin Chun, leaving his solitary figure half-kneeling on the dueling stage, valiantly resisting the demonic pressure. With a stern expression, Lu Tongtian advanced step by step from the void, the weight of his presence intensifying with each stride. With every step he took, it felt as if a mountain were added to Lin Chen's shoulders. Puff, puff, puff. As Li Chen walked through the ethereal realm, waves of explosive power emanated from his being. The formidable nature of the superior spiritual artifact had become exceedingly fragile after Li Chen unleashed the hand of fate. Suddenly, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His right arm, which wielded the hand of fate, burst forth with streams of blood under the immense pressure, rendering him numb. At that moment, the approaching Lu Tongtian, with an icy demeanor, regarded Li Chen with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for an insect, stating, "Li Chen, you have indeed not disappointed me." With a stoic expression, Lu Tongtian raised a single finger and proclaimed, "I offer you one final opportunity, 300 million premium spiritual stones in exchange for your martial skills. Are you willing?" As he spoke, he loomed over Li Chen, akin to an emperor surveying his subjects. 300 million premium spiritual stones. Such a staggering figure left those present parched with astonishment. This immense sum was sufficient to elevate one's cultivation to the divine realm. Only Lu Tongtian possessed such extravagant wealth. Li Chen, whose face had been taut with murderous intent, suddenly relaxed, regarding the exceptionally arrogant Lu Tongtian with a grin. "Lu Tongtian, do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You merely wish to conceal the fact that your martial skills are inferior to my innate talent. A genius like you cannot bear the thought of another surpassing you." Upon finishing his words, Li Chen's eyes glimmered with unwavering resolve. "Even if I were to die, I would never relinquish my martial skills to you." With his head held high, he radiated an air of pride, embodying the essence of a sovereign. He stood, both humble and regal, proud and unyielding, as a true king should. The resounding voice echoed like the clash of steel, stirring the hearts of numerous nobles and dignitaries. Who could embody the unyielding spirit of Lin Chen? They might seethe with fervor and madness, yet their fear of death was palpable. However, they failed to understand Lin Chen. It was not that he was unafraid of death, but rather he cherished every facet of his martial arts. This was the brilliance he had cultivated during 6 years of enduring the stigma of being a waste. Lu Tongtian, initially stern-faced, suddenly morphed into a visage of dread, reminiscent of a tempest's approach or a jester unveiling an old wound. Boom. The overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Tongtian, at the 4th level of the divine law realm, surged forth with such force that it felt as though a divine mountain descended upon the Lin family, suppressing them entirely. With a resounding impact, Lin Chen's body erupted in a cacophony of violence. His bones shattered, blood gushed forth, leaving him grievously injured. The half-kneeling figure began to tremble violently, akin to a fragile vessel on the verge of being engulfed by a torrential downpour. Yet, despite his right leg being utterly obliterated, it remained steadfast, numb yet unwavering. Death would not claim his resolve. Lin Xing observed this scene, his lips quivering slightly, a profound sense of oppression weighing upon his heart. This was the true embodiment of a Lin family man, the son of Lin Sanxing. Nonetheless, Lu Tongtian's status was exceedingly noble. The next leader of the Hunyuan sect among the 3 sects of the celestial path, unmatched by any. And Lin Chen, in his solitude, had no allies to call upon. Not a single one. The atmosphere was suffused with an icy chill as Lu Tong manifested a blazing spear, its flames roaring fiercely, directed towards Lin Chen. "Since you are so resolute in your stance, I shall bring about your complete demise, extracting your martial prowess from your very being." Upon reaching the pinnacle of martial skills, such abilities crystallize into a distinct form, reminiscent of the white flames that once enveloped Lin Chen, while the hand of Fu Tian resided as a small azure figure within his dantian. Though one may perish, such martial arts endure, remaining eternal. Lin Chen's consciousness waned beneath the immense pressure, rendering him in a state of disarray. Were it not for his indomitable will, he would surely have succumbed. The enigmatic bronze coffin nestled within his brow appeared lifeless, suspended in silence, immutable across the ages. Was he destined to perish in this manner? A bitter smile graced Lin Chen's lips as blood trickled slowly from his wounds. His heart, a bastion of resilience, stood unblemished. At that moment, the air was pierced by a rapid rush, as a cerulean talisman tore through the heavens, descending swiftly towards the arena. By the decree of the Taiqing sect. From this day forth, the Lin family shall forge an everlasting alliance with the Taiqing sect. Lin Chen, the scion of the Lin family, is hereby designated as a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Any affront towards him shall invoke the enmity of the world against the Taiqing sect. The resounding proclamation echoed like the voice of a giant, sweeping across the entire battleground. Lin Chen's eyes, once clouded in confusion, now flickered with a sudden brilliance, as if awakening from a stupor. Qingru, thank you. Chapter 33. Child, do not forget that you are of the Lin lineage. A cerulean talisman, inscribed with mysterious powers, were intricate patterns that formed the elegant character for Qing, resembling the gentle ripples of water. This is undeniably the decree of the Taiqing sect, one of the three great celestial gates. The contents conveyed within this decree left all present in a state of astonishment. The Lin family has suddenly forged an alliance with the Taiqing sect? Moreover, Lin Chen is the young master of the Taiqing sect? This news is of monumental significance. Although the Zijing and Dongfang empires claim to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three celestial gates, the disparity between them is beyond articulation. The immense might of the three celestial gates far surpasses that of these two empires, their foundation unparalleled. The arrival of this decree heralds a transformation in the status and identity of the Lin family. Even those who might wish to challenge the Lin family must weigh their own strength carefully. To oppose the Lin family is to oppose the Taiqing sect. The elders of the Wang and Li families, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, were both taken aback, unable to comprehend the magnitude of this revelation. Does this signify the restoration of the Lin family's former glory? The grand elder, Lin Zhan, bore a face of profound rigidity. In the midst of astonishment, Lin Xingyi swiftly regained composure, his visage brimming with elation. With the alliance sealed with the Taiqing sect, the Lin family is poised for rapid advancement. Furthermore, Lin Chen has secured a disciple quota. The Taiqing sect typically enrolls no more than 20 disciples each year, and these slots are often filled by prodigies or individuals of considerable potential. Those chosen by this decree will undoubtedly possess significant standing. Excellent, 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 Lin Xingyi exclaimed thrice, joyously declaring, with this, our Lin family shall once more reclaim its former glory. In that moment, Lin Xingyi felt an exhilarating sense of vindication. As a disciple of the Lin family, does he not feel the pain of being bullied by others? Although his intense pursuit of familial interests has led him to overlook the essence of honor, Lin Xingyi remains steadfastly loyal to the Lin clan, particularly when he observes Lin Chun's solitary and frail silhouette, kneeling on one knee, his body in disarray yet unyielding, his heart convulses and trembles. The noble onlookers have also sensed a hint of intrigue. This alliance, symbolized by the decree, evidently serves to elevate the status of the Lin family once more. Moreover, the most crucial point is this. The current Lin Chen is Lutong Tian. Does he dare to act? Will he confront the Taiqing sect with a relentless spirit? However, instinctively, everyone concludes that Lutong Tian will not, for he prioritizes the greater good. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a colossal hand swept forth with unparalleled ferocity, crushing the decree from the Taiqing sect in its palm and shattering it into pieces. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. All the nobles flashed through this thought. Lutong Tian was exceedingly domineering, disregarding even the Taiqing sect. Lutong Tian was openly challenging the authority of the Taiqing sect, unafraid of any repercussions. Lin Xingyi was the first to react, his aura erupting in fury as he pointed at Lutong Tian, bellowing, Lutong Tian, cease at once. How dare you destroy the decree? The decree continued to burn in Lutong Tian's grasp, showing no signs of relenting. He cast a cold glance at Lin Xingyi, arching an icy brow. And if I burn it, what of it? Seeking death. At this moment, Lin Xingyi could no longer contain himself. He felt as though his entire being was on the verge of bursting with fury. Raising his hand, he unleashed an immense surge of magical energy, conjuring a colossal hand that swept toward Lutong Tian with overwhelming force. An act of an ant, Lutong Tian declared, his expression cold as ice. With a powerful stride, he unleashed an aura akin to a tempest, and a fist shimmering with a chilling light struck fiercely at Lin Xingyi. The heavens seemed to erupt as a thunderous roar echoed, and with one punch, a tremendous explosion of ice and snow erupted, shattering the gigantic hand, sending Lin Xingyi staggering backward. Spurts of blood gushed forth as he was struck repeatedly, the esteemed elder of the Lin family, Lin Xingyi, reeling from the impact, his body convulsing in pain. It was evident that Lutong Tian's blow had inflicted grave injuries upon him. Lin Xingyi's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, and on his chest lay a solidified patch of unmelting ice, a testament to his severe wounds. In that moment, fear spread across the faces of all present. The power to repel the elder of the Lin family with a single punch was nothing short of astounding. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Xin appeared as though death was imminent, yet his will remained steadfast, observing as Lutong Tian burned the talisman and repelled the elder with a single blow. A palpable aura of killing intent coalesced in his gaze. Suddenly, Lutong Tian lost interest in Lin Xingyi, his attention shifting to the fiercely determined Lin Chun, whom he regarded with utter disdain, pointing mockingly at him and laughing derisively. Lin Xin, do you believe you suffer greatly? Huh, in a family like this, what does it matter how much spirit you possess? He gestured toward Lin Zhan, the elder of the Lin family, whose face was ashen. Not only has the design betrayed your father, but it has also repeatedly sought to take your life. What emboldens him to suddenly challenge you, forcing you to accept that meager fraction of power? I merely assented to his proposal, intending to gauge your martial prowess and then assist him in becoming the next head of the family. Lin Zhan's complexion grew increasingly pallid, while Lin Xin cast a cold glance at Lin Zhan without uttering a word. Earlier, he had been somewhat intrigued by Lin Zhan's sudden audacity to confront the Grand Elder, risking everything to demand an explanation. It turns out this was his true intention. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder Lin Xingyi, who had been repelled by Lutong Tian's punch, was seething with rage, pointing at Lin Zhan, rendered speechless by his fury. Little did he expect that this was an elaborate conspiracy. At this moment, Lutong Tian turned his finger towards Grand Elder Lin Xingyi, coldly remarking, as the Grand Elder of the Lin clan, you fail to protect your own kin. As the young master of the Lin family, he has forsaken you for personal gain. What merit is there in such an elder? Lin Xingyi trembled violently, his aged visage appearing even more decrepit. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood, Lin Xin merely cast a frigid glance in his direction before looking toward Lutong Tian and calmly inquiring, what exactly do you wish to convey? Suddenly, Lutong Tian retracted all his oppressive aura, gazing down upon Lin Chun like an emperor, declaring, if you surrender your martial skills to me, I shall grant you any request, even if it entails turning the Lin family into a river of blood. The formidable prowess of the Mu Futian's hand ignited an insatiable fervor within Lutong Tian. His prowess surpassed even that of Lin Xingyi, and one could faintly perceive the exceptional nature of this martial skill. He would not hesitate to oppose the Taiqing sect. All eyes were drawn to this solitary and proud figure. Lin Chun gazed at his blood-soaked body and the shattered bones within, then cast a glance at the pallid Lin Zhan and the elder Lin Xingyi, who resembled a waning elder. Finally, he slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Very well, I have but one demand. Upon hearing this, elder Lin Xingyi trembled slightly and gradually closed his aged eyes. Excellent. Lutong Tian looked down at Lin Chun, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. You may articulate your demand. Do you wish for the Lin family to be? Lin Chun slowly shook his head and replied, not merely the destruction of the Lin family. That would be too simple. I desire something far more ruthless. A chill swept through the hearts of all present. Lin Xingyi felt an unbearable bitterness. The Lin family had indeed betrayed him in countless ways. Perhaps he had always prioritized the family's interests, neglecting Lin Chen's resentment, fury, and struggle. However, it was only at the moment the Taiqing sect issued their decree that he realized the extent of Lin Chen's efforts for the family. If it were not for Lin Chen, would the Taiqing sect have issued their decree? Had Lin Chen not assisted Qing Ro and the others last time, would she have come to his aid? Lu Tongtian's demeanor remained stern. Very well, I shall grant any request. Lin Chen slumped, racked by excruciating pain, but suddenly lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Then, may you go die? Lu Tongtian's expression immediately froze, and an overwhelming aura of terror surged within him. You seek death. In the midst of a tumultuous scene, Lutong Tian descended with a palpable aura of menace, his colossal hand looming ominously, melding ice and fire into a cataclysmic union. It was as if two realms of contrasting elements converged, casting an all-encompassing shadow over the martial stage, intent on obliterating Lin Chen with a single, decisive blow. This strike was certain to seal Lin Chen's fate. Do not harm my young master. A sudden, thunderous voice rang out, as an elderly figure materialized before Lin Shun, raising a massive hand to confront the impending doom with The figure exuded an air of solitary pride and resolve. At this moment, Lin Shun stood precariously at the precipice of death, where even the faintest tremor could snuff out his life. Yet, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Shun's lips, his gaze radiating warmth. Indeed, Lin Xingyi remained ever loyal to the Lin family, bound by blood and spirit. For the Lin family, he would live and die. Humph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lutong Tian scoffed, his fury ignited. As his colossal hand descended, the elements of ice and fire roiled violently within. With a thunderous crash, the mighty hand shattered into fragments, utterly impotent against the force. Lin Xingyi was propelled backward like a cannonball, blood gushing forth. And Lin Shun could distinctly see the tears streaming down his face. I shall send you to the depths of hell with your most cherished martial arts. Lutong Tian, resembling an emperor, summoned a blazing spear of inferno, hurling it toward Lin Shun with lethal intent. In an instant, the infernal spear struck Lin Shun's abdomen, erupting into a tumultuous sea of blue, otherworldly flames that ignited fiercely, annihilating him completely. The terrifying heat surged over Lin Shun's body as the blue, ethereal fire engulfed him entirely. On the brink of death, his body was utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. Amidst the ferocious heat of the blazing fire, Lin Shun felt as though he were being melted, agonizing sounds escaping his lips as he groaned in torment. Suddenly, the devouring celestial diagram on his abdomen illuminated with a dark radiance, striving to counteract the searing force. Yet, Lin Shun's consciousness grew increasingly heavy, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The anxious voice of Blood Elder echoed urgently, "Kid, don't you dare die. Hold on." Lin Shun's lips parted in a feeble smile as he murmured, "I'm sorry, Blood Elder." The devouring celestial diagram erupted with an even more intense black light, desperately attempting to envelop Lin Shun. Clearly, Blood Elder was exerting every ounce of his strength. However, this immense black light was insufficient to withstand the flames, as an even more powerful inferno descended with a crushing force. The resounding impact inflicted excruciating pain upon Lin Shun, shattering his bones completely, causing him to collapse to the ground, his eyelids growing unbearably heavy. In that fleeting moment, with the last vestiges of his will, Lin Shun made a reckless decision. The devouring diagram within him began to reverse its flow, a million azure particles trembling as if on the verge of exploding. Even in death, he would not allow his martial arts to fall into your hands. The entire devouring diagram quaked with terror, his withered dantian seemingly on the brink of total destruction. Though the profound essence of the martial arts of the celestial hand would endure beyond his demise. If he were to obliterate his dantian, the martial arts would perish as well. The ancient bronze coffin suspended above his brow remained eerily still, as if it were a mere spectator to Lin Shun's impending demise. In the next life, I aspire to be a formidable force. Lin Shun's eyelids, at long last, succumbed to the weight of fatigue, closing heavily. The devouring diagram began to fracture at that very moment, heralding the end of everything. Boy, do not forget that you are a descendant of the Lin family. Suddenly, a familiar voice, resonating with authority, pierced Lin Shun's awareness. Did your father not teach you? Never concede easily. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of pure elemental energy coursed into Lin Shun's dantian, effectively halting the reversal of the devouring diagram and restoring his dantian to its former vigor. In an instant, a pitch-black spatial rift tore open upon the arena, unleashing an aura of unfathomable terror that enveloped the entire combat stage. Lu Tongtian's previously composed countenance underwent a dramatic transformation, overtaken by sheer dread in the face of this formidable force. A middle-aged man clad in white emerged from the rift, raising his hand in a sweeping gesture, and the terrifying power descended, causing the entire sea of blazing flames to vanish without a trace. Lin Shun, who had been on the verge of slumber, abruptly lifted his eyelids, his eyes alight with profound joy. A thunderous roar reverberated across the arena, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Lu Tongtian, get out of my way. Dare to harm my son, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. Chapter 34. Father like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The dark spatial rift slowly began to close. A middle-aged man in white stood before Lin Shun, his towering figure casting an imposing shadow, while his once gentle and warm visage now bore an expression fraught with unbridled fury. Lin Shun gazed at the imposing figure before him, his mouth agape, eyes glistening with unshed tears as he choked out, "Father." Lin Songxing turned his head, witnessing the profound injury inflicted upon Lin Chun, and his inner fury intensified. A noble and terrifying aura gradually emanating from his being. Lu Tongtian halted abruptly, his gaze fixed upon the unexpected middle-aged man clad in white. His pupils constricted sharply, and his expression darkened as he exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, do not address me as uncle." Lin Songxing's demeanor was one of ferocity as he pointed a finger at Lu Tongtian, declaring, "You dare lay a hand on my son, Lin Songxing? Depart at once." Lu Tongtian felt a shiver run through him, acutely aware of the abyss-like pressure radiating from his opponent, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Listening to Lin Songxing's fierce command to leave, he refrained from retorting. "Very well, I shall ensure that the Lin family receives an explanation for this matter," Lu Tongtian said darkly, casting a fleeting glance at the crumpled Lin Chun before soaring away. "Begone!" Lin Songxing bellowed in a fit of rage, dismissing Lu Tongtian with utter disdain. With the head of the Lin family now present, even Lu Tongtian dared not act recklessly. Thousands of eyes observed Lu Tongtian's grim departure, and a collective breath of relief was exhaled, minds swirling with speculation about the identity of this enigmatic middle-aged man. Who could this formidable figure be, shielding Lin Chun? Lu Tongtian. At that moment, a voice echoed. Lin Chun, displaying unwavering determination, slowly rose from the ground, inching forward to stand resolutely before Lin Songxing, his face a mask of resolve and intensity. Lu Tongtian's retreating figure momentarily hesitated, yet he did not turn back. "I, Lin Chun, vow that 1 year hence, I shall undoubtedly take your life." Lin Chun gritted his teeth, his words heavy with murderous intent. Behind him, Lin Songxing observed this scene with a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Fearless in the face of adversity, Lin Chun's resolute spirit had already reached a state of perfection. Lin Songxing had long been present, intending to provide Lin Chun with a crucible for growth. An individual on the path of cultivation must inevitably confront the tumult of bloodshed. Beneath a monarch's feet, a mountain of corpses is a given. One must not harbor arrogance. Yet neither should one lack the backbone to stand tall. In the face of Lu Tongtian's overwhelming might, Lin Chun remained unafraid of life or death, embodying the true demeanor of a sovereign. "Humph." Lu Tongtian let out a scornful snort, his form showing no sign of hesitation as he swiftly departed from the Lin family estate. Although Lin Chun had grown at an astonishing pace, he was still far from being worthy of Lu Tongtian's regard. The only thing that piqued Lu Tongtian's interest was the hand of Fudu. Thus, it was not fear that deterred Lu Tongtian from engaging, but rather disdain for such a challenge. Many sought to take his life, yet in the end, it was always he who extinguished theirs. Just as before, he held Lin Chun in contempt. With the departure of the formidable figure, the imminent crisis enveloping the Lin family's martial arena gradually dissipated. The two esteemed elders, Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, upon witnessing Lin Songxing's emergence, were expressions of utter dread, their gazes towards Lin Zhan tinged with a barely perceptible aura of malice. In that moment of Lin Songxing's appearance, Lin Zhan, the grand elder, trembled, unable to suppress his descent to the ground, his face ashen as death. Everything had come to an end, and Lin Chun, the young master of the Lin family, was poised to become a new star of the Zijing dynasty. The Lin family, too, would once more reclaim its former glory. Cough, cough. As Lin Chun watched Lu Tongtian depart, he could no longer maintain his weary form and finally succumbed to exhaustion. The declaration of war against Lu Tongtian had drained the last vestiges of his strength. Now that the immediate crisis had abated, his spirit waned, and the ancient bronze coffin at the center of his brow, which had remained dormant, began to emit a faint azure glow. The Blood Elder, ensconced within the devouring heavenly diagram, sensed this change and breathed a sigh of relief. With the presence of the enigmatic Lin Songxing, the Blood Elder concealed the aura of the devouring heavenly diagram entirely. The black formations, densely packed, vanished from Lin Chun's abdomen, leaving no trace. "Chun'er, you have done well." Lin Songxing supported Lin Chun's frail body, his previously fierce demeanor gradually softening into one of tenderness. Lin Chun weakly opened his eyes and murmured, "Father, it is good that you are alive." Unable to withstand any further strain, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon witnessing Lin Chun's unconsciousness, Lin Songxing smiled gently, exuding a profound kindness. Yet, in a brief moment, he cast a cool glance at Lin Zhan, causing the latter's complexion to pale further. Before summoning the esteemed elder Lin Xingjian Wudao looked on in shock at Lin Songxing, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Lin Chun, his expression tinged with bitterness. Perhaps his recent decision had been a grave mistake. It seemed imperative to enhance his physical prowess in the days to come. Lin Chun murmured to himself, reflecting on how, after vanquishing the Golden Seven Copper Men, he had acquired the Golden Copper Body refining technique, perfectly suited for his studies. With an enhancement of his physical strength, Lin Chun would be capable of wielding greater amounts of true energy, thereby amplifying the power of the Hand of Futon. "Chinner, are you awake?" The door swung open, revealing Lin Songxing, clad in elegant white robes, exuding the grace of a scholar. No one would suspect that this gentleman was the formidable head of the Lin family, capable of effortlessly dispelling the chaos of the world with but a word. "Father." Lin Chun strained his shoulders, attempting to rise from the bed, yet was thwarted by waves of pain that rendered him powerless. "Do not be agitated." Lin Songxing approached with a warm smile, gently lifting Lin Chun to a seated position on the bed. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Chun gazed anxiously at his father and said, "Father, Elder Lin Zhan has conspired against you. There is no means to rescue my constitution within that forbidden realm." Lin Songxing paused, his expression softening as he nodded with concern. "Chinner, I understand your worries. Lin Zhan has already faced his punishment and has descended into the depths of hell." Lin Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, hesitating to respond. A father knows his child best. Lin Songxing added with a reassuring smile, "There is no need for excessive concern. It brings me great joy to witness your gradual empowerment." After speaking, he cast a loving glance at Lin Chen, filled with pride. Lin Chun's development had surpassed everyone's expectations, including those of Lin Songxing himself. At Lin Chen's words, a hint of a smile graced his lips. "Father, my progress has been aided by extraordinary individuals. The blood elder within the devouring heavenly diagram is indeed my benefactor." Regarding the enigmatic ancient bronze coffin, Lin Chen refrains from categorizing it as belonging to an extraordinary individual. However, the formidable power of the Xianshang Jun Tianjing is undeniably evident. The strength of the first chapter, the Hand of the Fated, is indeed terrifying. What will follow, one can only imagine. Lin Songxing rose to his feet, gazing at Lin Chun, and said, "My son, who has aided you? I shall not pry, for everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as you become powerful, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen lowered his head, visibly relieved. If pressed, he would not conceal the truth, yet this revelation might Lin Songxing approached the window, his silhouette shrouded in an intangible aura. Observing this, Lin Chen felt an involuntary tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition creeping in. "My son, do you know why your father does not slay Lu Tongdian?" Lin Songxing inquired calmly. Lin Chen was taken aback and shook his head. The level of Lin Songxing's cultivation far surpassed what he could comprehend. "A person like Lu Tongtian cannot be killed by me," Lin Songxing asserted. "Even though my cultivation exceeds his, my fortune pales in comparison. If I were to take action, it is likely that the ancient beings of the Mingtian sect would intervene." Lin Chen was stunned. Lu Tongtian's identity was not as simple as it appeared to ordinary eyes. He was not merely the foremost disciple of the Mingtian sect, but possessed an unparalleled nobility. Lin Songxing remarked with understated gravity. "More esteemed than the foremost disciple of the Mingtian sect?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow. This revelation indeed exceeded his expectations. What, then, was the true nature of this individual? Having proclaimed his intent to kill Lu Tongtian within a year, Lin Chun was determined to exert every effort to fulfill that vow. Lin Songxing suddenly burst into laughter. What does it matter, even if he holds a prestigious status? With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Songxing remarked, "At present, I am merely a manifestation, and once I have entrusted the matters to you, this manifestation will dissipate." "What?" Lin Chun exclaimed in shock, gazing at Lin Songxing with urgency. "Father, in which forbidden realm are you trapped? I shall surely rescue you." This revelation was utterly unexpected. It turned out that Lin Songxing was but a projection. "Chinner, you have yet to reach that level." Lin Songxing shook his head, smiling gently. "When you attain that realm in the future, you will naturally comprehend it. However, that time is not now." Lin Chen's mind gradually settled into calmness, offering no rebuttal, as he acknowledged his current state of merely possessing the innate cultivation of the 8th level. Lin Songxing's ability to command the likes of Lu Tongtian was rooted in his formidable strength. "Chinner, do not lose heart," Lin Songxing encouraged with a smile. "In your father's eyes, You shall always be the strongest. Lin Shen lowered his head, his lips parting as if to voice something, yet silence enveloped him, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He was still too weak. Chapter 35. The Illusory Spirit Mirror. Father, is there truly nothing I can do to assist? Lin Shen inquired softly. Lin Songxing paused, then shook his head with a gentle smile, saying, "It is not that you cannot assist at all. I have come to bestow upon you something of great significance." "What is it?" Lin Songxing's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Shen, enunciating each word with gravity. To accomplish this task, immense perseverance and determination are required. Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a subtle change as he nodded earnestly. Lin Songxing gazed at Lin Shen, asking with significant meaning, "Do you understand why I did not intervene when your heavenly fire seal was taken?" The mention of the heavenly fire seal caused a slight sting in Lin Shen's heart, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered deep within his eyes. Lin Songxing, unfazed by Lin Shen's transformation, continued, "The reason Lutong Tian seeks to seize the heavenly fire seal is merely to cultivate a divine ability and to consolidate the diagram of martial arts divine powers. What he desires is to attain a cultivation level of the fifth realm of the divine law." Lin Shen's fist clenched unconsciously, and he slowly inquired, "Father, what is it that you wish to convey?" Lin Songxing, with a serious countenance, replied, "What I wish to say is this. Your next task is to reclaim the diagram of heavenly ice and heavenly fire from Lutong Tian." Lin Shen trembled, his face awash with astonishment. To advance to the fifth realm of the divine law, one must consolidate such a diagram of divine powers. In essence, the diagram of heavenly ice and heavenly fire is the entirety of Lutong Tian's cultivation. And now, he was to seize all of the opponent's power? Lin Songxing quietly observed Lin Shen's shocked expression, his eyes calm and indifferent, as if he could see through the myriad forms of the world with an air of nonchalance. After a moment, Lin Shen regained his composure from the shock and, striving to maintain a steady tone, asked, "Father, why must we seize the diagram of heavenly ice and heavenly fire?" Lin Songxing's demeanor suddenly shifted, resembling the patriarch of a vast family, filled with authority. "I once fortuitously acquired an ancient treasure, the illusory spirit mirror." Lin Songxing refrained from discussing the reasons for the plunder, instead asserting with authority, "However, this treasured artifact has been sealed. After years of research, I have concluded that to break the seal, one must possess the celestial ice and fire divine diagram, as well as the heart of Ta Ching. Clan treasure?" Lin Shen hastily opened his garment at the chest, revealing a bronze key that lay quietly before him. This bronze key was, indeed, the champion's reward mentioned by Lin Xing, serving as the key to unlock the supreme clan treasure. What exactly is the illusory spirit divine mirror? Lin Shen could not restrain his curiosity. The illusory spirit divine mirror is merely a mysterious mirror, Lin Songxing replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. Yet, the origins of this ancient mirror are extraordinarily remarkable. Once the seal is completely broken, the true power of this enigmatic mirror can be unleashed. Lin Shen comprehended that the illusory spirit divine mirror was currently a formidable artifact under seal, and to fully harness its immense power, both the celestial ice and fire divine diagram and the heart of Ta Ching were essential. Neither could be absent. It was for the purpose of unlocking the illusory spirit divine mirror that Lin Songxing tolerated the theft of Lin Chen's heavenly fire seal by Lutong Tian. All of this was intricately woven into Lin Songxing's plans. Ancient texts recorded that the illusory spirit divine mirror could unveil a person's past and future, clarifying one's true identity. Lin Songxing remarked, 10 years ago, when I encountered you, I sensed you were no ordinary mortal. Throughout the hazy 6 years, Lin Shen had longed to discern his identity, yet found himself at a loss. The illusory spirit divine mirror represented his singular opportunity to uncover the truth. However, what would it reveal about his identity once Lin Shen truly came to know it? Lin Songxing turned away, his back to Lin Shen, and said, "Moreover, the ancient mirror harbors immense power. Once the seal is broken, I can utilize the mirror within to assist me in unlocking the seal of the Forbidden Zone." His voice was soft and faint. Lin Shen's previously bewildered expression suddenly tightened, his tone betraying an unwavering determination. "Father, I vow to unseal the illusory spirit divine mirror." On the night of calamity 6 years ago, Lin Shen knelt in the heavy snow, and it was this very man who lifted him, saying, "You are of the Lin family. You cannot easily give up." Had it not been for Lin Shen's peculiar constitution, Lin Songxing would not have fallen into Lin Zhan's trap. Deceived into the ancient forbidden grounds. A gentle smile graced Lin Songxing's lips as he addressed Lin Shan. Child, in this world, there are no mere mortals. Only the choices of humanity. If you do not wish to become a strong individual, living a life detached from worldly desires, I shall not hinder you. I only ask that you remain true to your conscience. True to one's conscience. These 4 words sparked a glimmer of light in Lin Shen's eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared with solemnity, I aspire to become a formidable force, one that all must look up to. His voice rang with conviction, reminiscent of the proud figure kneeling upon the martial arts stage. Lu Tongtian was destined to be Lin Shen's nemesis, after twice seizing his martial prowess. Lin Shan had no reason to spare him. Rendering Lu Tongtian's abilities completely null was already a lenient approach. Yet, the current disparity between Lin Shan and Lu Tongtian could be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth. Lin Shan could only harness the power of the devouring magic technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, to elevate himself to the realm of divine law, fully unleashing the strength of the sacred vein body. Good, good, good. Lin Songxing couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Chinner, you are indeed a descendant of the Lin family. Lin Shan smiled and nodded, then inquired, Father, what exactly is the Taiping heart? Lin Songxing shook his head. I'm not certain of its exact nature, but I do know that the Taiping heart resides within the Taiping sect and is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan furrowed his brow. Not even knowing the target made the situation rather tricky. At that moment, Lin Songxing approached, patting Lin Shan's shoulder with a concerned expression. Chinner, the Taiping sect has issued a decree designating you as a disciple. It is likely that someone will come to fetch you in the next day or 2. Lin Shan was taken aback, then nodded. Although he was unclear about the true essence of the Taiping heart, he was certain it was within the Taiping sect. Knowing the location would indeed lessen the difficulty of the search. For Lin Shan, entering the Taiping sect was a fortuitous opportunity. The sect was in direct opposition to the Huantian sect, and he also shared a slight connection with the enigmatic young lady, Qing Ro, which was far preferable to his ties with the Sword Immortal sect. The moment Jin Wudao stepped away, the other party ceased to be on Lin Shan's list of friends. Time is of the essence, so I shall entrust you with the illusory spirit mirror. Lin Songxing suddenly rose, his once corporeal form beginning to wane into the ethereal. He raised his hand and immediately retrieved an item from the spatial pouch he wore. A palm-sized ancient bronze mirror hovered before Lin Shan, intricately adorned with mysterious engravings. Its surface dull and lacking luster. 2 primordial divine dragons coiled around the frame of the mirror. Lin Shan could even discern 2 indistinct formations etched upon it, reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol, with patches of verdigris scattered about. It appeared less like a treasured relic from antiquity and more like an aged bronze artifact. Chinner, the illusory spirit mirror is an ancient treasure that requires blood to acknowledge its master. Lin Songxing declared. Currently, the illusory spirit mirror is sealed, yet it retains a storage function, capable of concealing one's divine sense from scrutiny. Such capabilities? Lin Shan exclaimed in astonishment. While storage functions are commonplace across the sacred spirit continent, akin to the ubiquitous Qianquan bags, the ability to shield against divine sense detection was indeed formidable. This implied that even formidable practitioners in the divine law realm would be unable to discern his cultivation level. With a swift motion, Lin Shan grasped the illusory spirit mirror, its icy touch sending an ancient sensation coursing through him. It was as if he had encountered the mirror with an unwavering affection, and he felt immense satisfaction with this ancestral treasure. However, Lin Songxing's voice soon reached him, frail and weak. Chinner, take care of yourself. Remember, you have but 1 year left. If you cannot vanquish Lu Tongtian, he will ascend in power. Startled, Lin Shan was jolted back to reality, reminded of his father's presence. Yet, as he glanced up, he found Lin Songxing gazing at him with a gentle smile, his form becoming increasingly ethereal and insubstantial, as if he might dissipate at any moment. Father, Lin Shan was immediately taken aback, leaping from his bed to rush towards Lin Songxing. However, he was met with an excruciating pain throughout his body, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Chinner, this rejuvenation pill has been meticulously refined for you using my doppelganger's power. Once consumed, it will restore your injuries. Lin Songxing's voice grew fainter and more ethereal, his form transforming into a swirling vortex, fading into nothingness. A white pill fell from the air, bouncing and rolling until it reached Lin Shan's lips, exuding an enticing fragrance. Chapter 36. Golden Copper Body Refinement Technique. The room fell silent once more. Suppressing the agony coursing through him, gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, grasping the rejuvenation pill in his hand, remaining silent. In 1 year's time, I shall make you understand the true meaning of despair. Lin Chen's gaze was resolutely unwavering as he spoke softly, then closed his eyes and swallowed the rejuvenation pill. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, coursing through his limbs and bones. An overwhelming power emanated from the pill, mending and restoring everything within his body. Lin Chen's physique was already in tatters, with shattered bones and torn skin. Yet, under the immense potency of the rejuvenation pill, the broken bones began to meld together, and the torn skin gradually healed. His once desiccated dantian started to pulsate with newfound vitality as the true qi began to coalesce, its density steadily recovering and rising. Suspended in the air were 1,000,000 dim azure particles, glimmering with a faint sheen that grew increasingly radiant. The devouring diagram once again commenced its autonomous operation. Had it not been for Lin Songtian's timely intervention during the last incident, the entire devouring diagram would likely have been utterly shattered under Lin Chen's reversal, rendering it incapable of ever coalescing again. For a full half-day, Lin Chen devoted himself to recuperation, absorbing the potent essence of the medicine, gradually regaining his strength. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, Lin Chen sprang to his feet, his body erupting with explosive noises akin to popping beans, revitalizing him into a vigorous and lively form. As he gazed upon the familiar room, Lin Chen fell into a moment of silence before retrieving the illusory spirit mirror. The ancient bronze mirror reflected not a single shadow. Without hesitation, Lin Chen made a small incision, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the illusory spirit mirror. Instantly, a faint luminescence emanated from the bronze surface, swiftly absorbing the blood and restoring its original appearance. Within Lin Chen's mind, a connection emerged with a mere thought. The entire illusory spirit mirror vanished from his grasp as if it had never existed. Truly, it was an ancient artifact, Lin Chen marveled. With the power of his will, he could summon the illusory spirit mirror at will, a phenomenon both extraordinary and enchanting. Although Lin Chen was unaware of the specific rank of the illusory spirit mirror, he was certain it was not of low grade. "Ah, you finally decided to awaken, did you?" A familiar voice, tinged with exasperation, echoed in Lin Chen's ear. The old man with white hair regarded him with a look of mild annoyance. It was none other than the blood elder from within the devouring diagram. Lin Chen forced a smile, spreading his hands as he said, "Please do not be angry. At that time, I had no choice. Am I not living well now?" Shui Lao's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Lin Chen, in the future, when faced with such circumstances, you must surrender your martial skills and prioritize your own life. Without life, everything is lost." "How do you know this, Shui Lao?" Lin Chen asked in astonishment, immediately recounting the incident of refining the illusory spirit mirror to Shui Lao. The illusory spirit mirror. Its name suggests it is anything but ordinary. Shui Lao exclaimed, stroking his beard. "I was initially hiding, not wanting your father to discover me. Yet, after a while, I sensed a trace of ancient aura." Lin Chen nodded. Although he was uncertain of the exact purpose of the illusory spirit mirror, the mere fact that it could shield against other spiritual detection was a testament to its formidable power. "All right, young man, didn't you acquire a body cultivation technique?" Shui Lao advised. "You must promptly enhance your physical strength when it comes time to devour the map for evolution. If your physical prowess is insufficient, you will be unable to evolve." Lin Chen swiftly retrieved the golden jade tablet from his Qinquan bag. Shui Lao mentioned he needed to enter seclusion to refine the crucial essence of kingship. Lin Chen nodded and turned to walk out of the courtyard. In order to slay opponents beyond his level, he would still rely on the hand of Futu. The terror of the divine method realm was beyond Lin Chen's imagination. Even 5 pure yuan spirit pearls and 10,000 true qi mammoths could barely match 1% of Lin Zhan's strength. The formidable power of the divine law realm surpasses that of true qi by a considerable margin. With merely a year remaining, it is imperative to seize the martial arts divine diagram from Lu Tong. Despite Lin Chen possessing the devouring demon technique, he is acutely aware of the immense pressure upon his shoulders. Nonetheless, as long as he possesses the devouring heavenly diagram and ample wealth, he can swiftly elevate his realm. Furthermore, upon reaching the divine law realm, the sacred vein body will truly reveal its brilliance. Upon arriving at the opulent courtyard of the young master, Lin Chen promptly settled into a meditative posture, his mind enveloped in the substantial golden jade slip. An influx of gung metal energy assailed him, and a golden-hued text of martial arts surged into his consciousness. The golden bronze body refining technique, when mastered, allows one to embody the essence of gold and bronze, enabling one to withstand superior-grade royal artifacts. Should one encounter exceedingly rare gung metal treasures, one's capabilities could be enhanced to the utmost, rivaling even supreme royal artifacts. The opening line captivated Lin Chen entirely. What does it mean to wield a superior-grade royal artifact? Even with the combined might of 800 true chi mammoths unleashed in a display of the hand of the immortal, he could not shatter one. It surpassed the level of Lin Han's sealing fire elemental ice sword. As for the supreme royal artifacts, they remain an enigma to Lin Chen. For over an hour, Lin Chen immersed himself in the golden bronze body refining technique, achieving a profound understanding of it. This technique involves absorbing gung metal energy into the body for the purpose of refining flesh and skin. The golden 7 copper men, who refine their bodies to a golden hue, represent only a minor achievement. Currently, the initial success lies in transforming one's skin to a bronze color, providing a defensive capability comparable to that of a top-tier spiritual artifact. Upon comprehending the entirety of the body refinement technique, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. For the cultivation of this golden copper body refinement technique necessitated the absorption of the essence of gung metal to temper oneself. The essence of gung metal refers to the sharp and rigid substances, such as gold and diamonds, which possess this exceedingly rare quality. Just as Lin Chen found himself at an impasse, a cacophony arose from outside. With a frown, Lin Chen strode towards the courtyard. Outside, he beheld the elder of the Wang family, Wang Zhong, striding imperiously at the forefront, directing several disciples of the Lin family to maneuver a peculiar, pitch-black ancient tree. Lin Chen distinctly sensed a sharp aura emanating from this tree, formidable and imposing indeed. It was the essence of gung metal. Have you all forgotten, indeed? Hurry up and move for this elder, or you shall regret it. Wang Zhong incessantly bellowed at the disciples. Meanwhile, the two disciples struggling to shift the oddly dark, iron-like tree were flushed with embarrassment. Though both were of the innate 6th level, the tree's weight rendered their efforts arduous. It is absurd. He possesses magical power, yet still commands us to do this, while he stands idly by. One of the struggling disciples scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the lofty Wang Zhong. The elder of the Wang family, in collusion with Lin Zhan and his wretched son, had become a source of irritation for all the Lin family disciples. Lin San, lower your voice. It would be unwise to provoke him further, another disciple cautioned, clearly displaying a sense of trepidation towards Wang Zhong. The disciple known as Lin San cast a glance at him, murmuring softly, "What are you afraid of? Wasn't that fellow also startled by our young master?" Reflecting on the day when Lin Chen displayed his formidable prowess, achieving the remarkable feat of harnessing 1% of the divine power of the godly law realm, one could only imagine how wide the mouth of Elder Wang had gaped. As if capable of swallowing an egg whole, Lin San continued in a hushed tone, "And remember when Lin Sanxing made his appearance? That fellow's face turned pale with fright." Another disciple, his expression beginning to regain some semblance of tranquility and vitality, chimed in softly, "Indeed, our young master is indeed powerful." However, just as Lin San and this disciple were lost in their conversation, recounting Lin Chen's exploits, a dark figure abruptly loomed before them. An ominous laughter followed. "Oh really? Is Lin Chen truly as formidable as you claim? Am I, this elder, so feeble?" Lin San and the other disciple were taken aback, their hearts racing as they looked up to see Wang Zhong, his face twisted with a chilling malice that sent shivers down their spines. "Elder Wang, what do you intend to do?" Lin San, summoning his courage, stammered, "We were not discussing you. You must have misheard." The other disciple quickly nodded in agreement. "Misheard?" Wang Zhang's face bore a sinister smile as a wave of murderous intent surged forth. "Kneel and shout that Lin Chen is a waste, a piece of trash, and I shall spare your lives." The overwhelming aura of death enveloped the two disciples, leaving Lin San and his companion feeling icy dread, as if they were staring into the abyss of mortality. How could the murderous intent of Wang Zhong, a formidable practitioner of the godly law realm, be something these two disciples could withstand? In an instant, Lin San and the disciple were both as pale as death, their legs trembling. on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Observing the feeble demeanor of his two disciples, Wang Zheng felt a flicker of satisfaction. But soon his impatience resurfaced as he commanded, "Kneel down. Proclaim that Lin Shen is a waste, a piece of trash, or face immediate death." Upon uttering these words, an aura of malevolence emanated from Wang Zheng, sending chills through the air. The two disciples swayed like fragile boats tossed by a tempest, seemingly on the brink of collapse. In the midst of his dazed fear, Lin San felt a surge of resentment, yet he gritted his teeth, his legs quaking, refusing to kneel. The other disciple, however, was considerably weaker. His legs buckled under Wang Zheng's oppressive presence, ready to fall to the ground in supplication. Witnessing this, Lin San shouted, "Lin Yan, do you possess no backbone? The young master is no waste. He is the pride of our Lin family. We shall not bow to him." The disciple, nearly prostrated, was taken aback by Lin San's words, and a fierce expression crossed his face, his eyes glinting with a newfound resolve, his body straightening with defiance. "Indeed, Lin San, you speak truth. The young master is our pride." Lin San nodded in gratitude, though his pallor deepened. Seeking death, Wang Zheng seethed with rage at the defiance of these lowly disciples, and with a swift motion, he raised his hand to strike Lin San with immense force. Although devoid of magical prowess, the sheer strength and ferocity of his blow rendered Lin San utterly powerless to resist. Lin San's eyes abruptly constricted as the forceful gust swept towards him, inflicting excruciating pain upon his face. His legs instinctively threatened to buckle beneath him, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to kneel. As the impending slap loomed, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, seizing Wang Zheng's hand just an inch from Lin San's face, causing the air to crackle with silent explosions. A chilling voice emerged, resonating with authority. "Elder Wang Zheng, do you dare strike a disciple of the Lin family?" Chapter 37. The golden ancient stone iron tree Lin Shen stood resolutely before Wang Zheng, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Elder Wang, do you deem this young master to be blind in the Lin family?" As his words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the trio. Wang Zheng's countenance twisted in trepidation as he observed Lin Shen advancing, his pupils narrowing to a sharp point. The once arrogant and sinister expression on his face began to twitch, revealing an undercurrent of profound apprehension and a hint of fear. In stark contrast, Lin San and the accompanying disciple regained their color, their faces flushed with joy. Wang Zheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, peeling away his haughty demeanor as he forced a smile. "Ah, it is the young Master Lin. I trust your injuries have healed. Would you like me to procure some sacred healing elixirs for you?" In this moment, Lin Shen's status had undergone a monumental transformation. Within the family hierarchy, the Grand Elder merely governed disciples beneath the realm of divine law, while the true authority lay with the Supreme Elder. Yet Lin Shen's position surpassed even that of the Supreme Elder, for he was the esteemed young master. The Lin family has forged an alliance with the Taixing sect, and the cultivation level of the Lin family patriarch is profound and unfathomable, which undoubtedly signifies the rise of the Lin family. However, what disturbs the hearts of Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, along with several prominent families, is Lin Chen's remarkable growth. Within a mere month, he ascended from the neglected realm of the innate 6th level to the innate 8th level, mastering a terrifying unnamed martial technique capable of absorbing the energy of 1,000 true Qi elephants, harnessing 1% of the power from the divine law realm. Such achievements and talents will inevitably shine brightly within the Taixing sect. Lin Chun is no longer a solitary youth opposing the formidable Lu Tong. He is backed by the entire Lin family. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Chen cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Zheng, having discerned the latter's intentions. He then sternly inquired, "Elder Wang Zheng, did I just perceive that you intended to harm a disciple of the Lin family? Are you seeking to incite a conflict between our families?" The authoritative tone of his inquiry made Wang Zheng's heart leap, and he hastily waved his hands in denial, saying, No, young Master Lin. I merely wished to test the capabilities of the Lin family's disciples. I did not anticipate that it would be misconstrued." Lin Chun, with a cold smile, directed his gaze toward the two innate 6th-level disciples and asked Lin San, "Junior brother, what do you have to say?" Lin San, his face entirely disregarded Elder Wang Zheng's warning glare and exclaimed, "Young master, Elder Wang Zheng is distorting the truth. Not only did he demand that we retrieve Lin Han's belongings, but he also sought to reprimand and chastise us. He was indeed about to strike, which is utterly despicable." From beginning to end, Lin San spoke without pause, and upon finishing, a profound sense of relief and exhilaration washed over him, causing all thoughts of Wang Zheng's potential retribution to vanish. Lin Chun, catching a vital clue within the conversation, shifted his gaze to the enormous iron tree, emanating sharp, concealed energies that could not be entirely suppressed, revealing a hint of the essence of Gongjin. This unknown iron tree was, in fact, an exquisite material for Lin Chen's current practice of the golden copper body technique. However, why would such a mysterious Gongjin object reside within Lin Han's courtyard? Contemplating this, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at Wang Zheng, only to find his eyes evasively shifting. Wang Zheng stammered, "Young Master Lin, I stumbled upon this tree in Lin Han's courtyard and found it intriguing. So I had a disciple of the Lin family move it." In truth, Wang Zheng longed to express that this tree was his own, acquired at great expense. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun experienced an epiphany. His thoughts crystallized as a faint smile crept onto his lips. The Golden Seven Copper Men were orchestrated by Wang Zheng to confront Lin Chun, and this Gongjin tree was intended for Lin Han's practice of the golden copper body technique. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and Lin Chen promptly remarked, "Elder Wang Zheng, Lin Han was once my brother, despite his betrayal. However, I wish to take this ancient tree as a memento. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the implication. His heart seethed with frustration, nearly leading him to spit blood. Yet he could not refuse and could only swallow hard, saying, "Young Master Lin, this may not be appropriate, right?" Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he turned to Wang Zheng, his voice laced with an undercurrent of menace. "What do you mean by that, Elder Wang? Do I not possess the authority to oversee matters within the Lin family? Could it be that you have some hidden agenda akin to that of the former Lin Han?" The subtle threat in his tone echoed with righteous indignation, exuding an air of authority. Wang Zheng, shaken by Lin Chen's words, hastily shook his head, exclaiming, No, young Master Lin, please do not misunderstand. If you desire this item, then by all means, take it." Little did Wang Zheng know the bitterness that swirled within him. He had invested half of his savings in the golden bronze body tempering tech, along with this ancient Gongjin tree, only to have it all seized by Lin Chen. If anyone felt discontent, it was undoubtedly Wang Zheng. He now regretted opposing Lin Chen, realizing it was a grave mistake. Once his goal was achieved, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he addressed the two fervently excited disciples. "My dear junior brothers, please hand over this ancient tree to me, and you may both take your rest." Of course. Lin San and the other disciple promptly agreed, their arms swelling with strength as they relinquished the towering ancient tree, which stood an impressive 3 meters tall. It crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, as if the earth itself trembled beneath its weight. Amidst the fervent gazes of Lin San and his fellow disciple, and the shadowy demeanor of Wang Zheng, Lin Chun strode forward, channeling the power of 800 true Qi elephants within him. With both arms, he effortlessly lifted the ancient, stirring a cloud of dust around him. The moment the tree was in his grasp, Lin Chun felt a slight sinking sensation. It must have weighed tens of thousands of pounds, equivalent to a third of his true Qi capacity. A colossal manifestation of genuine energy, akin to several hundred pounds, embraced a mysterious ancient tree. Lin Chun turned his head, effortlessly smiling at Elder Wang Zheng. "Elder, should any disciple of the Lin family encounter trouble, I shall bring several esteemed elders to pay a visit to your Wang family." Wang Zhen's countenance darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably, as if his jaw might dislocate. Meanwhile, two disciples displayed expressions of profound excitement and fervor, silently vowing to emulate the remarkable Lin Chun. Cradling the ancient tree, Lin Chun did not linger. Instead, he swiftly entered the courtyard of the young master, depositing the enigmatic ebony tree heavily upon the ground. After scrutinizing the peculiar iron tree, Lin Chun, perplexed, discerned no hidden secrets. Promptly, he projected his thoughts to the blood elder undergoing evolution. "Young man, did I not instruct you not to disturb me?" The blood elder's irritable voice echoed, as a spectral old man with flowing white hair materialized. At this moment, the blood elder appeared to be solidified, straddling the line between reality and illusion, evidently having reaped significant benefits. "Blood elder, I am uncertain what this object truly is." Lin Chen sighed ruefully, gesturing toward the bizarre tree. You need not say more. There is an exceptionally potent aura of gung metal." Upon Lin Chen's prompt, the blood elder seemed to sense something, hastily directing his gaze toward the peculiar ebony tree. After a brief inspection, a hint of satisfaction graced the Blood Elder's visage, as he stroked his beard and inquired, "Young man, from whence did you acquire this remarkable object?" Lin Shun then recounted the earlier encounter. After listening to Lin Chen's recounting, Xuelao was immensely pleased. "Young man, your luck is indeed extraordinary. This is a rare entity known as the Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree, which thrives in the crevices of gold and stone." "Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree," Lin Chen murmured, realizing the significance of this treasure. Xuelao chuckled softly. "The essence of Gongjin within this Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree is sufficient to elevate you to the level of bronze skin. A premium spiritual artifact?" Lin Chen's tone was imbued with both astonishment and fervor. "Indeed, focus on your cultivation. The celestial diagram will also complete its advancement in the coming days." Xuelao spoke no further, transforming into a flurry of luminous specks that vanished from sight. Lin Shun, however, gazed at the Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree. By enhancing the power of his physical form, the true qi he could infuse with the hand of Futu would increase correspondingly. Given this potential, even at the 10th layer of innate cultivation, he could potentially withstand a blow or two from a practitioner of the divine law realm with his formidable true qi. From within the approximately 1-mile radius of the illusory spirit mirror, Lin Shun retrieved the golden jade tablet once more and settled into a meditative posture. With a sudden burst, the golden jade tablet was crushed in his hands, releasing a flurry of golden-hued, mysterious particles that floated before him. Lin Shun reached out, drawing these enigmatic golden particles into his palms, transforming them into 2 resplendent golden hands, which he pressed firmly against the Golden Ancient Stone Iron Tree. These golden particles were a special type of golden powder, specifically designed to sense and absorb the essence of Gongjin. Chapter 38. The cold beauty. As Lin Chen pressed his palm against the ancient golden iron tree, he felt an immediate transformation. His hands seemed to graze the edges of countless blades, as if they could pierce the very essence of his being. With his eyes tightly shut, he nevertheless perceived through the golden powder that the once towering, ebony tree, standing 3 meters tall, had metamorphosed into an extraordinarily sharp golden monolith, enveloped by an aura of razor-like energy. This essence of Gongjin was indeed a manifestation of sharpness, in both the mundane world and the realm of cultivation. The forging of exquisite blades necessitates the infusion of this Gongjin energy to enhance their keenness. Lin Shun beheld the astonishingly sharp golden monolith, and a clarity washed over him. Within his mind, the pathways of the golden copper body refinement technique began to unfold. The golden powder resting against his palm acted as a conduit, transmitting the energy coursing through Lin Shun's body. Gradually, wisps of the sharp aura emanated from the golden monolith, streaming into Lin Chen's form. A crackling sound resonated, akin to the surge of electricity, as it began to course across his skin. Even the robust physique of Lin Shun, fortified by superior spiritual artifacts, could not withstand the tumultuous flow of Gongjin energy. Golden copper, synthesized in position, refined the body. The incantations of the body refining technique echoed in Lin Chen's mind, as an array of unnamed pathways activated within him, clumsy yet remarkably fluid, guiding the errant Gongjin energy through their intricate routes. The sharp essence of the metal, akin to a myriad of minuscule blades, seemed to cleave through Lin Chen's flesh under the guidance of this route. Yet, this severance was not a genuine disjunction. Rather, it allowed the piercing energy to permeate through the torn layers of skin. Lin Chen's countenance paled involuntarily, as the extensive laceration rendered his entire being awash with a profound, tingling pain, akin to a knife carving into him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Despite the excruciating agony, he was acutely aware of the gradual fortification of his physique, step by step enhancing its resilience. The intricate pathways, initially foreign and unyielding, began to operate within Lin Chen's body. These pathways were the channels of his meridians. The golden copper body refinement technique documented a total of 130 refining diagrams, yet Lin Chen was only capable of employing the first 30 at this moment. The more diagrams he enacted, the swifter the refining process became. However, Lin Chen, currently at the innate 8th level of the transformation realm, had yet to ascend to the 9th level. Only by advancing to the innate 9th level and unblocking 103 meridians could he further accelerate the cultivation of the golden copper body refinement technique. At this rate, How long would it take to absorb the entirety of this colossal golden stone? After an hour of absorption, Lin Chen's physical strength surged to a new tier, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Otherwise, when faced with the impending onslaught of a celestial hand during a full cycle, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds. How could he significantly augment the speed of his absorption? Lin Chen found himself engulfed in profound distress, utterly devoid of any viable solutions. However, at that moment, the devouring diagram within his dantian seemed to resonate with his feelings, beginning to rotate slowly, with a million azure particles shimmering brilliantly. Indeed, the devouring diagram. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with insight, and he began to ponder. If the devouring diagram is reputed to consume all things, then perhaps I shall attempt to absorb this metallic energy of Gong. A bold and audacious plan gradually took shape in Lin Chen's mind. Had the devouring diagram not undergone a transformation previously, he would not have had the audacity to proceed, yet the current incarnation of the diagram remained rather resolute in his decision. Lin Chen immersed himself entirely in the devouring diagram, directing his will with intent. With a surge of thought, a black character representing Devour materialized in his palm, as if embodying a void capable of consuming everything. The moment this black character appeared, Lin Chen's palm seemed to transform into a black hole, swiftly engulfing all the golden powder resting in his palm. Simultaneously, the entire Jenga stone iron tree began to tremble violently. Boom! It appeared as though the tree sensed the overwhelming force of absorption, unable to withstand this tremendous power. Suddenly, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it firmly affixed to the Jenga stone iron tree, unable to break free. A thunderous explosion, and the colossal 3-meter-high golden ancient stone iron tree was completely engulfed within Lin Chen's palm, devoured in its entirety. This is disastrous. The entire golden ancient stone iron tree has been consumed. Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, his expression one of deep dejection. With the consumption of the golden ancient stone iron tree, how could he possibly continue his physical cultivation? However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. Within his dantian, a million azure particles of the devouring diagram began to quiver violently, producing a continuous series of impact sounds. This is bad. Lin Chen's face darkened with gravity as he immediately summoned the 800 true Qi giants within him, converging their power. The devouring diagram resembled an insatiable glutton, consuming all of Lin Chen's 800 true Qi giants without leaving a trace, causing the entire diagram to tremble even more fiercely. In that instant, Lin Chen's complexion turned ashen. This is dire. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Within the devouring diagram, the sound of metal clashing reverberated, as sharp gusts of energy shot forth from the diagram, crashing into Lin Chen's currently desolate dantian. A searing pain erupted within his dantian, and Lin Chen hunched over like a bent shrimp, howling in agony. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flickered within the trembling, devouring diagram, blindingly radiant. As a golden sphere emerged from the depths of the diagram, within this golden orb resides an immense aura of pure metal energy, far surpassing the earlier colossal golden boulder. What is this entity? As Lin Chen relaxed, his body felt utterly languid, and he became acutely aware of the golden sphere, a wave of confusion washing over him. Yet, in the next instant, his heart plummeted. For the golden orb before him could only be the result of the entire golden ancient stone iron tree being compressed into this singular form. The entirety of the devouring diagram had transformed the golden ancient stone iron tree into this golden sphere. Freed from the constraints of the devouring diagram, the golden orb seemed to seek liberation, and surges of pure metal energy began to ripple across its surface. Countless sharp energies erupted forth like a flurry of flying daggers. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The emanating metal energy from the golden orb pierced into Lin Chen's dantian, wreaking havoc and destruction. Lin Chen's face contorted in agony as his dantian faced the relentless onslaught of the golden orb, suffering immeasurably. At this rate, his entire dantian would be utterly obliterated. The tearing pain incessantly flooded his mind, rendering Lin Chen unable to think calmly. Just as the golden orb rampaged with ferocity, an invisible, ancient power descended upon Lin Chen, shattering the intangible metal energy into nothingness. The ancient bronze coffin within his brow seemed to respond once more, its mystical pattern shimmering with a cerulean light. And waves of enigmatic power emanated from the coffin itself. Boom. In an instant, as the ancient bronze coffin reacted, the entirety of the golden energy dissipated. The golden orb trembled violently, shattering into nothingness, exploding into countless golden particles beyond enumeration. These golden particles transformed into imperceptible golden blades, which, amidst the reaction of the ancient bronze coffin, merged seamlessly into Lin Chen's being, commencing their operation along 180 pathways. Within his dantian, equilibrium was restored. Scars vanished, leaving only a desiccated essence. Lin Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, experiencing a relentless, tingling pain coursing through the 180 channels. As the golden blades refined his physique, with eyes filled with bewilderment, Lin Chen murmured softly, "Ancient bronze coffin, are you entombing me or aiding me?" A day later, within the courtyard of the young master, a formidable tempest of energy erupted, pulverizing small stones into dust. Lin Chen, bare-chested, revealed muscles imbued with immense power, glistening with a bronze hue, and had grown over 30 centimeters taller, resembling a small bronze giant. With a mighty blow, Lin Chen struck a small hill towering over 3 men. The pure physical force within him surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the 3-meter-high hill exploded into fragments, debris swirling about, while Lin Chen remained utterly motionless. His height suddenly diminished, and the bronze tint of his skin faded, returning to its original state. However, at that moment, a voice resonated throughout Lin Chen's courtyard, unmistakably that of the esteemed elder Lin Xingyi. "Young master, visitors from the Taiqing sect have arrived. It is the inner disciple known as the Cold Beauty, by Yin. I implore you to come forth quickly." Lin Xingyi's words were imbued with profound respect, utilizing the term implore rather than issuing a direct command. This reflects Lin Xingyi's immense respect for Lin Chen following the clan ceremony. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's lips. "Oh, the Cold Beauty? What a unique moniker." He chuckled softly, as memories of those azure, gentle eyes surfaced in his mind, prompting him to hasten towards the main hall. Chapter 39. Another individual relying on background concealing his aura, Lin Chen approached the hall with an unremarkable demeanor. The illusory spirit mirror lay hidden within his palm. Should he desire to elude detection by those of the divine law realm, he could easily activate its capabilities. This function of obscuring one's presence was of paramount significance for Lin Chen in attaining the heart of Taiqing within the Taiqing sect. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chen observed that only elder Lin Xingyi awaited him. "Young master." Upon noticing Lin Chen's arrival, Lin Xingyi's face immediately broke into a respectful smile. "Congratulations on the restoration of your body. Just moments ago, the newly appointed Grand Elder Lin Yu went to greet the emissaries of the Taiqing sect." "Indeed." Lin Chen, eschewing any pretense, took his seat in the position of the clan leader and nodded. "Elder Lin, do you possess specific information regarding this delegation? The old man has long been prepared for your summons." Lin Xing smiled and, from his sleeve, produced a parchment scroll, reciting, "By Yin, who entered the Taiqing sect last year, possesses an icy demeanor. Now, among the inner disciples, she ranks first in the earth, with a cultivation level of the 10th heavenly layer, her internal vital energy reaching an astonishing count of 5,000. 5,000? Lin Chen replied with mild surprise, never anticipating that this cold beauty known as Bai Yin would possess a formidable 5,000 vital energy elephants, a figure that surpassed Lin Han's by a full double. "Indeed," Lin Xing remarked, tucking the scroll away. "Young master, once you enter the Taiqing sect, you must exercise utmost caution, for it is replete with prodigious talents." "I am well aware of that." Lin Chen nodded solemnly. "Within the 10th heavenly layer, there exists a spectrum of strength. For instance, Lin Han wields the power of 3,000 vital energy elephants, while this enigmatic Bai Yin boasts an impressive 5,000. The disparity is evident." Reflecting on this, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the Taiqing sect, a true sanctuary of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At that moment, the newly appointed Grand Elder, a middle-aged man named Lin Yu, stepped into the hall and used his magical power to amplify his voice. "We warmly welcome the envoy from the Taiqing sect." His magical resonance carried throughout the Lin family estate, ensuring that all could hear clearly. Many disciples displayed expressions of exuberance and longing. In that instant, Lin Chen beheld the two approaching figures. Leading them was a woman clad in flowing white silk, her alluring form accentuated by the delicate fabric. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a fair visage, and her pair of long, dark eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. What drew Lin Chen's attention the most was the fact that the woman's hand was enveloped in a swirling mist, rendering her true palm invisible. This frosty beauty was none other than the renowned and elusive Bai Yan. As Lin Chen scrutinized Bai Yan, she too was assessing him. Noticing that he merely possessed the cultivation of the innate 8th level, despite having 800 strands of true qi, she perceived that he still fell short. A flicker of disdain flashed in Bai Yan's icy gaze. Though her expression remained impassive, Lin Chen was acutely aware of the fleeting contempt that had crossed her features. In light of this, Lin Chen chose not to comment further, offering only a smile without initiating conversation. Behind Bai Yan, however, stood a familiar figure bearing a long spear, Wei Han. "Brother Lin, you truly emerged victorious." Wei Han approached, setting aside his previously haughty demeanor, and inquired with a hint of respect in his eyes. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by Wei Han's arrival, and in response to his attitude, he smiled and said, "Wei Han, I trust your journey back was uneventful?" Wei Han shook his head, replying, "There were no issues on the way back. However, had it not been for your assistance, Brother Lin, we might have encountered great peril." Lin Chen nodded solemnly, affirming, "I shall ensure that the Taiqing sect receives an explanation." The cold beauty, Bai Yan, who had been silently observing the two, did not express anger at being overlooked. Instead, she calmly interjected, "Lin Chen, there is no need for an apology. The troubles primarily stem from the actions of the people from the Hongtian sect." Hearing her words, Lin Chen could only nod in resignation. It appears he intends to prepare the compensation, rendering it unnecessary for Lin Xingyi to make any arrangements. Which is indeed a fortunate turn of events for Lin Chen. "Now, come with me." Bai Yan's tone was remarkably calm, her enchanting gaze lingering on Lin Chen for no more than 3 seconds before she turned and departed. A chilling atmosphere began to envelop the space. The title of the cold beauty Bai Yan was evidently well-deserved. As Lin Chen beheld her exquisite silhouette, his gaze did not linger for long. Instead, he respectfully clasped his fists towards the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder present in the hall, saying, "Esteemed elders, I cannot ascertain how many days my absence will span. I sincerely hope that both of you will unite in efforts to restore the Lin family's former glory." His tone was earnest and resolute, imbued with a sense of responsibility rooted in his familial lineage. "Very well, young master. Our Lin family shall undoubtedly flourish under your stewardship." The Supreme Elder, Lin Xingyi, felt a warmth in his eyes. This young man, Lin Chen, had transformed him in numerous ways. Lin Chen smiled and addressed Wei Han beside him. "Wei Han, you should proceed ahead and ask senior sister Bai Yan to wait for me. I still need to gather a few things." "Understood," Wei Han replied with a smile, turning to follow the footsteps of the cold beauty, Bai Yan. As for Lin Chen, his task of gathering things naturally pertained to collecting spirit stones. After expending a total of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, he refrained from requesting much more, considering the Lin family's limited wealth. Despite lacking substantial spiritual energy support, Lin Chen found himself impeded in his progress. However, he recently discovered that the absorption of spirit stones had resulted in a significantly slower increase in his inner true energy, nearly to the point of stagnation. At present, it appears that Lin Chen must seek higher levels of energy to consume. While the pure origin spirit pearl and other rare treasures are indeed elusive and hard to come by, Wei Han suddenly began to run, trailing behind the cold beauty Bai Yan. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke up. "Bai Yan, I feel that you seem to be rather harsh towards brother Lin Chen." Bai Yan halted her steps, her delicate hand shrouded in mist, and turned her profile slightly, revealing her fair and beautiful features. With a chilling glance directed at Wei Han, she retorted, "Wei Han, have you forgotten the rules of our sect? There is a distinction between the elder and the younger." Wei Han felt a jolt of anxiety, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, clearly realizing his earlier indiscretion. Bai Yan, not pressing her advantage, turned her back to Wei Han and, with a frosty tone, remarked, "The inner disciples of our sect are, without exception, individuals of extraordinary talent. However, I fail to see what makes this Lin family scion formidable. But Sister Bai Yan, he has slain a blue fire wolf, a feat even I could not accomplish," Wei Han gravely reminded her. Bai Yan stood silently for a moment, her back exuding an air of pride, an unspoken tension rapidly enveloping the space between them. After a brief silence, Wei Han, overwhelmed by Bai Yan, began to sweat coldly. Eventually, the cold beauty Bai Yan spoke again, her voice clear yet frigid. "Even if you were to slay opponents of a higher rank, that still falls short. Such strength is insufficient for selection as an inner disciple of the Taiqing sect. As she began to walk away, her voice echoed ethereally, Wei Han, I do not favor those who rely on external influences. Do not attempt to exonerate him, as it will only prove counterproductive. Shuddered, his gaze growing intricate. As he glanced at Lin Chen, who had followed behind, and then trailed after the departing form of Bai Yin. Within a certain enclave of the Lin family estate, two powerhouses of the divine law realm convened, their countenances shadowed with profound gloom. They were none other than Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong. Elderly, this youth has thoroughly ensconced himself within the folds of the Supreme Clarity sect. Wang Zheng uttered with a sinister mien, should this lad ascend to prominence, we too shall undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions. Indeed, Li Yuanlong ascended with a chilling nod, his tone laced with murderous intent. Elder Wang, both our clans boast disciples of considerable stature within the Mixed Heavens sect. Shall we perhaps extend an invitation? Good. We must extirpate this whelp before he amasses power. Wang Zheng, his face contorted in a ghastly grimace, made a throat-slitting gesture. Chapter 40. Death before dishonor. The aloof and beauteous Bai Yin, her lithe and graceful figure leading the way, strode forth from the Lin estate, deigning not to cast another glance at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unperturbed by this slight, simply accompanied Wei Han towards the gates of the Lin household. Wei Han, shall we simply proceed on foot? Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Certainly not. Wei Han replied with a smile and a shake of his head. In the Holy Spirit continent, the three great immortal Dao sects all possess a unique flying treasure. We shall avail ourselves of this flying treasure for our journey. A flying treasure? Lin Chen's eyes widened with sudden interest, for he was currently lacking in his understanding of such magical artifacts. What he understood was that the masters of the divine law realm possessed the ability to fly, and it was his first encounter with the concept of flying artifacts. Currently, the devouring heavenly map was still consuming and assimilating the will of the monarch, and upon the next emergence, it would ascend to the caliber of a low-grade royal artifact. Thus, seizing the opportunity to deepen his understanding of these artifacts was undoubtedly beneficial. Consequently, Lin Chen and Wei Han engaged in a discussion about magical artifacts, during which Lin Chen's horizons gradually expanded. This world, one could say, was replete with wonders, vast and boundless. It was teeming with an innumerable array of magical artifacts, including those capable of traversing the starry skies, which were even more astonishing. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, suddenly halted her steps, standing silently outside the Lin family estate. Her demeanor frosty and unyielding. Lin Chen and Wei Han, sensing the gravity of the moment, respectfully positioned themselves behind her, awaiting the unfolding of events in quietude. Bai Yin slightly lifted her gaze towards the heavens, as if anticipating something, her exquisite profile serene and gentle, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Clearly, she awaited that enigmatic flying artifact. Lin Chen could not help but sigh softly, for some unknown reason. The cold beauty Bai Yin seemed to harbor a certain aversion towards him. Just then, a powerful gust of wind surged down from the sky, though not overwhelming. It tousled their hair and garments. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, obscuring the blazing sunlight. The hum of energy grew increasingly immense, radiating outward, accompanied by a resonant vibration that pierced the air. At that moment, Bai Yin spoke abruptly. Lin Chen, board the vessel, and do behave yourself. Do not presume to bully me with your authority. Though it was the first time the frigid beauty, Bai Yin, initiated a conversation with Lin Chen, her demeanor was undeniably icy, and anyone could discern the underlying menace. In that moment, Lin Chen comprehended the magnitude of this celestial behemoth that had descended upon him. Before his eyes loomed an enormous vessel, seemingly forged from molten iron, devoid of flags, yet its obsidian hull was adorned with enigmatic sigils. Upon the ship rested a structure crafted from rosewood, seamlessly integrated, with a mysterious formation painted atop that bound the edifice to the vessel itself. However, what truly left one in awe were the intricately carved figures of a dragon and a serpent on either side of the iron ship, vividly lifelike and infused with an overwhelming force. If Lin Chen's conjecture held any merit, these dragon and serpent sculptures housed the very essence of the treasure ship's core. The frigid beauty did not spare a glance at Lin Chen or Wei Han, as if they were but an afterthought, and she gracefully leaped onto the colossal ship, her gaze fixed skyward. Lin Chen and Wei Han exchanged a glance, then similarly took flight, landing upon the grand vessel. As they set foot on the ship, an immense sense of power surged beneath their feet. Lin Shun, a touch astonished, turned to Wei Han and inquired, "Is this the flying treasure?" Wei Han smiled and elucidated, "Brother Lin, this treasure is known as the Dragon Snake Void Fairy. The dragon and serpent sculptures on either side of the ship serve as its core, the source of its energy." At that moment, a young man approached slowly, radiating an immense aura of genuine energy, akin to a stampede of 1,000 beasts, his fiery red hair strikingly conspicuous. This is also an existence of the innate 10th level, possessing an impressive 3,000 strands of true energy within, comparable to Lin Han at the time, yet still inferior to the striking beauty, Bai Yin. "Brother Luo," Wei Han spoke with a hint of reverence towards the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth disregarded Wei Han's courtesy with a nod and approached Lin Shun, scrutinizing him from head to toe before sneering. "How is it that even a mere innate 8th-level individual can enter the selection of disciples?" Wei Han stood awkwardly behind the red-haired youth, helplessly gesturing towards Lin Shun. Upon hearing the red-haired youth's words, the cold beauty's expression grew even more frigid. Lin Shun maintained a calm demeanor, gazing steadily at the red-haired youth, and replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, it is based on merit that I entered." The red-haired youth paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter as if he had heard the most delightful joke in the world. "Haha, I must be mistaken. You actually claim to have entered based on merit? With merely the cultivation of an innate 8th level, how absurd." Although Lin Shun possessed a formidable 800 true energy elephants within him, his realm was still only that of the innate 8th level, hardly worthy of the red-haired youth's attention. Lin Shun regarded the red-haired youth's mockery with an air of indifference, remaining silent. However, Wei Han, who had previously been thoroughly convinced by Lin Shun's prowess, felt a surge of defiance and, unwilling to concede, defended Lin Shun from behind the red-haired youth, stating, "Brother Luo, Lin Shun's strength is truly remarkable." The once arrogant Wei Han, having been humbled by Lin Shun, had long shed his pride, now filled only with reverence for the strong. Last time, Lin Shun's casual display of extraordinary prowess had left Wei Han utterly in awe. Now, witnessing the man he held in such high regard being belittled, how could he remain silent? "What right do you have to speak to me?" The red-haired youth, looking down from his elevated position, cast a disdainful glance at Wei Han. Suddenly, a formidable surge of true energy erupted from his body, exuding an overwhelming aura. Wei Han felt paralyzed by the intimidation, his complexion paling slightly. Yet his tone remained resolute and defiant. "Senior Brother Luo, what Wei Han stated earlier holds no error." "Humph." The red-haired youth scoffed coldly, his voice rising sharply as the full force of his innate energy, at the 10th level, erupted without reservation, aggressive and imposing. "Do you think I care about your correctness? Have you forgotten the rules of the Taiching sect? Lower-ranking disciples are forbidden from contradicting or provoking senior disciples. Otherwise, senior disciples naturally possess the right to punish lower-ranking ones." Wei Han's face grew even paler, yet his eyes burned with unwavering tenacity. Once a proud individual is completely subjugated by another, their devotion transforms into unwavering admiration. Wei Han was precisely such a person. Bai Yin furrowed her delicate brows but chose to remain silent. For the red-haired youth spoke the truth. Within the Taiching sect, such a strict hierarchical rule existed. What? Still unconvinced? The red-haired youth sneered, pointing at Lin Shun with contempt as he spoke to Wei Han. "If you are unconvinced, you may summon him to defeat me. If he possesses the courage to do so, I shall spare you. If not, you shall continue kneeling before me until we reach the Taiching sect." Wei Han's expression stiffened, his legs beginning to tremble, yet he declared defiantly, "If kneeling is what it takes, then so be it. I shall not request anything of senior brother Lin Shun. He has saved my life once, and I am indebted to him. He owes me nothing, so he has indeed rescued you." The red-haired youth let out a cold laugh, his voice suddenly rising as he thundered, "Then kneel before me." As his words echoed, an immense surge of true energy erupted from within him, transforming into a formidable hand of energy that descended heavily upon Wei Han. The oppressive force emanating from the hand was overwhelming, the pressure exploding beneath it. Wei Han, however, remained defiant, refusing to retaliate, his gaze fixed on the impending strike. Yet, at that moment, an intense heat ignited abruptly. A spear, wreathed in an ethereal blue flame, surged forth with ferocious speed, piercing through the hand of energy with ease and erupting into a blazing inferno. A hand then rested upon Wei Han's shoulder. As Lin Shun approached from behind, exuding an air of calm as he coldly addressed the red-haired youth, "If you possess any skill, direct it at me." Quite audacious indeed. The red-haired youth, momentarily taken aback by the explosion of the flame-wreathed spear, widened his eyes in surprise, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. If you seek death, then I shall indulge you. With that declaration, Luo Yangzhou prepared to unleash his martial prowess to obliterate Lin Shun, the 3,000 heads of true energy within him roaring to life. Yet at that instant, a chilling voice rang out. Luo Yangzhou, enough! Luo Yangzhou's body stiffened abruptly, his demeanor relaxing as he cast a disdainful glance at the composed Lin Shun. Bai Yin emerged from behind, her tone icy as she remarked, "You two will have your chance to fight. It is merely a matter of time. However, should a confrontation arise now, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Having spoken, Bai Yin cast an impassive glance at Lin Shun before turning on his heel and departing with a clean decisiveness. Yet, the hands, shrouded in mist, emitted a faint glimmer of cold light. Seemingly wary of Bai Yin, Luo Yangzhou regarded Lin Shun with contempt and declared, "For now, I shall refrain from troubling you. In due course, you shall come to understand the extent of my terror." "I am more than willing to engage," Lin Shun replied with a nonchalant shrug. "You, Luo Yangzhou," upon witnessing Lin Shun's serene demeanor, felt a surge of anger. He then darkened his expression, flicked his hand dismissively, and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he abruptly halted, a playful tone emerging as he inquired, "Lin Shun, might you enlighten me on the considerable price your family has paid to secure this opportunity to become an inner disciple?" Wei Han's face grew furious, while Bai Yan's icy countenance turned even more frigid. "Haha." Luo Yangzhou laughed maniacally as he departed, and throughout this exchange, Lin Shun remained silent. Yet, his eyes narrowed slightly, losing their previous tranquility, now glinting with a hint of coldness. Upon entering the Zeton wooden house, Luo Yangzhou fell silent. At this moment, Wei Han let out a sigh of relief, his expression filled with remorse. "Brother Lin Shun, I apologize." Lin Shun waved his hand, patting Wei Han's shoulder, and chuckled softly. In life, one should not harbor arrogance, yet one must retain their backbone. Better to perish than to kneel. Wei Han's body trembled violently, his form suddenly standing straight as a rod. At this moment, Lin Shun found himself increasingly eager to amass a vast wealth of spiritual energy. When confronted by someone as arrogant as Luo Yangzhou, he would lack the sufficient spiritual energy to invoke the hand of summer. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, seemed entirely detached from everything, standing upon a circular formation, her true energy surging within her. Suddenly, the entire dragon-snake vessel trembled violently. The dragon and snake statues on either side began to emit a faint luminescence, as though they were alive. Amidst the astonishment of the Lin family disciples, the dragon-snake vessel shook and ascended, parting the immense waves of energy as it soared toward the horizon, reminiscent of dragons and snakes ascending to the heavens. Chapter 41. Ta Ching Immortal Island. According to legend, the ancestor of Ta Ching ventured overseas and discovered an immortal island, heeding the call of celestial beings. Thus, he settled on this island and founded the Ta Ching sect, which would later be known as Ta Ching Immortal Island. The three of them, Lin Shun and his companions, embarked on a lengthy journey aboard the dragon snake vessel. When confronted by stormy nights, this vessel would unfurl an invisible barrier, shielding everything from the outside world. The 103 meridians represented the innate ninefold pathways. Once fully opened, Lin Shun would transcend into the innate ninefold realm. These meridians serve as conduits for the circulation of true energy within the body, essential for practicing grand techniques. This is why, in the secular world, severing the meridians results in the loss of martial qualifications. However, Lin Shun was evidently not prepared to break through to the innate ninefold realm just yet. Instead, he was deeply immersed in comprehending the profound mysteries of that very state. Upon hearing Wei Han's call from outside, Lin Shun gradually opened his eyes, and his bronze-hued skin returned to its normal complexion. He pushed open the Zeton door to find the cold beauty Bai Yin, Luo Yangzhou, and Wei Han standing on the deck. Bai Yin, as always, cast a frosty glance at him before turning away, seemingly unaffected by the world around her. Luo Yangzhou's eyes were filled with disdain as he regarded Lin Shun. After their previous altercation, he now looked at Lin Shun as if he were a bitter rival. Lin Shun remained unfazed, his expression serene. Bai Yin succinctly stated, "We will arrive at Taiching Gate tomorrow. Although you are inner disciples and exempt from the selection process, there will be a competition among the inner disciples 10 days after our arrival. The victor will ascend to the human-level rank within the inner sect. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Yangzhou arrogantly turned his gaze towards Lin Shun, taunting, "It's clear that I will win, isn't it?" Lin Shun did not even flinch, maintaining a stoic expression as he turned to converse with Wei Han, completely ignoring Luo Yangzhou. Seeing himself disregarded, Luo Yangzhou felt a surge of indignation, his forehead twitching with suppressed rage. He cast a glance at the cold beauty Bai Yan, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. How dare this mere innate 8th-level practitioner disregard him? He resolved to make Lin Shun pay for this affront. Glancing at the menacing Luo Yangzhou from the corner of his eye, Lin Shun chose to remain indifferent. Now that they had reached Taiching Island, he had 10 days to devise a plan to amass some wealth. When the time came for the competition, he would ensure that Luo Yangzhou's arrogance was met with a fitting lesson. Certainly, at this moment, Lin Shun did not wish to instigate conflict. After all, without the support of spiritual energy, he lacked any certainty. Luo Yangzhou, if you desire to fight, there will be opportunities in due time. Bai Yan's delicate face was cold, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent as they fixed upon Luo Yangzhou. This Luo Yangzhou, unrepentant in his ways, would have been cast overboard by Bai Yan long ago were it not for his status. Humph. Luo Yangzhou scoffed disdainfully and strode away. As Lin Shun observed Luo Yangzhou passing by, a chill flickered in his gaze, though his countenance remained composed. Since hearing Lin Chen's words, Wei Han seemed to undergo a transformation, no longer deigning to show reverence towards Luo Yangzhou. Wei Han departed, leaving the cold beauty and Lin Chen together. As she left, the cold beauty cast a glance at Lin Shun, her tone slow and frosty. "Lin Shun, this is not meant to discourage you. With your current cultivation, you need not participate in the competition." Having said this, she departed with unyielding decisiveness, leaving Lin Shun standing alone upon the deck. Lin Shun shook his head with a wry smile, squinting as he stood at the bow of the ship. Below, the waters were shrouded in darkness, resembling a vast and monstrous devouring array that enveloped the entire world. A day later, the azure waves roared beneath the vessel. Before him lay an immense and boundless ocean, bathed in the glow of twilight that enveloped the horizon, as if standing at the edge of the sea. Amidst this radiance, Lin Shun could faintly discern the silhouette of an ancient, colossal island, sprawling like a behemoth upon the water. However, due to the distance, the full shape of the island remained elusive to his sight. Some enigmatic sea beasts crawled across the ocean's surface, their steel-like bodies glimmering with scales, as they roared towards the floating dragon snake vessel above. At that moment, everyone stood upon the deck. The cold beauty, Bai Yan, suddenly formed a mystical gesture. Her hands, enveloped in mist, shimmered with a faint azure light. Taiching Gate seal activate. With a swift motion, a blue character representing Qing's sword from her hands. Beneath this character, in a distant and indistinct space, ripples emerged, revealing a colossal opening that inexplicably unfolded. Lin Shun immediately utilized his keen eyesight, faintly discerning a massive silhouette, an unknown barrier that only those privy to its secrets could penetrate. Such grand artistry, indeed a masterstroke. Lin Shun marveled as he watched the great ship glide into this aperture. Even the arrogant Luo Yangzhou could not help but show a flicker of surprise upon witnessing this spectacle. "We are about to enter Taiching Immortal Island." Bai Yan's cold voice resonated. The entire dragon snake vessel fully immersed itself within this barrier, unveiling a rejuvenated world before Lin Chen's eyes. He beheld shimmering waters surrounding a colossal island of indeterminate size, stretching at least tens of thousands of miles. Several immense cities, reminiscent of royal capitals within an empire, sprawled across the vast island, where dozens of cultivators at the divine law realm soared through the skies. At the deepest part of the island lies the majestic entrance of the Taiching Gate, where a colossal stone door stands tall, intricately engraved with the ancient characters Taiching Gate, exuding profound significance. The entire courtyard of the Taiching Gate encompasses countless peaks, bustling with disciples of various ranks, including both the outer and inner disciples. Moreover, Lin Shun could sense an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from the depths of Taiching Gate, teeming with formidable experts, creating a living paradise that leaves one utterly astounded. "Welcome, esteemed brothers, to the Taiching Gate." Wei Han bowed respectfully to Lin Shun and Luo Yangzhou, slightly inclining his body, primarily directed towards Lin Shun. "The cold beauty, Bai Yan," observed Wei Han's subtle gesture and remarked with a frosty tone, "It is time to report to the front of the sect. The other selected disciples should be arriving soon." Gradually emerging from their astonishment, Lin Shun and Luo Yangzhou regained their composure. At that moment, Lin Shun felt an unbidden surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins, even as the ancient divine mirror in his palm remained inert, like an artifact from a bygone era. The heart of Taiching, Lin Shun had arrived, just as Bai Yan urged the dragon snake ethereal vessel towards the mountain gate. Meanwhile, at another barrier, two enormous openings once again emerged, and two grand dragon snake ethereal vessels soared forth. Each vessel bore 4 individuals. Among them, 3 stood upon the deck of one ship, gazing at the rosewood door with a profound sense of reverence. Even the leading inner disciple, classified as a human-level adept, could not suppress a nervous gulp. A cacophony of frantic sounds erupted from the rosewood door, resonating in a manner that made their ears buzz. Has the illustrious Taiching sect finally come into view? I, the tyrannical king, am eager to witness if any among the disciples selected internally possess the capability to move me. The foremost disciple chosen internally. Chapter 42. Heterogeneous sworn brothers. A thunderous clamor erupted as the dragon serpent void fairy descended abruptly onto the earth, resonating with a mighty crash. A colossal mountain gate, towering several dozens of meters in height, immediately materialized before their eyes. Under the guidance of senior sister Bai Yan, Lin Shun and Luo Yangzhou stood at the epicenter of the expansive land. In the gaze of the quartet, 2 more dragon serpent void fairies descended once more. Senior sister Bai Yan. As soon as the dragon serpent void fairy touched down, 2 figures darted forth with incredible velocity. The auras emanating from these individuals were remarkably robust, their bodies saturated with a true chi concentration equivalent to 4,000 true chi giant elephants. However, the badges adorning their chests differed, one marked with human grade and the other with earth grade. Oh, are these the junior brothers that senior sister Bai Yan has brought? Both inner disciples scrutinized Lin Shun and Luo Yangzhou with undisguised curiosity. Upon discerning the 3,000 true chi giant elephant level within Luo Yangzhou, both inner disciples marveled with exclamations of admiration. This must be Luo Yangzhou from the Luo family, surely? His cultivation is indeed formidable. Luo Yangzhou, his countenance brimming with haughtiness, nodded towards both inner disciples, his arrogance blatantly evident. The 2 inner disciples, having perceived Luo Yangzhou's conceit, did not find it objectionable, as it was not uncommon for talented individuals to possess a measure of hubris. However, as the gaze of the 2 inner disciples settled upon Lin Shun, they were momentarily taken aback, subsequently casting a cursory glance over him, with a hint of concealed disdain flickering in their eyes. They evidently regarded Lin Shun as a figure of the second-generation elite. Beside him, Luo Yangzhou observed the situation with an increasingly pronounced smile of arrogance upon his face. However, Lin Shun appeared unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the scorn directed at him. The selected disciples approached one by one, hailing from various global families or possessing extraordinary talents born of unique encounters. Among them, the least accomplished was merely a 13-year-old child, boasting a foundational cultivation level of the 9th stage of the innate realm, with a profound essence of true chi amounting to 2,000. The rest, aside from Lin Shun, uniformly reached the 10th stage of the innate realm. As these selected disciples descended, they scrutinized the unfamiliar faces around them. Upon noticing Luo Yangzhou, the other disciples felt a slight tremor within, acknowledging him as yet another formidable individual. The realization of Luo Yangzhou's formidable prowess instilled a sense of reverence in their gazes. Naturally, standing beside Luo Yangzhou, Lin Shun bore the brunt of disdainful looks and derisive laughter. Even the 13-year-old cultivator regarded Lin Shun, coldly huffing and refusing to engage in conversation, dismissing him outright. These selected disciples, all of them proud and arrogant, would inevitably face disdain should they lack formidable strength. In response to such circumstances, Lin Shun merely touched his nose and offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further, as he quietly awaited the forthcoming ceremony. Why is there still one person missing? The cold beauty Bai Yan cast a frosty glance over the crowd, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Luo Yangzhou's strength was not the most formidable. Although the power of the true chi giant elephant did not guarantee absolute victory, the more true chi giants one possessed, the greater the potency of their martial techniques. Noticing the astonished gazes of those around him, Luo Yangzhou felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as though something of utmost importance had been snatched away from him. In a fit of impulsiveness, he stepped forward and declared loudly, "Senior Sister Bai Yan, I am willing to go in place of my senior brother to invite this disciple down. Swish. The eyes of all the disciples converged once again on Luo Yangzhou, filled with astonishment and admiration, leaving him in a state of elation. The inner sect disciple of notable rank cast a surprised glance at the bold Luo Yangzhou. The cold beauty Bai Yin regarded him with a frosty gaze and said, "Can you handle it?" Her voice, crisp and clear as water, struck Luo Yangzhou's heart like a bucket of icy water, leaving him chilled. In that instant, he found himself in an exceedingly awkward position, unable to retreat or advance. The fleeting exhilaration from being the center of attention evaporated entirely. Lin Chen silently observed this scene. Sensing an aura of terrifying true qi emanating from within the ship, akin to a furious furnace on the verge of explosion, this top-ranking inner selection disciple was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Just then, amidst the silence, two mocking voices pierced the air. "Isn't there one more person missing? Why not let young Master Lin Chun of the Lin family handle it?" After all, Lin Chen's cultivation is indeed fearsome. He masters the supreme martial technique, the heavenly fire seal. As the two voices resonated, the attention of the crowd was immediately drawn towards them. Two young men, adorned with the insignia of the earth level on their chests, approached with sinister smiles etched upon their faces. Their gazes were fixated upon Lin Chen, instilling within him a chilling sense of foreboding. They were yet another pair of inner sect disciples, each possessing the formidable prowess of 5,000 units of true energy. Upon their arrival, the duo strode directly before the icy beauty Bai Yin, their eyes discreetly scanning her exquisite figure, a covert glimmer of lewdness flickering within. "Sister Bai Yin, what were you discussing just now? What brings you here?" One of the young men inquired with a mocking tone. Bai Yin furrowed her delicate brows, concealing the disdain that brewed within her. These two young men ranked second and third among the inner sect disciples, known as the Li and Wang brothers of different surnames. Even Bai Yin found it quite challenging to contend with their combined efforts. Their cultivation was equally impressive, boasting the strength of 5,000 true energy giants. "Sister Bai Yin," one of them chuckled, "aren't we in a bit of a predicament now? I've come to assist you in resolving it." The other chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Sister Bai Yin, look how concerned we are for you." Bai Yin remained speechless. Although the situation was somewhat troublesome, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. However, the appearance of the brothers had evidently disrupted her plans entirely. Among the inner disciples, even the most formidable, Luo Yangzhou, lacked the strength to contend with them. Who could possibly stand against them? The disciple named Li, ranked second, suddenly changed countenance, his expression darkening as he pointed at Lin Chun, exclaiming, "It's him." The disciple bearing the surname Wang, with a similarly eerie demeanor, nodded in agreement with the words of the disciple named Li. Suddenly, all gazes converged upon Lin Chun, revealing him to be the weakest among them, causing expressions of incredulity to sweep across their faces. It was evident that they were utterly astonished. Why would one choose this so-called waste? Among the inner disciples, especially those who shared a vessel with the violent king, having witnessed his terrifying prowess, could not suppress their derisive laughter. A silent mockery ensued, with all eyes turning against Lin Chun. Particularly, Luo Yangzhou, who held animosity toward Lin Chun, disdainfully remarked, "I fear my esteemed brothers are jesting. This Lin Chun does not even possess half my cultivation level. To face him would undoubtedly be a path to demise." Upon Luo Yangzhou's declaration, many inner disciples echoed their agreement, exclaiming that a mere innate 8th-level cultivator stood no chance against the violent king, who was known for his ferocity in battle. "I must inform you, the violent king is not to be trifled with. When he strikes, he does so with the intent to maim. It is said that he thrives on combat, striking without discrimination, truly a monster among men." The chorus of contemptuous jeers continued, with one individual boldly declaring, "If he possessed such abilities, I, the prince of a minor kingdom, would willingly become a eunuch." This remark ignited a ripple of laughter among the inner disciples. The collective derision from this group caused Wei Han, standing behind Lin Chun, to flush with indignation, his face reflecting a deep crimson born of anger. Yet Lin Chun remained expressionless, gazing at the numerous scornful and derisive glances directed his way, his heart steady and his face unperturbed. He calmly turned to Wei Han and inquired, "Wei Han, are you aware of the origins of these two individuals?" The appearance of these two disciples of the Earth-level inner sect undoubtedly astonished Lin Chun, especially given their blatant antagonism towards him. There was surely some underlying scheme at play. Logically, The lesser Lin Chen's cultivation, the less he should attract their attention. However, with these two stirring the pot, his own status was now all the more pronounced. Lin Chen, these two are ranked second and third among the Earth-level inner disciples, surpassed only by senior sister Bai Yan, Wei Han replied, his teeth clenched in indignation as if he were the one being ridiculed. The two were disciples from the Li and Wang families, known as Li Changshao and Wang Ying, referred to as the fraternal brothers of different surnames. Their combined strength was formidable. Oh, I see, Lin Chen exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. The moment the names Li and Wang were uttered, the intricacies of the situation became clear. A faint smirk appeared on Lin Chen's lips. It seemed that Wang Zheng and Li Yuanlong, the two esteemed elders, must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. They had resorted to utilizing the power of disciples within the Taiqing sect to suppress him. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen grew even more composed, choosing to observe the unfolding events with patience. Chapter 43. The Tyrant King. At this moment, Luo Yangzhou's heart was ablaze with delight. Witnessing Lin Chen become the target of public scorn was far more gratifying than being hailed as the king himself. Throughout their journey, Luo Yangzhou had not refrained from casting disdainful looks at Lin Chen, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, ignoring him completely and exhibiting no sign of anger. Were it not for the presence of Bai Yan, Luo Yangzhou would have undoubtedly succumbed to his fury and taken violent action against Lin Chen. He chuckled inwardly, contemplating the unfolding situation. At that moment, Bai Yan observed the intense reactions of the inner disciples, her brows furrowing slightly as she cast a cold glance at the two brothers of different surnames. Do not attempt to deceive me, she stated icily. Lin Chen is merely at the 8th level of the innate realm. How could he contend with the violent king? Li Changshao immediately responded with a sycophantic grin. Senior sister Bai Yan, this young man's strength is concealed. He has previously vanquished an opponent at the 10th level of the innate realm. The claims of defeating someone at the 10th level were nothing more than fabrications concocted by the two of them, undoubtedly aimed at exaggerating Lin Chen's prowess. According to their accounts to elders Li and Wang, this lad was only slightly stronger than average. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. Yet inwardly he reveled at the prospect of Lin Chen having offended the two esteemed elders of his family. This time, in facing the violent king, they would ensure he received a proper lesson. After all, where would the dignity of the Wang and Li families be without it? Someone at the 10th level has perished at his hands? Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. The disparity between the 10th and 9th levels of the innate realm was overwhelmingly vast, as the Dan Yuan was far more formidable than the true Qi. Lin Chen's ability to slay opponents of a higher tier evidently astonished her. The group of inner disciples also appeared momentarily stunned, while Luo Yangzhou took note of the silence among them and seized the opportunity to mock. The violent king is not to be trifled with. His true Qi has long since reached the staggering limit of 5,000 giant elephants. As Luo Yangzhou's words escaped his lips, the inner disciples nodded in unison. Bai Yan wore a contemplative expression. However, Li Changshao and Wang Ying's faces darkened, incredulous that Luo Yangzhou dared to oppose them. The hot-tempered Wang Ying strode forward, unleashing the tempestuous force of 5,000 true Qi giants from within, glaring fiercely at Luo Yangzhou, and barked, "What do you know, you insolent brat? Are you questioning our decision?" Luo Yangzhou was momentarily taken aback by Wang Ying's ferocious rebuke, yet he did not arrogantly challenge the two brothers by adoption. Instead, he felt a deep sense of frustration. His intention in speaking as he did was to tarnish Lin Chen's reputation, branding him as cowardly and fearful of death. To his surprise, Wang Ying's foolishness in publicly berating him left him feeling humiliated. Had it not been for his reservations regarding the other party, he would have retaliated long ago. Fool! Luo Yangzhou silently scoffed, harboring disdain. Li Changxiao's expression was equally grim, wishing to personally teach Luo Yangzhou a lesson. But the presence of his goddess restrained him from sacrificing his composure. That is enough. Bai Yan's countenance had turned utterly frigid, her fair visage resembling a delicate layer of frost. With considerable authority among the crowd, her mild anger silenced everyone. The two brothers by adoption fell silent as well, their gazes towards Luo Yangzhou brimming with venomous hostility. This scenario was precisely what Lin Chen relished, while Wei Han, carefree and untroubled, grinned wider than anyone else. Lin Chen, should you bring the Tyrant King, I shall reward you accordingly. Bai Yan felt a stirring in her heart as her icy, beautiful gaze momentarily lingered upon him. Suddenly, as if compelled by some unseen force, she inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The moment the words left her lips, she could not help but inwardly lament. Was it not akin to courting death to send Lin Shen to rescue someone? However, she soon found solace in the belief that this second-generation scion, Lin Shen, would undoubtedly lack the audacity to confront such a formidable opponent. Nearby, Luo Yangzhou's eyes darted, and he immediately burst into a loud, mocking laughter. Senior Sister Bai Yin. Considering Lin Shen's low cultivation, he likely wouldn't dare to provoke the Tyrant King. I believe your reward would be better suited for me. A chorus of inner disciples echoed his sentiments, questioning how Lin Shen could possibly challenge the first-ranked disciple. The Tyrant King, given his evident lack of strength. Are you serious? The Tyrant King's power is something you should weigh carefully. It is bewildering how one could be so deluded. It seems the Taiqing sect is destined to acquire another cripple. Could he have been perturbed by that remark? They mused. Lin Shen listened impassively to the caustic jeers, his expression unyielding. Meanwhile, the alien twin brothers reveled internally. Even they had felt a sense of trepidation upon first encountering the immense aura within the dragon and serpent crossing vessel, let alone Lin Shen in his current. Luo Yangzhou, on the other hand, felt a surge of exhilaration within, clearly pleased that his earlier words had struck their mark. Now, all that remained was to witness Lin Shen's humiliation. Of course, none among them were aware of Lin Shen's true capabilities. The events from the last martial competition at the Lin family's arena were strictly prohibited from discussion in Yichao City. Thus, Wei Han and the others ventured into Night Tide City, remaining oblivious to any rumors. Even Wei Han's understanding of Lin Shen's prowess was limited to the previous encounter with the Qinghua wolf. As Lin Shen approached the dragon snake void vessel, a tumultuous roar erupted, akin to thunder. Ha ha! Which blind fool has arrived? Do you wish to taste my fist? The violent king continued. This is a gathering time. I advise you to come down early. Lin Shen replied calmly, lest you face punishment later. What did you say? Who do you think you are? A more ferocious shout reverberated from the depths of the dragon snake void vessel. An overwhelming aura surged within, accompanied by an intense sense of bloodlust. At this moment, the cold beauty Bai Yan's expression froze, silently acknowledging such formidable power. He must be close to the heavenly level disciples. The group of inner-selected disciples wore expressions of gravity and reverence. This individual, known as the Violent King, was indeed a true genius, a prodigy. In that instant when the imposing aura rose, they internally sentenced Lin Shen to death, deeming it a fantasy to bring the Violent King down with merely innate 8th-level strength, a mere dream destined to dissipate upon awakening. At this juncture, Luo Yangzhou harbored a dark chuckle within, contemplating. Haha, Lin Shen, you are likely to be severely injured now. At that moment, I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate you. The fraternal pair of different surnames exchanged a knowing glance, their hands clasped tightly in the shadows, hearts communicating in unison. Haha, brotherly, Lin Shen is definitely finished this time. Then we can go to the elders to get the reward, and we can exchange more sect contribution points. Lin Shen maintained a silent countenance, the berserk, bloodthirsty aura seemingly having no impact on him. He simply stood still, his hands suddenly forming a series of seals, and he roared, Tyrant King, cease your incessant prattle. Chi-chi. Flames blazed fiercely, the eerie blue fire coalescing into a gigantic spear, radiating intense heat. Lin Shen's eyes, filled with malevolence, locked onto the dragon's serpent crossing boat, and he hurled the blazing fire spear with tremendous force. It tore through the air, colliding heavily with the inferior-grade king artifact. Boom, boom, boom. The entire blazing fire spear pierced the dragon statue, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed the massive ship, causing it to erupt in flames. Courting death. A thunderous, violent voice echoed from within the sandalwood room, deafening in its intensity. The sandalwood room exploded in that instant, and a figure leaped out from the blue sea of fire. This individual was a giant nearly 3 meters tall, clad only in a pair of iron wire trousers, his muscles bulging prominently, and his body covered with grotesque scars. An aura of savage violence enveloped the giant. This man was none other than the top inner selection, the Tyrant King. Boy, you dare disturb this king? It seems you have a death wish. The Tyrant King's eyes widened, his pupils, the size of copper bells, filled with ferocity. Without further ado, he suddenly charged forth, delivering a fist aimed to obliterate Lin Shen. A tremendous force erupted within his fists, surging with an overwhelming might. The physique of the Tyrant King astonishingly exhibited the caliber of a mid-grade royal artifact. It was the end. The onlookers sensed the terrifying power of this punch, and a singular thought crossed their minds. Their gazes towards the tyrant king were filled with immense reverence. Meanwhile, Luo Yangzhou, the fraternal pair of different surnames, could hardly contain their excitement, yearning to witness Lin Shen perish beneath the tyrant king's blow at that very moment. The cold beauty, however, was engulfed in regret, silently chastising herself for uttering such words moments prior. Humph! Lin Shen let out a cold snort, facing the tyrannical tyrant king with even greater ferocity. His figure suddenly swelled, increasing in height by 30 centimeters, as his upper garments tore apart, revealing his gleaming bronze skin. A flicker of astonishment crossed the tyrant king's eyes. The fearsome punch he unleashed did not wane in speed, but instead, the force behind it intensified. A wave of trepidation swept over the inner disciples watching. The hand of the heavens. With the manifestation of his bronze physique, Lin Shen's massive hand struck downwards towards the tyrant king's incoming fist with tremendous force. Within him, 700 colossal true Qi elephants surged forth, channeling their energy into the indistinct azure figure. Boom! An inaudible explosion resonated violently. Surrounding pressure bore down upon the tyrant king, as if each part of him bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. His colossal fist seemed to collide with an iron plate, merely shaking with immense force without shattering. Lin Shen's silhouette loomed like that of a giant, instilling awe in the crowd. Chapter 44. The devouring celestial map reveals its splendor. The imposing figure of the violent king was abruptly confined in midair by an overwhelming pressure. A colossal iron fist erupted with explosive energy, yet it was unable to shatter the invisible forces surrounding him. Lin Shen immediately channeled all 700 of his true Qi elephants into the azure figurine, resulting in an astonishing surge of power. Previously, he had only expended 200 true Qi elephants to crush the sealing fire originized sword, but at that time, the true Qi within the sword had already been depleted. This exemplified the terrifying might of the hand of Futu. Explode for me. Lin Shen's face was etched with murderous intent as his fingers began to close in frantically, drawing the surrounding pressure closer. His bronze skin trembled slightly, as if it might shatter under the mounting strain. As the pressure intensified, the violent king's countenance grew increasingly ferocious, as though he were ensnared by an invisible force. The power of 5,000 true Qi elephants roared within him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive energy resonated continuously, akin to a series of thunderous strikes echoing in the air. Roar. The violent king suddenly unleashed a fearsome roar, as if something within him stirred violently, exuding a savage and bloodthirsty aura. This is not good. Lin Shen instantly sensed this ominous presence, a chill running through him. The flickering energy emanating from the violent king was imbued with a boundless ferocity. Clearly, this was no ordinary force. Come to me. Lin Shen let out a thunderous roar, his grip tightening as he forcefully yanked back, pulling the tyrant king from the air and thrusting him into the midst of the inner disciples. The 700 towering manifestations of true energy were instantly consumed in flames. The immense pressure that accompanied the hand of fate vanished without a trace, and the tyrant king fell heavily among the inner disciples. As his imposing figure landed, the astonished inner disciples erupted in chaos, hastily retreating as though confronted by an exceedingly terrifying entity. At that moment, Luo Yangzhou was engulfed in overwhelming shock. Swallowing hard as he murmured, "What an extraordinary technique!" In stark contrast, the expressions of the Earth-level disciples, Li Changshao and Wang Ying, were frozen in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg within. Amidst the astonishment, the tyrant king, with a voice like thunder, bellowed, "You struck me just now. Now it's time for you to experience my might." His colossal form, eyes ablaze with fury, exuded an aura of raw power, his muscles as solid as iron. In an instant, he lunged forward, unleashing a devastating punch aimed directly at Lin Shen, who stood beside the ethereal dragon snake vessel. The air resonated with a series of roars, echoing as if wild wolves and monstrous bears were howling, layers of true energy swirling around him. At that moment, the cold beauty, Bai Yin, exhibited her keen reflexes. Her voice slicing through the tension. "Tyrant King, halt at once, or you shall face the repercussions from the sect." Yet, at this juncture, the Tyrant King's fist was already in motion. There was no turning back. After such a long wait, encountering someone who excites me, are we to cease so easily? The Tyrant King erupted into laughter, the force emanating from his clenched fist becoming even more ferocious. The beast fist. His wild figure leaped into the air, and with a tremendous punch aimed at Lin Chen. Boom! A deafening roar resonated. As if hundreds and thousands of monstrous beasts had converged into a single fist, surging towards Lin Chen with lethal intent. The aura of countless beasts erupted forth. These creatures were the epitome of savagery. In this moment, Lin Chen felt a bitter urge to curse. Here he was, surrounded by 3 Earth-level disciples. Yet the Tyrant King still targeted him? Frustration welled up within Lin Chen as he yearned to seek justice from the cold beauty, as the beast fist unleashed its fury. Every hair on Lin Chen's body stood on end. However, he found himself utterly helpless. His internal energy was entirely depleted, and he possessed nothing to replenish it. The 10,000 exquisite spirit stones had long been exhausted. He was now devoid of resources. Taking advantage of this young master's lack of spirit stones, Lin Chen wore a resigned expression as he maximized his bronze body technique. Raising his hands to adopt a defensive stance, he would endure as much as he could, though he knew he would not perish. Suffering severe injuries that could confine him to bed for a month was more than likely. Lin Chen quickly evaded. Bai Yin immediately sensed Lin Chen's predicament and shouted loudly. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. This fellow actually intended to block with his flesh? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, Lin Chen did not wish to resist. However, failing to do so would result in even graver consequences. The more he suffered, the more he gritted his teeth in hatred. And his resolve solidified. This time, he was determined to fight with every ounce of his being, whether through robbery or theft, to acquire spiritual stones. Roaring, the beast fist surged forth, a multitude of monstrous heads howling and lunging at Lin Chen with ferocity. The terrifying force of impact followed closely behind. This single strike possessed the power to obliterate 2 or 3 experts at the 9th level of the innate realm. Boom! The beast fist collided between Lin Chen's arms, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying force that sent him reeling backward. The myriad monstrous heads crashed against Lin Chen, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Even with his exceptional spiritual artifact physique, he felt the surge of blood and an excruciating pain that tore through him, an agony beyond compare. This was merely the first wave of the beast fist's assault. The ancient bronze coffin within his mind seemed to lie dormant, timeless and immovable. At this moment, Lin Chen's heart raced to his throat, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." The heavy, fallen tyrant, tilting his head, glanced at Lin Chen's battered form. Grinning savagely, "I thought he was formidable, yet he proved so fragile. Death would be better." Some disciples who heard the tyrant speak felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Yangzhou, Li Changxiao, and Wang Ying had already begun to celebrate internally, eager to witness Lin Chen being reduced to nothingness, for only then would they find solace. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated in waves, a tremendous aura surging within the myriad beast's fist, relentlessly overwhelming and resounding. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire body was engulfed in the endless blasts, shrouded in a mist of blood, his defenses, even those of a top-tier spiritual weapon, utterly inadequate. "Damn it!" Lin Chen grunted, cursing in agony, unaware of how many wounds marred his skin from the explosions. This myriad beast's fist seemed unending, a technique of overlapping true energy. As if countless demonic beasts were erupting simultaneously. "This is bad." Bai Yin, the first-tier cold beauty of the Earth realm, immediately sensed Lin Chen's impending peril. Reacting swiftly, her hands cloaked in mist were poised to unleash a technique to rescue him. However, at that moment, 2 figures suddenly interposed themselves before Bai Yin. They, wearing mischievous grins, looked at her with malicious glee, saying, "Don't worry, senior sister Bai Yin. This kid is quite formidable." In that fleeting instant, Bai Yan's pupils shrank, and she found herself unable to act. The explosions continued relentlessly, over 100 blasts shaking Lin Chen's body, reducing him to a bloody pulp with shattered bones. The true energy orb within his dantian was alarmingly depleted, leaving him unable to summon the excess energy needed to execute the skyward hand. Amidst the continuous detonations, Lin Chen's muffled groans echoed, his once indomitable spirit now wavering, as if he were on the verge of sinking into a chaotic slumber. Noticing Lin Chen's condition, Luo Yangzhou and they began to laugh heartily, their hearts filled with a sinister delight. In their eyes, Lin Chen was no different from a corpse at this juncture. Could he possibly retaliate? Naturally not. As for the tyrant, a profound disdain flickered within his copper bell-sized eyes, and he internally condemned Lin Chen to death. However, just as Lin Chen succumbed to this tumultuous explosion, the devouring celestial map stirred slightly, and the voice of the Blood Elder resonated immediately. Young one. The devouring celestial map has ascended to a low-grade royal artifact. Allow me to demonstrate its power. Had it truly been restored? Lin Chen's despondent consciousness abruptly revived. His pain-ridden body shuddered violently. Casting aside all suffering, his eyes widened with immense joy. A thought surged through his mind, establishing a connection with the devouring celestial map. And an overwhelming aura of devouring majesty instantly enveloped him. How formidable! Lin Chen's heart momentarily faltered. This aura was undeniably on par with the sealing fire elementalized sword. Yet, at this moment, Lin Chen had no time to ponder such matters. The devouring celestial map. Lin Chen's entire being tensed, exuding a palpable killing intent. With a mere thought, a pitch-black tome unfurled violently above his abdomen, enveloping his entire form. The tome was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a black hole, intricately etched with devouring patterns. The still exploding 10,000 beasts' fist surged fiercely towards the devouring celestial map, layers of true energy compounding. Upon its emergence, the devouring celestial map unleashed an immense devouring force. In an instant, the entirety of the 10,000 beasts' fist, still erupting within Lin Chen, was drawn in without a sound. The entire assault was consumed and neutralized by the devouring celestial map, showcasing its remarkable might. Lin Chen's entire being was shrouded in a mist of blood, resembling a figure drenched in crimson. He plummeted heavily from the sky, barely managing to rise to his feet. The exertion of deploying the devouring celestial diagram had utterly drained his last vestige of strength. This disheveled state was not unfamiliar. It marked the third time he had encountered such a predicament. Lin Chen gasped, feeling an excruciating pain rip through his body, his eyes turning icy. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind: to amass an immense quantity of spirit stones and accumulate wealth, lest he find himself once again in such dire circumstances, unable to replenish the vital energy within him in a timely manner. In stark contrast, the other inner selection disciples stood frozen in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 45, The 10-Day Battle. How could he still be alive? How was he not incapacitated? The raging aura emanating from the Berserker King intensified as he beheld Lin Chen crash to the ground, his eyes widening to the size of copper bells, filled with incredulity. Although he had unleashed only 50% of his power with the beast-stamping fist, it was sufficient to obliterate any exceptional spirit energy, capable of vanquishing 2 or 3 innate 9th layers, especially considering Lin Chen was merely an innate 8th layer whose vital energy was utterly depleted. Yet, in the fleeting moment when the devouring celestial diagram manifested, the Berserker King and his companions lacked the spiritual awareness to perceive it. All the inner selection disciples, as well as the Earth-level inner sect disciples, were oblivious to Lin Chen's sudden invocation of the devouring celestial diagram. They merely witnessed the beast stamping, only to see a flash of black light, causing the entire attack to dissolve into nothingness. This occurrence was astonishingly bizarre. An overwhelming thought of terror surged through the minds of all the inner selection disciples. Could it be that Lin Chen is truly a master of disguise, concealing his prowess beneath an unassuming exterior? Observing Lin Chen's remarkable display, even Luo Yangzhou began to harbor a sense of caution regarding Lin Chen's capabilities. Indeed, the rumors held true. The Lin family's offspring were far from mere paper tigers. Nevertheless, Luo Yangzhou remained imbued with arrogance and disdain, considering himself a formidable expert. For his innate cultivation at the 10th level was not something the 10,000 beasts' fist could rival. He secretly concluded that should Lin Chen confront him, defeat would be inevitable. With this realization, his demeanor grew increasingly haughty. Li Changxiao and Wang Ying, the unrelated twin brothers, simultaneously scoffed, their expression as if someone owed them a considerable debt. Among them, the only one whose gaze softened was the icy beauty Bai Yan, whose eyes began to thaw as she regarded Lin Chen, no longer filled with the disdain she previously exhibited. Confronted by the unrelated twin brothers blocking her path, she suppressed her murderous intent and haughtily remarked, "Will you not step aside?" The twin brothers exchanged awkward glances before yielding to Bai Yan's request and parting ways. Lin Chen approached, his body marred with wounds, resembling a figure drenched in blood. His expression remained eerily calm, though the corners of his mouth twitched ever so slightly as he ambled into the ranks of the disciples. At that moment, the prince from the aristocracy, who had boasted about becoming a eunuch, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival. He inwardly sighed in relief, grateful that Lin Shun had not compelled him to truly assume such a disgraceful fate, for that would have been a profound humiliation. In that instant, the prince's perception of Lin Shun underwent a subtle transformation. Beside him, Luo Yongzhou scrutinized Lin Chen's myriad wounds, reveling in his misfortune as he jeered, "Lin Shun, I warned you against pretending to be formidable. Have you learned your lesson now? I must tell you, the beast fist I unleashed earlier was only half of its power. The next time we meet." Before Luo Yongzhou could finish his taunt, an overwhelming force struck the back of his head, causing him to stagger and stumble out of the ranks. The other inner disciples erupted in laughter. Who among them lacked discernment? Luo Yongzhou felt a sharp sting on his face, akin to a slap, igniting a furious rage within him as he turned around, bellowing, "Are you seeking death? What? Do you have a problem?" A formidable figure loomed before him, exuding an intimidating aura. It was the Tyrant King. This. Luo Yongzhou's words faltered upon recognizing the Tyrant King, his lips twitching awkwardly, leaving him speechless. What was this? Like a coward. I was merely trying to converse with Lin Shun. You should take your leave. The Tyrant King, with palpable impatience, waved his hand dismissively, completely disregarding the second-ranked disciple. With a sullen expression, Luo Yongzhou wrestled with his emotions for a moment before deciding to sidestep the Tyrant King's wrath, retreating with his tail between his legs. The gazes of his fellow inner disciples pierced through him, making him feel exposed and vulnerable, igniting a seething heat throughout his body. Unbeknownst to him, all his animosity became directed at Lin Shun, his resentment twisting into something far greater. The tyrannical king stood beside Lin Shun, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Yet Lin Shun remained utterly oblivious, calmly standing there. Furthermore, the distribution of contribution jade tokens is about to commence. Bai Yin remarked, on Taiching Immortal Island. Anything can be acquired, provided you pay a sufficient amount of contribution points. As she finished speaking, she distributed a token to each of them, each containing 1,000 contribution points, advising them to use it wisely. As Bai Yan's words echoed in the air, the inner sect disciples nearby promptly produced 10 jade tokens, distributing them one by one. Lin Shun gazed at the peculiar jade token in his palm, which bore his name and displayed a figure of 10,000. However, Lin Shun keenly observed that others had only 1,000 contribution points inscribed on their tokens. Surprised by this discrepancy, he realized the significance of contribution points within the sect. Yet, his points were a staggering 10 times greater than those of his peers. The outer sect disciples, noticing the amount on Lin Shun's token, wore expressions of envy. Lin Shun glanced up at the cold beauty, who disdainfully huffed, "This is your reward." After that, she did not spare him another glance. Nevertheless, Lin Shun perceptively noted that the cold beauty's gaze towards him lacked the previous disdain. Now, the distribution of Taiching sect jade slips is underway. Within them, there will be introductions to the sect's techniques and seals, Bai Yin announced, and subsequently, each person received a jade slip. The selected disciples exchanged glances, unable to conceal their excitement. At this moment, Bai Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, exuding an air of authority. In 10 days, it shall be the day of the internal selection disciples competition, where the foremost disciple from the outer sect, at least one who has attained the 10th level of innate mastery, will challenge us. Do not bring shame upon our internal selection disciples. Upon finishing her words, Bai Yin seemed to cast a meaningful glance at Lin Shun, the implications of which were unmistakable. She was clearly warning him not to embarrass her. Although Lin Shun had displayed a moment of brilliance earlier, the gap between him and the true master of the outer sect was likely still considerable. Very well. In these 10 days, immerse yourselves in the wonders of Taiching Immortal Island. Dismissed. As Bai Yan's icy voice faded, the internal selection disciples dispersed with a thunderous noise. Hit. The violent king suddenly tilted his head, his large, bell-like eyes fixed on Lin Shun with unrestrained ferocity. I know your strength has yet to be fully unleashed, for your fighting spirit is too intense. In 10 days, do not let me be mistaken. Lin Shun clenched his fists, the sound resonating ominously, and responded with a faint smile. Next time, it will be you who turns into a bloodied mess. More vengeful than I am, quite impressive. The violent king, instead of being angered, broke into a gruesome grin. After watching him walk away, the square before the great gate was devoid of any presence, prompting Lin Shun to swiftly turn and depart. Within moments, 2 ominous gazes settled upon Lin Shun's back. He furrowed his brow slightly, and a silent, cold smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Lin Shun, why are you in such a hurry? Having arrived at the Taiqing sect, we, as brothers, have yet to properly receive you. Li Changxiao's sinister voice echoed from behind. Lin Chen's steps abruptly halted. Wang Ying sneered, "Young Master Lin Chen, do we not have scores that remain unsettled?" Lin Chen spun around, observing the sinister approach of the two sworn brothers. With an air of condescension, he jested. "What is this? Do the disciples of the Li and Wang families intend to bestow upon this young master some contribution points?" Humiliated by Lin Chen's haughty demeanor, Li Changxiao's face darkened. He hissed, "Lin Chen, do not presume too much upon the respect shown to you." As if of one mind, Wang Ying exuded a murderous aura. "Lin Chen, you disrupted our family's plans. Now that you have no protector, what punishment do you deserve?" Though outwardly nonchalant, Lin Chen's heart was on high alert as he looked down upon the two sworn brothers. His true qi reserves were utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of contending with them. Furthermore, the power of the low-grade king artifact, the heaven-devouring diagram, was severely diminished without qi, making it insufficient to deal with the duo. These 10 days were a period of unrestricted activity, and should Lin Chen meet his end, it was doubtful anyone would investigate thoroughly. Lin Chen found himself in a precarious and thorny predicament. Fortunately, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a beautiful, icy figure in the distance, the aloof beauty, Bai Yan, who had not yet ventured far. Having been obstructed by the two sworn brothers earlier, Bai Yan had grown wary. Upon seeing them approach Lin Chen, she had refrained from a hasty departure. Within the span of these 10 days, should any internal disciples err, she would inevitably face the elder's wrath. Lin Chen glanced at the ominously murderous expression of the two brothers from a different clan, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. He promptly called out to the front, "Sister Bai Yan, junior brother Wei Han, could you please come over? I wish for you to bear witness." His voice resonated powerfully, causing the two brothers to shudder slightly upon hearing their names. In their eagerness to secure the substantial rewards from the two esteemed elders, they had neglected to exercise caution. Had they acted on their murderous intent towards Lin Chen, they would have faced the sect's harsh penalties, an existence worse than death. At this moment, a flicker of relief coursed through the brothers' hearts. "Brother Lin, what is it?" Wei Han approached swiftly, his gaze falling on the grim-faced Li Changxiao and Wang Ying, stirring a slight unease within him. The cold beauty Bai Yan followed closely, patiently awaiting Lin Chen's words. Lin Chen chuckled softly, pointing at the two brothers. "Just now, the two of you mentioned that 10 days hence, you would like to spar with me, wagering 1 million high-grade spirit stones. I have summoned you here to ensure that Sister Bai Yan and junior brother Wei Han serve as witnesses." As his words fell, the expressions of all four shifted dramatically. The faces of the brothers turned ashen, and Li Changxiao immediately erupted like a cornered wolf, exclaiming, "When did I ever mention 1 million? What? Do the two of you lack the means to meet this price?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, ready to retort. "You." Li Changxiao was about to unleash a furious outburst, but the words caught in his throat. With the cold beauty Bai Yan and Wei Han present, he was naturally reluctant to lose face. Wang Ying and Li Changxiao seemed to share a silent understanding, and together they darkly declared, "Very well. We shall abide by your wishes." After uttering these words, the two sworn brothers exchanged a glance, their bodies emanating an aura of menace as they departed. Lin Chen watched them leave, feeling a quiet sigh of relief within. His earlier maneuver was merely a strategic delay. At present, he lacked sufficient spirit stones to contend with the two brothers, and by having the cold beauty Bai Yan witness the encounter, the brothers could not covertly seek to assassinate him. Otherwise, those with discerning eyes might suspect them. Thus, for the next 10 days, the sworn brothers would be unable to carry out their deadly intentions. Of course, the wager of 1 million top-grade spirit stones was merely Lin Chen's internal scheme to amass wealth. The more riches he acquired, the more joyous he felt, and the more gratifying his retribution would be. The cold beauty Bai Yan returned to her usual demeanor, casting a quiet glance at Lin Chen before coldly remarking, "Lin Chen, you have truly overstepped your bounds." With that, she elegantly turned and walked away. Lin Chen's audacity in confronting the tyrant and the extraordinary power he had displayed had entirely dispelled Bai Yan's previous disdain for him. However, now that Lin Chen had so foolishly challenged the sworn brothers to a duel 10 days hence, Bai Yan had irrevocably relegated him to the ranks of the insufferable second-generation heirs she despised. Lin Chen could only manage a bitter smile as he observed the graceful figure of Bai Yan retreating, refraining from offering further explanations. It is no wonder that Bai Yan would describe Lin Chen as arrogant, Even Wei Han could not help but step forward to offer earnest advice. Brother Lin, I understand that the brothers of different surnames were targeting you just now. Your strength is indeed formidable, but when the brothers unite, their power is exceedingly formidable. You should. Lin Chun, with a faint smile, interrupted Wei Han's words, as a pair of striking blue eyes flickered in his mind, and he smiled dreamily, asking, "Where's Qingro?" Wei Han was taken aback, replying, "The young lady is currently in seclusion. She is expected to emerge on the day of the disciple selection tournament in 10 days. Lin Chun nodded thoughtfully, then turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively. His silhouette was resolute and bloodied, reminiscent of a Shura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chun resolved that in these 10 days, he must acquire sufficient spiritual stones to splurge. 10 days hence, he would astound all. Chapter 46. Elder, do not mind them. The jade slip provided by Bai Yin contained an overwhelming amount of information. Lin Chun spent an entire day digesting its contents, which included the sect rules, contribution points, and more, thereby gaining a comprehensive understanding of the structure of Taiching Immortal Island. There are 3 regions on Taiching Island: Yun City, the execution platform, and the demon hunting domain. To acquire a substantial amount of spiritual energy, one must venture to the trading city of Yun, the central hub of transactions on Taiching Immortal Island. According to the Jade Slip's introduction, Yun City was said to be a city created by the sect master of Taiching Gate, where countless individuals engage in trade without fear of sect scrutiny. Within Taiching Gate, premium spiritual stones are not commonly circulated. Instead, there exists a unique spiritual vein known as the Taiching spiritual vein. The Taiching veins, imbued with the unique essence of the Taiching sect, offer immense benefits to cultivators, significantly surpassing the ordinary spiritual veins found in other sections. These spiritual veins, formed by the convergence of rich and pure spiritual energy, create a vast and distinctive network reminiscent of dragons and serpents. Lin Chen's objective is to acquire more of these Taiching veins. Otherwise, the power of the Hand of Futu will remain unmanifested. In the heart of Taiching Immortal Island, a magnificent city towers into the clouds, seemingly piercing the very fabric of the realm. Before approaching Yun City, a vibrant and bustling atmosphere envelopes the senses. Experts of the divine lower realm soar through the skies, while disciples of the innate realm continuously stream toward the city. The city itself spans several dozen miles, its prosperity eclipsing that of Night Tide City by several magnitudes. Truly, it stands as the thriving nexus of a grand sect's commerce. Lin Chun muses that even the guards at the city gates are formidable experts at the 10th level of the innate realm. After paying 10 contribution points, he successfully enters Yun City. Upon stepping within, he is immediately greeted by an atmosphere of bustling prosperity, teeming with countless skilled individuals, making movement feel almost arduous. The city is lined with shops of all sizes, some with open stalls, all uniformly priced in sect contribution points. However, Lin Chun finds little interest in these offerings and proceeds directly toward the center, following the map inscribed within the Jade Slip. According to the map, the largest trading center within Yun City is the Yun Tower. Though the identity of the proprietor of the Dark Cloud Tower remains a mystery, the grandeur of the establishment is undeniable, offering even Imperial artifacts for sale to those who can afford the price. Lin Chun had long since resolved to visit the Dark Cloud Tower to sell his belongings in exchange for contribution points to his sect. With the presence of numerous skilled individuals there, the bids were naturally higher, which is why he opted for this venue. Situated in the heart of the city, the tower exudes an aura of regality, sprawling over a radius of 5 miles and soaring 4 stories high, its exterior gilded in gold. It is adorned with engravings of fierce Vajra, while its core pulsates with immense true energy. This entire edifice is a treasure of royal caliber. Lin Chun pondered the true identity of the tower's owner, his expression grave. The aura emanating from this structure was far more formidable than that of a congenital warrior at the 10th level, who commands the strength of 5,000 true energy elephants. At that moment, the devouring celestial map stirred slightly, and the voice of Blood Elder resonated in his mind, exclaiming, "Lin Chun, this is at least a supreme royal artifact of a tower. If one could seize the essence of kingship from this structure, the devouring celestial map might have a chance to restore itself to a superior royal artifact." Lin Chun staggered, responding with irritation, "Blood Elder, even if I had 10 lives, it would not suffice to contend for it. Oh, you truly lack ambition." Blood Elder chided with a chuckle. "Your current cultivation is insufficient. But once you ascend to the divine law realm, you shall witness the true might of the sacred vein body. A mere spit would be enough to pierce through this supreme royal artifact. Lin Shun fell silent, realizing he was merely at the 8th level of congenital cultivation. Ascending to the divine law realm would require an unfathomable amount of spiritual energy, perhaps even a form of energy far more potent than spiritual essence. Lin Shun strode briskly towards the dark cloud pavilion, his heart heavy as he once again relinquished 90 contribution points to gain entry. The first level of the entire trading hall was dominated by a vast counter shop, where dozens of disciples at the innate realm busily managed the operations. These disciples were of considerable age, mostly in their 30s, having found it exceedingly difficult to ascend further in their cultivation journey. Displayed prominently within the counter shop was a long list of contribution point exchange rates. Hundreds, even over 1,000 disciples beneath the divine method realm lingered before this exchange chart, deep in contemplation. The intent of the kingly artifact required 50,000 contribution points. To elevate its tier demanded a staggering 200,000 contribution points. The Taiching spirit vein was priced at 500 contribution points, with each tier enhancement multiplying the cost tenfold. To Lin Shun's surprise, everything one could wish for was available here. At that moment, the excited voice of Blood Elder resonated. Youngster, regardless of your misdeeds, you must procure 85,000 contribution points for me. We must exchange for a supreme, kingly intent. Although Blood Elder had witnessed a great deal in his time, he too had not anticipated the availability of kingly intent within this trading hall. The kingly intent represented a kingly artifact imbued with sentience, each possessing the potential to evolve into an imperial artifact, exceedingly rare and valuable. Yet here, within this trading hall, one could acquire it using sect contribution points. Did this imply an inexhaustible supply of kingly artifacts within the entire sect? Had they all been laid to waste? Lin Shun secretly clicked his tongue, nodding gravely. He conveyed telepathically to Blood Elder, "Rest assured, Blood Elder, next time, I shall deftly extort the alien surnamed twin brothers and secure a higher tier of kingly intent." Lin Shun was consumed with an insatiable desire for vengeance against his two adversaries, the half-brothers of different surnames. Naturally, thoughts of inflicting a severe reprisal upon them began to take shape within him. Neither Luo Yangzhou nor the Tyrant King would be spared. In this moment, Lin Shun resembled a cunning bandit, contemplating how to extort contribution points from these individuals. After a brief period of reflection, Lin Shun approached a middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge and inquired, "Esteemed senior, could you guide me to the most rudimentary Taiching spiritual vein?" The middle-aged man, taken aback, accepted Lin Shun's identity jade token, and upon noticing the figure of 10,000 contribution points, the indifference in his gaze evaporated, replaced by a cordial smile as he replied, "Young friend, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you immediately." Lin Shun smiled and nodded, graciously accepting the warmth of the man's demeanor. The disciples available for purchase here, though of innate level 10, had seemingly reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. Individuals like Lin Shun, who were inner-selected disciples, were either from influential families or possessed exceptional talent. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Lin Shun evidently belonged to the former category, yet he lacked the standing to treat Lin Shun with disdain, as some notorious second-generation heirs were known for their unruly and unpredictable behavior. 3 Taiching spiritual veins, each 5 meters long and radiating a cerulean glow, lay horizontally, emanating a faintly translucent azure light, reminiscent of delicate jade. The gentle aura of Taiching coiled within these veins, invigorating one's consciousness and revitalizing the spirit. Upon observing the quantity of these 3 items, Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that the other party likely regarded him as a privileged heir. However, Lin Shun did not dwell on this perception. Instead, he immersed himself in the scant amount of Taiching energy present within this spiritual vein. Indeed, the Taiching energy proved to be a remarkable substance, likely offering significant benefits to the refinement of his physical form. Lin Shun felt a surge of quiet exhilaration, albeit tinged with disappointment. The amount of Taiching energy here was woefully inadequate to yield substantial effects, indicating that he would need to procure a higher-grade source. The Taiching spiritual veins are classified into various tiers: lower, middle, upper, king, emperor, and Dao levels. The higher the tier, the more abundant and concentrated the Taiching energy, and the deeper the profound truths it contains, which are immensely beneficial for various forms of cultivation. This lower-tier Tai Ching spiritual vein possesses enough spiritual energy to withstand the force of 100 true Qi giants, which is no small feat. The middle-aged man paused, about to speak, when a brash voice echoed from behind Lin Chun. Brother Su, quickly prepare items for me, or else you'll face the consequences. The middle-aged man's expression froze, paling considerably as he turned to Lin Chun with a forced smile and said, Young Master Lei, today as contribution points are somewhat insufficient. How about I prepare them for you tomorrow? The disciple referred to as Young Master Lei possessed a formidable strength equivalent to 3,000 true Qi giants, flanked by 2 innate 9th-level inner disciples of the human rank. Upon encountering a stranger's inquisitive gaze, Lei Mushing discerned that the individual possessed merely the strength of 800 true Qi giant elephants. With a derisive snort, he arrogantly proclaimed, Are you a newly arrived outer sect disciple? Hurry and hand over your contribution points to me, or I shall ensure that you find it impossible to navigate through the entire Tai Ching sect. The other 2 inner sect disciples, both of human rank, had cultivated a rather unsavory habit under Lei Mushing's influence. They swiftly stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Lin Chun. Listen here, kid. It would be wise to obediently surrender your contribution points to Young Master Lei. Otherwise, those who are perceptive should hand over their contribution points, or they shall taste the bitterness of blood. These 2 inner sect disciples coordinated their intimidation with practiced ease, clearly relishing their roles as sycophants, especially when they perceived Lin Chen's inferior cultivation. The surrounding innate disciples appeared to shrink under the weight of fear, instinctively retreating and observing from a distance. Reveling in Lin Chen's predicament, these innate disciples had previously fallen victim to Lei Mushing's extortion, though some among them possessed a spirit of defiance. Their resistance invariably culminated in a lamentable fate. Thus, Lei Mushing had naturally established himself as a tyrant among both the outer and inner disciples of the sect. Each year, Tai Ching's sect welcomed new disciples, and Lei Mushing thrived on the might of his backing and his own prowess, bullying the weaker newcomers. He relished the terror reflected in the eyes of his victims, savoring the intoxicating sensation of being revered and feared, as if he were a being of superior caliber. As for comparisons, who could possibly rival Lei Mushing? Lin Chen observed the 3 individuals, their demeanor brimming with arrogance and malevolence, yet his expression remained impassive. Amidst the fierce, bloodthirsty gazes of the trio, he calmly turned away and addressed the pale-faced middle-aged man with an air of indifference. Esteemed elder, pay them no mind. Please enlighten me regarding the trading regulations on the 2nd floor. Pay them no mind. At that moment, every disciple present felt as though their ears had deceived them. Rendered momentarily petrified, Lei Mushing's countenance transformed into one of utter bewilderment. The 2 inner disciples, who were fiercely glaring, stood agape, their faces etched with astonishment. Who was this audacious young man, so brazen as to disregard the illustrious Young Master Lei? However, after a brief moment of shock, the 2 inner disciples were consumed by fury, their true energy surging forth as they raged. Impudence. Chapter 47. Foolishness. Impudence? Lin Chen pivoted, fixing his gaze upon the 2 disciples, exuding an aura of authority without any hint of anger. What impudence? At that moment, Lin Chen radiated an air of solemnity, commanding and regal. Even the 2 inner disciples, engulfed in rage, felt a chill run down their spines under his penetrating gaze. The harsh words they had intended to utter died on their lips. How dare they treat Young Master Lei with such disdain? Lin Chen furrowed his brow and gestured, Esteemed elder, please do enlighten me. I have matters to attend to on the 2nd floor. The middle-aged man, finally roused from his stupor, recalled Lin Chen's inner selection jade token and, with slightly parched lips, said, The 2nd floor houses a specialized evaluation room. A fee of 5,000 contribution points is required for assessment, and once the price is established, they will take 1% of the profits. Oh, now it makes sense. Lin Chen, lost in thought, smiled at the middle-aged man and said, Thank you, senior. The middle-aged man's complexion grew increasingly pale as he nodded, his palms unwittingly slick with sweat. Having obtained the answer he desired, Lin Chen once again disregarded the trio of Young Master Lei and casually made his way toward the stairway leading to the 2nd floor. Kid, you. The 2 inner disciples, incensed by Lin Chen's blatant dismissal, felt their fury reignite. Just as they were about to confront him, a hand unexpectedly halted their advance. The outstretched hands of the 2 disciples froze mid-motion, for the owner of that hand was none other than Young Master Lei. Young Master Lei, what are you? One of the disciples inquired, confusion etched across his face. Lei Muxing, observing Lin Chun's retreating figure, suddenly broke into a sinister smile. An interesting inner selection disciple, daring to ignore me. I shall see what he intends to sell on the second floor, and then. His words trailed off, his smile growing colder, reminiscent of a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. The two inner disciples, well aware of Lei Muxing's disposition, began to chuckle maliciously, watching Lin Chun's silhouette as though he were a pitiful ant destined for demise. As Lei Muxing and his companions trailed behind Lin Chun toward the second floor, a sense of relief washed over several innate disciples in the hall below. Who is that person to dare disregard young Master Lei? One whispered. You know young Master Lei's standing. No matter how significant that kid's status may be, his fate will likely be quite dire. Indeed, the elder brother of Lei Xiao is that individual. The middle-aged man's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color, swiftly returning to a state of tranquility. He shook his head, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such second-generation heirs are prone to harboring such deep-seated animosity towards one another, merely to assert their pride. The middle-aged man inwardly scorned them, evidently equating Lin Chun with Lei Mushang. He picked up the Qianquan bag entrusted to Lin Chun and let out a self-deprecating smile. This realm of cultivation is indeed a brutal survival of the fittest, where the strong prey upon the weak. His earlier act of bestowing 3 Taiqing spirit veins upon Lin Chun was merely a tactic to curry favor. Hoping to avoid inciting Lin Chun's wrath, a strategy he similarly employed with Lei Mushing, tossing the Qianquan bag to another innate disciple of lesser talent. The middle-aged man waved his hand and declared, Xiao Yi, this is a gift for you. Xiao Yi grinned with an endearing innocence as he accepted the Qianquan bag. Though it bore little monetary value, it held some worth nonetheless. As he probed inside with his thoughts, his face transformed with astonishment, and he joyfully exclaimed to the middle-aged man, Boss, thank you for gifting me 2 Taiqing spirit veins. The middle-aged man's expression abruptly froze. The second floor of the exquisite royal artifact, the Dark Cloud Trading Pavilion, buzzed with an even more vibrant atmosphere than the first. The foot traffic was considerable, predominantly comprising disciples of innate level 7 and above, with many inter-sect disciples mingling among them. The entirety of the second floor was filled with stalls set up by innate disciples, all eager to sell items in exchange for sect contribution points. The wares offered by these innate disciples were a hodgepodge of various goods. Some of the demon beast inner elixirs that have come from the demon hunting domain, or the relics obtained from there, are present. However, Lin Chun discovered that most of the items for sale here are rare treasures, each valued at over 10,000 contribution points. Such prices left Lin Chun inwardly astonished, as his mere 10,000 contribution points felt rather meager. Lin Chun soon spotted the appraisal room mentioned by the middle-aged man, where an elderly figure in a black robe sat. This elder, possessing the formidable aura of the 10th level of innate realm, exuded a reserved presence, and his murky old eyes sparkled with a keen light. This elder was known as the appraiser. Although his cultivation was not particularly strong, his discernment was remarkably sharp. Lin Chun approached the appraisal room directly, tapped the table with his hand, and smiled. Senior, I am here to sell some items. Oh, the black-robed elder glanced at Lin Chun, and, upon noticing his innate 8th level cultivation, a fleeting look of disdain crossed his face. To sell items here, one must first pay 5,000 contribution points, and the value of the items must exceed 10,000 contribution points. Otherwise, the unspoken words left an unmistakable implication hanging in the air. Lin Chun disregarded the elder's contempt and calmly replied, I assure you, the value exceeds 10,000 contribution points. The black-robed elder snorted coldly and extended his bony hand. Then bring it forth. Lin Chun shook his head and stated, I require a blank jade slip. I intend to inscribe my martial techniques upon it. Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, the black-robed elder's expression darkened considerably, and he waved his hand impatiently. Do not complicate matters for me. You expect to inscribe martial techniques yourself? I doubt you even possess 5,000 contribution points. Now leave. The imprinting of jade tablets essentially involves inscribing content onto a blank jade slab. One may etch martial techniques or confidential information into it. However, the act of manually inscribing martial arts techniques presents a formidable challenge. It is akin to having read an entire novel, yet being tasked with transcribing it. The disparity in experience is significant. To inscribe martial skills, one must possess extraordinary innate talent for martial arts. Yet, The old man in the black robe could hardly believe that such a seemingly insignificant disciple at the 8th level of the innate realm could possess such prodigious martial prowess. This disbelief fueled the old man's impatience. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. He cast aside his identity jade token, asserting that one should not underestimate others based on their appearance. An invisible aura emanated from Lin Chen, exuding the dignity of a superior. A noble presence that instilled a sense of trepidation in those around him. This aura of Lin Chen grew increasingly potent, though he himself was unaware that it was being shaped by the influence of Futon. The azure figure residing within Lin Chen's dantian was a manifestation of noble will, a presence that even Blood Elder could not detect. Futon, conquering the heavens. The old man in the black robe felt a chill at Lin Chen's words, and his heart ignited with fury. He slammed his palm onto the table, a fierce expression on his face as he roared, "Get out of here with your identity, jade tablet, and never return." The old man had no desire to even glance at the jade token. His loud outburst immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, who watched with amusement as the black-robed elder raged at Lin Chen, their faces betraying a sense of intrigue. Upon encountering the unfamiliar visage of Lin Chen, they likely surmised that he was a newly initiated disciple, unaware of the established protocols. Observing the fury radiating from the elder in the black robe, a series of unfortunate souls flashed through the minds of these disciples. A subtle smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, and his aura grew increasingly formidable and imposing. The elder, inexplicably, felt a chill seep into his heart. Yet the seething anger within him compelled him to point accusingly at Lin Chen. At that moment, a resonant voice broke through the tension. "Black Elder, what has transpired?" This voice, though not loud, was imbued with profound solidity and an enigmatic power. Lin Chen cast a sidelong glance and immediately noticed a composed middle-aged man approaching, his face marred by a vicious scar that added an air of menace to his presence. His aura was unfathomable, akin to a towering mountain that commanded reverence. This man was, in fact, a formidable figure of the divine law realm. The evaluator, referred to as Black Elder, visibly relaxed upon the arrival of this enigmatic middle-aged man and, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "Manager, this brat is utterly oblivious to the situation." Oh, the middle-aged man, known as the manager, glanced indifferently at Lin Chen before turning his attention back to Black Elder. "What exactly is the situation?" Lin Chen stood calmly between the two, exuding an air of nonchalance, unaffected by the weight of the divine law realm's pressure. "I have decided to allow you some leeway. Should you fail to make a name for yourself, be wary of the peril that awaits you." "What? Young Master Lei, do you recognize him?" The manager cast a dismissive glance at Lei Mushing, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he inquired softly. "Uncle Guan, this fellow is even more arrogant than I am." Lei Mushing sneered. "Just now, this brat offended me, and since he intends to sell something, I shall see what a mere insignificant person can offer." The middle-aged manager furrowed his brow, harboring a deep disdain for the spoiled Lei Mushing. Were it not for the genius he was trying to accommodate, he would have long since silenced him with a single slap. "Fool." At that moment, Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Lei Mushing, uttering two chilling words. Chapter 48. The shock of a master in the divine method realm. The clear words echoed in Lei Mushing's ears, and his sinister countenance suddenly twisted into a mask of fury. He had been in high spirits today after toying with a beautiful newcomer from a sect, intending to collect his usual protection fee. However, he encountered the audacious Lin Chen. Amused, Lei Mushing followed Lin Chen, ready to mock him thoroughly before serving him in turn. Yet, for the first time in his life, he had been called a fool by another. How could the esteemed young Master Lei not be enraged? Seeking death. With a face contorted in rage, Lei Mushing swung his hand toward Lin Chen with tremendous force, bolts of lightning crackling and exploding around him. Clad in his robe woven from tempestuous lightning, he unleashed his true energy in an instant. Humph! Lin Chen let out a cold snort, channeling a strand of the pure Sing spirit vein from the illusory spirit mirror directly into the azure figurine, extending his right hand nonchalantly toward Lei Mushing. Naive. As he observed Lin Chen's approach, a mocking expression flickered across Lei Mushing's face. However, in the next moment, the surrounding space was inundated with an immense pressure that relentlessly bore down upon him, constraining his very being. Lei Mushing found himself abruptly ensnared by the oppressive force, his expression one of utter disbelief. The two inner disciples accompanying him also stood frozen in astonishment. What kind of martial technique was this? To extend a hand and immobilize an opponent so effortlessly? Although Lei Muxing's previous move had consumed a mere 400 true chi elephants, the sheer ability to render him motionless was utterly unprecedented. A flash of brilliance crossed the middle-aged steward's eyes as he waved his hand, and a surge of magical energy dispersed the two figures with an unseen force. Fighting is prohibited within the Dark Cloud Tower. If there is a next time, you shall be forbidden from entering for eternity, the steward declared coldly. Humph. Lei Muxing was no fool. He disdainfully flicked his sleeves, casting a murderous glare at Lin Shun. In contrast, Lin Shun remained leisurely and indifferent, entirely dismissing the animosity directed towards him. As for the enigmatic elder in black robes, he recoiled slightly, his gaze towards Lin Shun now tinged with evasion. A person of his profound insight could undoubtedly discern the extraordinary nature of this martial technique. The steward approached Lin Shun, speaking in a calm tone. Young friend, what do you wish to sell? I shall personally assess it. I require 2 blank jade slips to imprint my martial techniques. Lin Shun replied with a smile. He harbored no ill feelings towards the steward. Nodding, the steward gestured, and 2 exquisite blank jade slips materialized from thin air. As Lin Shun received 2 blank jade slips, Lei Muxing wore a mocking expression, remarking, a mere innate 8th-layer novice, hoping to inscribe martial arts techniques? What a farce. The 2 inner disciples, backed by Lei Muxing, echoed his sentiments with disdain, stating, what Lei said is absolutely correct. This newcomer truly lacks awareness of his limitations. The middle-aged steward furrowed his brow, but remained silent, observing Lin Shun. The talent required for inscribing martial arts techniques is extraordinarily high. Even the steward, who exists at the level of divine law, found himself somewhat astonished, perceiving Lin Shun merely as an ignorant disciple. He would never dare claim the capability to inscribe techniques valued at over 10,000 contribution points, for his current talent and strength were insufficient. Within the entire Dark Cloud Pavilion, aside from those whose cultivation surpassed his by 2 or 3 times, no one had managed to inscribe martial arts techniques. Among the entire Taiching sect, it seemed that only this audacious youth, unafraid of tigers, dared to assert such a feat. The blood elder within the devouring heavenly map, having noticed the scornful gazes of these individuals, merely uttered 2 dismissive words. However, in the face of external ridicule and disdainful glance, Lin Shun remained unfazed as he accepted the 2 blank jade slips, his consciousness sinking into them, immersing himself in a state of martial arts focus. The might of the profound fire surged forth, blazing fiercely. The power of the burning fire, emanating from annihilation, melted all things. Boom. In an instant, a strange transformation occurred. The blank jade slips held in Lin Shun's hands ignited in flames at that moment. The jade slip in his left hand burned with azure profound fire. In his right hand, the jade tablet burned with a blue flame, emanating an intensely scorching heat from 2 distinct fires. Lin Shun murmured incantations, skillfully channeling his true energy to inscribe the techniques of the Xian fire seal and the flame spear onto the jade tablet in fiery script. In an instant, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Lin Shun suddenly opened his eyes. The inscription was complete. Holding 2 jade tablets, 1 azure and 1 cobalt, he calmly addressed the cloaked figure. Is this item truly unsellable? Or perhaps it is not worth a mere 10,000 contribution points? The elder in black felt a chill at Lin Shun's indifferent inquiry, his heart plummeting as an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. The middle-aged steward stared at the jade tablets, momentarily taken aback, his countenance reflecting astonishment as he murmured a term audible only to himself: supreme martial technique. At that moment, the entire assembly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the 2 tablets. The 2 words spoken by Blood Elder were ignorance. Lin Shun's martial talent had been lauded by Lin Songxing as unparalleled in the Sacred Spirit continent, unmatched by any. Even the heartless sword cannon of Jin Wudao was discerned by Lin Shun. The supreme martial technique, which had remained unattainable for a millennium within the Lin family, was comprehended by Lin Shun at the tender age of 13. The first true disciple of the Hunyuan sect could not compare, falling woefully short. Initially, Lin Shun contemplated how to acquire contribution points. After much reflection, he realized that aside from the invaluable methods of the first 3 seals of the heavenly fire seal he mastered, he possessed nothing else of worth. Thus, Lin Shun resolved to transcribe the cultivation methods of the first 2 seals to exchange for contribution points. Nonetheless, the current heavenly fire seal, aside from the 3rd seal, The Earth Heart Seal is not particularly formidable. Lin Shan still relies on the hands of the Celestial and the two devastating techniques of the Earth Heart Seal. Of course, had Lin Shan not lost his Heavenly Fire Seal, he would certainly not consider parting with it. However, what Lin Shan did not anticipate was that upon arriving at the Dark Cloud Pavilion, he would first attract the attention of young Master Lei and subsequently be underestimated by an elder in a black robe. Even though Lin Shan's nature was not to provoke others, a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to inscribe both techniques simultaneously. Yet, what Lin Shan remained oblivious to was the extraordinary talent required to inscribe martial arts, which led others to scoff. At that moment, Lei Mushing and his companions beheld the two azure-blue jade slips, swallowing hard, their faces painted with astonishment. The two inner disciples, filled with an immense sense of regret, realized they had offended a prodigy with terrifying martial arts talent, akin to courting death. The lethality of supreme martial techniques is sufficient to challenge those of higher ranks. In an instant, a singular thought emerged among the crowd. When did the Tai Ching sect gain such a formidable talent in martial arts? Chapter 49. The Purple-Clad Maiden Eye. The withered lips of the elder in the black robe trembled slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. The young man before him had finally instilled in him a sense of fear. Lin Shan cast a glance at him, shook his head, and casually tossed the two jade slips to the middle-aged steward, stating indifferently, "Senior, please evaluate the contribution value of these two martial techniques." Very well. The middle-aged steward suddenly came to a realization, gracefully nodding as he grasped the two jade slips, sinking his consciousness into them. The surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that the sound of a falling needle could be heard, with all eyes fixated on the jade slips. Their throats constricting with anticipation and greed, it was apparent that even they recognized the extraordinary nature of these martial arts techniques. After a prolonged moment, amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, the steward slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his face. These are the initial two forms of the supreme martial arts, and they can be exchanged for 250,000 contribution points. At this revelation, the assembly erupted in commotion. What? The first two forms of the supreme martial arts? How astonishing. Merely two forms fetching 250,000 contribution points. What a terrifying prospect. Who on earth could this be? A disciple at the 8th level of innate strength has actually inscribed the supreme martial arts. Such an incredible talent for martial techniques. It seems this year's events at the Tai Ching sect will be quite lively. Lin Shan shrugged, observing the fervent and covetous gazes directed at him, his expression remaining serene. However, no one could fathom the exhilaration bubbling within him. 250,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 500 lower-level Tai Ching spirit veins. Each lower-level Tai Ching spirit vein housed 100 true Qi giant elephants. 500, in total, would equate to the might of 50,000 true Qi giant elephants. With 50,000, one could unleash the hand of the hidden heavens, overpowering any innate mastery at the 10th level with ease. Sir Lin Shan is currently unable to wield the formidable technique of the heavenly hand of the weak, although he possesses the strength equivalent to a top-tier spiritual weapon. Utilizing such a technique would inevitably result in severe injury. Nevertheless, with the power of 50,000 true Qi elephants at his disposal, he finds that he is more than capable of confronting a master at the 10th level of innate strength without resorting to the heavenly hand. After resolutely making up his mind, Lin Shan turned to the middle-aged steward and said, "Please assist me in arranging a stall, and kindly remit the review fee as well." "Oh." The steward smiled gently, raising his hand to grasp the identity jade token that lay on the table, which promptly fell into his palm. Upon examining the jade token, the steward's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized, "I was unaware that our Tian Xie sect had produced a supreme martial technique. You must be the renowned Lin Shan, the prodigious young master of the Lin family." "I cannot accept such a title," Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the pallor of the old man in the black robe turned ashen. "I have been fortunate enough to meet the head of the Lin family once. You may refer to me as Uncle Lin. As for the review fee, it is unnecessary." The steward chuckled, tossing the identity jade token and martial technique back to Lin Shan. "In the future, when you return to sell goods, you need not pay the review fee." Grateful for the steward's kindness, Lin Shan smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Once the middle-aged steward had arranged the stall, Lin Shan proceeded directly to it. Eager to exchange his contribution points swiftly, securing the spiritual vein would grant him peace of mind. After Lin Chen departed, the middle-aged overseer's countenance turned cold as he gazed at the old man in black robes. Old Three, you have followed me for many years, yet your temper remains unyielding. This time, you have provoked someone you ought not to have. It would be wise to relinquish this position to another. The old man in black, his face ashen, trembled and nodded. This was a consequence entirely of his own making. Casting a scornful glance at Lei Mushing and his companions, the overseer turned and walked away. The farcical scene concluded amidst a sense of shock, while many onlookers continued to fervently discuss the incident, and the second floor regained its bustling atmosphere. As for Lei Mushing and his companions, one inner sect disciple approached, his eyes filled with trepidation. Lei Xiao, what shall we do now? Useless fool, Lei Mushing exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the inner sect disciple. His expression was ominously fixated on Lin Chen's stall. First, we must acquire the initial 2 forms of this supreme martial skill, and then we will settle accounts with Lin Chen. The disciple, clutching his face and trembling, repeatedly replied, Yes, yes, yes. Beside Lin Chen's stall, a throng of innate disciples gathered to observe. Lin Xiao, can you offer a discount on this martial skill? I will contribute 100,000 points. Another inner sect disciple scoffed. Only 100,000 contribution points? I shall offer 150,000. Lin Xiao, please grant your brother a discount and sell it to me for 170,000. Lin Chen, bemused by the ever-growing crowd of disciples, waved his hand and replied, I apologize, but I require contribution points. I will not sell for less than 250,000. A group of disciples sighed in melancholy, yet could not help but gather around, their eyes lingering upon the 2 jade slips with a sense of reluctance. The allure of supreme martial skills was indeed overwhelmingly potent. Mastering even a move or 2 could enable one to slay opponents of higher ranks. Otherwise, the likes of Lu Tian would not shamelessly seek to seize Lin Chen's heavenly fire seal. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the crowd. Lin Chen, I demand those 2 martial arts for 250,000 contribution points. The onlookers parted to create a pathway as Lei Mushing strode forward, resembling a lavish nouveau riche, addressing Lin Chen with an air of superiority. 2 inner disciples naturally followed in his wake. Those inner disciples who still coveted the heavenly fire seal shrank back upon seeing Lei Mushing, fear evident in their eyes. What say you? Lei Mushing gestured toward the 2 jade slips, his tone laced with an imposing pressure. 250 contribution points. These 2 martial arts jade slips are worth precisely that. Will you sell? Lin Chen regarded Lei Mushing with a calm demeanor, having long since categorized this arrogant scion as an adversary. However, given his pressing need for contribution points and the absence of a spirit vein, he found himself in a dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Chen resolved to sell, for these 2 martial arts held little utility for him. Yet, just as he was about to agree, Lei Mushing impatiently waved his hand, a sinister expression crossing his face. What? You still refuse to sell to me? If you do not sell to me, I assure you, you won't be able to sell for even 100,000 contribution points. A menacing aura emanated from Lei Mushing, exuding an oppressive force. Lin Chen's countenance suddenly turned icy as he declared, You shall not even think about these 2 jade slips. Simultaneously, he surveyed the gathering innate disciples and proclaimed with his true energy, the first 2 forms of the supreme martial technique are available for a mere 150,000 contribution points. His voice reverberated, and some disciples, who coveted the supreme martial technique, immediately lit up with eagerness, restless with anticipation. However, at that moment, Lei Mushing ominously interjected, Let me see who dares to purchase. Buying this technique would be tantamount to slapping my face. As for the consequences, he knows them all too well. Upon hearing this, the previously eager innate disciples swiftly extinguished their thoughts. Clearly, they were filled with profound trepidation and fear regarding the power behind Lei Mushing. Even the devalued heavenly fire seal technique seemed unattainable to them. Observing this scene, Lin Chen could not help but shake his head. Seeing Lin Chen in a predicament, Lei Mushing reveled in delight, his demeanor growing increasingly arrogant as he boasted, I shall procure these 2 jade slips of the supreme martial technique for 10,000 contribution points. Otherwise, even if you offered this technique for a single contribution point, no innate disciple would dare to take it. 10,000 contribution points? Many innate disciples displayed sympathy towards Lin Chen. Selling a grand supreme martial technique for merely 10,000 points represented a staggering loss of 25 times its value. Lei Mushing was truly merciless. However, as he asserted, if Lin Chun refused to sell to him, it was likely that not even a single contribution point would tempt any innate disciple. What use was a supreme martial technique if one did not have the life to wield it? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. As a murderous intent coalesced in his gaze, Lei Mushing persistently provoked and suppressed him at every turn. It is simply an egregious affront. Even Lin Chen could not suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. Lei Mushing had already been inscribed on his death list. Even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of anger. How much more so does Lin Chun, who wields the esteemed will of the venerable sky? Lei Mushing's expression grew increasingly smug, as if he could already envision the supreme martial technique falling into his grasp. However, at that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "I shall take the supreme martial technique." Instantly, the expressions of all present morphed into a peculiar blend of astonishment and intrigue. Who possessed such audacity? Lei Mushing's countenance changed in an instant, a wave of murderous rage washing over him as his gaze fixed intensely on the— How dare someone disrupt his auspicious endeavor? A path parted through the throng, revealing a young maiden stepping forth. This girl, with a visage as exquisite as porcelain and large, sparkling eyes brimming with innocence, donned a flowing purple gown that cloaked her in an air of mystery. Yet, Lin Chen's pupils constricted in an instant, for he sensed an enigmatic force emanating from within this purple-clad maiden. It was none other than magical energy. This girl, merely 12 or 13 years of age, was a master of the divine magic realm. The voice of Blood Elder soon followed. "Lin Chen, this maiden is a half-step into the divine magic realm. She has already begun to harness a modicum of magical energy, yet has not fully transcended into the divine magic realm." Lin Chen realized with clarity that the term half-step into the divine magic realm referred to one who had 1 foot poised on the threshold of that domain. To attain such a level at such a tender age speaks volumes of her prodigious talent. "Yun, Sister Yunqing." Lei Mushing's face paled dramatically. "Who is your sister?" The girl in purple, known as Yunqing, rolled her eyes, completely disregarding Lei Mushing. She approached Lin Chun with a melodious voice. "I currently possess only 200,000 contribution points. Will you sell them to me?" Gazing into her large, innocent eyes, Lin Chun nodded and smiled. "Since you desire them, I shall sell them to you for 200,000 contribution points." "Thank you." A charming smile adorned Yunqing's delicate face as she extended her dainty hand. "Please hand me your identity jade token." Lin Chun complied, passing her the token, and thus the transaction was successfully completed. "Your name is Lin Chun? Then I shall refer to you as Brother Lin Chun." Yunqing giggled sweetly, then tossed a jade token toward him. "Brother Lin Chun, this is the jade token of my Qingfu. If anyone dares to provoke you, simply use this token." Lin Chun, bemused, held the jade token inscribed with the character Qing in purple and ultimately stored it within the illusory spirit mirror. "Farewell, Brother Lin Chun." Yunqing waved goodbye, skipping away joyfully. Unbeknownst to anyone, as she turned her head, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her large, watery eyes. The entire transaction unfolded in profound silence. While Yunqing entirely ignored Lei Mushing and his companions, Lei Mushing's expression darkened, resembling a colossal storm cloud, his face twitching slightly as he struggled to suppress his rising fury. He remained silent, even as Lin Chen departed. Some innate disciples discerned certain intricacies and promptly dispersed, not daring to provoke the wrath of Lei Mushing. After a considerable interval, Lei Mushing gazed in the direction where Lin Chun had vanished, his eyes filled with malice. "Lin Chun, even if Yunqing protects you, what of it? Soon, I shall ensure you are utterly obliterated from the Taiqing sect." His voice was icy, brimming with murderous intent. The 2 inner disciples, upon hearing such chilling and lethal words, shuddered as if they had witnessed Lin Chen's demise. Chapter 50. Who truly is the fool? Having acquired a staggering 200,000 contribution points, Lin Chen proceeded to the first floor to exchange for the Taiqing spiritual vein. Upon recognizing Lin Chen, the middle-aged man on the first floor momentarily froze before breaking into a sincere smile. This enigmatic young man was not merely a second-generation heir. Holding the exchange list, Lin Chen began to communicate with Blood Old internally. "Boy, I sense that Lei Mushing will not let this matter rest. Go in exchange for a disguise pill." Blood Old advised, "Lest your true visage be revealed, for slaughtering fellow disciples is a capital offense." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he nodded. "Understood." You are now on the brink of touching the barrier of the innate ninth level of meridians, Blood Old remarked. Exchanging for a meridian's pill would be just right for your advancement. Lin Chun was taken aback and then lowered his gaze, discovering that the meridian's pill required 30,000 contribution points. What is this meridian's pill? Why is it so exorbitantly priced? Lin Chun felt his contribution points woefully insufficient and instinctively tightened his purse. You rascal, such stinginess. Blood Old chided playfully. This meridian's pill will enable you to grasp the subtleties of the meridians more adeptly, easily allowing you to ascend to the innate ninth level. Thus, 30,000 contribution points are indeed worthwhile. Very well, I shall purchase. Lin Chun nodded with a hint of reluctance. After finalizing the transaction with Blood Old, he turned to the middle-aged man and stated, 1 meridian pill, 1 disguise pill, and then an additional 150,000 of the lower-grade Tai Ching spiritual veins. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily stunned. 1 meridian pill costs 30,000 contribution points. 1 disguise pill costs 20,000 contribution points. Along with 150,000 of the Tai Ching veins, this amounts to a total of 200,000 contribution points. How could Lin Chun, having just arrived, manage to amass such a fortune? Who exactly is this individual? The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly prepared everything, completing the transaction with Lin Chun. The contribution points on the jade tablet dwindled to merely 9,500. Having squandered a sum of 200,000 in an instant left Lin Chun with a headache. It seems he must devise more strategies to acquire contribution points in the future. Without contribution points, one finds themselves truly stranded within the sect. Within the vast expanse of the illusory spirit mirror, 300 Tai Ching spiritual veins radiated a luminous aura, which stirred a sense of satisfaction deep within Lin Chun. The immense energy of 30,000 true qi is equivalent to acquiring 15 pure yuan spirit orbs, sufficient for performing the heavenly hand of the 3 cycles thrice. Those individuals are watching you from behind. You should head to the demon hunting domain, where there are fewer people, Blood Old cautioned Lin Chun. Lin Chun's expression turned cold, and with a swift glance, he spotted 3 ominous figures. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he hastened his steps. He quickened his pace, resolutely determined not to let them escape, urging himself to catch up swiftly. With a sullen expression, Lei Mushing cast a fierce gaze at Lin Chun as he swiftly moved away, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. He hastily followed Lin Chun's form. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a pair of eyes filled with unbridled joy was observing this scene. After expending more than an hour, Lin Chun finally emerged from the shadows of Dark Cloud City and arrived at the demon hunting domain. This vast expanse, stretching over 1,000 miles, occupied half of the entire Tai Ching Immortal Island. Ancient trees intertwined, perpetually exuding a primal essence, while the eerie calls of mysterious beasts echoed in a haunting cadence. At that moment, Lin Chun found himself at the periphery of the demon hunting domain, where human presence was scarce and formidable creatures were absent, an ideal location for clandestine deeds. Stealing a glance behind him, Lin Chun let out a silent, cold chuckle and suddenly accelerated, darting into the towering thicket ahead, his form concealed amidst the dense foliage. Alarmed, Lei Mushing noticed Lin Chun's abrupt burst of speed, his expression shifting. He shouted, "That brat has sensed our presence. Quickly pursue him." As soon as the words left his lips, the lightning-infused armor he wore crackled with arcs of electricity, propelling him swiftly into the depths of the forest. The 2 inner disciples trailing behind him felt a surge of excitement and urgency as they bolted forward. Yet, when they reached the area where the leaves were thickest, a sudden, urgent sound rang out. The searing heat caused the lush foliage to begin to melt away. A spear of blue, otherworldly flames surged towards Lei Mushing and his companions. An ambush. Lei Mushing reacted with remarkable swiftness, abruptly halting his figure. The lightning armor he donned unfurled dramatically, and a blade forged from unique purple lightning energy swiftly materialized in his grasp, slicing toward the spear of blazing fire. With a thunderous roar, the extraordinary purple lightning blade crackled and erupted with a formidable presence, cleaving through the spear of blazing fire with immense force, splitting it asunder. As the spear of blazing fire shattered, Lei Mushing and his companions immediately vanished into the vast expanse of the forest ahead. Lin Chun stood beneath a grand tree, a cold smile gracing his lips as he observed the trio of Lei Mushing. "You dare wait for us here?" Lei Mushing exclaimed, bewildered, as he pointed his blade at Lin Chun. "Are you a fool? Faced with our pursuit, you choose not to flee?" The two inner disciples shared an odd expression, regarding Lin Shun as though he were a simpleton. Could it be that Lin Shun harbored the audacity to confront all three of them alone? A thought surged within Lei Mushing, prompting a sinister grin to spread across his face. Lin Shun, as the scion of the Lin family, you are even more arrogant than I. Do you truly intend to challenge the three of us? The two inner disciples, catching on to this notion, displayed disdainful expressions. Even if you possess supreme martial skills, what of it? You seem oblivious to the terror of the innate 10th level, a prodigious talent in martial arts. Yet your intellect is that of a fool. Amidst their relentless mockery, Lin Shun remained utterly unperturbed, his countenance serene as he replied, "Then let us see who shall slay whom. You seek death." Lei Mushing was utterly engulfed in fury, the violet lightning of his thunderous blade surging with ferocity as he lunged towards Lin Shun with a fierce downward strike. Two inner disciples, equally incensed, unleashed their formidable techniques. One wielded a domineering fist technique fueled by true energy, while the other executed a palm strike reminiscent of a cataclysmic force. They encircled Lin Shun, launching a coordinated assault. In that fleeting moment, a formidable trio of experts, one at the pinnacle of the innate 10th layer and two at the 9th, converged upon Lin Shun with overwhelming might. Thousands of true energy giants ignited with a terrifying fervor. Facing this trifecta of onslaught, Lin Shun remained composed, swiftly forming hand seals as 300 true energy giants within him roared to life. Golden flames began to flicker violently between his hands, as he miraculously completed the earth fire seal amidst the rapid barrage of his adversaries. A palm-sized golden fire lotus blazed in his grasp, exuding a heat potent enough to melt anything in proximity. In a flash, Lin Shun propelled himself toward one of the encircling inner disciples and cast the earth fire seal with a swift flick of his wrist. Supreme martial technique? The inner disciple's countenance froze in shock as the earth fire seal approached, a glimmer of fear surfacing in his eyes. At the same moment, Lin Shun raised his hands, summoning two blazing rounds of Xian fire seals that surged toward both Lei Mushing and another inner disciple. The speed with which he manipulated such formidable techniques was nothing short of terrifying. Witnessing Lin Shun's fluid execution of three distinct moves, Lei Mushing's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he could not help but curse vehemently. Damn it. Chapter 51. Who truly is the fool? Part 2. In the face of the formidable destructive power of the earth fire seal, the inner sect disciple summoned a half-forged Dan Yuan treasure. His fists were encased in iron gauntlets resembling gears, exuding an aura of sovereignty, as a thousand-headed true energy elephant coalesced upon the iron fists. Break from me. The disciple's visage twisted in ferocity as the thousand-headed true energy elephant erupted forth, striking towards the earth fire seal, causing the surroundings to resonate with a low hum. Upon impact, the might of the earth fire seal was unleashed, golden flames surging outward toward the inner sect disciple. The disciple was swept back repeatedly by the force of the explosion. To his horror, the low-grade royal weapon, the wuxia iron fist, began to emit black smoke, turning a fiery crimson as it rapidly melted. Save me. The inner sect disciple's face paled with terror as he frantically called for help. Lei Mushing immediately recognized the perilous situation, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. The purple thunderblade in his hand erupted with tremendous force, piercing through the entire Xian fire seal. Once shattered, Lei Mushing was enveloped in crackling electric light, his thunder armor surging with power. And the purple thunderblade radiated a terrifying might as it cleaved towards Lin Shun. Die! Purple thunder slash. This strike surged forth, the purple lightning crackling ominously, as if it would obliterate everything in its path, a display of overwhelming force. Yet, Lin Shun remained unfazed, his large hand swiftly grasping the air as he infused the 200 true chi elephants within him. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped another inner sect disciple. The disciple, in a state of sheer terror, realized with horror that he was rendered completely immobile, a chilling sense of impending doom surging from his heart. As Lin Shun shifted his hand, the entire form of the inner sect disciple was lifted above his head. Lei Mushing, witnessing the sudden emergence of the inner disciple, felt his pupils constrict sharply, causing the force in his grasp to diminish significantly, yet he was unable to intervene. With a swift crack, the purple lightning cleaved through the inner disciple, the electric arcs exploding upon him, utterly annihilating his high-grade spirit weapon body. Lin Shun's heart trembled at the immense power of the purple lightning. Simultaneously, the innate ninth-level inner disciple, pursued by the earth fire seal, emitted piercing screams as he was engulfed by golden core fire, reduced to nothingness. A punch struck with the swiftness of lightning, forcing Lei Musheng to hastily raise the purple lightning blade in defense. With a thunderous roar, Lei Musheng was sent reeling backward, his hair disheveled. The bronze body rapidly dissipated, and Lin Shan returned to his original form, standing still and gazing at Lei Musheng. At that moment, Lei Musheng appeared quite disheveled, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, you have slain 2 of my subordinates. I shall make you pay in blood for their demise. Lin Shan scoffed, mockingly regarding Lei Musheng. Since when did you grow so fond of your subordinates? It seems you covet the supreme martial skills I possess. A cacophony of laughter erupted from Lei Musheng as he brandished his blade towards Lin Shan, bellowing, "So what? I will ensure your demise, a fate far worse than death." Lei Musheng descended into utter madness. An intense violet radiance emanated from his person, accompanied by a chilling aura that swept outwards, punctuated by the incessant crackle of electricity. From his core, Lei Musheng drew forth a violet thunderblade, distinct from a mere chi construct, imbued with a palpable murderous intent, its surface adorned with arcane violet runes. Behold, the violet thunder fiend blade. Lei Musheng's gaze was venomous, regarding Lin Shan as if he were already deceased. Witnessed the terror of the violet thunder. This violet thunder fiend blade, a regal weapon of middling grade, surpassed Lin Han's sealed flame ice sword in its profound malevolence. Moreover, the violet thunder itself was a mystical force on par with celestial ice. Lin Shan's eyes remained devoid of emotion, his countenance serene as he slowly raised his right hand. "Perish, violet thunder sever!" Lei Musheng roared, his form lunging forward, the violet thunder fiend blade humming and crackling in his grasp. Over 2,000 colossal chi elephants surged within the blade, unleashing arcs of electricity like thunderous serpents. The violet thunder sever descended upon Lin Shan with devastating force. A gargantuan 10-meter blade of lightning cleaving downwards, threatening to rend the very earth asunder in a cataclysm of light. Its momentum was immense and awe-inspiring. Subjugation of the heavens hand. From within the illusory spirit divine mirror, 10 streams of immaculate clarity spiritual veins emerged in unison, plunging into the azure homunculus, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that cascaded downwards. The ancient, immovable figure seated within the Dantian, a small azure entity, stirred subtly as the essence of 1,000 true chi giants flowed into it. A wisp of pure, primordial energy enveloped Lin Shan's entire being, igniting his fighting spirit to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, as Lei Musheng, wielding the colossal purple thunder slash, found himself mysteriously suspended mid-air. The purple thunder slash erupted with a series of thunderous detonations, resonating ominously. An invisible pressure descended upon him, akin to mountains and oceans converging, forming a spatial prison that ensnared Lei Musheng within its confines. Roars of fury erupted from Lei Musheng's lips, his countenance reddening as he struggled against the intangible force, while the thunderous armor he donned crackled incessantly. "Shatter!" Lin Shan uttered coldly, and the 1,000 true chi giants ignited into a blaze. The oppressive force surged anew, causing the purple thunder slash to tremble with increasing intensity. At last, within the overwhelming weight of this pressure, it erupted violently, unleashing a resounding roar as lightning surged chaotically. With a shriek, Lei Musheng was propelled backward by the explosion, grievously injured and on the brink of collapse. Lin Shan, with a piercing gaze, reached out once more, seizing a blurred, ominous purple thunder slash composed of radiant particles. This was the essence of a sovereign. As soon as he grasped the sovereign's will, it was immediately absorbed by the blood elder within the devouring celestial diagram. In that moment, Lin Shan resembled a fearsome Azura, advancing step by step towards Lei Musheng. As Lei Musheng beheld what he perceived as a devil, a gradual veil of mortal terror enveloped his countenance, compelling him to retreat, rolling and scrambling from the ground. "Lin Shan, spare me," Lei Musheng implored, his face awash with fear. "Otherwise, my brother will not let you go. I must inform you, my brother is formidable, a being on the cusp of divine law, and he is also a disciple of the sacred son of Ta Ching. Therefore, do not kill me. Otherwise, your life hangs in the balance." Lin Shan abruptly halted, gazing at Lei Musheng with indifference. He remarked, "Who is truly the fool here? When death looms, you still dare to threaten me. I abhor threats above all." The expression of sheer terror on Lei Muxing's face froze instantaneously. A pitch-black tome unfurled violently, resembling an abyss, unleashing an immense gravitational pull that ensnared Lei Muxing entirely within its grasp. The thunderbolt armor erupted with resounding detonations as it was engulfed. Yet it too succumbed to the voracious void. Lin Xun, with an air of detachment, stowed away the Qianquan bag cast aside by Blood Elder into the illusory spirit mirror. At that moment, a sudden surge of thought from Blood Elder pierced through, causing Lin Chen's countenance to shift dramatically. Cold sweat beading upon his brow as he leaned weakly against a tree, his face pale and frail. Soon, a series of applause echoed through the woods, accompanied by whispers of admiration. I never anticipated your concealment to be so profound. Truly, you are the scion of the Lin family, undeniably formidable. Yet now, who can save you? With a thunderous explosion of true energy, the great trees within the dense forest were shattered, creating a path through the chaos. Chapter 52. Do you know? Lin Chen gasped heavily, leaning against a grand tree, appearing exceedingly frail. His eyes, clouded with confusion, gazed towards the remnants of the tree that had been obliterated. Young Master Lin Chen, is your body suffering at this moment? A chilling voice persisted. You have slain 2 warriors at the 9th level of the innate realm and 1 at the 10th. Truly, the supreme martial technique lives up to its name. Its power is indeed terrifying. Who are you? Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, betraying a profound weariness. Do not lurk in the shadows. Come forth and speak. Rest assured, you shall soon meet us. The cold voice sent shivers down his spine. 2 figures gradually emerged from the billowing smoke of the explosion, revealing themselves before. Is it really you? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The figures that materialized were none other than from the Li and Wang families. The prior divine thought transmitted to him by Blood Elder carried the aura of a warrior at the 10th level of the innate realm, and the threat was palpably formidable. What astonished Lin Chen was that it was indeed these 2 individuals who had appeared. Haha, young Master Lin Chen, did you not expect this? Li Changshao sneered coldly. Upon witnessing your formidable display at the Dark Cloud Pavilion, I was tempted to follow you. Beside him, Wang Ying cackled sinisterly. I initially planned to find an opportunity to eliminate you within these 10 days, but I never anticipated that the chance would arrive so swiftly. Lin Chen's eyes turned icy. It was evident that the harbored an intense desire to kill him, one so profound that it led them to act in such a way that aroused suspicion. Now, Lin Chen could not help but feel a flicker of interest. What treasures had the 2 elders, Li Changshao and Wang Zheng, bestowed upon these brothers that warranted such fervent determination? Lin Chen's mind was clouded with questions, yet his tone remained composed. What is it that you 2 brothers seek? The young master of the Lin family indeed remained unflappable in the face of danger. Wang Ying chuckled ominously, while Li Changshao stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. Reveal all your supreme martial arts to us. 1 heavenly fire seal and another unnamed technique. Otherwise, before he could finish, a sinister laughter escaped his lips. At that moment, an ominous thought resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Be wary of these 2, they are rather peculiar. The 2 men's auras melded seamlessly, indicating their formidable strength. Lin Chen's heart raced. Both were at the 10th level of innate mastery, possessing the might of 5,000 true Qi elephants within them. Should their energies combine, the devastation would be unimaginable. Are you threatening me? Lin Chen's expression darkened. No, it is not a threat, Li Changshao replied, shaking his head. We are merely negotiating with the young Master Lin Chen. You have slain the brother of the Thunder King. Should word of this spread, your life would undoubtedly be in peril. Lin Chen fell into a heavy silence. He had long suspected that Lei Muxing's identity was anything but ordinary. This so-called Thunder King was likely a formidable figure within the Taiqing sect. As Lin Chen remained quiet, the sense of triumph within Li Changshao and Wang Zheng grew ever stronger. Their strategy, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada while an oriole lurked in the shadows, was indeed masterfully executed. Especially after witnessing Lin Chen's formidable slaughter, they felt an even greater sense of triumph. In the days when Lin Chen was invincible, they would certainly have faced some peril in confronting him. However, with Lin Chen now rendered powerless, they could effortlessly vanquish him. What do you think, young Master Lin Chen? How do you respond to our proposal? Wang Ying, standing nearby, urged impatiently. Lin Chen feigned a hint of panic as he looked at his voice trembling with trepidation. If I were to entrust you with my martial arts, would you truly keep this a secret? Had it not been for the allure of Lin Chen's martial prowess, Li Changshao might have already acted. especially after Lin Chen executed that stunning technique against the brutal king, which literally suspended his opponent in midair. Li Changshao harbored a suspicion that this martial skill was likely even more formidable than the heavenly fire seal. The mere thought ignited a fervor within him. I wish to know what benefits the two elders, Li and Wang, have bestowed upon you. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and declared vehemently. These two have been my adversaries all along. If possible, I would offer double the price to bribe you. They exchanged a glance. A silent understanding passing between them as they nodded in unison. Li Changshao stepped forward, shaking his head. Your grievances with the two elders are your own. As long as you surrender your martial arts, I shall refrain from intervening. As for what they have given us, it is best you do not inquire. Meanwhile, Wang Ying emanated an ominous aura of murderous intent, clearly pressuring Lin Chen. Is that so? Lin Chen replied coolly, suddenly darting forward. The remnants of 300 true Qi elephants within him igniting once more, as golden flames began to flicker and rise within his palm. The earth heart seal swiftly crystallized, blooming with a terrifying heat akin to a lotus flower. Since you refuse to divulge the truth, then perish, Lin Chen declared coldly, flicking his palm as the earth heart seal surged forward with lethal intent. Unbeknownst to him, they regarded the approaching seal with unflinching composure, their faces adorned with sinister smiles as they gazed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, do you believe we know nothing of you? Li Changshao sneered ominously. We are well aware of your past. When you confronted Lin Han, you conserved your true energy in the form of a colossal elephant, enabling you to strike him down. As his words echoed, they clasped their hands together, a peculiar wave of energy coursing between them. In an instant, a formidable aura surged between them, resembling a gigantic elephant towering 3 men high, suddenly inflating to a height of 6 men. The true energy of their colossal elephant power escalated to a staggering 7,000. Haha. The reason we are known as the Wang Ying proclaimed with a fierce grin is that we once acquired a treasure capable of merging our essences, solidifying our Dan Yuan, thus allowing our true energy to intertwine and amplify exponentially. Therefore, Lin Chen, prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, Li Changshao unleashed a powerful punch, manifesting a colossal true energy fist, upon which the character for kill solidified amid a surge of ominous energy. The might of the killing fist erupted with a thunderous sound, resembling the deafening roar of 1,000 colossal elephants in full force. The entire earth fire seal collided violently against the killing fist, resulting in a terrifying impact. The golden core fire clashed fiercely with the killing fist, producing successive waves of explosive sounds that reverberated through the air, forcing Lin Chen to stagger back several steps. In the final explosion, the earth fire seal was utterly extinguished, and the killing fist was likewise consumed by flames. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Lin Chen panted heavily, feeling the emptiness within his dantian, where not a single ounce of true energy remained. Li Changshao and Wang Ying approached Lin Chen together, their sinister smiles growing increasingly pronounced. Young Master Lin Chen, we anticipated your refusal to surrender, Li Changshao said ominously. Now, it appears you have squandered your last chance for survival. We intend not only to torment you until you relinquish your martial skills, but also to sever your head and deliver it to your family. Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as that of a predatory wolf, devoid of any panic, instead radiating a fierce killing intent. Wang Zheng let out a chilling laugh, saying, Lin Chen, maintain your composure for now. My brother and I have gone to great lengths for this divine law pill. Soon, I shall ensure you experience torment more agonizing than death itself. Li Changshao joined in with a cold laugh, the two brothers resembling two exceedingly venomous snakes, exuding an icy malevolence. At that moment, upon hearing the term divine law pill, a question flickered through Lin Chen's mind. What is this divine law pill that drives these brothers to such desperation? Suddenly, the voice of the blood elder roared in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen, strike him down in one blow. You must act with utmost speed. In Lin Chen's mind, a profound confusion flickered, yet he refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to execute his plans with unwavering resolve. They drew ever nearer, their faces adorned with increasingly sinister and frenzied smiles. However, a trace of derision danced upon Lin Chen's lips. You truly are foolish. How much do you know of my past? In an instant, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. 100 strands of Tai Ching spiritual veins suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's palm, forming an invisible vortex centered around him, voraciously consuming the surrounding energy. Massive figures of pure energy surged forth from the Tai Ching spiritual veins, rushing towards Lin Chun with tremendous force. A staggering total of 10,000 energy giants were absorbed by the vortex and directed into his dantian, infusing the azure figurine within. At that moment, Lin Chen's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His body swelled, taking on a hue of bronze, as solid as the metal itself. The indistinct hands of the azure figurine, now empowered by the influx of 10,000 energy giants, traced a circular pattern. They stood in astonishment, transfixed by Lin Chen's sudden outburst of power. With a sound akin to the tearing of space, an ethereal arm materialized above Lin Chen's right hand, sketching a vague outline. A noble intent flashed momentarily, sending tremors through the earth. Lin Chen, with an icy demeanor, inquired, "Do you still realize that I have withstood 1% of the power of the divine law realm?" They jolted back to awareness, their bodies trembling, and their pallid faces drained of color. Chapter 53, completely shattered. What? You withstood 1% of the power of the divine law realm? Li Changxiao initially expressed disbelief, exclaiming with astonishment. On Wang Ying's face, a flicker of terror began to manifest, followed by a vigorous shake of the head as he declared, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The power of the divine law realm cannot be countered by mere qi. Just try it." Lin Chun, with an air of calm indifference, extended his right hand, and an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a relentless tide. In that moment, within the confines of that small space, Lin Chun became the sovereign, commanding the very essence of pressure that pressed against thee. A series of inaudible detonations echoed through the air, reminiscent of a battle drum. The surrounding trees began to explode into fine dust, while the ground itself buckled slightly under the immense force. At the instant Lin Chun unleashed his power, this expressions shifted dramatically, as the encroaching pressure rendered their bones and blood as burdensome as colossal stones. Damn it! How could he unleash such an immense surge of qi all at once? They combined their strengths, summoning over 6,000 manifestations of qi that surged from their bodies, striving to counteract the overwhelming pressure. Their faces turned a deep shade of ashen gray, clearly caught off guard by the situation. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's qi had been utterly depleted. How could he possibly harness the strength of 1,000 qi manifestations? Was he not on the verge of collapse? Moreover, Lin Chun had audaciously withstood 1% of the power of the divine law realm. Such a staggering feat would undoubtedly stir ripples of astonishment within the gates of Taiqing. Only the two esteemed elders were deceiving him, concealing the true information about Lin Chun. At the thought of this, a tremendous fury surged within them, growing ever more intense. The killing fist. The mounting pressure rendered their expressions increasingly grim as they raised their hands, unleashing the formidable killing fist technique. 1,000 colossal true qi elephants erupted forth, coalescing into an enormous fist, infused with a palpable aura of death. Yet, this immense blow, powered by 1,000 true qi elephants, seemed to collide with an invisible shield, rendering it utterly ineffective. Layers of true qi detonated upon the killing fist, and the surrounding pressure bore down relentlessly, reducing the entire attack to mere fragments. This sight instilled a tinge of terror in them. Not even the hem of a garment could be grazed, and this was merely the supreme martial technique? A futile struggle. Lin Chun strode forward, and the resounding explosions echoed from his golden bronze body as he summoned the power of a full 10,000 true qi elephants. His form was subjected to the violent force of this immense energy. As his 5 fingers spread wide, they began to converge slowly, an invisible tempest of pressure intensifying around him. Explosive bursts erupted between Lin Chen's bronze fingers. The tighter he clenched, the more terrifying the pressure became, and the backlash he endured grew ever more severe. Damn it, damn it. The brothers of different surnames felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, rendering them breathless. Both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying roared in rage. They were determined. This individual must be deceiving them. Li Changxiao sensed a hint of death looming, causing his mind to spiral into madness. Due to their connection through Dan Yuan, Wang Ying also perceived Li Changxiao's insanity, and his eyes began to fill with crimson veins as he prepared for the most desperate of struggles. Killing blood disk, emerge. Go forth and slay. In that instant, both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying shouted in fury, engaging in a final, desperate fight. Subsequently, a reverberating sound resonated from within them. 2 bloodstained, crescent-shaped artifacts surged forth from their dantians, pulsating with fierce true qi. Under the immense pressure, the 2 crescent artifacts swiftly fused together. This blood-red crescent-shaped artifact was a peculiar treasure capable of merging, yet it could also be wielded independently. Once combined, its power would be exponentially greater. With a swift sound, the blood-stained crescent artifacts melded into one, immediately emanating an invisible aura of murderous intent that surged towards Lin Chun, as if carving a bloody disc artifact, inscribed with the character for kill, bore blood-red runes along its edges, exuding a malevolent energy. A presence more potent than that of the purple thunder slaughter blade erupted from the killing blood disc, resembling a blood-drenched full moon, its sanguine light staining the world. Is this the artifact? Lin Chen's expression finally revealed a hint of astonishment. As the blood-killing disc merged, he unexpectedly felt a chill. The power of the blood-killing disc rivaled that of 2 purple thunder sabers, if not more. Do not exaggerate, Lin Chen, Li Changxiao bellowed. Now, witness how I shatter your move. As his roar subsided, the entire blood-killing disc began to spin rapidly, unleashing a barrage of arrows seemingly forged from coagulated blood that surged forth with ferocity. Thousands upon thousands of crimson arrows exploded outward, vibrating through the surrounding space. Each blood arrow possessed terrifying destructive power akin to an overwhelming force. The air was immediately filled with the sound of invisible, concentrated explosions. The surrounding pressure began to tremble subtly, as if it could be pierced at any moment by the chaotic onslaught of blood arrows, creating an imposing spectacle. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Changxiao and Wang Ying felt a surge of joy within. The number of erupting blood arrows increased, and their power intensified. Lin Chun had indeed exaggerated, daring to claim he could withstand even 1% of the divine realm's might. Li Changxiao's tense heart gradually relaxed, and he immediately began to communicate with Wang Ying. This brat deserves a fate worse than death. He has forced us to employ the blood-killing disc. Once we acquire his martial skills, I shall make sure to flay his flesh with a blade. Wang Ying's heart brimmed with resentment. However, both suddenly noticed that Lin Chun remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of complete control. Foolish resistance. Lin Chen's expression shifted abruptly, and an aura of authority radiated from him. In Lin Chen's eyes, a fierce and unyielding intent surged forth, sharply manifesting a trace of brutality. His fingers, which had been slightly curled, suddenly unleashed an explosive force, closing together with a resolute grip. At that moment, the nebulous, indistinct hand suspended above his arm also transformed into a clenched fist. Boom, boom, boom. A more intense and overwhelming cacophony of explosions erupted from Lin Chen's being, as his entire brass-like fist was drenched in a deluge of blood. The brass skin began to fissure inch by inch, blood seeping forth. Lin Chun could even feel the bones throughout his body beginning to shatter in that instant, engulfed in excruciating pain. Yet, just as Lin Chen's hand formed a fist, a pressure akin to the collapse of space erupted forth, conjuring an invisible, terrifying tempest that was even more savage. A colossal roar resounded, echoing as if a 100-meter-high mountain had detonated in an instant. Li Changxiao and Wang Ying, who had felt a momentary easing of their hearts, suddenly plummeted into despair, their bodies turning icy. An unprecedented terror enveloped them entirely. The pressure, erupting suddenly like a volcano, swept through, causing the entire blood-red disk of slaughter to momentarily contain all its sanguine radiance within. All the true energy seemed to be under immense duress, compressed tightly together, unable to be summoned. It was over. Recognizing the peril confronting the blood-red disk, both Li Changxiao and Wang Ying turned ashen, stripped of its protective embrace, their forms disintegrating into blood mist under the colossal pressure. A series of anguished cries erupted from the brothers, piercing the air with their despair. At that moment, their hearts were utterly consumed by terror, drawing them into the abyss of death. A deafening explosion reverberated once more, and the entire blood-soaked circular arena could no longer withstand such overwhelming pressure, shattering into fragments. The two found themselves half obliterated beneath the immense weight of this cataclysmic force. Lin Chun, cease at once. Do not destroy the Qian Kuan bag. The urgent voice of Blood Elder echoed sharply. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression softened, and he tightly clenched his rapidly detonating fist, promptly releasing it. As his palm opened, all traces of the terrifying pressure dissipated instantly, and the sounds of explosions quieted. The expansive forest was left with a gaping crater from the blasts. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and a searing pain surged through his body, causing Lin Chun to weaken and collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. It felt as though countless blades were embedded within him, delivering sharp, agonizing stabs. The transformation of his bronze body was swiftly undone, revealing numerous wounds that bled profusely. His aura was in a chaotic state, resembling a half-dazed chaos. His dantian was exceedingly tumultuous, making it impossible for him to channel his true energy without risking severe backlash. This condition necessitated an extensive amount of time and true energy to recuperate, or the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, this episode was not as severe as the previous one. Had Lin Chen not mastered the exquisite royal-grade physique, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. After enduring the intense pain for a brief moment, Lin Chen, mustering his strength against the tremors coursing through his body, made his way toward the lifeless forms of the. Gazing upon the grotesque corpse, Lin Chen, suppressing his pain, inhaled deeply and remarked, "In this world, there is no such thing as free fortune. The greater the benefit, the greater the peril. These brothers of different surnames have ventured into the flames for immense profit, inevitably paying a significant price." After a moment of silence, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the two Qianquan bags. The essence of the killing blood disc manifested as a blood-hued, indistinct circle floating in midair. This royal artifact's intent was far more profound than that of the purple thunder-slaughtering blade. Having paid such a hefty price, it was only natural to reap the fruits of battle now. Chapter 54. Abundant gains. Well, young lad, that move of yours was truly terrifying. Blood Elder expressed with satisfaction, acknowledging the awe-inspiring power of Lin Chen's heavenly suppression technique, which was so formidable that even he found it astonishing. However, Blood Elder refrained from inquiring about the origin of Lin Chen's martial skill, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Given your current condition, it seems you will require an immense amount of Tai Ching spirit veins to recuperate, Lin Chen mused with a wry smile. Indeed, while the power of the heavenly suppression technique was tremendous, it came with a heavy toll. Had his physique reached the level of a low-grade royal artifact, or even a mid-grade one, the injuries he sustained could have been significantly mitigated. Youngster, you have undoubtedly struck gold this time. Blood Elder, go ahead and gather your spoils. I shall consume the essence of the killing blood disc. Lin Chen nodded, and with a flicker of thought, a dark tome emerged from his being. The entire devouring celestial map resembled a black hole, and as it materialized, it began to draw the surrounding spiritual energy into its depths, akin to an invisible vortex. Suspended in midair, the regal essence of the bloodthirsty disc immediately sensed the immense devouring force of the celestial diagram, humming twice before plunging directly into the black hole. The celestial diagram began to tremble slightly, clearly in the process of refining this royal essence, coupled with the purple thunder slaughter blade. The celestial diagram had once again absorbed the essences of two mid-grade royal artifacts. However, the distance to ascension remained considerable. Lin Chen retrieved 2 bags of holding and then extracted Lei Musheng's bag from the illusory spirit mirror, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. This battle had consumed over 120 strands of Tai Ching spirit veins, depleting a full third of his reserves, which caused Lin Chen a pang of distress. I hope you 3 do not disappoint me. Lin Chen took a deep breath and first opened the bag of the probing within. The first was Wang Ying's bag, which was entirely devoid of contents, leaving Lin Chen momentarily stunned. After cursing aloud, he promptly retrieved Wang Ying's contribution token. Only 10,000. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the token, astonished that it bore merely the paltry sum of 10,000 points. Upon entering the Tai Ching sect, he had already accumulated 10,000 contribution points. How was it that Wang Ying, as a disciple of the Earth grade, performed so poorly? Of course, Lin Chen was yet unaware that these disciples needed to purchase Tai Ching spirit veins for their cultivation, making contribution points exceedingly hard to earn, particularly within the sect. The cost of exchanging for techniques would amount to a staggering, terrifying figure. After transferring the 10,000 contribution points, Lin Chen once again cast his gaze towards Li Changxiao's Qianquan bag. Taking a deep breath, filled with a sense of malevolence, he proclaimed, "If there is nothing of value, I shall inevitably dismantle both your families." His consciousness promptly penetrated the bag, and at that moment, Lin Chen's expression brightened with sheer delight. First, he discovered Li Changxiao's identity jade token, which contained over 80,000 contribution points, all of which were transferred into Lin Chen's own identity jade token. At this juncture, Lin Chen possessed a staggering total of 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to the strength of 20,000 true Qi giant elephants. Upon acquiring these contribution points, Lin Chen continued to rummage through the Qianquan bag and stumbled upon a low-grade royal artifact, an exquisite white jade bracelet. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the bracelet into the devouring heavenly map, allowing Blood Elder to thoroughly consume it with his devouring power. Good lad, yet another low-grade royal artifact. Blood Elder chuckled heartily, but soon his expression turned grave. Lin Shun, quickly look again. See if there is a single elixir. Without delay, Lin Shun extended his consciousness and began searching within the Qianquan bag. Initially, he had intended to gradually wear down the foreign twin brothers, but Blood Elder's sudden exclamation, a command for a decisive strike, left Lin Shun with little time to react, compelling him to follow Blood Elder's instruction. It seemed that everything revolved around this divine law pill. Moments later, Lin Shun immediately discovered a small jade box nestled in a corner, emanating an incomprehensibly profound wave of power. Intrigued, he promptly retrieved the box and prepared to open it. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave as Blood Elder released a strand of true energy, causing the jade box to burst open. Before Lin Shun's eyes appeared a perfectly round, pitch-black pill, adorned with 3 intricate patterns, emanating a mysterious aura that swirled around it. Although Lin Shun could not discern its secrets, he could palpably sense the vast, intricate power contained within the pill. Blood Elder, what is this? Lin Shun inquired, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the divine law pill. While he understood that this profound power was a form of magical energy, he remained oblivious to the primary function of the pill. Blood Elder, his heart tumultuous, took a deep breath and replied, this divine law pill harbors the power necessary for a person to break through the barrier of the innate 10th layer. What? Lin Shun's face immediately shifted. Astonishment etched across his features. A pill capable of facilitating a breakthrough from the innate 10th layer to the divine law realm? The implications of such a pill were staggering. If several of these were available, the number of divine law realm experts within the sect would surely multiply. Even in the Tai Ching sect, when accounting for disciples and elders, the number of divine law realm practitioners would not exceed 50. This statistic starkly illustrates the difficulty of ascending to the divine law. The fact that the 2 prominent families, the Li and Wang clans, had produced such a pill for the sake of vengeance was indeed alarming. Kid, do not rush, Blood Elder said with a wry smile. Currently, experts at the innate 10th layer are entirely too fearful to consume the divine law pill. Is that so? Lin Shun gradually regained his composure, convinced that the world could not possibly harbor such extraordinary phenomena. The divine law pill contained an exceptionally pure essence of mana, specifically designed to breach the barriers of the 10th level of the acquired realm. However, Blood Old sighed, this mana is excessively potent and overbearing. Should anyone else dare to ingest it carelessly, their fate would be a bodily explosion. Lin Shun's breath hitched, then he felt somewhat bemused. Was he to understand that this divine law pill he had obtained was merely for show, unusable in practice? Blood Old shook his head. This divine law pill was crafted by a peerless alchemic genius from the ancient era. He lamented, such treasures are a matter of chance encounters. The opportune moment will depend on fate. Indeed, Lin Shun murmured, storing the divine law pill within the illusory spirit divine mirror. A pill capable of elevating one to the divine lower realm certainly warranted a decisive strike against the twin brothers. Blood Old's voice began to fade. Lin Shun, prepare yourself mentally. A sacred vein physique ascending to the divine law realm will require a staggering amount of energy. I shall now proceed to refine the essence of the king tier weapon. Lin Shun then proceeded to plunder Lei Muxing's Qianquan bag. As expected of such a pampered young master, he did not disappoint Lin Shun. He acquired a full 300,000 contribution points. Furthermore, Lin Shun discovered 3 inferior king tier weapons. Although devoid of spirituality in the essence of a king tier weapon, he nonetheless allowed the devouring heaven diagram to consume them, thereby enhancing its defensive capabilities. With all spoils thoroughly collected, Lin Shun's contribution points once again totaled 400,000. The forthcoming use of the pure spirit vein would no longer be a cause for concern. With a gentle sigh, Lin Shun's entire being relaxed. After standing still for a moment, he suddenly clenched his fists and murmured softly, the path of cultivation is inherently accompanied by suffering and the dance of life and death. Great power demands an equally formidable price. As he spoke, a vision of an arrogant and imperious man seemed to materialize before Lin Shun's eyes. Lu Tongtian, do you still remember our pact from a year ago? Chapter 55, Ascending to the Meridian Realm. In the outskirts of the demon hunting domain, Lin Shun sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree, surrounded by the devouring celestial diagram, with Blood Elder personally guarding him. At this moment, Lin Shen's Dantian was engulfed in a state of chaos, as if the devouring diagram had momentarily ceased its function. This was the consequence of employing the heavenly hand of the weak. Had it not been for Lin Songxing harnessing the power of his avatar to condense a recovery pill, Lin Shen would likely still be in a severely injured state. The pure energy within the Taiching meridian was precisely what I needed to nurture my Dantian. Lin Shen opened his eyes, and with a single thought, a faintly glowing Taiching meridian emerged from the illusory spirit mirror. Absorbing it, Lin Shen raised his hand, and the devouring diagram materialized in his palm, drawing the entire Taiching meridian into itself. The entire meridian converged into the devouring diagram, transforming into 100 colossal manifestations of true energy, which were infused into 1,000,000 azure particles. Although his Dantian could not yet restore the circulation of the true energy mass, Lin Shen could still channel the true energy giants into the devouring diagram, allowing it to absorb sufficient power for further evolution. The ethereal Ta Ching vein was swiftly devoured by the devouring diagram, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 1,000,000 azure particles began to emit a faint azure glow. Wisps of Ta Ching energy emerged from the devouring diagram, slithering like formless serpents, traversing throughout the entirety of his Dantian. A warm sensation surged within his body, invigorating Lin Shen, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed and revitalized. This exemplified the profound effects of Ta Ching energy. The once chaotic Dantian began to ease under the gentle flow of this energy. Upon perceiving the benefits of Ta Ching energy, Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction and released strands of Ta Ching veins from his left hand, channeling them into the devouring diagram. This process of nurturing the Dantian unfolded gradually, requiring the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, and on the 3rd day, after expending 100 strands of Ta Ching veins, the Dantian finally regained its vitality, no longer appearing chaotic. Meanwhile, within these 3 days, the entire mass of true energy had restored to the strength equivalent to 800 colossal true energy elephants. However, under the infusion of a full 10,000 true energy elephants, the brilliance of the 1,000,000 azure particles suspended within the devouring diagram grew increasingly intense and radiant. Lin Shen retrieved the meridian pill, which had cost a staggering 30,000 contribution points, from the illusory spirit mirror and, with a swift motion, swallowed the entire pill. Simultaneously, his body swelled once more, transforming into a form akin to bronze. 103 lines, resembling blood vessels, spread across his entire being. Although tangible, they remained indistinct. This is the innate ninefold meridians realm that Lin Shen perceives. Achieving the ninefold meridians is not merely contingent upon a substantial volume of true energy for sustenance. It also necessitates a profound understanding of the human body's meridians. Lin Shen's insight was sparked by the recent incident involving the ancient bronze coffin, which suddenly unleashed its power, shattering the golden sphere formed from the amalgamation of the Jin Gu Shi and Tai Shu. Devour it, Lin Shen bellowed, as over 80 Ta Ching spiritual veins surged forth from the illusory spirit mirror, dancing above him like dragons and phoenixes. Simultaneously, a wave of warmth surged from his Dantian, activating the efficacy of the meridian pill. Streams of warmth began to flow into the indistinct pathways of the 103 meridians, as if guided by an unseen force. At this moment, Lin Shen commenced the frenzied absorption of the Ta Ching spiritual veins using the devouring celestial diagram, converting them into his own sphere of true energy. 1 vein, 2 veins, 10 veins. A total of 20 Ta Ching spiritual veins surged into the devouring diagram, which was adorned with 1,000,000 azure particles, its brilliance intensifying. However, the next moment unfolded a shocking revelation for Lin Shen. Despite 2,000 true energy giants being absorbed into the devouring diagram, the true energy giants within him had only increased by 50. This indicated that the devouring diagram had consumed the equivalent of 1,500 true energy giants worth of power. This discovery left Lin Shen in profound frustration. Yet he quickly realized the cause. The quality of the Ta Ching spiritual veins was too inferior, and thus the energy they provided was exceedingly limited. This explains why Lin Shen's growth was gradual while devouring the exquisite spirit stones, a factor that is often overlooked. The 103 streams of warm energy, derived from the transformation of his meridians into elixirs, continued to slowly open the pathways of his 103 meridians. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen raised his hand and unleashed a tremendous force of devouring power, channeling all the remaining Tai Ching spiritual veins into the devouring diagram at that moment. A colossal force equivalent to 6,000 true Qi elephants was consumed by Lin Shen in an instant. A thunderous explosion echoed around him. As an invisible aura of energy enveloped Lin Shen, his transformed bronze body began to resonate with a series of dense explosions, although it could not be entirely shattered. It still inflicted a wave of excruciating pain. Under the overwhelming influx of true Qi elephant power, Lin Shen was compelled to confront the pressure of this devouring force. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, resolutely enduring the ordeal. The surrounding 1,000,000 azure particles of the devouring diagram whirled frantically at that moment, shimmering like a celestial tapestry. Simultaneously, the true Qi elephant within him began to gradually expand amidst this devouring process. 2 full days passed in this state. Lin Shen remained as still as a statue, devoid of any movement. The 103 meridian pathways on his surface became increasingly distinct, all coalescing under the medicinal power of the elixir. Just then, an invisible storm erupted violently. Lin Shen's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open. Promotion! With a resounding shout. A tremendous explosion erupted from within Lin Shen's body, reminiscent of something shattering. After absorbing over 5,000 devouring diagrams, a dazzling azure light surged forth, followed by a colossal detonation. A staggering 999 million azure particles once again hovered around a transparent sphere. A more refined aura of devouring energy emanated from the devouring diagram, which had completed yet another advancement. This prompted Lin Shen to inwardly lament. As the levels of the devouring diagram increased, so too did the demands for the quality of spiritual energy. This implied that he would require an even greater wealth to augment his true Qi mass. Given his current state, attempting to absorb the lower-tier Tai Ching spiritual veins would likely yield no more than a mere fraction of the power of a true Qi giant elephant. Yet, despite his grievances, Lin Shen remained remarkably composed. Observing his true Qi mass surge to the strength equivalent of 1,000 true Qi giant elephants, he unleashed his intent. The 1,000 true Qi giant elephants, spurred by Lin Shen's will, transformed into 103 streams of true Qi, rushing towards 103 meridians within him. Under the impact of this true Qi, the 103 meridians grew increasingly solid and interconnected. A cacophony of crackling sounds, akin to frying beans, resonated from Lin Shen's body. After the passage of an entire hour, all 103 meridians were fully connected. The true Qi within formed a complete cycle through these meridians. Furthermore, Lin Shen discovered that at the apex of the meridians connected to his mind, there existed a realm of chaos. The power of the divine method realm is birthed from the most extraordinary aspect of humanity, the brain. However, at this moment, Lin Shen had yet to experience that pinnacle. He merely grasped the principles underlying the divine method realm. Upon reaching the meridian realm, he adeptly executed the cyclical motions of the golden copper physical cultivation technique, comprising 180 cycles. Lin Shen marveled, reveling in the abundant strength coursing through his body. Yet, in the next moment, his countenance soured. The Tai Ching spiritual vein, which he had acquired for a staggering 150,000 contribution points, had now been completely depleted. In the mysterious depths of the Tai Ching sect. Chapter 56, the foremost of the outer sect. A middle-aged man bearing a grotesque scar upon his forehead produced an identity jade token and swiftly infused it with a thought. The young master of the Lin family has personally inscribed the first 2 forms of the supreme martial technique. The heavenly fire seal. Through his profound comprehension, his martial talent is indeed monstrous. Following the transmission of this thought, the jade token fell silent for a brief moment before emanating an aura of inscrutable authority. The man continued to relay all pertinent information. As you command, he replied respectfully, securing the jade token within his robes. Unbeknownst to him, beads of sweat had begun to form on his brow, solely due to the weight of that presence. Perhaps one may rise to greatness or fade into obscurity. It all hinges upon fate, the middle-aged man murmured. This will determine whether the Tai Ching 9 void technique can be revived. As time languidly slipped away amidst his cultivation, Lin Shen had unknowingly spent 9 days in this endeavor. Today marked the 10th. He resolved to alter his appearance, lest the multitude of contribution points he had amassed arouse the suspicions of discerning individuals. Lin Shen extracted a disguise pill from the illusory spirit mirror, a precious item acquired at the cost of 20,000 contribution points. the slaying of Lei Mushing. A fellow clan member would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the sect. The altercation between Lin Chun and Lei Mushing had been witnessed by many, and should death claim him subsequently, suspicion would inevitably fall upon Lin Chun. Currently, amidst the multitude of formidable individuals within the Taiqing sect, he possessed scant means of self-preservation. Furthermore, he could not fathom the true strength of Lei Mushing's brother, a half-step into the divine law realm, leaving him no choice but to exercise. Upon consuming the disguise pill, Lin Chen's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. He morphed into a gaunt figure with a sallow complexion. Utilizing the characteristic of his innate sevenfold body transformation, he slightly diminished his height. A completely new persona emerged. Shrouded by the illusory spirit mirror's ability to obscure one's spiritual perception, rendering it unlikely for even a master of the divine law realm to discern his true identity. Lin Chun marveled at the efficacy of the transformation, thoroughly pleased with his current state. His next destination was the Dark Cloud Tower, where he intended to procure Taiqing spiritual veins. With a substantial sum of 400,000 contribution points at his disposal, he could amass a considerable collection of these spiritual veins. Dark Cloud City, home to the Dark Cloud Tower, buzzed with excitement once more as the new external disciple selection competition approached, invigorating the entire city. Countless disciples exchanged their contribution points for various magical artifacts and talismans to utilize during the competition, striving for a higher ranking. The victor of this internal disciple competition would likewise receive rewards. Within the hierarchy of internal disciples, there existed 3 classifications: human, earth, and heaven. At present, Lin Chun predominantly encountered earth-level disciples. As for the existence of celestial beings, he had yet to encounter one. The first floor of the Dark Cloud Tower was bustling with activity, a constant flow of people. Lin Chun promptly approached the familiar middle-aged man and, with a grand gesture, requested, "I would like to exchange for contribution points." Presenting himself with an air of affluence, Lin Chun was keen to avoid arousing suspicion. A flicker of disdain crossed the middle-aged man's eyes, yet he quickly approached and inquired, "What would you like to exchange for?" In his mind, Lin Chun was rapidly calculating. A lower-tier Taiqing spiritual vein required 500 contribution points. To upgrade a tier, the cost would multiply tenfold. The purchase of a mid-tier vein necessitated 5,000 points, allowing Lin Chun to acquire only 80. As for the higher-tier veins, he could manage to obtain merely 8. Although the expense was considerable, Lin Chun surmised that the higher the tier of the Taiqing spiritual vein, the richer the essence of Taiqing contained within, resulting in superior quality. "Please procure 8 upper-tier Taiqing spiritual veins for me," Lin Chun declared with a lavish wave of his hand. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. For Lin Chun's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the innate stage, at best an inner sect disciple. How could he possibly possess a staggering 400,000 contribution points? "Do you think I am unable to pay?" Lin Chun frowned, his expression turning somewhat unfriendly as he regarded the middle-aged man. The latter hesitated, quickly envisioning Lin Chun as a second-generation heir backed by a formidable force. And he managed a wry smile. "My brother, you may not be aware, but in recent days, the demand for upper-tier spiritual veins has surged, leading to a shortage of supply. With the impending selection day for the sect, many outer and inner disciples have not ventured into the demon-hunting domain to procure spiritual veins. Thus, the superior spiritual vein had completely vanished." Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to then experience a moment of clarity. The Taiqing spiritual vein was originally sourced by disciples from the demon-hunting domain, intended for exchanging contribution points at the Dark Cloud Tower. Today marked the selection day for both outer and inner disciples, and it was evident that recently, some had been fervently purchasing spiritual veins to enhance their cultivation and consolidate their strength. Upon this realization, Lin Chun could not help but let out a faint, bitter smile. The current inferior Taiqing spiritual vein was woefully ineffective for his cultivation needs. It bore no utility whatsoever in his endeavors. However, abstaining from purchase was not an option. He had initially relied on devouring to augment the potency of his true energy, and without the ability to consume, the speed of his cultivation with his sacred vein physique would be alarmingly sluggish. Yet, at this moment, the Dark Cloud Tower had no superior spiritual veins available for sale. What was he to do? The royal-grade Taiqing spiritual veins were beyond his financial reach. After contemplating these matters, Lin Chun's expression darkened considerably. This was what some referred to as the aura of an emperor. Lin Chun could easily surmise that this young man hailed from a royal family. Was it possible that this brother could offer him 8 superior Tai Ching spiritual veins? Lin Chen's demeanor reflected that of a newly wealthy individual, imbued with a hint of arrogance. In stark contrast, the young man regarded Lin Chen from a vantage of superiority, declaring, "I possess 9 superior Tai Ching spiritual veins. Would you be willing to purchase them for 400,000 contribution points? Is it truly so?" Lin Chen exclaimed, feigning surprise. "That would mean a profit of 50,000 for me. 9 superior Tai Ching spiritual veins could indeed fetch a price of 450,000 contribution points." Naturally, the young man replied with a proud nod. "Ah, such fortunate occurrences seem too good to be true, do they not?" Lin Chen pondered, his face a canvas of hesitation. "You could easily trade with the Dark Cloud Tower and gain an additional 50,000 contribution points. Why would you sell to me at such a low price?" The young man regarded Lin Chen with a glimmer of approval and nodded with a haughty air. "It's fortunate you possess some intellect. When selling items to the Dark Cloud Tower, one only receives contribution points the following day. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the foremost disciple of the outer sect, possessing the qualification to challenge the inner selection disciples." Foremost disciple of the outer sect? A flicker of astonishment danced in Lin Chen's eyes, and a servile expression quickly adorned his face. How impressive! The young man, reveling in Lin Chen's reaction, appeared quite satisfied, akin to a monarch surveying a sycophantic subject in his court. "I am currently exchanging for contribution points as a bait, intending to place a wager against the wasteful young master of the Lin family." At this revelation, Lin Chen's expression became increasingly peculiar. The young man, mistaking Lin Chen's bewilderment for fear, waved dismissively. "You needn't be overly surprised. Among the inner selection disciples, that young master of the Lin family, Lin Chen, is the most incompetent, possessing merely the strength of the 8th level of the innate stage. Dealing with him is a mere trifle." Lin Chen's expression grew even more peculiar, and he feigned a dazed inquiry. "Only the 8th level of the innate stage? He truly is quite the waste. But why would you wager against him?" The young man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and replied, "Naturally, it is for the heavenly fire seal. My wager with him is to claim his heavenly fire seal as my prize." The youth let out a cold snort, his face marred by contempt. "Humph. I want Lin Chen to understand that only the strong are worthy of wielding supreme martial arts. A worthless fool like him, relying solely on luck, is utterly unworthy." Chapter 57. The competition begins. Lin Chen suddenly lowered his head, enveloped in silence. Observing Lin Chen's quietude, the youth assumed he was still indecisive and impatiently waved his hand. "The grand competition is about to commence. Will you trade or not?" At these words, Lin Chen immediately raised his head with a faint smile and replied, "Of course. I will trade." "Excellent." The youth's expression softened as he promptly retrieved a cosmic bag, along with his identity jade token. "Let me inspect the goods first." With a sly grin, Lin Chen accepted the cosmic bag. After receiving a nod from the youth, he promptly extended his consciousness into it. Inside the cosmic bag lay 9 superior Tai Ching spirit veins, an overwhelming surge of pure Tai Ching energy immediately engulfing him. These 9 superior Tai Ching spirit veins were comparable in size to the inferior ones. However, within these superior veins, Lin Chen could distinctly perceive a flow, as if a delicate stream coursed through the spirit veins. This azure luminescence, imbued with an extraordinary concentration of Tai Ching energy, was immeasurably richer than that of the inferior Tai Ching spirit veins. Furthermore, the entire superior Tai Ching spirit vein exuded an abundance of pure, equivalent to the might of 10,000 true Qi colossal elephants. The quality of these superior Tai Ching spirit veins, infused with an immense reservoir of Tai Ching energy, surpassed that of their inferior counterparts by several folds. Without a doubt, the Tai Ching spiritual vein of the higher realm is extraordinary. Using my devouring diagram for absorption, it would take merely 10,000 true Qi behemoths to accumulate the power equivalent to 400 or 500 of them. However, as my true Qi rises, the amount I can absorb subsequently diminishes. Lin Chen inwardly marveled. It appears that acquiring a higher quality Tai Ching spiritual vein is imperative for the future. Just as Lin Chen was lost in admiration, the young man seemed to grow impatient and said, "Hurry and complete the transaction." "Oh, very well." Lin Chen turned around, blocking the young man's figure, and swiftly retrieved his identity jade token, transferring 400,000 contribution points into the young man's token. Zijing Yun. Lin Chen regarded the name inscribed on the jade token. Realizing that the surname Zijing likely indicated this young man was a member of the foremost royal family of the Zijing dynasty. It remains uncertain what status and standing Zijing Yun holds within the Imperial family. Excellent. Zijing Yun looked at the 400,000 contribution points on the Jade token and nodded in satisfaction. After Lin Chun acquired 9 superior Ta Ching spiritual veins, he turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, Zijing Yun suddenly called out to him. Wait. Lin Chun, somewhat puzzled, turned back to face Zijing Yun, deliberately adopting an expression of a miser. We have completed our transaction. What do you want? Fear not. I, Zijing Yun, am known for my integrity and do not engage in robbery. Zijing Yun approached with a dismissive demeanor and continued. I merely wish to inform you that once I retrieve the heavenly fire seal from that waist of Lin Chun, you may seek me out in the outer sect. I will certainly ensure your protection. Lin Chun feigned a sigh of relief, as if a great amnesty had been granted, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother Zijing. You will undoubtedly succeed. This statement rang true. Zijing Yun nodded with satisfaction and turned away with an air of pride. Lin Chun, with a look of exasperation, watched Zijing Yun depart before seeking a secluded spot to channel his vital energy and alter his appearance once more. Once restored to his original form, Lin Chun set off towards another city known as the Execution Platform, the second city atop Ta Ching Immortal Island. The Execution Platform could hardly be classified as a city. It resembled more of a martial arena. However, according to the Jade Tablet's account, there existed a mysterious entity deep within the Execution Platform, tasked with addressing matters concerning disciples at the Divine Law Realm, issues such as life and death duels, punishment for defection, and the proclamation of verdicts. This locale remained inaccessible to innate disciples. Lin Chun aimed to reach the outskirts of the Execution Platform, the arena itself. After expending 2 hours and utilizing all of his vital energy, he finally arrived at the Execution Platform. This was a shadowy city, encircled by towering walls and a massive chain, with the character Execution prominently inscribed above the city gate. At a glance, Lin Chun observed the platform teeming with countless individuals, predominantly disciples of the Ta Ching sect beneath the Divine Law Realm, all gathered in this place, creating a cacophony of voices. Lin Chun joined the throng of people making their way to the Execution Platform. Upon entering through the colossal gates, the scene before him shifted dramatically, revealing a martial arena spanning several dozen miles. At the center of the arena stood a statue towering over 10 meters high, exquisitely sculpted from a peculiar jadeite. An ethereal white mist swirled around the statue, obscuring its true visage. An enigmatic and arcane force reverberated in the vicinity of the sculpture. Lin Chun had previously encountered descriptions of the Execution Platform, recognizing that the figure represented the founding master of the Tai Ching sect. However, a perplexing sensation stirred within him upon gazing at the statue, one that he could not articulate. After a moment of contemplation, Blood Elder initiated a conversation. Lin Chun, within this Execution Platform, there exist the auras of 2 or 3 Divine Law Realm experts. I shall refrain from communicating with you further to avoid detection, Blood Elder cautioned. It is advisable to minimize the use of the Devouring Celestial Diagram. The low-grade Royal Artifacts version cannot conceal the aura of the Devouring Celestial Diagram as formation. Lin Chun nodded solemnly. The Devouring Celestial Diagram was, after all, a core array of the Celestial Tower, and its revelation would undoubtedly attract the attention of those powerful beings. Should his identity be exposed, numerous unforeseen dangers would invariably arise. Lin Chun's current strength was insufficient to withstand such unknown perils. Surrounding the expansive arena were spectator stands accommodating hundreds of thousands of seats, including a VIP section at the forefront, akin to the Lin family's martial arena. Within this multitude of seating, several areas were delineated. The inner selection disciples were situated in a section adjacent to the VIP seats. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Chun made his way toward the area designated for the inner selection disciples. With the arrival of Lin Chun, all 11 inner disciples were present. The cold beauty, Bai Yan, remained as serene and elegant as ever. Upon noticing Lin Chun's ascension to the 9th level of the innate realm, her eyes reflected little surprise. She nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. As Lin Chun approached, many of the inner disciples gathered around him, their faces adorned with smiles. Lin Chun, who would have thought you concealed your abilities so profoundly? Is that truly the supreme martial technique? Haha, Lin Chun, your martial prowess is indeed terrifying. To have manifested the supreme martial technique is simply extraordinary. Indeed, I misjudged you back then. I apologize for my earlier demeanor. These inner disciples began to regard Lin Chen's strength with newfound respect. Consider the implications of someone capable of manifesting the first two forms of the supreme martial technique. What a staggering level of martial talent must they possess? Among these disciples, as long as one excels in a particular domain, they will undoubtedly earn the admiration of their peers. However, there were exceptions. What use is exceptional martial talent? Lin Chen, when we meet later, I shall allow you some leniency, Luo Yangzhou remarked ominously from his seat, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Witnessing Lin Chen receiving such praise and admiration from the inner disciples ignited a surge of unnameable fury within him, a need for release. Though Lin Chen had slain individuals at the 10th level of the innate realm, what did that matter? Was Luo Yangzhou's strength to be measured merely by the might of his true qi? It was akin to a 10th level master from the outer sect of the Taiqing sect confronting these inner disciples, armed with 2,000 true qi elephants. However, moments later, Luo Yangzhou let out a sharp breath, casting a cold glance at Lin Chen, and remarked with a smile, Lin Chen, you still haven't disclosed the answer to my previous question. What price did you pay to secure this opportunity as an inner selection disciple? I have a younger brother, and our family wishes to elevate him to the status of an inner selection disciple as well, so I seek to ascertain the cost. Upon uttering these words, many of the inner selection disciples changed their expressions. They had all entered through their own merits, and if Lin Chen indeed had paid a price for his position, they would undoubtedly look down upon him with disdain. Luo Yangzhou's smile was chillingly sinister. This was the second time he had posed this question to Lin Chen, skillfully exploiting the arrogance of the inner selection disciples, making Lin Chen the target of their collective scrutiny. Yet, Lin Chen remained unfazed, not even directing his gaze at Luo Yangzhou. Instead, he turned to the formidable figure behind Luo, the Savage King, and declared, Savage King, what I said last time will be fulfilled today. The Savage King clenched his enormous iron fist, grinning with a fierce aura. Lin Chen, you are the only one worthy of my attention. Do not disappoint me. At this, Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted dramatically. What did this imply? Were they all deemed worthless? Was Lin Chen the sole contender capable of standing against him? The inner selection disciples felt a jolt within, their eyes on Lin Chen filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Although Lin Chen's martial talent was extraordinary, his cultivation was notably lacking. Why then did the Savage King place such value upon him? Chapter 58. I shall not disappoint her. As the arena erupted in a tremendous cheer. An elderly figure soared from the VIP section, landing before the statue and facing the crowd. This venerable man, clad in a white robe, bore a gaunt visage etched with the marks of time, resembling an ordinary mortal. Yet, Lin Chen's instincts warned him that this elder exuded a formidable aura, one that surpassed even Lin Zhan and was on par with the esteemed elder Lin Xing. The other inner disciples also sensed the latent danger emanating from this seemingly unremarkable elder. Even the formidable king of beasts found himself tensed, poised for battle. At that moment, a cold and icy voice cut through the air. This is Elder Su, the grand elder of our inner disciples, overseeing all matters pertaining to them. He possesses a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of divine law. The inner disciples collectively gasped, realizing that such power could easily establish dominance across the sacred spirit continent. A force to be reckoned with. Lin Chen was equally astonished. Even the esteemed elder Lin Xing of the Lin family was only at this level. Yet, within the Taiqing sect, he was merely a grand elder. This stark contrast underscored the terrifying depth of the 3 great sects' foundations, far surpassing that of the 2 great empires. Following this, there were some inconsequential introductions and arrangements. The selection for the outer disciples commenced first, with over 5,000 youths from around the world undergoing the selection process. The initial round of selections was uneventful and swiftly concluded. The second round, however, would showcase the ranking battles among the outer disciples. Indeed, as Zijing Yun had previously conveyed to Lin Chen, he emerged as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Brandishing a long spear adorned in resplendent golden and purple hues, he executed an unparalleled and awe-inspiring technique, dispatching his adversaries with such ferocity that they were left defenseless, shedding their armor in the chaos of battle. Some disciples of the 10th innate level, seemingly intimidated by Zijing Yun's formidable prowess, opted to forfeit. Without a hint of doubt, Zijing Yun claimed the title of the first among the outer sect disciples, earning a bountiful reward of 10 superior Taiqing spiritual veins, alongside the privilege to challenge the top 3 inner selection disciples. This lavish reward for the outer sect champion stirred a pang of envy in Lin Chen's heart, prompting him to speculate secretly about the forthcoming rewards for the champion of the inner selection competition. As for the rewards for challenging the top 3, Lin Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, confirming the truth of Zi Jingyun's earlier assertions. Now, the final match commenced. Elder Su, with a commanding presence, proclaimed, "The top 3 inner selection disciples will be bestowed with a royal-level Taiching spiritual vein as a reward." At this proclamation, a wave of excitement surged through the audience. A royal-level Taiching spiritual vein requires a staggering 50,000 contribution points. Elder Su continued, stating, "The first among the inner disciples will additionally receive the reward of a human-level cave dwelling." At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Within the Taiching sect, inner disciples are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and human. This classification is not solely based on strength, but rather on the rank of the cave dwellings. Should an outer disciple manage to procure a human-level cave dwelling with 30,000 contribution points, they would ascend to the status of a human-level inner disciple. Within the cave, the ethereal essence of Taiching was palpable, guiding the way. The higher the rank, the more abundant the Taiching essence one could absorb. Among the inner disciples, fervent glances were exchanged. Remarkably, this was the first cave of the human grade. It was said that the Taiching essence it offered far exceeded that of ordinary human-grade caves. Indeed, the rumored value of this cave was a staggering 800,000 contribution points, surpassing even the worth of Earth-grade caves. What? It is valued at 800,000 contribution points? That is utterly astonishing. Could there be some hidden agenda? Lin Chen absorbed every word, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. 800,000 contribution points. If he were to sell it for 700,000, he could procure numerous superior Taiching essences. A veritable fortune in true qi, enough for him to indulge extravagantly. At that moment, a frenetic voice resonated behind Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, let me tell you. Within that inner door's top human-grade cave, there exists a vast reservoir of gung metal energy, sufficient to elevate your golden copper body refinement technique to the level of a low-grade royal artifact." The voice, unmistakably belonging to the tyrant, was charged with intensity. The prospect of enhancing his technique with such gung metal energy took Lin Chen aback. This precious resource was exceedingly rare. He had not encountered it even on the exchange list at the Dark Cloud Pavilion. It was no wonder that the first human-grade cave was valued at 800,000 contribution points. Internally astounded, Lin Chen maintained a composed facade and turned to inquire, "Tyrant, why do you share this information with me?" The tyrant is undoubtedly a maniac of physical cultivation. However, Lin Chen remains uncertain about the extent of his formidable physique. It is evident that the golden copper body refining technique would be apparent to the tyrant. With his piercing copper eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, an aura of hostility emanating from him, he declared, "I share this information with you solely to compel you to unleash your full potential, so I can relish in a thorough brawl." Lin Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, recognizing the tyrant as a true combat enthusiast. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the tyrant placed such significance on him, an inclination that seemed rather uncharacteristic for a man who revered martial prowess. At that moment, the perpetually icy Bai Yin unexpectedly called out Lin Chen's name, instructing him to approach. Lin Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Had not the cold beauty always harbored a certain disdain for him? Although puzzled, he complied and advanced. As he drew nearer, realization dawned upon him. The proud young man before him was none other than Zi Jingyun. "You are Lin Chen?" Zi Jingyun scrutinized Lin Chen with an air of superiority, declaring, "Indeed, a waste of space." Bai Yin stood silently to the side, offering no response. Lin Chen, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility, replied, "You are the renowned Zi Jingyun of the outer sect? It is quite flattering that you are aware of my name." Zi Jingyun cast a condescending glance at Lin Chen, his expression replete with arrogance. "Lin Chen, shortly I shall challenge you, this so-called waste. I have come to prepare you mentally." Lin Chen merely smiled softly, remaining silent. "What are you laughing at?" Zi Jingyun inquired, his face reflecting a hint of confusion. Lin Chen helplessly shrugged and remarked, "Even a useless person like myself dares to challenge you. I find your status as the first in the outer sect to be rather inflated." Bai Yin couldn't help but stifle a laugh, unsure of how to express her amusement. Her gaze towards Zi Jingyun tinged with curiosity. "You." Zi Jingyun's face flushed with anger, her frustration bubbling within, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings, merely snorting disdainfully. "Challenging you is my concern. If you cannot even break into the top 3, I would not deign to waste my efforts on a worthless individual like you. Suit yourself, Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. If this Xi Jingyun was truly intent on pursuing him relentlessly, he might as well seize the opportunity to win her 40,000 contribution. After Xi Jingyun left with an unkind expression, Lin Shen turned to depart, only to be halted by Bai Yan's sudden interjection. Lin Shen, I advise you to concede during the upcoming competition. Lin Shen paused, facing away from the frosty beauty, and inquired, why? Wasn't this cold beauty always disdainful of him? Why the sudden concern? You have offended too many people, she responded icily. Lin Shen fell into silence, recalling Luo Yangzhou, Xi Jingyun, and the formidable king of fury with whom he had a dual agreement. Indeed, he had made too many enemies. I shall be cautious, Lin Shen nodded, preparing to leave once more. The cold beauty then added, this is for Qing Ro's sake. You were selected as an inner disciple through her privilege. If you lose, it would reflect poorly on her. Lin Shen's steps came to an abrupt halt. An intangible pressure began to emanate from within him, a trace of noble intent surfacing. With his back turned to the icy beauty, Lin Shen slowly pivoted around, his face etched with a fierce determination. I shall not allow her any. Upon uttering these words, his formidable aura dissipated, along with his noble resolve, as he turned to depart. The cold beauty, however, remained unusually still, rooted in her spot. Chapter 59. Lin Shen's Fury. The internal sect election tournament is now commencing. Elder Su's voice rang out with authority. The competition will adopt a drawing system. As there are 11 participants, those who draw a blank jade slip will be directly promoted to the top 3. All the inner disciples took to the stage, including Lin Shen. A surge of overwhelming presences emanated from the inner disciples, each infused with malice, hostility, murderous intent, and ominous energy, among others. The onlooking innate disciples erupted with astonishment, particularly at the overwhelming aura of the tyrant, which sent chills down the spines of many. Even Elder Su, the grand elder of the inner sect, nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the tyrant, Luo Yangzhou. As for Lin Shen, he was entirely overlooked, as if he were invisible to all. The drawing of the jade slips commenced, with adjacent pairs set to battle against one another. Elder Su flicked his hand, and instantly, 11 jade slips shot forth from his palm. In a split second, all 10 inner disciples, excluding Lin Shen, surged forward to seize the jade slips. The tyrant, who was the first to grasp a slip, grinned widely, his entire being radiating a menacing aura as he announced his number. With 3 slots available in the top 3, Lin Shen drew the 0 slip, signifying that he had secured a position without the need for combat. A royal-grade Taiching spiritual vein was already within his grasp. As for Luo Yangzhou, had he not encountered the tyrant, he might have ascended to the top 3. Should he cross paths with such a figure, misfortune would surely befall him. Humph, what merit is there in relying on luck? Luo Yangzhou gritted his teeth in frustration, seething with indignation. Amid the envious gazes of his fellow disciples, Lin Shen, with a bemused expression, effortlessly advanced into the top 3. He had initially thought he would need to showcase a modicum of his abilities, yet to his astonishment, he required no demonstration at all for his ascent. What is this? A disciple of innate level 9 has actually secured the number 0 position? Such sheer luck. It's utterly absurd. A disciple of innate level 9 has so easily progressed. This second-generation heir is reveling in his fortune, achieving the top 3 without so much as a struggle. Amid countless disdainful and envious stares, Lin Shen nonchalantly made his way to the inner selection area. Standing beneath the competition stage, Xi Jingyun's eyes glinted with a cold light, fixated on the seemingly unfazed Lin Shen, his heart inexplicably fluttering with excitement. Excellent. Lin Shen, you have indeed acquired the 0 jade slip. Now, should you call upon heaven and earth in vain, your elevation to the top 3 provides me the perfect opportunity to challenge you and seize your martial skills. Had Lin Shen not attained a place among the top 3, Xi Jingyun might have found it beneath his dignity to confront him. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Shen's fortune would defy all odds? Thus began the emergence of yet more victors. 5 candidates for advancement were announced, leading into a chaotic second round. The tyrant single-handedly struck down 2 opponents with apparent ease, as 5,000 heads of true qi surged forth. A tempest of fury and bloodshed, resembling a humanoid beast of monstrous proportions. In contrast, Luo Yangzhou effortlessly dealt with an inner selection disciple, his brilliance unabashedly shining through. The two emerged as formidable dark horses in this inner selection competition, poised to vie for the championship title. As for Lin Chun, he had long been forgotten by all, cast into the depths of obscurity. An hour later, the final grand competition commenced. Elder Su announced, "Now, on the arena, each of you shall recuperate your true energy before contending for the ultimate championship." Thus began the hour-long intermission. The vast arena lay deserted, save for the formidable figures of the Tyrant King, Luo Yangzhou, Lin Chun, and the capable Zi Jingyun, who possessed the prowess to challenge the top three. Time trickled by, with the three fervently absorbing the essence of the Taiching Lingmai, consuming elixirs to restore their expended true energy. The Tyrant King, with an unparalleled capacity, surged with the vitality equivalent to 100 true energy giants, rapidly depleting his precious elixirs, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Chun with a sense of admiration. The Dan Yuan within the Tyrant King was undoubtedly a mystical entity. Otherwise, a typical cultivator would never achieve such a remarkable restoration of true energy. The Tyrant King would indeed be Lin Chun's most significant adversary. The reward for securing the first place in the inner selection bore immense significance for him, enhancing his physical prowess to that of a low-grade royal artifact, thereby diminishing the repercussions of his technique, the Hand of the Sun's dominance. This technique would represent Lin Chun's greatest destructive force. "Lin Chun, you have not disappointed me," declared Zi Jingyun with pride. "Having secured a place among the top three, prepare yourself for my forthcoming challenge." Beside them, Luo Yangzhou also chuckled ominously. "Lin Chun, are you too timid to accept the challenge from the Zijing brothers?" It was astonishing that Lin Chun's most formidable enemies had begun to conspire in such a coordinated manner. During the brief respite to recover their energy, these two, sharing a mutual animosity towards Lin Chun and possessing similar levels of cultivation, found camaraderie in their shared disdain for him. Lin Chun cast a sidelong glance at the duo but chose silence, instead immersing himself in a peculiar state, one that plunged him into the essence of the azure figure of the Hand of Fusion. He continued to grasp the profundities of the Hand of Fusion, completely isolating himself from the external world to avoid the incessant prattle of the two adversaries. Observing Lin Chun's indifference, the two became even more animated, unleashing increasingly unpleasant remarks. "Lin Chun, as a waste, what audacity do you possess to step onto the stage? I am truly impressed. Heh, a prodigy in martial arts yet a mess in cultivation. And the dual brothers of different surnames actually claim you defeated someone at the peak of the innate realm. Huh. Lin Chun, kneel before me, Zi Jingyun, and call me your king, and I shall spare your worthless life. What say you?" Both Lin Chun and the Tyrant King remained ensconced in their respective realms, disregarding the taunts. Meanwhile, the resentment harbored by the two towards Lin Chun swelled. At that moment, however, a gentle yet resolute voice broke through. "You are both mistaken. Brother Lin Chun is the strongest." A woman clad in azure, her face veiled in white, glided forward, radiating an aura of fluid grace, reminiscent of a maiden emerging from the depths of water. Although her face remains concealed, the enchanting grace of her watery demeanor is utterly captivating. Luo Yangzhou's expression instantly shifted to one of greed as he lewdly inquired, "Who are you? How dare a mere innate 9th-level practitioner ascend this martial stage without knowledge of the rules? Why not submit to me, fair maiden? I shall ensure your path to cultivation remains unobstructed, granting you wealth and nobility." Zijinyan also revealed a lascivious look, remarking, "You dare call Lin Chun your elder brother? What benefit is there in associating with such a wastrel? Follow me, Zijinyan, and I shall guarantee you a life of high status and privilege." In that moment, both Luo Yangzhou and Zijinyan displayed their overwhelming carnal desires. To conquer such an ethereal woman would be an unparalleled delight. How exhilarating it would be! The masked woman in blue, with eyes as fluid as water, revealed a hint of disdain. "Shameless?" she retorted. Luo Yangzhou erupted in laughter. "I rather enjoy that term. Brother Zijinyan, with Elder Su absent, let us unveil what lies beneath this veil." "Indeed, I am intrigued." Zijinyan licked his lips, surveying the masked figure's alluring form. "In the palace, I have indulged in every exquisite taste, yet I have never encountered a woman of such grace. I can only wonder what beauty lies hidden beneath this veil." As they spoke, Luo Yangzhou and Zijinyan lewdly approached the masked woman in blue, their true essence surging violently. Two innate 10th-level experts closed in on her, leaving the blue-clad figure no choice but to retreat several steps, ultimately cornered by their relentless advance. "Beautiful one, Do not be afraid. We merely wish to unveil your veil. In a sudden, swift motion, Luo Yangzhou reached out towards the white veil of the woman cloaked in blue. His actions as quick as lightning, accompanied by a sinister laugh. With such an ethereal grace, to conceal it beneath a veil is a sheer waste. In the inner selection area, the cold beauty abruptly perceived this scene. Her previously icy demeanor transformed. Even the blue-eyed masked woman exhibited a flicker of panic within her azure gaze as the white veil danced across her face. Luo Yangzhou's fingers made contact with a delicate softness, brushing against the white veil. At that moment, a surge of exhilaration. What visage lay hidden beneath this veil? Chapter 60. If it exists. Then it is him. Lin Shen's first bout of fury erupted when Lin Songxing was ensnared by a malicious plot. His kin were not to be wronged. The second eruption of rage arose due to Qing Ro, the girl who extended a helping hand during Lin Shen's most dire moments. As this tempest of wrath ascended, both Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun felt a cold sweat trickling down their spines. Upon hearing the chilling words laced with murderous intent, they immediately recognized the arrival of their adversary, Lin Shen. Luo Yangzhou turned to face the furious Lin Shen, desperately suppressing the unease within. What do you intend to do? The grand competition has yet to commence. Taking matters into your own hands could invoke the sect's wrath. Is that so? Lin Shen retorted with a cold smirk. An invisible aura of menace beginning to envelop the air. Gathering his energy, he bellowed, Luo Yangzhou, Zijing Yun, I, Lin Shen, challenge you both to a duel. Are you willing to accept? The disciples, engaged in fervent discussions, cast disdainful glances at Lin Shen. Yet, among them, a disciple of innate tenfold cultivation remained utterly silent. What? Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Zijing Yun turned around, her face a mask of arrogance and fury. Lin Shen, do you dare to challenge us with a 1 against 2? What a farce, simply ridiculous. At that moment, both Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun were consumed by rage. This worthless Lin Shen audaciously sought to challenge them in such a manner. He was courting death. However, Lin Shen disregarded their fury entirely and called out to Bai Yan. Bai Yan, why haven't you brought Qing Ro down yet? Bai Yan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure and escorted the veiled woman and blew away. As Qing Ro was leaving, she did not forget to wink at Lin Shen with her azure eyes, raising her delicate fist. Brother Lin Shen, they are both villains. Please teach them a lesson for me. Once Qing Ro departed, Lin Shen felt unrestrained. His gaze was filled with an overwhelming murderous intent as he fixed it upon Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun. Within the illusory spirit mirror, a superior spiritual vein from the Taiqing realm began to gradually flow into Lin Shen's dantian. Throughout this journey, Luo Yangzhou had taunted and schemed against. Initially, Lin Shen had no intention of engaging with him, yet he never anticipated such foolishness. Swiftly, Lin Shen formed seals with his hands, golden flames flickering in his palms. A wave of terrifying heat enveloping the air. All 1,000 true Qi giants within him converged into the earth fire seal, the flames of the earth's core. As Luo Yangzhou gazed at the golden flames in Lin Shen's hand, his pupils constricted sharply, and a shadow of anger crossed his face. Lin Shen, what exactly do you intend to do? The competition has yet to commence. It would be wise for you to refrain from reckless actions. Zijing Yun immediately recognized the heavenly fire seal, feeling a twinge of alarm as she interjected, Indeed, the competition has not started, Lin Shen. Do not let your murderous intent cloud your judgment. I intend to create chaos today. Lin Shen replied coldly, as the golden fire seal lotus abruptly materialized in his hand, unleashing an extraordinary heat that swiftly enveloped the entire arena. The air around seemed to ignite and evaporate in that moment. Lin Shen, do not overstep your bounds. Do not mistake my forbearance for fear. Luo Yangzhou, witnessing Lin Shen's obstinacy, felt his rage rekindle. Die. With a frigid gaze, Lin Shen thrust his palm forward, sending the golden core fire seal soaring towards Luo Yangzhou and Zijing Yun. The terrifying heat caused their faces to darken with foreboding. Lin Shen, you are truly courting death. Luo Yangzhou bellowed in fury, his internal energy surging violently, his red hair billowing wildly. The sounds of rushing water and roaring waves began to resonate around them, as if a vast ocean were surging upon the arena. Tidal wave palm. Luo Yangzhou unleashed a formidable attack, his palms dancing in a flurry. With each strike, his energy transformed into waves, crashing forward like a mighty river, reverberating with thunderous force. Zijing Yun, are you not going to intervene? Luo Yangzhou shouted beside him, his frustration palpable. Damn it. Zijinyan was acutely aware of the formidable power of the heavenly fire seal, veins throbbing on his forehead, his heart ablaze with fury. Lin Chen, I shall ensure your demise. With that, Zijinyan swiftly turned his hand, summoning an exquisite golden spear, a pinnacle of spiritual weaponry. His aura transformed dramatically, as if he had become an unparalleled sovereign. Imperial sovereign spear. Zijinyan bellowed, his figure darting forward with ferocious intent, an overwhelming imperial presence surging forth. Illusory spear tips manifested in rapid succession, coalescing into a formidable spear formation. The two adversaries unleashed their ultimate techniques in unison. The earth fire seal surged forth, colliding violently against their devastating strikes. A thunderous roar erupted as golden flames from the earth's core burst forth, enveloping the battlefield in a colossal sea of golden fire, radiating a terrifying heat reminiscent of the depths of the earth. The tides of the sea of true energy and the shadows of the Imperial Sovereign's spear plunged into this immense golden inferno, initiating a fierce clash. Explosions resonated, echoing continuously, as the golden sea of flames struggled against the ferocity of their combined onslaught. Witnessing this scene, Liangzu and Zijinyan felt a profound sense of reassurance. Lin Chen, how dare you strike at us before the contest? Even if I were to slay you, the elders would have naught to say, Liangzu exclaimed, directing his energy towards Lin Chen with a roar. You audaciously challenge us both? Zijinyan's face was suffused with murderous intent, the spear aimed squarely at Lin Chen. This time, we shall ensure your agonizing end. Both were incited by Lin Chen's provocations. Is that so? Lin Chen suddenly chuckled coldly, his malevolent aura intensifying further. The body transformed abruptly, the brass-like form expanding once more, exuding an imposing aura. Within his dantian, 5,000 colossal streams of true energy surged into the diminutive figure. Concurrently, a vast surge of pure touching energy emanated from the devouring diagram, rich and potent, beginning to nourish every limb and pore of Lin Chen. His fighting spirit soared to an alarming level. He extended his right hand, and an invisible, immense tempest erupted from Lin Chen's center, sweeping outward with ferocity. In that instant, the Tyrant King's pupils constricted sharply, a sinister aura beginning to emanate from his entire being, as his own fighting spirit ignited. What manner of fluctuation is this? Luo Yangzhou's expression shifted, the intangible storm from a moment ago, sending chills through him. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar technique Lin Chen had employed against the Tyrant King. His countenance darkening. The hand of Futu. Lin Chen's right hand lunged downward towards the two, his visage resembling that of a demonic deity. What is the meaning of waste? As his words fell, an invisible pressure surged forth, overwhelming in its might. It felt as though one were submerged in the depths of the ocean, confronted by an immense and terrifying force of aquatic oppression. Both Luo Yangzhou and Zijinyan's expressions transformed in unison, their true energy erupting explosively within. Boom, boom, boom. Layers of detonations rapidly erupted from their surfaces. Luo Yangzhou bellowed urgently, Zijinyan, quickly summon your Dan Yuan. This maneuver is utterly terrifying. Zijinyan's expression mirrored his alarm, and she nodded gravely. In an instant, two overwhelming auras surged violently from within Luo Yangzhou and Zijinyan. From within the dantian of Luo Yangzhou, a talisman emerged, shimmering with rippling water patterns, as though crafted from liquid itself. The rhythmic sound of crashing waves resonated from the talisman, an overwhelming scent of the ocean enveloping the surroundings. The Tide Talisman. Upon its appearance, the surrounding pressure was instantly subdued, a brilliant blue light surged forth, and the sea roared. The purple-patterned Emperor's Spear. With a swift grasp of his left hand, Zijinyan conjured a long spear into existence. The spear, resplendent in golden hues, was adorned with intricate purple patterns that enveloped its entire shaft. An aura of a mid-grade royal artifact descended, embodying the essence of a once mighty sovereign, as the spear's tip pierced through the enormous pressure descending upon them. In that moment, both formidable dantian artifacts were summoned, exuding an aura of sheer terror, rivaling that of the infamous blood-killing disc. The atmosphere of the contest arena surged to an unprecedented zenith, and Lin Chen's previously furious demeanor began to falter. Under the might of the two dantian artifacts, Lin Chen appeared diminished, the tides of battle subtly shifting. In the inner selection disciples area, Bai Yan's expression drastically altered. The elderly figure beside her, Elder Su of the inner sect, wore a wry smile, saying, Qing Ro, if this continues, Lin Chun is bound to lose. Are you certain you want him to proceed? Bai Yan's gaze wavered, uncertain whether to speak up. The blue-clad woman, her visage concealed by a white veil, possessed azure eyes shimmering with the essence of water, reflecting the ebb and flow. Grandfather Su, I know he will unleash his wrath for my sake. Upon finishing her words, the young woman in blue suddenly curved her watery eyes into crescent shapes, a smile gracing her lips. If anyone can make me lift the veil, it must surely be him. Neither the unmatched sword nor the holy son of Ta Ching can achieve this. With her smile, she could captivate nations. She understood that he would soon astound all. The expression on Bai Yan's face shifted once more, unable to resist glancing at the figure amidst the tempest, instinctively pondering the nature of Lin Chen's thunderous wrath. Chapter 61. The Battle at the Astonishing Gate, Part 1. Upon hearing Qing Ro's words, the aging brows of the inner sect's elder furrowed noticeably. His gaze towards Lin Chen was imbued with a hint of skepticism. Could this young man truly possess such strength? Among the many innate disciples observing, a fervor erupted once again. Lin Chen's prowess was profoundly concealed, yet undeniably formidable, managing to contend with two adversaries. Humph. Although his strength is considerable, comparable to a master of the 10th level of innate power, I believe he will ultimately be defeated by two. Indeed, Xi Jingyun is the foremost expert of the outer sect, and Luo Yangzhou is even more formidable than he. It seemed Lin Chen's sudden fury was provoked by that woman, proving that rage can indeed spur remarkable valor for a beloved one. Lin Chun was rather naive, failing to contemplate the implications thoroughly. Mocking and disdainful voices echoed around him, with some expressing astonishment at Lin Chen's strength, yet the majority remained scornful. To challenge two opponents? Such arrogance is excessive. Xi Jingyun wielded the purple pattern emperor spear, exuding an imposing aura, shattering the pressures emanating from all directions with the might radiating from the spear. Upon unleashing his own Dan Yuan artifact, the fury within Xi Jingyun intensified, as if emboldened by the notion that with a weapon in hand, he feared no adversary. The dragon's wrath surged forth. Xi Jingyun's eyes blazed as he beheld Lin Chun, transformed into a figure of bronze. With a sudden burst of motion, he propelled himself forward, the purple-patterned emperor's spear in hand, shattering layers of pressure. A resounding roar, akin to a dragon's cry, reverberated from the spear. The tumultuous echoes of the dragon's howl continued unabated as Xi Jingyun launched himself, thrusting the spear towards Lin Chen's brow with lethal intent. At the spear's tip, a grotesque golden dragon's head materialized, bellowing fiercely against the encroaching invisible force. Ant-like power, Lin Chen scoffed, forcefully pressing down with his right hand. The tumultuous pressure surging around him began to respond violently to his command. Layers of invisible force erupted in a series of explosive bursts, causing Xi Jingyun's entire form to come to an abrupt halt midair. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon's head, conjured from the essence of true energy, erupted from the spear's tip, sending shockwaves of force cascading outward. The dragon's head roared and clawed in a frenzied assault. Yet it was met with the unyielding resistance of a colossal iron barrier, producing nothing but the sound of thunderous impacts. Damn it! Xi Jingyun's face flushed crimson, his body immobilized, as he cursed vehemently. What kind of cursed martial technique is this? How can one wield such a bizarre power? Begone! Lin Chen suddenly let out a resounding shout, his right hand thrusting forward with great force. An invisible tempest erupted from his palm, akin to an ethereal hand forged from condensed energy, violently striking the suspended figure of Xi Jingyun. In that instant, every pore on Xi Jingyun's body stood on end as he hastily maneuvered the purple pattern emperor spear, sweeping it across his chest. The intangible force followed suit, crashing against the horizontally wielded spear, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. With a thud, it felt as though a colossal giant had collided with him, causing his blood to surge and a metallic taste to flood his mouth, resulting in a spurt of crimson. His form was sent reeling backward. What a terrifying strength! What on earth is this? It is undoubtedly more formidable than the heavenly fire seal. At this moment, a subtle fear began to well up within Xi Jingyun. Had the Lin Chun of earlier posed no threat to him, yet now he had effortlessly repelled him. What kind of power was this? However, Xi Jingyun's innate pride could not tolerate being overshadowed by Lin Chen. As he was knocked back, he bellowed towards Luo Yangzhou behind him. Luo Yangzhou, are you not going to join in? Otherwise, we shall both be defeated and humiliated. Luo Yangzhou cast a disdainful glance at the retreating Xi Jingyun, his entire being radiating a palpable malevolence as he surged forward from behind. The sound of crashing waves echoed in tandem with Luo Yangzhou's explosive advance, resonating with thunderous intensity. Before him, a blue water-patterned talisman pulsated with immense true energy, dispersing the surrounding pressure layer by layer. The tidal wave strike. In this moment, Luo Yangzhou unleashed his ultimate technique, channeling the entire tidal talisman, amplifying its power exponentially. A wheel battle? Lin Chen observed Luo Yangzhou charging at him, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Since he was already enraged, why hold back? Boom. Like colossal ocean waves crashing against rocky shores. A resounding impact echoed. Circles of blue water ripples emanated from the tidal talisman, as torrents of true energy surged forth like an unrelenting sea. A massive hand, formed from condensed true energy and resembling blue seawater, erupted from the engulfing tide, reaching for Lin Chen. The gigantic seawater hand towered several meters high, overwhelming and seemingly intent on pulling him into its watery vortex. Luo Yangzhou, I shall now demonstrate how I entered the Taqing sect. Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he took a decisive step forward, his palm descending towards Luo Yangzhou. 2,000 heads of true energy, like mighty elephants, ignited within the azure figure. In an instant, a mysterious arena, seemingly forged from stone, began to shatter layer by layer as waves of invisible pressure surged forth, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean, with a surrounding force that threatened to devour. Every inch of space bore the weight of 1,000 genes. This immense pressure erupted forth, causing Luo Yangzhou's complexion to change dramatically. The overwhelming force, akin to a towering mountain, immediately instilled an unprecedented sense of danger within him. The turbulent oceanic hand, fierce and forceful, abruptly halted midair, as if it were anchored by invisible nails. With a resounding crash, the immense pressure shattered the entire azure hand, scattering it into droplets. The tidal symbol, emanating waves of vital energy, swiftly surged back into the symbol under this overwhelming force, moving with a velocity perceptible to the naked eye. This azure tidal symbol was formidable enough to rival any mid-grade royal artifact's talisman. Amidst the surrounding colossal pressure, it emitted explosive sounds, as if on the brink of disintegration. Panic gripped Liangzu's face, darkening as fear surfaced. He bellowed towards Zijinjian behind him. Zijinjian, come forth at once. We must alternate our attacks. We can wear him down. Zijinjian, his expression tinged with disdain, pointed his spear at Lin Chen, exclaiming, Lin Chen, you are at your wit's end. Surrender now and hand over the fire seal, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Unfazed by Zijinjian's threats, Lin Chen stood with an air of authority. He took a resolute step forward, his hand descending once more as he began to form a fist. A tremendous pressure surged in tandem with his movement, escalating with each passing moment. The entire tidal talisman quivered violently, its explosive energy more terrifying than ever, as the blue, water-like runes began to fade into obscurity. It was evident to all that this tidal talisman was on the brink of destruction. A flicker of fear finally emerged in Luo Yangzhou's eyes. Zijingyun, witnessing Lin Chen's audacity in disregarding her, felt a surge of rage. The purple pattern Emperor Spear erupted with all its true energy, its golden brilliance blinding, as a formidable aura ascended. Lin Chen, prepare to meet your demise. Zijingyun snarled, her face contorted with ferocity. Behold my mightiest strike, the Emperor's might. Chapter 62. The Battle of the Astonishing Gate, Part 2. A resonant hum reverberated through the air as a wave of golden light began to coalesce at the tip of Zijingyun's purple pattern Emperor Spear. Every ounce of true energy within her Dan Yuan erupted in a singular, unreserved assault, as if she were making a final stand. Streams of imperial majesty radiated from the spear's tip, reminiscent of an emperor wielding dominion over countless beings. When the emperor is enraged, 100,000 shall fall. The might of the emperor was not to be challenged. Zijingyun had been nurtured in the Zijing royal lineage to embody this imperial authority. Even the oppressive force brought forth by the burning of 2,000 true energy giants, the hands of Futian, began to waver under the weight of this majesty. This move, the emperor's might, was surely comparable to the earth fire seal of the heavenly fire seal, ranking high among martial techniques. As Zijingyun unleashed such a formidable attack, the fear etched on Luo Yangzhou's face gradually dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Lin Chen, though you possess remarkable strength, Let us see how formidable you truly are in the face of the combined onslaught of two formidable masters. As he observed the violently trembling title talisman, the venomous glint in Luo Yangzhou's eyes grew ever more pronounced. In the area designated for inner disciples, Elder Su furrowed his aged brow and remarked, "Qing Ro, do you truly not wish for me to intervene? This move, Imperial Majesty's might, is certain to shatter Lin Chen's peculiar technique." Qing Ro, witnessing the fierce battle in the arena, shook her head gently and replied, "There is no need for you to act, Grandpa Su. I have faith in Brother Lin Chen's abilities." Elder Su cast a complex glance at Qing Ro, letting out a soft sigh. Among the onlookers, a wave of astonishment surged through the crowd. "Look, Xi Jingyun has unleashed his most powerful move. Wow, this battle is about to become thrilling. Lin Chun is indeed a formidable individual, managing to force Xi Jingyun into such a display. Yet, Lin Chun finds himself in peril, possessing some skill. His arrogance is most disconcerting. With merely an innate level of 9, Lin Chun has pushed Xi Jingyun to this extent. He is indeed a talented figure. But what a pity. The lethal force of the Imperial Majesties might send shivers down the spines of the disciples present. How can Lin Chun withstand such an assault? Lin Chun, perish. I shall make you witness the consequences of crossing me." Xi Jingyun's face contorted with malice, as a sphere of golden light coalesced at the tip of the purple-patterned Emperor's spear. Lin Chun could clearly perceive that within this radiant sphere, the characters for Emperor subtly glimmered. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted from Xi Jingyun, causing his entire being to transform into a fleeting shadow as he surged towards Lin Chun with lethal intent. The purple-patterned Emperor's spear in his grasp resembled a dragon unleashed, cleaving through the air with a golden glimmer of treachery, aimed directly at Lin Chen's brow. The sound of piercing echoes reverberated as the overwhelming force of 2,000 true Qi giant elephants was channeled into that singular thrust. Danger loomed ominously. However, Lin Chen's expression remained unyieldingly calm, and his previously clenched right hand suddenly relaxed. The immense pressure that had been bearing down dissipated in an instant. The title symbol was liberated, and Luo Yangzhou seized the opportunity to draw the entire title symbol forcefully into his body, retreating swiftly. He intended to witness Xi Jingyun unleash his most formidable attack to counter Lin Chen, aiming to exhaust Lin Chen's true Qi giant elephants and then reap the benefits himself. Luo Yangzhou's heart was steeped in cunning, a testament to the terrifying nature that set him apart from other innate experts at the 10th level. Observing Luo Yangzhou's, Lin Chen remained impassive, fully aware of his adversary's intentions. Yet, the 2,000 true Qi giant elephant's power, which had yet to ignite within the azure figure, suddenly flared to life. Within the illusory spirit mirror, the upper-grade Tai Ching spiritual vein, from which Lin Chen had already absorbed a significant portion, once again siphoned off 1,000 true Qi giant elephant strength, channeling it into the azure figure, which ignited fiercely. In total, this ignited the strength of 3,000 true Qi giant elephants. In the previous confrontation against the twin brothers of different surnames, it was the thunderous roar of blood that compelled Lin Chun to unleash an astonishing force equivalent to 10,000 true Qi giant elephants, culminating in the eruption of the Hand of the Hidden Heavens. However, when facing the most formidable attack from Xi Jingyun, Lin Chen found no need to summon such terrifying power. Standing there, his expression stoic, his bronze voice shimmering with a metallic luster, he regarded the imperial might that surged towards him with an air of calm. What was he planning? Was he truly intending to confront it head-on? Luo Yangzhou gazed at the scene in utter astonishment. Xi Jingyun, witnessing Lin Chen's nonchalant attitude towards his ultimate strike, felt his fury intensify. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who so brazenly disregarded him, especially not someone of Lin Chen's innate 9th-level caliber. "You shall perish." With a swift motion, Xi Jingyun became a blur, a specter imperceptible to the naked eye. The might of the imperial spear surged forth, more potent than ever. The imperial strike descended upon Lin Chen with ferocity, unleashing a tremendous gale that swept through the arena. In that fleeting moment, every spectator held their breath, as if anticipating Lin Chen's imminent demise. The enchanting Bai Yin closed her beautiful eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle. At that instant, Lin Chen's hair billowed in the force of the oncoming energy, his spirit ignited with battle fervor. With a fierce determination, he thrust his right hand towards the oncoming imperial strike. A thunderous boom reverberated throughout the arena. The overwhelming power of 3,000 true Qi giant elephants erupted forth. enveloping the onslaught of Zijin Yun completely. It was as if a formidable defensive artifact had been struck, for the entire purple-patterned Emperor Spear had become ensnared before Lin Chen, utterly immobile. The golden orb at the spear's tip shone vividly in Lin Chen's gaze. Mere inches away, Zijin Yun's countenance suddenly flushed crimson, overwhelmed by the immense pressure bearing down upon him, emitting primal roars akin to a wild beast. Yet the purple-patterned Emperor Spear remained steadfast, unyielding. It felt as if a giant's hand had grasped his very being, rendering him capable only of futile struggles. Lin Chen observed Zijin Yun's reddened face with unwavering composure, his lips barely parting to utter a single chilling word: explode. As the syllable fell, the encroaching pressure surged forth like a frenzied beast, crashing once more against them. In that instant, the entire spear began to tremble violently, while the Emperor's golden orb at its tip began to swiftly dissipate. Even the majesty of the Emperor could not withstand such force. At that moment, Lin Chen's right hand clenched into a fist, the crisp sound of bones shifting resonating clearly. A tremendous pressure, akin to an invisible giant's fist, struck the purple-patterned Emperor's spear with ferocity. Zijin Yun's face contorted in agony, unleashing a series of tortured howls. With his essence damaged, he suffered immensely. "Liangzu, save me!" Zijin Yun cried out in desperation, his distorted features pleading for assistance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Liangzu remained utterly unmoved. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, an invisible force sweeping through the air. In that instant, the entire purple-patterned Emperor Spear was utterly crushed by Lin Chen's sheer might. The ethereal spear hovered in midair, embodying the essence of a mid-grade royal weapon. At the moment of the Dan Yuan's detonation, the pupils of Zijin constricted sharply, falling into a state of shock as her entire body was thrust backward by the force of the explosion. Lin Chen reached out, capturing the royal essence of the purple-patterned Emperor Spear into the illusory spirit divine mirror. At that moment, the disciples in the audience stood in stunned silence. Elder Su, a figure of the third level of the divine law realm, gazed at the scene with astonishment. The ferocity of Lin Chen's strike surpassed all his expectations. Bai Yin, with her icy demeanor, finally revealed a look of profound surprise, exclaiming, "Is Lin Chen truly this powerful?" With her clear, cerulean eyes shaped like crescent moons, Qingru smiled joyously, resembling a mischievous sprite. How astonishing it was that Lin Chen had defeated one of the innate ninth-level beings. Such strength was indeed formidable. After Lin Chen retracted the royal essence of the purple-patterned Emperor's Spear, he suddenly heard a familiar, sinister chuckle. Curious, he looked up to find Luo Yangzhou, his fiery red hair obscuring half of his face, his eyes cold and chilling. A haunting laughter echoed from Luo Yangzhou's lips, sending shivers down the spines of the innate disciples who heard it. The eerie sound was undeniably unsettling. Seeing Lin Chen's formidable demeanor, how could Luo Yangzhou still manage to smile? Is he out of his mind? Lin Chen wore an expression of calm indifference, choosing not to voice any objections to Luo Yangzhou, for he perceived that Luo Yangzhou was on the brink of death. There was no need to engage in excessive contention with a corpse. Lin Chen, I must commend your strength." Luo Yangzhou approached with a sinister grin, proclaiming, "Yet, what does your strength amount to? Your end is nigh." Lin Chen regarded him with unflinching eyes, devoid of any tremor. Suddenly, Luo Yangzhou pointed a finger at the anguished and disheveled Zijin Yun, who lay on the arena, coldly stating, "Zijin Yun, as the youngest scion of the Zijin royal family, has been gifted with extraordinary talent since childhood. You have rendered him crippled. Even if I do not take your life, the Zijin royal family will seek vengeance upon you." Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Zijin Yun, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Observing Lin Chen's demeanor, the delight within Luo Yangzhou swelled, and he grinned malignantly. "Zijin Yun is the foremost disciple of the outer sect. How dare you ruthlessly cripple his essence? Such an act is truly deserving of punishment." Lin Chen remained silent, his countenance shrouded in tranquility. Noticing Lin Chen's continued reticence, Luo Yangzhou believed he had instilled fear within Lin Chen. His expression darkening, actions driven by unchecked rage always bear a price. At last, Lin Chen spoke, his tone as light as a cloud. "What is it that you wish to convey?" The calm demeanor of Lin Chen incited a deep discontent within Luo Yangzhou, prompting him to raise his voice sharply, exuding a menacing aura as he proclaimed, "Lin Chen, you currently possess not a shred of true energy. I shall see how you can contend with me and thwart my advance." Lin Shun regarded Luo Yangzhou with a steady gaze. This declaration instantly struck a chord with the multitude present, causing the cold beauty to furrow her brows in concern. Sister Qingru, she remarked, Lin Shun is indeed formidable. Yet he is devoid of any true energy and stands no chance against Luo Yangzhou. At that moment, the cold beauty couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's prowess. When she first encountered him, she noted that he was merely at the innate 8th level and felt a strong aversion towards those born with privilege. It was only now that she recognized her misjudgment, realizing that her perspective paled in comparison to that of her sister Qingru. Qingru remained silent, merely blinking as she observed Lin Shun, the center of attention. Elder Su, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a sigh and a shake of his head. Lin Shun is indeed a remarkable individual. Despite his low cultivation level, he exhibits an astonishing capacity for destruction. When I attempted to probe his being with my spiritual sense, I encountered an inexplicable force that rendered me unable to comprehend him. This Lin Shun is far from the ordinary, he mused. The cold beauty's expression tightened slightly. It was rare for a figure of Elder Su's caliber to extol anyone's virtues. Alas, Elder Su continued, shaking his head, with Lin Shun devoid of true energy. The outcome seems inevitable. Should Luo Yangzhou choose to strike, I shall intervene to rescue him and nurture his potential. With the talents displayed by Lin Shun, he is undoubtedly destined to advance to the realm of divine laws. At this moment, Elder Su is determined to rescue Lin Shun, as the youth's performance has ignited within him a profound appreciation for talent. In the arena, a maniacal laugh erupted from Luo Yangzhou, who exclaimed, I have cunningly utilized the Zijing cloud to deplete all your true energy. This was my scheme all along. Observing Lin Shen's continued silence, Luo Yangzhou reveled in his taunts, declaring, Without true energy, I am eager to see how you can contend with me. I shall eliminate you now, ridding our Taiqing sect of this malignant tumor. As his words fell, Luo Yangzhou's true energy ignited once more, the sound of the ocean crashing against the shore rising and falling in a relentless rhythm. He roared, as the Dan Yuan title symbol soared from his dantian, transforming his true energy into layers of crashing waves, resembling a real tide surging towards Lin Shun. A blue water-patterned hand emerged from the waves, thundering down towards Lin Shun. At this moment, many innate disciples could not help but close their eyes, believing Lin Shun to be utterly doomed. The Grand Elder of the inner sect sighed softly, his consciousness enveloping the entire arena, poised to intervene at any moment. The blue water palm loomed ominously, casting a shadow over Lin Shun, its overwhelming force and murderous intent descending upon him. Exuding the scent of impending death, a single strike meant to kill. Numerous disciples who admired Lin Shun felt their hearts leap to their throats. Yet, at that instant, Lin Shun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly radiated an astonishing aura, a torrent of boundless true energy erupting from his being. In the ethereal divine mirror, the superior Taiqing spiritual veins still harbored the formidable power of 4,000 true energy giants, all of which were channeled into the azure figurine. With a sudden extension of his right hand, an invisible tempest immediately engulfed the entire arena, leaving the audience in astonishment. Elder Su's eyes sparkled with a gleam of brilliance as he praised, What a remarkable lad! He has managed to preserve such an abundance of true energy. The cold beauty, Bai Yin, wore an expression of utter disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? How can Lin Shen possess such immense true energy? Luo Yangzhou, who had initially seemed to hold the upper hand, suddenly froze in a sinister grin, his countenance shifting dramatically as he felt the overwhelming pressure closing in around him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he shouted in a voice filled with dread. Yet, the relentless pressure encroaching upon him was a stark testament to the reality he faced, suffocating him with the specter of death. The abrupt shift in circumstances filled Luo Yangzhou with sheer terror, prompting him to bellow at Lin Shun, Spare me. If you kill me, you will face the wrath of my sect. Your family will also suffer the consequences of my family's vengeance. Lin Shen's eyes glinted with disdain as he replied coolly, I loathe threats. The moment you made that move, you sealed your fate. In that instant, Lin Shen's intentions turned lethal, surpassing mere destruction of Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan. However, just then, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. A towering, wrathful figure surged forth, exuding an aura of terrifying malice. A grotesque hand, marred by countless wounds, lunged out violently, seizing the trembling tidal talisman beneath the crushing pressure. Shatter. This sudden transformation left everyone utterly unprepared and filled with astonishment. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a towering figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura of hostility. It was Lin Xun, declaring fiercely, "I can no longer contain myself. Let us engage in a proper battle." The fervent tone and tempestuous malice unmistakably identified him as the Violent King. At this moment, the Violent King's eyes widened, his face alight with a frenzied bloodlust. His entire being emanating an aura of ferocity akin to a rampaging humanoid beast. Chapter 64. The Spirit of the Violent Demon. This abrupt occurrence left the entire assembly in a state of stupor. Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan talisman had been so effortlessly crushed. This tidal talisman was supposed to withstand the might of a mid-grade royal artifact, yet its defense proved so remarkably fragile. Lin Xun's sudden surge of true energy caused Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan to be shattered in an instant. This series of unexpected events left all the innate disciples with expressions of bewilderment. As a figure of the third level of the divine law realm, Elder Su wore a look of profound silence. Just moments ago, he had been taken aback by Lin Xun's explosive emergence. Yet now, witnessing Luo Yangzhou's Dan Yuan being brutally crushed by the Violent King, he remained speechless in astonishment. Even the often icy demeanor of the cold beauty could not conceal her shock. This change was simply too abrupt. However, Elder Su showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the clash between the two formidable figures. Who would emerge victorious in this confrontation? Lin Xun, at this juncture, gazed in exasperation at Luo Yangzhou, who was rolling on the ground in a fit of rage. Initially, he had intended to end Luo Yangzhou's life with his own hands, but it appeared that such efforts were no longer necessary. Violent King, do you truly wish to engage me in battle? Lin Xun gazed calmly at the man before him, whose entire being radiated a menacing aura. Among the inner disciples, the only one who evoked a sense of danger in Lin Xun was the Tyrant King. Without hesitation, the Tyrant King's eyes flared, and his malevolent energy surged anew. "What I look forward to most is the battle with you." He then grinned widely, declaring, "Now, you haven't disappointed me." Lin Xun remained silent, observing this combative man whose gaze burned with a fiery intensity. Among the inner disciples, the Tyrant King was the only one who regarded Lin Xun with any semblance of respect, and Lin Xun, in turn, held a profound admiration for the Tyrant King. A man so fiercely devoted to battle possesses fewer distractions. An invisible aura began to rise between the two, a colossal will to fight, ablaze with fervor. Among the innate disciples, those who could sense this overwhelming combat spirit instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by its terror. Gradually, Lin Xun raised a finger and calmly proclaimed, "With a single move, I shall reduce you to a bloodied figure." A strange light flickered in the Tyrant King's eyes, his face alight with a bloodthirsty fervor as he thundered, "Excellent. With a single strike, I will render you crippled." No sooner had the Tyrant King spoken than an immense force surged forth. Lin Xun's right hand, previously still, extended once more, unleashing the might of 4,000 true Qi elephants, ablaze within the azure figure. An immense, intangible pressure radiated outward, as if a multitude of small mountains were continually descending. The Tyrant King trembled, his overwhelming malevolence rising in tandem. Within him lies an exceedingly ferocious presence, stirring with restlessness. A single strike, indeed, is the most formidable. No one will show mercy. The impending clash between the two is palpable. Countless innate disciples are engulfed in fervor, their eyes ablaze with excitement. The overwhelming aura that sweeps through them leaves them all in awe. This is the true essence of a grand confrontation. Lin Xun's challenge of two adversaries is but child's play. The fierce battle spirit emanating from these two men is truly terrifying. Look, Elder Su stands by, observing, likely tacitly approving of this contest. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Lin Xun, this is my first time unleashing this power completely. Do not let me down. The Tyrant King glares fiercely, exuding an inexhaustible aura of menace, his voice echoing like thunder. An overwhelming malevolence intensifies around him, as if some cataclysmic force is on the brink of awakening. This sight causes Lin Xun's brow to furrow. What exactly is the essence of the Tyrant King's Dan Yuan? For Lin Xun senses an energy that rivals even the Bloodkill disc. Could it be a supreme royal weapon? Or perhaps a formidable talisman? Lin Xun cannot decipher it. For a cultivator's Dan Yuan is a wondrous enigma, encompassing myriad forms. Some may possess a Dan Yuan that manifests as a sentient martial arts tome, while others may harbor a potent formation. A mysterious black malevolence begins to seep from the Tyrant King's dantian, transforming into serpentine tendrils of dark energy that coil around him. Bang! The floor of the arena, surprisingly, could not withstand the terrifying force unleashed from the body of the violent king, beginning to crack and fragment gradually. Lin Shun gazed in astonishment at the gradual transformation of the violent king, his shock intensifying. This was the first time he had witnessed such an extraordinary manifestation of Dan Yuan, erupting directly from within the body without any external release. What could this possibly be? However, what Lin Shun did not expect was that the long-hidden Blood Elder had suddenly released a divine consciousness. Even Blood Elder had awakened at the moment the violent king's Dan Yuan erupted. Lin Shun, the essence of this individual's Dan Yuan, was likely the entirety of a beast's vital essence. The Blood Elder spoke gravely. The essence within him is the culmination of a divine law realm beast's entire essence. What? The essence of a divine law realm beast? Lin Shun's expression turned serious. The power of such essence must be utterly terrifying. The hand of the hidden sky could only withstand a mere 1% of the divine law realm's power. Blood Elder reassured him. Lin Shun, there is no need to be overly alarmed. Although this essence is left behind by a divine law realm beast, it is, after all, the power of the divine law realm, and he is currently unable to unleash even 1% of its strength. With a sigh of relief, Lin Shun thought, that is good. He was determined to secure the first place in this inter-sect competition. The transformation of the violent king immediately affected the entire audience. All the disciples turned pale with a sense of dread and fear. This aura was simply overwhelming. Particularly, the ominous energy enveloping the violent king, infused with a trace of the essence from a divine law realm beast, left everyone in shock. My goodness, this ominous energy is truly terrifying. The malevolent aura emanating from the formidable opponent had doubled compared to before, leaving Lin Shun at a distinct disadvantage. The colossal power of 7,000 true Qi elephants rivaled that of the top 20 inner disciples of the celestial tier. Lin Shun's misfortune was palpable. The throne of the first rank among inner disciples was poised to be relinquished, for the overwhelming presence of the tyrant was insurmountable. Those innate disciples who had once harbored confidence in Lin Shun now shook their heads, extinguishing any lingering hopes within their hearts. In the designated area for selected disciples, Elder Su cast a glance at the unwavering Qing Ro, slowly exhaling a sigh. The Dan Yuan of the divine realm's demon beasts. This year, the Tai Ching sect has indeed attracted numerous formidable talents. However, Lin Shun is destined to lose this time. The tyrant is bound to triumph. As the tyrant's imposing aura burgeoned, even Elder Su could not help but shake his head. Among the 100,000 spectators, none noticed Wei Han, seated rigidly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Behind him lurked two figures, their thunderous blades of lightning poised against his back, threatening his very heart. In this throng, it remained concealed that someone was teetering on the brink of death. At that moment, the tyrant's physique had swelled to over 3 meters in height, exuding the power of 7,000 true Qi elephants. His large, copper-like eyes radiated an aura of terror that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Yet, amidst the multitude of gazes, Lin Shun's expression grew only more solemn, as an even greater battle spirit surged wildly within him. A contest of might loomed between the two adversaries, causing fissures to appear in the arena's surface, with stones flying in all directions. The atmosphere between the two individuals surged to a terrifying level. Berserker, you are the only one I admire. Lin Shun slowly raised his right hand towards the Berserker and declared, however, I must secure the first position in this internal selection. For the sake of that coveted first-class cave abode, I shall show no mercy. The Berserker tilted his head, gazing at the imposing figure of Lin Shun, who stood over 2 meters tall with a bronze physique, and grinned, a malevolent aura emanating from him. I will unleash my most formidable attack. Whether you survive depends on your fortune, does it not? Lin Shun's eyelids drooped slightly as an overwhelming killing intent surged within him, a faint yet noble authority radiating outward, instilling both reverence and trepidation in others. Witnessing Lin Shun's sudden shift in demeanor, the Berserker's pupils constricted slightly, and a maniacal grin spread across his face, his entire being exuding an intense malevolence. With a whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart echoed as the Berserker, shrouded in dark malevolent energy, launched a colossal fist towards Lin Shun. A torrent of fierce winds erupted from the Berserker's massive punch, as if an invisible tempest had been unleashed, wielding unimaginable force. The battle commenced. Such a terrifying and swift strike, Even a towering mountain would be reduced to dust in an instant. Lin Chen's, and with a clench of his right hand, the power of 4,000 colossal elephants ignited within him, a wave of pressure surging forth like a tide. The berserker's initially rapid punch suddenly slowed, layers of invisible explosions resonating in the air. The immense pressure brought forth by the hand of fate converged entirely. The tyrant's ferocious laughter ignited a blaze of exhilaration and madness within him. His colossal fist, imbued with even greater power, effortlessly shattered the pressure exerted by 4,000 true energy elephants as if they were mere tofu. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed continuously, as though a single punch had carved out a passageway. The tyrant's form surged once more, accelerating rapidly toward Lin Chun, his mouth frothing with wild, menacing roars. Is this all the strength you possess, Lin Chun? I am utterly disappointed. Pathetically weak. I shall crush you with a single punch. Regardless of how the 4,000 true energy elephants attempted to push forward, they were still annihilated by the tyrant's overwhelming force, which surged forth like a tidal wave. Lin Chun was compelled to retreat repeatedly, evading the tyrant's relentless onslaught. At this moment, the tyrant grew ever larger and more ferocious, resembling a colossal humanoid war machine, engaged in an unending battle, an insatiable spree of slaughter. The tens of thousands of innate disciples who had gathered to witness such a terrifying clash had never encountered anything like it before, unless it was the fierce battles among the top 20 heavenly tier disciples of the inner sect. Such spectacles were indeed rare. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. A disciple at the 10th level of innate strength swallowed hard, his face etched with Lin Chun was destined to lose. A disciple who had previously supported Lin Chun now wore an expression of profound fear, his heart racing in his throat. This battle was an overwhelming display of dominance. 10,000 beasts fist. With a single, furious punch, the rampaging king shattered the immense pressure that bore down upon him. A surge of wrath erupted from his being, propelling him into the air like a cannonball. His fist struck out against the overwhelming force, and a tremendous roar echoed, resonating with the cries of myriad beasts. The energy within him exploded forth, manifesting as a radiant sphere atop his fist. Within this luminous orb resided countless monstrous heads, each twisted in fierce madness and rage, roaring defiantly at the encroaching invisible pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of 100 beastly heads reverberated as they collided, unleashing a symphony of explosions that fractured the intangible pressure layer by layer. The rampaging king launched himself forward amidst the chaos, his powerful right fist raised to deliver another devastating blow against the relentless force. With a resounding crack, the sound echoed sharply, as the 4,000 colossal energies that had converged upon him disintegrated, obliterated by his sheer physical might. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. The rampaging king's physical form had ascended to the level of a top-tier royal artifact. Lin Chen, this punch will annihilate you. The roar of fury erupted in midair, intensifying the rampaging king's malevolence. For a brief moment, suspended in the air, nearly 6,000 colossal energies within him ignited, poised to unleash the most terrifying strike. This is the ultimate blow. I must save Lin Chun. Elder Su's countenance darkened, for the full force of the Berserk King's strike could easily annihilate Lin Chun. In a mere blink, he darted toward the arena with remarkable stealth. The Berserk Demon Heavenly Devastation Fist unleashed a terrifying explosion from the Berserk King. As the malevolent energy surged from his dantian, converging entirely in his right hand, an unsettling wave of energy emanated from his fist, reminiscent of a beastly embryo. The ferocity of this blow caused all onlookers to change their expressions in unison. The Berserk King had resorted to a lethal move. Lin Chun, witnessing the horrifying technique being cultivated by the Berserk King, felt an eruption of combat fervor within him. He discerned that within the terrifying fluctuations of the Berserk Demon Heavenly Devastation Fist lay the rough shape of a demon ape, an embodiment of the primordial essence of the divine beast within the Berserk King. However, at this moment, the Berserk King was unable to wield his magical prowess. He could only manifest the rough outline of the divine beast. Yet, this single strike was potent enough to obliterate two beings from Luoyang continent. In a fit of ferocity, the Berserk King bellowed, "Lin Chun, do not let me down." With a savage aura, he unleashed the Berserk Demon Heavenly Devastation Fist, channeling all the true energy within him. The dark malevolent energy transformed into a swiftly descending streak of light, hurtling towards Lin Shan with terrifying speed. The force was as intense as a volcanic eruption. All spectators held their breath in unison, their hearts lodged in their throats. A tremendous mental presence enveloped the entire arena, poised to intervene in an instant to rescue the imperiled Lin Shan. The countenance of the cold beauty shifted dramatically as her delicate hands, shrouded in a veil of mysterious mist, began to tremble slightly. Lin Shan, is he truly on the brink of death? However, at the very moment the ferocious demon-slaying fist was unleashed, within the illusory spirit mirror, an entire stream of superior Taiji spiritual veins surged violently into the devouring diagram, suspended amidst 9 million azure particles, yielding a tremendous influx of true energy that flowed into the azure figure. 1,000 true energy giants ignited once more with fierce intensity. The bronze-hued body resonated with a cacophony of explosive sounds, while Lin Shan's right hand shot forth with the swiftness of lightning. An ethereal and noble arm enveloped his own, emanating a faint yet unsettling pressure. Elder Su, exuding a formidable mental aura, was taken aback. Simultaneously, Lin Shan's outstretched right hand forcefully descended upon the approaching demon-slaying fist. Boom! It was as if Lin Shan's hand had transformed into a volcanic vent, unleashing a terrifying wave of pressure that erupted forth, sending shockwaves rippling around him. The arena beneath his feet instantly fractured, with debris reduced to mere dust. Amidst the multitude of gazes, his right fist descended with ferocity, mirrored by the ethereal arm's equally fierce grip. In an instant, the ferociously advancing demon-slaying fist came to an abrupt halt in midair, trembling violently. Lin Shan's entire right arm erupted with successive detonations, blood surging forth, as his fingers suffered grievous injuries once again. The residual pressure erupted outward, causing the figure of the Beast King to momentarily freeze in midair, his pupils constricting sharply. The body felt as though it had been struck by a giant's fist, soaring through the air before crashing down at the edge of the arena, producing a heavy thud. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. At this moment, the audience was left in awe. The emergence of the first inner sect disciple was complete and absolute. Meanwhile, Qing Ro smiled even more sweetly, her crescent-shaped blue eyes brimming with delight. Indeed, he had made an astonishing debut. Chapter 66, The 10 Champions of San Tianfu. Tens of thousands of astonished gazes had yet to fully grasp the magnitude of this shocking revelation. The first inner sect disciple, Lin Shan. Suddenly, a voice erupted, calling out this name. Following suit, over 10,000 innate disciples joined in, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. Such a thrilling battle had ignited the blood of these disciples, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon Lin Shan. That previous move had been nothing short of terrifying, effortlessly rendering the infamous violent demon heaven's destruction fist into mere nothingness. The name Lin Shan would undoubtedly resonate throughout both the inner and outer gates. Lying on the arena like a lifeless swine, Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun were filled with sheer terror as they beheld the figure before them, covered in wounds. The man they had scorned and sought to eliminate harbored such formidable strength. Lin Shan could not help but smile wryly. Although the power of the one-weak heaven's hidden hand was indeed great, it would render him unable to wield any force for at least 3 or 4 days, lest his Dantian suffer excruciating chaos with unimaginable consequences. The title of the first inner sect disciple was not easily attained. Suddenly, an incomprehensibly profound force descended beside Lin Shan. As the venerable elder Su Qian stepped forth from the air, a hint of admiration gracing his gaunt visage. The mention of the top 10 generals among the inner disciples startled Lin Shan. Elder Su nodded, saying, "Among the inner disciples of the heavenly rank, there exists a renowned cadre known as the 10 generals of the 3 heavenly mansions. These 13 individuals are all poised to make a breakthrough into the realm of divine laws, particularly the 3 mansion lords of the 3 heavenly mansions, who are at the threshold of the half-step divine law realm." The concept of the 10 generals intrigued Lin Shan, revealing the limitations of his understanding of the Taiching sect. According to Elder Su, the technique he had just unleashed could only rival the weakest among the 10 generals. This realization prompted him to ponder the true prowess of these formidable generals, especially with the existence of the 3 mansion lords, who surpassed even them. Suddenly, Lin Shan recalled the token given to him by the enigmatic maiden in purple attire, which seemed to be the emblem of the Qing mansion. This maiden was held in considerable esteem by Lei Mushi, and he also thought of Lei Mushi's elder brother, Lei Wang. a figure of half-step divine law caliber and one of the mansion lords of the three heavenly mansions. In that moment, Lin Shan could not help but marvel at the concealed talents within the Tai Ching sect. These 10 generals were indeed exceptional prodigies. At this juncture, Lin Shan realized that his current strength was far from sufficient. It appeared imperative for him to swiftly elevate his physical prowess to the level of a low-grade king artifact. With the mastery of the heavenly hand of the universe, he would possess the ability to contend, lest he find himself in a state of near demise upon its execution. However, Elder Su's expression suddenly shifted, becoming exceedingly stern as he exclaimed, "Lin Shan, do you comprehend the gravity of disturbing the order of the competition and annihilating the Dan Yuan of your fellow disciples?" The innate disciples below have witnessed Elder Su reprimanding Lin Shan, and their hearts sank in trepidation. Lin Shan's audacious actions blatantly contravened the sect's regulations, and the ensuing punishment would undoubtedly be severe. He might very well face the revocation of his status as an inner sect disciple and be liable for exorbitant compensation. At that moment, the previously listless Luo Yangzhou and Zi Jingyun, upon seeing the arrival of the Grand Elder, instantly transformed their expressions to one of wild joy. Trembling, they rose from the ground and approached with faces twisted in malice. "Grand Elder, you must ensure his demise. How dare he ruin my Dan Yuan?" Zi Jingyun bellowed, her face a mask of venomous rage. "I shall certainly report this to my family and obliterate the Lin clan. Grand Elder, Lin Shan must die." Luo Yangzhou's countenance contorted with malevolence as he pointed at Lin Shan. "He has destroyed our Dan Yuan. The sect must impose severe punishment and reduce him to slavery." At this moment, both Zi Jingyun and Luo Yangzhou resembled nothing more than the utterly defeated, their prior envy towards Lin Shan now twisted into something even more sinister. They could only hope to witness Lin Shan suffer excruciating torment, believing that would bring them solace. Lin Shan, his face a mask of tranquility, squinted slightly, his eyes glinting with cold light. These two individuals, whose Dan Yuan had been rendered useless, still dared to be so arrogant and threaten him. Were it not for Elder Su's presence, he would have long since unleashed his wrath upon them. However, Lin Shan felt a weight in his heart. The status of Zi Jingyun as a member of the Zijing royal family was not to be trifled with. In a fit of rage, he had incapacitated Zijinjian's Dantian, inevitably inviting the wrath of the Zijing royal family. However, Elder Su cast a glance at Lin Shan before turning his attention to the two menacing figures of Zijinjian and Liangzu, his countenance exuding an overwhelming authority. The pressure of the divine law realm subtly emanating from him. As they felt this palpable force, both Zijinjian and Liangzu were seized by a chill, an ominous premonition beginning to rise from the depths of their hearts. The once formidable killing intent directed at Lin Shan suddenly waned. This unexpected shift left even Lin Shan astonished. "Liangzu, Zijinjian." Elder Su's voice boomed with commanding intensity. "You two audaciously dared to assault the holy maiden of the Taching sect. A crime so heinous that 1,000 deaths would not suffice as punishment. Immediately, members of the punishment hall will apprehend you, issuing a stark warning to your families, relegating you to the status of common laborers." The sudden outburst rendered Liangzu and Zijinjian momentarily dazed. The holy maiden of Taching? What sort of entity was that? In an instant, they recalled the enchanting figure of the masked woman in blue, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, their spirits were crushed. Realizing they were utterly doomed, a warning to their families, a demotion to menial roles, such a punishment was far graver than that for slaughtering fellow disciples. They had provoked a truly formidable figure. Meanwhile, Lin Shan felt a slight shock. It seemed that Qingrou's identity was far from the simple young lady he had imagined. The innate disciples below the stage, upon hearing Elder Su's thunderous shout, grasped the gravity of the situation, their gazes towards Lin Shan now imbued with deeper reverence. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A colossal roar reverberated from the audience, exuding the formidable force of 500 true Qi giant elephants. "Brother Lin Shan, flee quickly. The Thunder King intends to confront you." No sooner had the words been uttered than a tremendous crash echoed, as a figure, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring, was propelled toward the arena. Two silhouettes emerged amidst a sea of gazes, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Chapter 67. The Thunder Guardian. This sudden upheaval instantly captivated everyone's attention. Amidst myriad stares, two figures cloaked in purple lightning robes, their faces concealed by masks of divine wrath, strode forth. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply upon sighting these two men, as he discerned their cultivation to possess an astonishing 9,000 true Qi giant elephant strength. An immediate sense of peril enveloped him. The presence of these two individuals instilled within him an overwhelming sense of danger. As he beheld the whirling figure approaching, Lin Chen's body convulsed in agony, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. At that juncture, a surge of immense magical power descended, catching the hurtling figure and dissipating its tremendous momentum. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the figure was none other than Wei Han. With a sputter, blood erupted from Wei Han's mouth. His chest attire was torn asunder, revealing a slight indentation, flickering with arcs of blue lightning. It was evident that he had sustained significant injuries. After being caught by the magical force and brought to the ground, Wei Han immediately rose to his feet, trembling, and whispered urgently into Lin Chen's ear, "Brother Lin Chen, you must flee. The Thunder King and his men are plotting against you." To utter those words had cost him the strength of 500 true energy giants, while the remaining 300 giants had been entirely devoted to fending off the attacks from the two men wearing the Thunder Ghost masks. "Greetings, Elder Su." The two masked men symbolically acknowledged Elder Su. "Humph." Elder Su scoffed coldly, his gaze filled with disdain as he regarded the two men donning the Thunder Ghost masks, clearly showing his lack of respect for them. "What business do you have here?" one of the men inquired, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. "We come at the behest of the Thunder King." Lin Chen noted the purple, thunder-colored robe of one man, which bore the character left, while the other man's chest was adorned with the character right. The mention of the Thunder King stirred something within him. It seemed that one of the three governors, the Thunder King, had indeed learned of his brother's demise and had discerned some clues. As he contemplated this, Lin Chen's eyes sharpened before settling into a calm demeanor. "The Thunder King?" Elder Su scoffed again. "What matter could possibly warrant your presence?" No sooner had he spoken than the two formidable men abruptly turned their gaze toward Lin Chen, their hawk-like eyes, visible through their masks, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Lin Chen's body tensed immediately. After a brief glance at him, they turned back to Elder Su and declared, "We are here to investigate the matter of the Thunder King's younger brother, Lei Mushing. His soul jade tablet was recently shattered, and we have been sent to look into this incident. Has Lei Mushing passed away?" Elder Su furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it, dismissively gesturing with his hand. "If he is dead, then what purpose does it serve to be here?" The two men exchanged glances before speaking in unison. When young Master Lei Mushing met his demise, he was embroiled in a confrontation with Lin Chen. Moreover, there are witnesses who saw young Master Lei Mushing accompany Lin Chen to the Demon Hunter domain. Given the formidable lethality Lin Chen displayed earlier, he would have had no trouble dealing with Lei Mushing. Furthermore, the who recently had a dispute with Lin Chen have also vanished. Elder Su fell into a contemplative silence. The two men continued. "Lin Chen has been designated as the prime suspect by the Thunder King, and thus we wish to invite Lin Chen for an investigation into this matter." Elder Su's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. Their arguments were undeniably sound, and the Thunder King was indeed a disciple of that individual, possessing extraordinary talent that would surely eclipse others in the future. Yet, Lin Chen remained composed, his expression unyielding amidst the palpable tension. As the atmosphere thickened in this stalemate, after a brief pause, one of the men, marked with the character on his chest, remarked, suddenly retracting his murderous intent, "We are the left and right Thunder Guardians of the Thunder Palace, solely at the behest of the Thunder King." The left and right Thunder Guardians, in that moment, sheathed their menacing aura, their eyes reflecting neither arrogance nor submission. A perilous presence. Lin Chen immediately categorized the two as dangerous individuals. Those like Luo Yanzhou, prone to fits of rage, are the easiest to handle. However, these left and right Thunder Guardians were evidently formidable. Lin Chen's thoughts raced rapidly, yet his expression remained composed as he remarked, "The demon hunting domain is fraught with peril. The death of one or two individuals poses no significant issue. Although the deceased may be my adversaries, which would bring me some measure of satisfaction, it does not imply that I am their murderer. Throughout the 10 days spent in the demon hunting domain, I have been diligently advancing to the 9th level of the innate realm while hunting demonic beasts." His words resonated powerfully, revealing no hint of a flaw. Elder Su nodded slightly. Suspicion alone does not equate to truth. No one was privy to whether Lin Chen was indeed the killer. Without evidence, one cannot make unfounded accusations. Despite Lin Chen's reasoning being sound, we can only extend our apologies. We merely execute orders, regardless of the veracity of the facts. The left guardian suddenly bellowed, and in the next instant, his entire being erupted with tremendous lightning, his vital energy surging and blazing fiercely. This abrupt turn of events caused Lin Chen's hair to stand on end. The left guardian's audacity to act against him in the gaze of thousands was astonishing. Elder Su's countenance also shifted, despite his wariness of the individual. The left guardian's sudden aggression was a public affront to him. Just as he was about to express his anger, the right guardian stepped forward, speaking respectfully yet firmly. Elder Su, I hope you will refrain from intervening in this matter. The Thunder King is currently in seclusion for a month, striving to break through to the divine law realm. Moreover, the Thunder King's orders have already been communicated to his master, the Holy Son of Ta Ching. A month of seclusion to attain the divine law realm? Communicated to the Holy Son? The anger within Elder Su dissipated instantly, leaving only a resigned smile. The implication of the words was nothing more than a veiled threat. However, he found himself unable to act otherwise. Even his esteemed position as the Grand Elder would be rendered futile. Junior brother Lin Chun, do not resist, or I shall slay you on the spot. The voice of the left guardian turned chillingly cold as he advanced with deliberate strides, his aura pulsating with immense energy. His violet robe intertwined with radiating a formidable force that crackled around him. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive hand of blue thunder, enveloping the entirety of Lin Chen's overhead space and reaching out to seize him. This hand, woven from pure azure lightning, erupted with explosive energy, unleashing a heavy presence of thunder that bore down upon Lin Chun. At that moment, Lin Chun was gravely injured, utterly incapable of summoning even a modicum of energy to defend himself. He struggled to muster a shred of true qi, only to be met with excruciating pain radiating from his dantian. The hairs on his body stood on end, as an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. The adversary aimed not merely to capture him, but to inflict severe harm. Upon noticing the right guardian whispering something to Elder Su, a bitter smile crossed Elder Su's face, leaving Lin Chen's heart plummeting into despair. It was evident that the Thunder King sought to torment him specifically, despite the anger boiling within him. Lin Chen found himself utterly powerless to resist. The Thunder King required no justification for his actions, rendering even the inner sect's Grand Elder helpless. As the colossal azure hand of thunder descended with lethal intent, poised to strike Lin Chen down with a single blow, his pupils constricted to pinpoints, and his body became rigid with fear. Chapter 68. The desperate climb. As the Thunder Guardians of the left and right appeared, they immediately targeted Lin Chen, unleashing a tempest of chaos among the innate disciples. The presence of the left and right Thunder Guardians signaled doom for Lin Chen. Could it be that the fabled Thunder King had come to bear down upon him? If so, Lin Chen was surely doomed. I had heard tales of the left and right Thunder Guardians, reputed to rank 5th and 6th among the 10 generals. 5th and 6th? Their prowess was even more terrifying than that of the man from before. It seemed Lin Chen's fate was sealed. Yet another prodigy was destined to perish at the hands of the Thunder King. Wasn't this the same individual who had offended Lei Mushing? I recall now that Lei Mushing had perished days ago. The innate disciples were in an uproar, their gazes towards the left and right Thunder Guardians filled with profound trepidation and dread. To hold such a position among the celestial disciples, how formidable must their abilities be? In the inner selection area, Bai Yin caught sight of the left and right Thunder Guardians, and one of them suddenly struck at Lin Chen, causing her expression to shift. She turned to speak, only to find herself utterly alone. A colossal hand of thunder descended with a thunderous roar, crackling blue lightning erupting with malevolent intent. The once gentle and melodious voice had transformed into an icy, furious tone. The left Thunder Guardian's pupils constricted sharply as blue lightning crackled violently around him. In that instant, the impending hand of thunder halted mere inches from Lin Chun, coming to a complete standstill. At this moment, Lin Chun felt utterly feeble, his entire body racked with excruciating pain. He had narrowly escaped death from the assault of the formidable left Thunder Guardian. The tautness of his spirit began to relax, revealing his profound weakness. Suddenly, a voice he knew all too well echoed once more, icy and filled with fury. Left and right Thunder Guardians, how dare you? Everyone turned their gaze in unison. Before them strode a woman clad in blue, her face concealed by a white veil. Her once pure and gentle eyes now radiated coldness and wrath. It was Qing Ro. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Chen managed a faint smile, though it betrayed his weakness. Brother Lin Shun, please refrain from speaking. Leave everything to me, Qing Ro said softly, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen's blue eyes. As gentle as water. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen realized he could not alter the current situation, and thus he nodded in acceptance. Thank you, he murmured. Qing Ro nodded lightly in response before turning her attention to the left and right Thunder Guardians, her blue eyes glinting with frost. Greetings, Holy Maiden. The Guardians' pupils constricted sharply, and they immediately bowed to Qing Ro, their voices filled with respect. Their demeanor towards her surpassed even that shown to Elder Su Qian of the inner sect. Get out of my sight at once. Tell the Thunder King that Brother Lin Shun is under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm him is equivalent to harming me, Qing Ro declared coldly. In the past, aside from her gentle disposition, no one had ever witnessed her capacity for such indifference. Su Qian beheld Qing Ro's frigid demeanor and sighed softly, realizing that the young man's position in the heart of the Saintess was far from simple. The two Thunder Guardians exchanged a glance, perceiving a flicker of hesitation in each other's eyes. The Thunder King was their master, and as his servants, they were bound to obey his every command. Yet the present circumstances were markedly different. How dare you? Qing Ro's icy gaze intensified as she declared. If you do not leave immediately, I shall ensure that the Thunder King vanishes completely from the Taiqing sect. Upon hearing her words, the two guardians felt a jolt of trepidation, and after a prolonged silence, they nodded heavily in agreement. Humph, Qing Ro scoffed, turning her gaze away from the Thunder Guardians. The two guardians, sharing a tacit understanding, exchanged glances and shook their heads, opting to retreat from her wrath for the moment. The left Thunder Guardian retracted the explosive blue lightning that coursed through his body, transforming it into pure energy. The two formidable figures, ranked among the top 5 or 6 of the 10 generals, promptly turned and departed without leaving a trace of hesitation. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Hey, you too." The left and right Thunder Guardians halted in their tracks, turning their faces towards one another. "Remember to inform your master of today's events. I shall not forget." Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. His heart was ablaze with fury, and his killing intent surged. Yet, the heavier the aura of death, the more composed he remained. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, the azure figure seated within his dantian suddenly found its features sharpening, only to blur again in the next instant. In that fleeting moment, an aura of incomprehensible and noble might surged forth from Lin Chen's body, only to vanish in an instant. Elder Su, who had initially worn a bitter smile, was suddenly taken aback, gazing in disbelief at Lin Chen, whose cold light now emanated from him. What had that sensation been? The Thunder Guardians on either side turned their faces toward Lin Chen, observing him for a moment before shifting their gaze and exclaiming, "Good." As the words fell, the Thunder Guardians erupted with blue lightning essence, propelling themselves toward the exit of the execution platform's wall. With the departure of the Thunder Guardians, many remained in a state of astonishment. Who exactly was this veiled woman in blue? How could she compel even Elder Su's Thunder Guardians to retreat? Moreover, what was Lin Chen's true identity? Countless speculations surged forth, yet none would provide answers. Once the tumult surrounding the Thunder Guardians subsided, Elder Su stepped forward to the martial arts stage and, with a wave of his spiritual force, proclaimed, "The inner selection tournament has concluded successfully. Lin Chen has emerged as the champion of this competition." A roar erupted from the crowd, a cacophony of excitement. The name Lin Chen would undoubtedly resonate beyond the gates of their sect. Elder Su swiftly approached Lin Chen, producing a spatial pouch and stating, "Lin Chen. Within this pouch lie 2 royal-grade Taiqing spirit veins. One is a reward for this tournament, while the other is for your slaying of the vicious disciples, Luo Yangzhou and Zijinjian. Among them is a token, the very key to the first cave dwelling of the inner sect." As Lin Chen grasped the Qinkuan bag in his hand, his previously vigilant body immediately relaxed, succumbing to an overwhelming pain that coursed through him, causing him to stagger perilously close to a fall. At this moment, Wei Han had already regained his composure and, upon witnessing Lin Chen's frail and severely injured state, hurried forward to offer support, only to be gently rebuffed by Lin Chen. Qing Ro, standing nearby, softly urged, "Brother Lin Chen, your injuries are grave. Allow me to assist you." Lin Chen cast a glance at the enchanting figure before him, momentarily lost in the depths of her watery blue gaze, as if he were submerged within it. After a brief pause, he waved his hand and smiled, saying, "I have vowed not to bring you shame. A champion must rise on their own. With that, Lin Shun began to stagger toward the exit, each step heavier than the last. Yet his silhouette remained both slender and imposing, exuding a resolute determination. Qing Rou stood frozen for a moment, her blue eyes resembling a crescent moon, misty with emotion as she followed Lin Chen's retreating figure with a buoyant spirit. Elder Su, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, felt an inexplicable tremor in his aged heart. Meanwhile, the cold beauty stared at Lin Chen's steadfast back as he departed, momentarily taken aback, before biting her lower lip with newfound resolve. This man always spoke with intention and followed through. Chapter 69. The Jun Tian Cave Abode Taiching Immortal Island stretches for thousands of miles. At the heart of the island lies the entrance to the Taiching sect. The entire sect spans a vast area of 100 miles, second only to the demon-hunting domain. Before the grand entrance, two spiraling stone pillars rise majestically, with the characters for Taiching sect hanging in the center, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Qing Rou, with her delicate, jade-like wrist, gently entwined her arm with Lin Chen's, her blue, water-like eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Lin Shun, this outer courtyard is where the outer disciples and the servant disciples reside. Qing Rou explained that the inner disciples dwell deeper within the courtyard, where numerous caves have been carved out. Beneath these caves lies the connection to the Taiching spiritual vein. Lin Chen's face flushed slightly, and he nodded awkwardly. He attempted to withdraw his hand from Qing Rou's arm, but found himself unable to muster the strength, reveling instead in the tender sensation of their skin's contact and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Wei Han had wisely departed upon their arrival. As the two walked further, they entered the Taiching sect, and Lin Shun was immediately enveloped by a distinct aura. The moment he stepped through the grand entrance, the spiritual energy surged, becoming thrice as dense as that of the outside world, allowing him to even sense a trace of the Taiching essence. Countless courtyards sprawled around, connected by a broad path that seemed to stretch endlessly until obscured by thick mist, rendering the end indistinguishable. Within these courtyards, varying fluctuations of true energy were present, but as they ventured deeper, the intensity of these energies increased. This suggested that the entire Taiching sect resembled a ladder of power, where ascending higher equated to greater cultivation prowess. The deeper they went, the more astonished Lin Shun became. The spiritual energy and Taiching essence grew ever more potent. Before long, the area designated for inner disciples revealed 3 towering mountains. These majestic peaks soared into the heavens, each reaching heights of at least 100 miles. Arranged vertically, each mountain connected to the next, representing the triad of human, earth, and heaven, distinct levels of inner discipleship. Lin Shun immediately noticed that on the towering mountain before him, numerous entrances had been hewn into its rugged face. Some of these openings were adorned with exquisite decorations, while others bore a stark simplicity. There were easily over 1,000 of them. Within certain entrances, glowing formations and prohibitions shimmered, enhancing the fortifications of the abodes. Above each entrance, the name of the dwelling was intricately carved, signifying that it was inhabited. Qing Rou, standing beside him, provided explanations, and Lin Shun gradually began to comprehend. At the entrance of each cavern, there existed a peculiar stone groove, designed to receive a key for activation. Failure to do so would result in a backlash from the formation. Brother Lin Shun, yours is the first cave of the inner disciples, the one at the very top. Qing Rou pointed with her delicate, fair finger towards the immense opening perched at the summit. The largest entrance towered above the rest, its scale exceeding the ordinary by a factor of 2, exuding an air of ancient solemnity that seemed to pierce the clouds. Excellent. Lin Shun nodded in satisfaction. The tyrant had mentioned the presence of a rare substance within that could elevate him to the realm of inferior royal artifacts. The thought ignited a fervor within him. By cultivating the golden copper body refinement technique to perfection, he would be able to unleash the heavenly hand of the weak twice to its fullest extent, significantly enhancing his power. However, Lin Shun harbored a vague apprehension. He sensed that even with the heavenly hand of the weak, he might still be unable to overcome the left protector. He needed to grow stronger. With Qing Rou linking her arm with his, the two ascended the myriad stone steps leading to the summit, making their way toward the cavern's mouth. At the pinnacle of the mountain, Lin Shun and Qing Rou stood before the cave, gazing into the abyss-like depths that lay within. At this moment, Lin Shun could not help but marvel at the abundant spiritual energy at the peak, which was several times more potent than that at the foot of the mountain. Especially as one ascended, the aura became increasingly dense. Big Brother Lin Shun, please bestow a name upon this cave dwelling. Qing Rou softly suggested from beside him. A name? Lin Shun was momentarily taken aback. Only by designating the cave with a name could it signify habitation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling the ancient bronze coffin resting upon his brow. After a brief contemplation, a name naturally emerged in his mind. Lin Shun leaped forward, his skin taking on a bronze hue, and with a hand as his quill, inscribed the name above the cave entrance. Jun Tianfu. Qing Rou whispered these three characters, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. As Lin Shun descended, he swayed slightly before suppressing the pain coursing through his body, suddenly experiencing an extraordinary sensation. The Xianshang Jun Tianjing was indeed the mysterious technique imparted by the bronze coffin. He decided to name it Jun Tianfu, symbolizing unity with the heavens. Qing Rou, accompany me inside to explore. Lin Shun smiled at the enchanting figure in blue before him. Qing Rou's azure eyes momentarily glazed over. Then she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Shun's, her tone tinged with melancholy. Brother Lin Shun, I am truly sorry. I must retreat into seclusion now. Lin Shun's expression faltered slightly, yet he concealed it well, nodding with a bittersweet smile. They had only just met, yet were destined to part once more, leaving him with a lingering sense of loss. Nevertheless, Lin Shun was puzzled about Qing Rou's true identity. Was she a young lady of noble birth, or perhaps the holy maiden of Taiqing? These matters are beyond Lin Shun's comprehension. His strength remains woefully inadequate. The respect exhibited by the Thunder Guardians on either side reflects the extraordinary status of Qing Rou, which is undoubtedly remarkable. However, what weighs heavily on Lin Shun's mind is the fact that during her last retreat, Qing Rou ascended from the 7th to the 9th level of innate strength. Should she retreat once more, it is likely she will achieve yet another elevation in her prowess. Contemplating this, Lin Shun instinctively clenched his fists, acutely aware of his own relatively low standing. Observing Lin Shun's silence, Qing Rou mirrored his quietude, merely gazing at him with serene intensity. Suddenly, Lin Shun felt as though he glimpsed his own reflection in her azure, watery eyes. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming urge surged within him to unveil her delicate white veil. At that instant, the ancient bronze coffin nestled within his brow emitted a faint glimmer. Qing Rou regarded Lin Shun with a look of perplexity, her eyelids gently lowered, yet she uttered not a word. Brother Lin Shun, I must take my leave now. She spoke softly, her gaze like tranquil waters. Lin Shun, his body rigid, failed to witness her departure. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually turned his head, discovering a Qiankuan bag left upon the ground, causing his heart to tremble slightly. With utmost care, he picked up the Qiankuan bag, a delicate fragrance wafting to his nostrils. Standing atop the mountain peak, he gazed down the slopes, his clenched fists resonating with the sound of cracking knuckles. Qing Rou, I wish to become strong enough that one day you will personally lift the veil for me. Having regained his composure, Lin Shun retrieved a white jade token from the Qiankuan bag bestowed upon him by Elder Su. The white jade token, inscribed with the character 1, bore an enigmatic formation that emanated a trace of profound magical energy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun placed the jade tablet into the stone groove. With a crack, the sound of a gear turning echoed, and the once tranquil entrance of the cave suddenly rippled with a layer of barrier, unveiling the entire cave dwelling. In that instant, Lin Shun's pupils constricted sharply. A powerful and sharp aura surged forth from the cave like erupting deep-sea magma, overwhelming everything in its path. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosive shattering resonated continuously. Countless streams of metallic gold energy seemed to solidify into invisible golden blades, swirling all around. Chapter 70. The Blood Elder sets the formation. The sudden outburst of metallic gold energy from the cave violently propelled Lin Shun backward, each impact resonating with thunderous echoes. Severely injured, Lin Shun could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. The garments adorning his body were torn to shreds by the onslaught of the surging metallic gold energy. The cacophony of impacts resembled torrential raindrops battering the earth, emanating from Lin Shun's form. His bronze-like physique solidified in an instant to withstand the force of the metallic gold energy, while fine white marks rapidly spread over his entire body from the relentless collisions. The frail interior of his body endured further deepening injuries. Endless waves of golden metallic energy continued to erupt from the cave entrance, akin to an infinite barrage of wind blades unleashed from a bottomless abyss. Devour the celestial map. Lin Shun's mind suddenly stirred, and a pitch-black atlas swiftly emerged from his dantian, unfurling gently. The entire dark tome, akin to an abyssal void, radiated a subtle aura of majesty, more substantial and imposing than before. The devouring celestial map had absorbed a considerable amount of regal essence in recent days, bringing the strength of the formation ever closer to that of a superior royal artifact. Should the devouring celestial map ascend once more, its might would rival that of a high-grade royal weapon. All the surging golden metal essence crashed into the devouring celestial map, vanishing as if swallowed by the ocean. Completely consumed, this torrent of energy erupted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. After absorbing such a vast quantity, the devouring celestial map had acquired a hint of sharpness. Clearly overwhelmed by the abundance of golden metal essence, unable to fully dissipate it at once. Youngster, such a vast amount of golden metal essence is sufficient for you to ascend to a low-grade royal artifact, Blood Elder remarked with satisfaction. In this cavern, I sense an extraordinarily rich presence of golden metal essence and the aura of the supreme clarity. The price of 800,000 contribution points is— Lin Shen smiled wryly and nodded, suspending the devouring celestial map above his head to guard against unforeseen incidents. The once pitch-black and enigmatic cavern now glowed as brightly as day, arranged lavishly in accordance with the opulent decor of a grand chamber, with beams crafted from a type of fragrant sandalwood, superior to even rosewood. As Lin Shen stepped into the cavern, he was immediately enveloped by the mingling energies of the Gung metal and the Taiching essence, both of which were remarkably potent. The circuit of the golden copper body refinement technique began to operate automatically, absorbing the drifting Gung metal energy within the cave. The rich Taiching essence seemed to flow incessantly, causing every pore in his body to expand, invigorating his spirit immensely. The cavern itself was vast and extended several dozen meters deep. The surrounding stone walls bore an ancient and weathered appearance, marked by numerous scars, clearly a testament to years of erosion from the Gung metal energy. As Lin Shen ventured deeper into the cave, the concentrations of both the Gung metal and Taiching spiritual energies intensified. Abruptly, Lin Shen halted, confronted by an astonishing sight before him. At the innermost recess of the cavern, a golden object resembling a sword's blade was embedded deep within, exuding thick waves of Gung metal energy that surged forth. This entire golden Gung metal sword was imbued with an immense reservoir of Gung metal energy, surpassing the earlier golden ancient stone iron tree by a full measure. If the golden ancient stone iron tree could be likened to a mere fragment of gold, then this Gung metal object, reminiscent of a sword's blade, resembled a massive gold mine. Remarkably, this Gung metal entity was on the verge of forming a spiritual body. The Blood Elder stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he remarked, Lin Shen, you have struck a tremendous fortune this time. This Gung metal entity could potentially elevate your physical prowess to that of a mid-grade royal weapon. What? A mid-grade royal weapon? Lin Shen exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face, followed swiftly by a surge of excitement. To obtain this cave, the relentless effort truly proves to be worthwhile. If his physical prowess were to be elevated to the level of a mid-grade royal artifact, he could effortlessly wield the hand of the celestial and terrestrial without bearing any burden. This revelation is akin to a timely gift from heaven for Lin Shen. However, he soon recovered from his astonishment and continued to scrutinize the depths of the stone cave. Before long, he discovered a stone platform nestled at the very bottom of the cavern. Upon this platform rested a mat woven from jade silk, radiating a rich azure glow, equivalent to the immense power of a formidable spirit. Within this azure luminescence lay the essence of a monarch's intent. This entire premier cave was, astonishingly, drawing upon the royal-level Taiching spiritual vein. Excellent, Lin Shen exclaimed in admiration. It was well worth the considerable effort I invested. Now I can harness the royal-level Taiching spiritual vein along with the essence of metal, rapidly advancing my cultivation. At this moment, Lin Shen possessed 2 Taiching spiritual veins and an additional 6 superior Taiching spiritual veins, ample for his transformation into the 10th level of innate mastery. Yet suddenly, Blood Old spoke up. Lin Shen, relinquish to me 1 royal-level Taiching spiritual vein, and I shall arrange an array and restrictions for your cave. The notion of setting up an array piqued Lin Shen's interest, but he instinctively covered his waist pouch with his hand. The expenditure of a royal-level Taiching spiritual vein is exorbitantly high, a staggering 500,000 contribution points, which Lin Shun was loath to part with, as these spiritual veins were indeed dear to his heart. "You little rascal, still pretending to be a miser with your wealth." The elder Shui chuckled with a hint of sarcasm, saying, "In the past, many formidable figures sought my expertise in arranging formations. Such opportunities are beyond the reach of most." Lin Shin remained resolute, tightly clutching his pouch, his expression unperturbed. "Well then," Elder Shui sighed, continuing, "with a single royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein, I can craft a formation capable of completely ensnaring one of the Thunder Guardians." "What? Completely ensnare?" Lin Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. Each Thunder Guardian possessed the power equivalent to 9,000 true Qi giant elephants. Their might formidable, ranking among the top 5 or 6 of the 10 generals. Even at his peak, Lin Shin would struggle to overcome any of them. The idea that a mere formation devised by Elder Shui could trap one of them was astonishing. "Indeed," Elder Shui proclaimed with pride, "I was once a master of formations." Lin Shin felt a stirring within. Given Elder Shui's confidence, he chose to trust him. If the formation wielded such lethal potential, the expenditure of a royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein seemed justifiable. With a thought, Lin Shin reached into the Qiankuan bag cast by Elder Su. Immediately, he discovered 2 massive Tai Ching spiritual veins intertwined, exuding a robust aura of Tai Ching, which contained a faint royal intent. Moreover, Lin Shin perceived that these 2 royal-level Tai Ching veins bore a vague outline, resembling the form of a dragon or serpent. These royal spiritual veins possessed a power equivalent to 80,000 true Qi giant elephants, their Tai Ching essence shaping into a nebulous dragon-serpent figure, brimming with royal intent. Indeed, these were treasures of remarkable worth. Lin Shin felt no lingering attachment as he swiftly extracted a royal-level Tai Ching spirit vein and cast it into the devouring heavenly map. The map trembled slightly, and an elderly man with white hair abruptly materialized from within, immediately grasping the entire royal-level Tai Ching spirit vein in his mighty hand. The power of 80,000 true Qi giants could now be initially unleashed. The Blood Elder murmured to himself, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he directed it towards the direction of the cave dwelling. At this moment, the Blood Elder's aura transformed once more, reminiscent of the Array Dao Master from years gone by. Radiant martial arts, the great evolution of spirits, 77:49, neither killing nor severing, and formless sword. As the spirit of the devouring heavenly map, the Blood Elder possessed the cultivation level of a low-grade royal artifact. With a powerful grasp, he seized the royal-level Tai Ching spirit vein, drawing forth streams of true Qi giants from it. The devouring heavenly map behind the Blood Elder opened wide, enveloped in boundless darkness. In that instant, Lin Shun was taken aback. "The pen of Array Dao," the Blood Elder bellowed. The entire royal-level Tai Ching spirit vein seemed to be drawn by an extraordinary force, continuously shrinking in the Blood Elder's hand until it transformed into an object resembling a brush. The entire brush was a deep azure, embodying a staggering 80,000 true Qi giants. Before Lin Shen's eyes, the Blood Elder's form erupted with vigor as he began to wield the brush, crafted from the compressed royal-level Tai Ching spirit vein, with fervor. Each stroke traced an arc in the air, and with every mark made, torrents of true Qi giants surged forth. The entire stone cavern trembled subtly beneath the strokes of the Blood Elder, as if a magnificent sword of unparalleled quality were being forged. In an instant, the Blood Elder had completed a total of 49 strokes, leaving the royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein nearly depleted. Lin Shun immediately sensed an intangible formation manifesting before him. Although he could not yet perceive it with the naked eye, he could feel the presence of a formation slowly rotating in the air. With a sudden motion, the Blood Elder grasped the devouring celestial map, which flew into his hands, aligning the 49 swords in place. With a sharp hiss, streams of pure metal essence erupted from the devouring celestial map, coalescing into numerous golden small swords. A total of 49 beams of golden light descended upon 49 distinct positions, suspended above the cavern. The entire stone chamber quaked, stones cascading down as an invisible grand sword formation unfolded within. The 49 golden small swords embedded themselves at various points within the formation, floating and swaying in harmony with its gradual rotation. A palpable aura of slaughter emanated from the 7 directions. Observing Lin Shen's astonishment, the Blood Elder, though frail, declared with pride, "This is the 7 absolutes and 7 kills invisible sword formation." Chapter 71. The mysterious talismans, the 7 absolutes and 7 kills, invisible sword formation? Lin Chen murmured, feeling the waves emanating from this ethereal sword formation, potent enough to rival one of the Thunder Guardian's forces. The expenditure of a royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein was not unwarranted. Alas, the efficacy of the 7 absolutes and 7 kills invisible sword formation relied upon the harmonious cooperation of all 49 flying swords to reach its utmost potential. The old man sighed. If only I could acquire 49 inferior king-tier flying swords, the power of this formation would likely double. Just now, I merely utilized the essence of metal from the devouring celestial map as the basis for the flying swords. Doubling the power? Could that mean even the 2 Thunder Guardians could be repelled? Lin Chen pondered, his heart igniting with fervor at the thought. It seemed he needed to earn more contribution points to procure the 49 flying swords. When he next encountered the Thunder Guardians, he would lure them into the cave and employ the formation to annihilate them. Young one, absorb this now, and you shall gain control over this formation. The old man tossed a remnant of the king-tier Tai Ching spiritual brush he had just wielded. Excellent. Lin Chen inhaled deeply and consumed the brush-shaped essence of Tai Ching. As he absorbed it, an extraordinary sensation blossomed within his mind. He envisioned an intangible grand formation slowly rotating within the cave, forming a cycle. The 49 flying swords seemed to respond to his command. Is this the sword formation? Lin Chen rejoiced, realizing his limited understanding of formations and talismans. Young one, I shall now enter the devouring celestial map to recuperate. The old man chuckled. You should focus on healing your injuries and check the bag that girl left you. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that Qing Ro had bestowed upon him a Qian Kuan pouch before her departure. As his fingers grazed the pouch, he could almost faintly perceive the ethereal figure of the blue-clad woman, dancing like a sprite. Qing Ro, he murmured, and then, closing his eyes, he plunged deeply into the pouch. Instantly, he discovered a jade box within the confines of the pouch. The rich aroma of medicinal elixirs wafted from it, only slightly less potent than the recovery pill he had encountered earlier. Could this possibly be? A flicker of realization ignited within Lin Chen as he grasped the jade box. Upon opening it, a pill of black and white hues, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance, revealed itself. Waves of dense medicinal fragrance surged forth, enveloping the entire cave. The life and death revitalization pill? Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously seen this particular pill on the exchange list for contribution points, valued at 3 million. Its efficacy rivaled that of the recovery pill. Unbeknownst to him, his fist clenched tightly, his gaze resolute as stone. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a towering figure. Lin Songxing, alongside the gentle warmth of a pair of blue eyes. Father, Qing Ro, I shall not let you down, he declared, before swallowing the life and death revitalization pill whole. This marked the second time he had been sheltered by another's grace. A day elapsed. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sprang open, brilliance flickering within them, as a series of small explosive sounds resonated throughout his being. The combination of the life and death revitalization pill and a superior Tai Ching spiritual vein had rejuvenated him completely. Filled with a vibrant energy, the immense force of true qi within him surged to a staggering count of 1,200 elephants. It was said that the Thunder King would emerge from his seclusion in just a month. Thus, it was imperative for me to diligently enhance my cultivation, Lin Chen declared, his face a mask of determination. With my devouring demonic technique, a month of frenzied consumption would sufficiently elevate my prowess to a terrifying level. Even against the Thunder King, I would possess the strength to contend. In that moment, a myriad of plans began to take shape in Lin Chen's mind. The Thunder King's dispatch of his thunderous guards was nothing short of an ominous omen. This formidable being from the 3 Days Mansion was poised to make a move against Lin Chen. The urgency of the situation was palpable. This urgency also explained why Qing Ro had left behind a life and death elixir, intending to expedite Lin Chen's recovery. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the sword, forged from the essence of metal and embedded deep within the cavern's floor. Drawing a deep breath, he activated his bronze body technique with fervor. 180 trajectories of energy surged forth, coalescing with a resounding clang. The golden little sword seemed to respond to the call of Lin Chen's, releasing wisps of metal essence that enveloped him from all directions, flooding into his being. As the bronze body technique surged into action, it absorbed the overwhelming onslaught of metal essence. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pain of tearing as the strength of his body gradually intensified. A full day and night passed. After this duration, the bronze hue of Lin Chen's body deepened, growing ever more pronounced. The essence of the metal element surged forth like an overwhelming tide, incessantly pouring in. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Outside the original abode of Jun Tian, a fierce wind suddenly arose, as if a storm were descending. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, immediately perceiving the oncoming tempestuous gale, akin to a roaring dragon of wind. This colossal gust, crashing forth with tremendous force, contained an incredibly powerful impact, mercilessly wreaking havoc in all directions. The fluctuation of magical energy? Lin Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. If a formidable being from the divine law realm were to confront him, he would find himself utterly defenseless. With a sudden surge of thought, an invisible grand formation, meticulously arranged within the cave, sprang into action. At that instant, 49 swords of the metal element began to dance in the air. An endless array of sword lights swirled throughout the cavern, relentless and boundless. The ferocious and roaring gale collided with the 7 killings and 7 absolutes unseen sword formation, being torn to shreds by the countless flashes of annihilating sword light. Yet, this surging wind seemed inexhaustible, continuing to howl madly, shaking the entire mountain. The sheer magnitude of the commotion immediately drew the other disciples from the cave, pointing and discussing the abode of Jun Tian. Heavens, what kind of disturbance is that? TSK, it is said that the fiercest of the inner selected disciples resides there, with such a torrent of wind flooding the entire cave. Could it be that the master of this abode is cultivating some divine skill? Whatever he is practicing, having offended the Thunder King, he won't be able to last long. Meanwhile, as the crowd engaged in animated discussion, within the intangible sword formation, terrifying beams of sword light continued to flash, mercilessly slaughtering all in their path. After a full hour of relentless carnage, this immense and surging gale was entirely eradicated, leaving no trace behind. This experience unveiled to Lin Chen the terrifying nature of the 7 kills and 7 absolutes in visible sword formation. Once the dragon-like tempest was vanquished, Lin Chen immediately noticed a yellow talisman drifting downwards, emanating mysterious waves of magical energy. Could this be the object of significance? Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen swiftly extended his hand, transforming his true energy into a grasping hand, seizing the yellow talisman into his palm. As the talisman nestled in his hand, intricate magical forces surged forth, revealing a line of small characters. Upon reading these words, Lin Chen's expression darkened abruptly. The inscription warned, "Beware or face death." Chapter 72. A shocking transformation. From whom did this talisman originate? Lin Chen's countenance shifted between shades of uncertainty, pondering the meaning behind the 8 characters inscribed on the talisman. Could it be that the Thunder King was preparing to take action against him? This seemed implausible, as the Thunder King was supposed to be in seclusion for an entire month, leaving no time to deal with him. There was only one possibility. If the talisman were genuine, then the Thunder King would dispatch someone to confront him. Conversely, if the talisman were a forgery, it would imply that he had drawn the attention of a master in the divine method realm. Kid, do not be overly concerned. The voice of Blood Elder resonated in his mind. The magical fluctuations emanating from this talisman suggested as merely the work of a half-step divine method practitioner, not that of a true master. Half-step divine method? Lin Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the 3 Heavens Mansion and the 10 Great Generals. The Lord of the 3 Heavens Mansion was none other than a being at the threshold of divine law, was it not? Could it be that the one called Yun Qing, the Lord of the Qing Mansion, was involved? Or perhaps, the Thunder King was merely engaging in ruse. At this moment, Lin Chen felt the complexity of this talisman weighing heavily upon him. Why ponder so much, young one? Quickly elevate your own strength. With sufficient power, any scheme will inevitably unravel, the Blood Elder remarked with a hint of irritation. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. The profound fire seal ignited fiercely, instantly reducing the talisman to ashes. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened once more. After taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Since there were 10 ambushes, he would shatter them with absolute power. Currently, Lin Chen possessed 7 superior Taiching spiritual veins, equivalent to a colossal force of 70,000 true qi. Adding to this the remaining royal-grade Taiching spiritual vein, he boasted a staggering total of 150,000 true qi. This immense power was sufficient to elevate Lin Shen to the 10th level of the innate realm, transforming the devouring diagram into the devouring furnace. Throughout this day and night, the tempering of his bronze body progressed systematically, with his entire being glowing more resplendently, smooth as if on the verge of transforming into gold. The indistinct golden sword forged from the essence of gung metal seemed to act as an abyss, voraciously drawing the energy into Lin Shen's body. Unfold the devouring diagram and absorb the gung metal essence to break through to a low-grade royal artifact. Lin Shen inhaled sharply, his mind racing once again. With both hands directed towards the golden small sword, the image of the devouring diagram suddenly emerged upon his palm. A powerful suction force erupted fiercely from his hand, sizzling. As Lin Shen unleashed the formidable power of absorption, waves of gung metal energy immediately surged forth, converging towards his hands. The entire golden small sword trembled, releasing an even greater volume of gung metal energy, roaring towards the devouring diagram resting on Lin Shen's palm. It was as if a golden dragonfish had formed, crashing into Lin Shen's body. Instantly, this torrent of relentless and immense gung metal energy surged into Lin Shen's being, unleashing a cacophony of metallic clangs. The devouring diagram hovered, adorned with 9,999,000 azure particles, exhaling vast amounts of gung metal energy, circulating through a map of 180 meridian pathways. Upon the influx of this abundant gung metal energy, Lin Shen let out a painful grunt, his brows knitting together, his body trembling slightly. Waves of tearing pain coursed through him as the gung metal energy incessantly sliced through his flesh, merging into his very being. The devouring diagram floated in his palm, ceaselessly absorbing vast amounts of gung metal energy, while the luster of Lin Shen's bronze body grew ever more resplendent. After a considerable passage of time, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly widened, bursting forth with immense joy. The devouring diagram abruptly halted in his hand, and the surging gung metal energy washed over his body. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted, accompanied by the crisp sounds of impact. At this moment, Lin Shen's stature surged once more, increasing by 60 centimeters, his skin radiating a resplendent golden hue, emanating a profound sense of robust defense. After dedicating half a day to enduring this agony and trial, he finally elevated his bronze body to the realm of the golden body, achieving a defensive capacity equivalent to that of a low-grade king weapon. Excellent! Lin Shen exclaimed in delight as he returned to his original form and sat down. Now that I have reached the level of a low-grade king weapon, the burden of employing the heavenly hand of the cyclic sky has been reduced by half. I shall no longer be a mere target for others. The heavenly hand of the cyclic sky was Lin Shen's lethal weapon. However, he felt a slight discontent regarding the immense strain brought about by the strength of 10,000 true Qi giants. Fortunately, this issue had now diminished significantly. Yet, I must not become complacent, Lin Shen murmured to himself. I must swiftly advance the devouring diagram into the devouring furnace, allowing me to ascend directly to the 10th layer of innate, refining my Dan Yuan treasures. In Lin Shen's grand design, he aimed to evolve the devouring diagram into the devouring furnace while simultaneously cultivating it into his own Dan Yuan. It was truly a dual triumph. Once the devouring diagram was upgraded to the devouring furnace, it would possess the capacity to vanquish foes akin to a magical artifact. Its power would undoubtedly meet Lin Shen's expectations. 70,000 true Qi giants, come forth. Lin Shen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he raised his hand, and immediately, 7 superior Tai Ching spirit veins soared from the illusory spirit mirror, hovering above his head, pulsating with immense true Qi. Devour, and the devouring diagram unfolded with fervor. The 7 upper-level Tai Ching spiritual veins trembled violently, beginning to whirl and dance, as torrents of true energy in the form of colossal elephant power surged into Lin Shen. His body quivered vigorously, the golden physique erupting into brilliance. Naturally, Lin Shen was not foolish enough to attempt to absorb the entire 70,000 true energy colossal elephant powers at once, for doing so would surely overwhelm him. Instead, he allowed 1,000 of these forces to flow into the devouring diagram, where 999,000 azure particles shimmered with a radiant blue light, spinning rapidly. Lin Shen's true energy sphere also received a modicum of feedback as the colossal elephant power steadily ascended. Time gradually passed, and the true energy sphere within Lin Chen grew to a remarkable level of 2,000. Meanwhile, the devouring diagram sparkled with a more resplendent azure glow, as if it were on the verge of a metamorphosis. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen infused the final upper-level Taiching spiritual vein into the devouring diagram, completing the last stage of evolution. Condense into the devouring furnace. Lin Chen bellowed. The devouring diagram quaked incessantly as the 990,000 azure particles dispersed and began to coalesce into the shape of a cauldron. This was the nascent form of the devouring furnace. An even darker aura of consumption emanated from the devouring furnace, an overwhelming presence that left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. It rivaled that of a high-grade royal artifact. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen's excitement surged. If he could solidify the devouring furnace into his Dan Yuan, its lethality and devouring power would escalate to unprecedented heights. As the devouring furnace solidified, Lin Chen possessed ample trump cards, rapidly ascending within this month. Yet, during this crucial peak, a thunderous roar erupted from the peak of the human-level mountain. Lin Chen, come forth and face your demise, to accompany my brother to the grave. This astonishing thunderclap descended unexpectedly, shrouding the entire human-level mountain in its reverberations. A tremendous pressure suddenly enveloped the area. The wind howled, and the heavens grew dark. A massive cloud, spanning 10 meters, swiftly congregated opposite the human-level mountain, within which violet lightning crackled ominously. An enigmatic aura of magical energy surged forth from within. Boom, boom. The sounds of thunder erupted incessantly. Suddenly, amidst the terrified gazes of countless disciples from the inner sect, a colossal face, woven from intertwining violet lightning and measuring 4 meters in height, burst forth from the clouds. This face, formed of violet lightning, bore indistinct features yet radiated an air of authority, its thunderous echoes imbued with a devastating power. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jun Tian's cave, Lin Chen felt his aura tremble violently at the sound of the thunderclap. The previously solidified devouring furnace began to shake uncontrollably. This is bad. Realizing the change in the devouring diagram, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The shockwave from the sudden thunderclap, infused with a hint of profound magical power, immediately jolted Lin Chen's body. Devouring diagram, return to your position at once. Lin Chen roared, channeling the immense energy within him like a colossal elephant, fervently pouring it into the devouring furnace's embryonic form while maintaining an unparalleled focus of his mind. However, to his dismay, the entire structure of the nascent devouring furnace began to tremble violently and rapidly disintegrate. A thunderous explosion resonated from within Lin Chen, and in an instant, the embryonic form of the devouring furnace shattered into 9,999,000 azure devouring particles, dull and lifeless. His vital energy surged uncontrollably, as a legion of energy elephants scattered in all directions, causing Lin Chen to cough up a mouthful of blood. Who dares to disrupt me at this moment? A murderous intent filled Lin Chen's face. This grievance shall not be forgotten. After expending such tremendous effort, harnessing the strength of 60,000 energy elephants to coalesce the embryonic form of the devouring furnace, only to have it abruptly interrupted and rendered null, how could he not be enraged? Yet, a thunderous voice from Blood Elder rang out. Lin Chen, be cautious. This is the fluctuation of thunder and magic. As the words fell, waves of thunderous roars echoed from the mountaintops outside, imbued with majestic authority. Lin Chen immediately sensed the profound magical energy. His furious eyes constricted sharply, and his entire being tensed up suddenly. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him. The Thunder King is actually coming? Chapter 73, Battle Against the Thunder King's Avatar, Part 1. An invisible pressure descended upon the entire mountain range. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of thunder from the heavens, a booming sound that, while not the ominous roll of cataclysmic lightning, nevertheless bore an imposing presence. A visage of purple lightning, woven into a formidable countenance, hovered ominously outside Lin Chen's cave abode, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. The inner sect disciples, upon witnessing this thunderous visage, turned ashen with fear. The sheer power encapsulated within this face of thunder instilled within them an overwhelming dread. Could it be the face of the Thunder King? The Thunder King had actually descended in person. Was he here to slay the inner sect's foremost disciple, Lin Chen? Rumor had it that the Thunder King ranked first among the lords of the three heavens, possessing unparalleled might, It seemed this disciple's fate was sealed. Meanwhile, within the confines of his cave, Lin Shen felt an unprecedented tension coursing through him. He sensed a looming crisis. Although the force outside did not match that of the divine law realm, it surpassed even the might of the Thunder Guardians. How could this be? Lin Shen's eyes narrowed into slits. Had it not been said that the Thunder King was in seclusion for a month? What had prompted this sudden arrival? This unforeseen manifestation of the Thunder King not only shattered Lin Shen's aspirations but also enveloped him in grave peril. How could he possibly contend with an existence on the verge of the divine law realm? Lin Shen, come forth and meet your demise. Should I obliterate your entire cave? The thunderous voice reverberated from outside, laden with authority. The ominous tone weighed heavily on Lin Shen's heart. It was clear that the Thunder King had come with the explicit intent to kill him, rendering any semblance of rules ineffective against his wrath. Moreover, what deeply disheartened Lin Shen was the sect's utter indifference to the matter, allowing the Thunder King to wield his power unchecked. Clenching his fist with great force, he knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Thunder King, I did not slay your brother. Should you persist in your obstinate ways, disregarding the sect's regulations, I shall have no choice but to resist to the bitter end. Lin Shen declared with a heavy heart, revealing little fear. Outside the Juntian cave, there existed a formidable magical barrier. According to Qing Ro, the potency of this barrier was immensely powerful, impervious to others' attempts to breach it. This was the last vestige of hope Lin Shen clung to. Huh, what a jest. The Thunder King's voice, resonating with authority, was laced with derision. Do you truly believe that a mere cave's barrier can thwart me? I shall soon make you experience a torment worse than death. Lin Shen's thoughts were eerily anticipated by the Thunder King. An ominous premonition surged within Lin Shen's heart, as if facing a formidable adversary. In the terrified gazes of the 1,000 inner disciples, the colossal visage of Thunderous might loomed ominously above the summit, hurtling towards Lin Shen's Juntian cave. This enormous face, woven from intertwining violet lightning, possessed strength surpassing that of the surrounding thunderous guardians. Break it for me, the violet lightning visage bellowed, the air crackling with energy as its mouth gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of lightning. This bolt of lightning, entirely composed of violet energy, formed serpentine arcs of electricity, dancing wildly amidst the crackling thunder. Each electric serpent harbored profound magical fluctuations. Hundreds of these serpents surged forth, erupting with a cacophony of explosive sounds, their might overwhelming and terrifying. Each serpent of electric fury possesses the capacity to annihilate an entity of innate strength at the 9th level. Now, there are no less than 100 of them. A formidable aura of lethality suddenly envelopes the entrance of the Juntian cave, where a faint barrier flickers into existence. This barrier, seemingly formless yet tangible, embodies the mysterious power of arcane magic, solid in its defense. The multitude of violet electric serpents surges forth, crashing violently against this barrier, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Boom, boom. The terrifying sounds of detonation resonate continuously as the violet serpents unleash torrents of electricity, coursing across the barrier's surface. Each serpent's movement generates a tremendous force of explosion. The transparent, enigmatic barrier begins to tremble under the relentless onslaught of the electric serpents. As if on the brink of collapse, within the Juntian cave, Lin Shen perceives this scene, his expression shifting with alarm. What overwhelming force! It is capable of breaching even the most formidable of restrictions. A heavy weight settles in Lin Shen's heart. He realizes that he must rely solely on the 7 kills 7 absolute invisible sword formation, for otherwise he would be powerless against the Thunder King's wrath. The sudden assault of the Thunder King evokes a profound fury within Lin Shen, yet he is also acutely aware of the immense peril at hand. Break for me. Outside the cave, the visage of the colossal violet thundercloud bellows with a thunderous roar, crashing violently against the trembling barrier. Each bolt of violet lightning that descends rends the surrounding cliffs, leaving gaping holes in their wake, a display of terrifying might. Bang! Under the force of this tremendous impact, the entire cavern trembled, swaying violently. A deafening crash reverberated throughout, echoing with an ear-splitting intensity. As the colossal visage of thunder collided with the transparent barrier, it shattered instantly, reducing the entire shield to fragments. Waves of purple lightning erupted, resonating through the cavern. In that fleeting moment, Lin Shen sprang to his feet, and the jade key within his Qinkuan bag disintegrated into dust. Indeed, This restriction could not withstand even the might of the Thunder King. The cavern of Jun Tian was filled with the crackling sounds of thunder, rolling tumultuously. Before Lin Shen's eyes loomed a gigantic face woven from intertwining purple lightning, exuding an aura of annihilation. The Blood Elder within the devouring celestial map conveyed an ominous thought. Lin Shen, exercise extreme caution. This thunderous visage is at least twice as formidable as the Thunder Guardians. How could one possibly withstand such an overwhelming force? At this moment, Lin Shen felt cold sweat bead in his palms, his heart constricting violently. This adversary was far too powerful. Lin Shen knew he had no choice but to fight. The Blood Elder asserted vehemently that this thunderous visage was merely a potent avatar, equivalent to 1/50th of the power of a deity. He urged Lin Shen to muster all his strength and seek an opportunity to flee to the sect, to call for the Elder's aid. Perhaps a sliver of hope remained. What? It was merely an avatar? Lin Shen was even more astounded. The power of an avatar was equivalent to 1/50th of that of a deity at the first level. More ferocious than the annihilating finger once wielded by Lin Shen was taken aback to discover that this colossal face of thunder was merely the strongest avatar of the Thunder King. The power of a single avatar equated to 1/50th of the strength of a being at the initial stage of the divine law realm. One can only ponder the overwhelming might of the true form. As for seeking refuge from a sect, Lin Shen had not even entertained the thought. If the sect adhered to justice, the esteemed Elder Su Qian would have intervened long ago to restrain the Thunder King. However, Lin Shen was afforded no further time for contemplation. The incoming avatar of the Thunder King unleashed a ferocious torrent of purple lightning, blasting gaping holes within the cavern. The purple lightning was no less fearsome than the primal ice of the heavens. Lin Shen, soon you shall savor the exquisite taste of death, declared the thunderous visage with an air of unparalleled authority. The purple lightning surged, and the colossal face opened its maw wide, releasing 100 serpentine bolts of purple lightning that surged toward Lin Shen with lethal intent. 7 kills, 7 absolutes, formless sword array. As Lin Shen beheld the oncoming onslaught of serpentine lightning, a surge of determination ignited within his mind, prompting him to summon the full power of the array. 49 golden swords, forged from pure metal energy, began to whirl vigorously within the formation, radiating sharp beams of sword light. An endless cascade of sword light filled the stone cavern, intertwining and extinguishing one another. In an instant, the multitude of purple lightning serpents was enveloped by this formidable wave of formless sword light, which began to mercilessly cleave through them. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resounded continuously. The myriad formidable purple lightning serpents, under the shimmering brilliance of the 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword array, were mercilessly annihilated, reduced to mere wisps of purple electricity, gradually dissolving into nothingness. An intangible aura of murderous intent surged forth from beneath this sword formation. The colossal visage of intertwined purple lightning, once advancing with ferocity, came to an abrupt halt. A sword formation? I did not expect you to possess such tactical acumen, boomed the voice of the Thunder King, resonating with authority. What is a mere formation to me? Witness as I dismantle your final bastion. With the thunderous proclamation, the purple lightning erupted into a terrifying cacophony, a profound power reverberating forth, unleashing an even greater might. Chapter 74, Battle with the Thunder King's Avatar, Part 2. This is dire. The Thunder King's avatar is about to unleash its fury. Lin Shen felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the purple lightning, his heart contracting sharply. The immense visage of purple lightning, forged from arcane energies, opened wide towards the myriad beams of sword light within the obliterating array, letting forth a cataclysmic eruption, a sudden wave of annihilation as the gaping maw of the purple lightning visage expelled torrents of electric energy, a small dragon of thunder erupting forth with a resounding roar. Thunder Dragon Break. The diminutive purple lightning dragon, twisting and turning, its form a blur, embodied colossal energy akin to a mighty elephant, infused with an enigmatic magical essence. As the Thunder Dragon burst forth, it charged directly towards the 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword array, unleashing a symphony of crackling thunder. Sword array, unleash your fury. Upon witnessing the impending collision of the purple Thunder Dragon, Lin Shen's expression shifted dramatically, and an intense resolve surged within his mind. An invisible formation began to whirl frantically within the stone cave, while 49 gleaming golden swords, under the influence of the tumultuous array, transformed into an endless cascade of radiant sword light, intersecting and annihilating. The thunderous sounds echoed as the purple thunder dragon barreled into the sword formation, immediately unleashing a ferocious roar while it battered against the intangible array. The golden sword light, cascading in all directions, incessantly obliterated the violet electric arcs enveloping the dragon. However, the rate of this diminishment proved woefully insufficient, merely chipping away gradually. The entire invisible sword formation shuddered lightly under the relentless onslaught of the purple thunder dragon, clearly indicating the impact it was enduring. This was dire. The radiant light emitted by the 49 golden swords was wholly incapable of completely vanquishing the thunderous beast. Lin Chun, acutely aware of the sluggish rate of degradation, felt a renewed sense of urgency wash over him. The current predicament was exceedingly dire. This 7 kill 7 absolute invisible sword formation was one of Lin Chen's last trump cards. Should the formation be shattered, his very life would be at stake. Hastily, Lin Chun conjured a pen for the formation, infusing it with his vital energy to amplify the sword array's formidable effects. Blood roared within the devouring celestial map. A surge of insight suddenly flooded Lin Chen's mind, revealing the method to condense the formation pen. The so-called formation pen is a unique technique that harnesses vital energy, compressing it into a pen that encapsulates the formation's essence, allowing one to inscribe the array with it. Every formation possesses its own unique configuration, each capable of manifesting distinct strokes of the formation's essence. Just moments ago, Lin Chun had absorbed the formation's essence from the Blood Elder's 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword array, granting him profound insight into its underlying principles. The essence of the formation, Lin Chun exclaimed with fervor, unleashing the power of 1,500 true Qi elephants from within him. A nebulous pen of true Qi materialized in his grasp, and he immediately seized control of the sword array's configuration. The essence of the formation? It appears you are poised for a final gamble. The Thunder Giant sneered with an imposing presence. The emergence of the formation's essence undoubtedly heralded Lin Chen's impending unleashing of the most formidable sword array assault. Break for me, Lin Chen commanded, wielding the essence with grace as he began to flourish it vigorously. With each stroke, torrents of true Qi surged forth, and as Lin Chen delineated each movement, the speed of the invisible sword array escalated dramatically, the intersecting golden sword light growing increasingly ferocious. With a series of piercing sounds, the intensified golden sword light intersected chaotically, rapidly diminishing the electrical aura surrounding the purple thunder dragon, consequently reducing the lethality of the sword array. Witnessing this progress, Lin Chen wielded the pen with even greater ferocity. The power of 2,000 true Qi elephants ignited fervently, causing the entire essence to shatter into fragments. A resonant hum echoed throughout the 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword array as the intersecting golden sword light appeared boundless, crossing wildly in a frenzy. The crackling electric light of the purple thunder dragon erupted with a series of explosive sounds, its vibrant energy gradually diminishing. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire purple thunder dragon would be vanquished by Lin Chun. Yet, an ominous premonition surged unexpectedly within Lin Chen's heart, a feeling that arose without warning. At that instant, the thunder giant's face thundered with a commanding roar. Explode. Lin Chen's expression stiffened abruptly. The purple thunder dragon, which had been gradually shrinking within the sword formation, let out a ferocious roar. Waves of profound magical energy surged forth, and a blinding flash of electricity flickered throughout the entirety of the dragon's form. This is bad. Lin Chen's senses heightened acutely. As the dazzling electric light erupted, his body transformed instantaneously, expanding into a resplendent golden form. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated from the mountain's peak. The body of the purple thunder dragon began to detonate violently, unleashing a powerful torrent of chaotic winds. On the mountainside, inner disciples emerged from their chambers, their faces etched with fear upon hearing the sudden, colossal blast. What a terrifying explosion! It appears this disciple is doomed. Indeed, the Thunder King is ferocious, daring to strike down a disciple in plain view of everyone. The Thunder King is nothing short of a harbinger of doom. In the future, those who encounter the Thunder King's estate will undoubtedly take a detour. This disciple is in dire straits. Offending the Thunder King is a certain death sentence. With the inner disciple of the first rank slain by the Thunder King, it is likely to incite a tremendous uproar among the disciples. However, at this moment, within the confines of the Juntian cave, Lin Chun had just transformed into a golden body when he was suddenly struck by an immense force. His form sent hurtling through the air by the invisible blast, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the cave, causing his vital energy to surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have sustained grievous injuries. The might of the explosion dissipated almost instantaneously. Lin Chun's expression was grave as he realized through his mental acuity that the 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword formation had been utterly shattered by this explosion. The entire formation had suffered significant damage and would likely require a substantial amount of true qi from the great elephant to mend. Although the power of the 7 kills and 7 absolutes invisible sword formation was formidable, it could not withstand the ravages of magical energy. The might of the true qi great elephant was simply incomparable to that of magical power. Not dead yet. The thunder giant face re-entered the scene, gazing down at Lin Chun, who lay at the bottom of the stone cave. Since you are still alive, allow me to deliver your final blow. With that, the thunder giant face opened its mouth once more, and a cacophony of violet thunder erupted forth. The magical energy began to coalesce again, and the lethal strike would soon be unleashed anew. At this moment, Lin Chun's hair was disheveled, his entire being radiating a golden hue. His gaze icy as he stared defiantly at the thunder giant face. Thunder King, do not overstep your bounds. Overstep my bounds. The thunder giant face snapped its mouth shut, its oppressive aura pressing down on Lin Chun. How will you stop me? As the declaration echoed, the thunder giant face opened its maw once more, gathering thunderous energy. With hundreds of electric serpents writhing within, crackling ominously. Be destroyed. The thunder giant face unleashed a torrent of violet lightning serpents, surging forth to assail Lin Chun with overwhelming ferocity. Every lightning serpent is a manifestation of terrifying power, devouring the celestial map. Lin Chun forcefully thrusts his hand, and the pitch-black tome instantly erupts from his dantian, unfurling slowly. The dark tome looms before Lin Chun, resembling an endless barrier of darkness that consumes all light and warmth. Hundreds of thunderous electric serpents surge towards the obsidian tome, brimming with formidable electric might. Yet, as the multitude of serpents collide with the devouring celestial map, they vanish as if a river had merged into the sea, leaving no trace behind. A faint purple lightning aura subtly manifests upon the surface of the celestial tome, indicating that it continues to absorb the multitude of purple electric serpents. What is this? The thunderous visage gazes at the suddenly emerging celestial map, its expression betraying a momentary hesitation. This dark tome evokes an inexplicable sensation within him. However, after merely a moment's pause, the thunderous visage resumes its imposing demeanor, dismissively asserting, "What of a mere low-grade king artifact? I shall obliterate it just the same." Once more, it opens its mouth, unleashing an even more formidable surge of lightning aura, doubling the might of the electric serpents. At this moment, however, Lin Chun, hidden behind the celestial tome, suddenly experiences an extraordinary transformation. Surrounding him, colossal manifestations of true energy begin to swirl, fiercely infusing into his being. A king-level Tai Ching spiritual vein bursts forth from Lin Chun's left hand, hovering majestically in the air. Within the royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein, which outlines the nascent forms of dragons and serpents, there resides a profound concentration of Tai Ching essence. As if it were destined to coalesce into an eye, a tremendous volume of true qi surged forth, voraciously consumed by Lin Chun. It resembled a throng of serpents dancing chaotically, with countless colossal figures of true qi pouring into Lin Chun. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. A staggering 10,000 forces of true qi surged downward with great intensity. Chapter 75. Life and Death on the Line. It is said that your capacity for storing true qi resembles an abyss, and it turns out you can absorb the Tai Ching spiritual vein. Witnessing Lin Chun's extraordinary phenomenon, the thunderous visage of the Thunder King resonated with a booming voice. "Now, I shall seize that extraordinary treasure from you which absorbs true qi, subjecting you to various agonies." At that moment, the Thunder King's avatar, observing Lin Chun's frenzied consumption of the true qi giants from the royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein, immediately deduced that there must be an ancient treasure within Lin Chun's body. As the Thunder King's thoughts shifted, he began to covet this treasure. Intent on claiming it for himself, Upon uttering these words, the thunderous serpents emanating from the Thunder King's mouth surged wildly again, imbued with overwhelming thunderous power. Inferior royal artifact. Be shattered. The commanding voice resounded as hundreds of purple lightning serpents coalesced and shot forth, their momentum even more formidable than before, infused with a greater reservoir of magical energy. The devouring celestial map suspended before Lin Shun was immediately struck by a tremendous impact, as the dark tome fiercely swallowed the onslaught of the 100 lightning serpents. The resounding crackle of explosions suddenly erupted from the devouring celestial map. The once pitch-black tome was now ensnared by violet lightning. Lin Shun, the devouring celestial map can no longer withstand it. Hurry! The urgent roar of Blood Elder echoed immediately. As myriad streams of purple lightning surged into the devouring celestial map, it began to unleash a series of violent detonations. The entire shadowy expanse of the map trembled incessantly, its aura rapidly waning. The formidable force of the thunder was simply insurmountable for the low-grade royal artifact, the devouring celestial map. In the final, thunderous explosion, the entire tome was blasted away, colliding violently against the cavern floor, producing a cacophony of impact. The regal essence of the tome instantly withered away. Lin Shun, you shall pay for this. With the obstruction of the devouring celestial map removed, the colossal visage of thunder once again emitted a commanding roar, and with a swift exhale, unleashed another 100 bolts of serpentine lightning surging towards Lin Shun. The electric serpents darted and crackled, each imbued with tremendous explosive force. As the 100 bolts of lightning surged forth, they swiftly approached Lin Shun, frantically converging upon his golden form. At that moment, Lin Shun, whose eyes had been shut, suddenly opened them, unleashing an invisible tempest. Thunder King, begone! Lin Shun fiercely extended his right hand, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him as a hazy, translucent outline of an arm enveloped his hand. An intangible pressure emanated from Lin Shun's right hand, forcefully repelling the onslaught. The immense power of 10,000 true energy giants surged within the azure figure, igniting a cycle of celestial rotation. Lin Shun's golden body resonated with a series of thunderous booms, the sounds reverberating with a weighty dullness, akin to the rhythmic beating of a drum. The overwhelming pressure encroaching from all directions resembled an invisible storm, cascading down Lin Shun's right arm. Boom, boom, boom. The air was punctuated by a cacophony of explosive sounds as hundreds of lightning silver serpents, under the colossal strain, erupted with violent crackles, their purple bolts incessantly extinguishing. In that moment, Lin Shun resembled an enraged deity. He struck forth with his right hand, unleashing an even more expansive pressure that surged forth as though a giant had laid down its palm, targeting the multitude of purple lightning serpents. The entire array of serpents was relentlessly battered by this overwhelming force, crumbling under the onslaught. As the serpents disintegrated, Lin Shun's gaze turned frigid, and his golden right hand erupted with minor explosions. His focus honed in on the colossal visage woven from intertwining purple thunder, and with resolute strides, a tempest of energy began to swirl around him, his right hand descending fiercely towards the thunderous face. His ethereal right arm followed suit, descending with equal ferocity. A more formidable explosion erupted, echoing across Lin Shun's golden form, as his 5 golden fingers be, however, at this moment. Lin Shun's dantian did not revert to its previous chaotic form. Instead, it became exceedingly murky and muddied, resembling a fierce battlefield trampled by countless iron cavalry. The defensive capabilities of the low-grade royal artifact had significantly diminished, failing to withstand the immense burden imposed by the heavenly hand. A thunderous roar erupted as 10,000 colossal chi elephants unleashed the full might of the heavenly hand, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The surrounding stone walls began to crack and explode layer by layer under the terrifying pressure that enveloped the gigantic visage woven from purple lightning. The very space at the bottom of the cavern fiercely repelled the colossal face of purple thunder, generating waves of invisible explosions that reverberated across its surface, akin to the roar of a tumultuous sea. The immense force exerted by this overwhelming pressure caused the thunderous visage to stagger backward repeatedly. Lin Shun seemed determined to expel the Thunder King's avatar from his abode with this insurmountable pressure. Such formidable power could easily withstand a mere 1% of a deity's strength. The majestic visage of the thunder was relentlessly thrust back by this fearsome pressure, its purple lightning being continuously compressed and extinguished. Yet, the Thunder King exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he proclaimed with authority, "Regrettably, you are but this." As his words fell, the aura emanating from the majestic visage surged dramatically once more. A subtle and profound energy began to ripple outward. An even more tremendous explosion reverberated from the thunderous visage, which opened wide its mouth and unleashed a terrifying torrent of purple lightning. A 2-meter-wide storm of purple lightning erupted violently from the Thunder King's colossal face. Within the tempestuous realm of the purple thunder pool, an array of violet lightning surged, perpetually detonating in a cacophony of destruction. The air was thick with a sense of annihilation emanating from the depths of this electrifying abyss. The visage of the Thunder King, forged from intertwining strands of purple lightning, roared vehemently, its countenance dimming and becoming increasingly translucent. As this purple thunder pool manifested, the arcane energy of the Thunder King's avatar had been entirely consumed. The overwhelming force, akin to the combined might of a myriad of colossal energy elephants, erupted with the emergence of the purple thunder pool. Its potency far surpassed even a mere fraction of the first tier of divine magic. Lin Shen's gaze was as frigid as ice as he observed the incessantly crackling purple thunder pool, his golden right hand clenched with mounting urgency. The wound upon it expanding explosively. The pressure surrounding him bore down like an insurmountable mountain, relentlessly compressing towards the purple thunder pool. This was the final contest of fate. From the peaks of the inner sect, hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes were transfixed in horror upon the domain of Jun Tian. The terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated, sending shivers down their spines. At the instant the purple thunder pool erupted, an instinctual awareness of impending doom washed over them. It was overwhelmingly terrifying. The aura of the thunder was for the pool of purple thunder roared and churned under the immense pressure, emanating a viscous essence reminiscent of purple lightning. The colossal visage of thunder, though dimmed in luster, retained its formidable presence, suddenly erupting with a thunderous command. Pool of purple thunder, obliterate all existence. The resounding authority cascaded downwards. At that moment, the pool of purple thunder, which had been suspended before the thunderous face, unleashed its might. The entire reservoir surged towards Lin Chun with ferocity, as purple lightning writhed and roared within. An aura of terrifying annihilation rippled outward, shattering the oppressive forces surrounding it, which erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Explode, explode, explode. Lin Chen's visage ignited with fervor as he beheld the oncoming tempest of the pool of purple thunder. He once again summoned the king-level Tai Ching spiritual vein above him. The might of 2,000 true Qi giant elephants surged violently into the azure figure. With this infusion, Lin Chen's form erupted with a violent explosion from within, exacerbating his injuries, as the muddied Dantian transformed into a visage of chaos. Boom! With the renewed combustion of the 2,000 true Qi giant elephants, the surrounding pressure escalated dramatically, as if the very fabric of space had succumbed to a weighty descent. The trajectory of the pool of purple thunder, hurtling towards him, was forcibly halted by this overwhelming pressure. As the external forces pressed in, the pool of purple thunder began to contract abruptly. Remarkably, it could even absorb true Qi. The imposing visage of the purple thunder loomed with authority, declaring the intent to obliterate your royal-level Ta Ching spiritual vein. As the words fell, the once immobilized purple thunder pool, under the weight of overwhelming pressure, began to tremble. A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the mountain, shattering the tranquil surface of the purple thunder pool into myriad serpentine bolts of lightning, piercing through and annihilating the colossal force. Even the formidable hands of the summer solstice, wielding 12,000 true Qi giants, could not withstand the cataclysmic eruption of the purple thunder pool. The torrential surge of purple lightning snakes rushed forth, resembling a tempest of thunder, intent on engulfing the very depths of the cavern. At this moment, Lin Chun found himself utterly incapacitated, leaning against the stone wall, clutching his blood-soaked right arm. His pupils constricted to pinpoints, reflecting the oncoming deluge of terrifying lightning serpents. This was dire, utterly disastrous. Chapter 76. Do not perish on my account, Lin Chun. A mere fragment of my being could vanquish you. You have slain my brother. For you to meet your end so easily would be far too lenient. The authoritative voice of the Thunder King echoed amidst the myriad lightning serpents, rumbling forth. The colossal face woven from intertwining purple lightning swiftly turned, directing its gaze beyond the cave. The multitude of lightning serpents surged forth, even if Lin Shen possessed 9 lives. Survival was beyond his grasp. The objective of this endeavor had been fulfilled, and the Thunder King's avatar needed not linger any longer. The relentless roar of thunder erupted ferociously across the mountain peak. A myriad of purple lightning serpents surged forth with a deafening roar, their approach swift and fierce in the gaze of Lin Shen, who narrowed his eyes into needle-like slits. They collided violently with the base of the stone cavern, unleashing a wave of destructive, thunderous energy. In an instant, all the purple lightning serpents erupted within the cavern, causing the very peak of the mountain to tremble under the force of the explosion. The serpents converged at the cavern's floor, transforming into a tumultuous tide of purple lightning that obliterated everything in its path. The royal-level Tai Ching spiritual vein, suspended above the cavern's floor, was instantly rendered to nothingness beneath this terrifying storm of lightning. At that moment, Lin Shen's frail figure was completely engulfed by the surging tide, his entire form swallowed by the relentless onslaught. The once resilient golden body of the low-grade royal artifact suddenly became fragile, utterly incapable of withstanding the barrage of lightning, and his defenses were breached in an instant. The colossal tide of lightning consumed Lin Shen entirely, annihilating him in its wake. Atop the summit of the human-level mountain, an emaciated elder stood unnoticed amidst the chaos. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet, and the sound of explosions echoed ominously. This elder was none other than Su Qian, the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. Alas, has he truly fallen to the hands of the Thunder King? Su Qian sighed, his gaunt face growing even more haggard. In the end, I have refrained from intervening. With the Saintess in seclusion, no one in the sect could possibly thwart the Thunder King's might. As he spoke, Su Qian noticed that the aged hand concealed beneath his robe had begun to tremble slightly. He had truly lost something profound. As if before him reappeared that stubborn youth declaring, "I will crawl out no matter what." In the square before the gates of Tai Ching Mountain, a middle-aged man with a grotesque scar etched across his forehead rushed through the air, his speed creating a sonic boom. Yet, this figure suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically. Dead. Lin Shen was utterly dead? The man's complexion turned ashen, and after a long moment, he murmured, "It's really over this time." This time, the internal selection competition had showcased the astonishing prowess of the prodigy, Lin Shen, who had met such a tragic end. Truly dead. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jun Tian's cave dwelling, the colossal purple visage of the Thunder King altered drastically as he was about to emerge from the cave. The dimmed visage of thunder abruptly turned, gazing into the depths where the thunderstorm surged. The once indistinct features of the thunderous face were now vividly clear, as the eyes, composed entirely of lightning, widened in shock.